It's lonely to be invincible. Chapter 965 to Chapter 1021. The nine-colored ancestor wasn't an idiot. Ever since Lin Fan stopped updating the Lord of the Pill Realm, he had a deep grudge against Lin Fan. He didn't look for Lin Fan, and Lin Fan didn't look for him either. It was like a pair of lovers suddenly having a cold war. But now, Lin Fan had suddenly appeared. This made the nine-colored ancestor feel uneasy. There was no reason for him to come. This meant that something was about to happen. Soon, he saw peak leader Lin. Goddess Luo Yun walked in front unhappily. She wasn't fat at all, but this guy called her fat the moment they met. How infuriating. No matter what, she was ranked 5th on the 100-flower list. Face, figure, which part of her wasn't good? She couldn't understand what this guy was thinking. Nine-colored ancestor, long time no see. I missed you. Lin Fan smiled warmly. He hadn't seen his good friend in a long time. Now that he saw him again, he was in a great mood. But the more he was like this, the more uneasy the nine-colored ancestor felt. Something was wrong. There was definitely something wrong. He was scared. But he couldn't help it. He was indeed quite familiar with Lin Fan. His biography was written by Lin Fan. Long time no see, peak leader Lin. I missed you too. The nine-colored ancestor quickly went up to greet him. However, he had to be careful and not be tricked. He already knew what was in the pill realm. He knew that peak leader Lin had come to the realm of pills for a long time. He knew that peak leader Lin was here for the pills. Seeing Goddess Luo Yun, he sighed. What a good disciple. Initially, he wanted to matchmake her with peak leader Lin, but who would have thought that peak leader Lin had no such intention at all? He didn't even react to it. This made the nine-colored ancestor speechless. He even doubted whether Lin Fan was a man. With such a beautiful woman in front of him, did he not have any thoughts? Lin Fan was full of smiles. The nine-colored ancestor had helped him a lot. He had enough experience points to break through to the Emperor Heaven Realm because of the nine-colored ancestor. In his words, the nine-colored ancestor was already half a friend. The two sat there while Goddess Luo Yun stood at the side, pouring tea. The fragrance from her body wafted over. It was so tempting that Lin Fan really wanted to hug Goddess Luo Yun and lick her crazily. Peak leader Lin, why did you think of coming to the pill realm to find me? Nine-colored ancestor raised his teacup and asked with a smile. Lin Fan smiled. Nine-colored old ancestor, the relationship between you and me is something no one else can compare to. Originally, I was doing very well in this sect, but suddenly, I thought of you, so I came to take a look. When the nine-colored ancestor heard this, his finger trembled and the tea in his hand almost spilled out. As expected, they came with ill intentions. These words did not sound like what the other party would say at all. He must have some sort of request, or else he wouldn't have said such worrisome words. What happened? Lin Fan asked curiously. Why did he feel that the nine-colored old ancestor was so emotional? Could it be that his words just now had touched him? It seemed very possible. It's nothing. The nine-colored ancestor shook his head, but his hands trembled slightly. He pretended to be calm as he took a sip of tea. Ai. Lin Fan sighed. There was a reason for this sigh. He hoped that the nine-colored old ancestor would ask him why he sighed. But after a while, he realized that the nine-colored old ancestor's hands were trembling and he was drinking his tea with his head lowered. He didn't notice at all. Ai. Lin Fan sighed again. As long as one's hearing was fine, they would definitely hear it. Goddess Luo Yun, who was standing at the side, felt that something was wrong. The old ancestor seemed to be very nervous. His hand that was holding the teacup was trembling non-stop. Old ancestor, are you okay? Luo Yun asked. The nine-colored old ancestor shook his head and didn't say anything. He was panicking. As expected, it had begun. Peak leader Lin's mysterious sigh was a terrifying signal. He definitely couldn't reply, otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Ai. Lin Fan sighed again and cursed in his heart. Did the nine-colored old ancestor not hear it, or was he just pretending to be dumb? The nine-colored old ancestor lowered his head and his heart was trembling. Damn, the hint was too direct. He had already sighed 3 times. What should he do? What should he do? He was panicking. The atmosphere suddenly became a little tense. No one spoke. Goddess Luo Yun couldn't understand the two of them. She felt weird, but she wasn't sure what was going on. Luo Yun, you can leave first. The 9-colored old ancestor said. Yes, old ancestor. Goddess Luo Yun nodded. She then packed her things and prepared to leave. The 9-colored old ancestor was prepared to sit quietly with peak leader Lin, and neither of them spoke. No matter what, he definitely wouldn't take the initiative to ask. Although he hadn't interacted much with peak leader Lin, after reading The World of Pills, he knew that peak leader Lin wasn't someone to be trifled with. In the book, apart from having the same name as him, none of the stories had ever happened to him. From The World of Pills, one could see that peak leader Lin was really strong. He couldn't take the initiative to attack. Suddenly, the 9-colored old ancestor panicked. Something big had happened. Goddess Luo Yun was about to leave, but she looked at Lin Fan. Peak leader Lin, you keep sighing. Is something wrong? When she said this, the 9-colored old ancestor wanted to die. He didn't think that Luo Yun wouldn't understand what was going on. As expected, Lin Fan sighed. AI, Goddess Luo Yun, there is indeed something wrong. The arrival of the Descenders has caused a huge commotion. The fact that the World of Pills is still safe only means that they haven't discovered the World of Pills yet. If they did, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ah? Goddess Luo Yun was shocked. She knew that the Descenders had arrived in the World of Pills, but the World of Pills was protected by the poisonous pill. Nothing should happen, right? She hadn't met a Descender yet, so she couldn't imagine how terrifying they were. That was why she thought that the poisonous pill could protect the World of Pills. Luo Yun, you can leave first. The 9-colored old ancestor hurriedly told Luo Yun to leave. It was dangerous for her to stay here. Oh. Luo Yun nodded. Since the old ancestor told her to leave, she would leave. Don't go, 9-colored. Everyone knows what happened in the World of Pills. Goddess Luo Yun has the right to know. Stay and discuss it with us. Lin Fan urged her to stay and didn't let her leave. 9-colored old ancestor was indeed smart. He had hinted so many times, but she was still able to resist. Luckily, Goddess Luo Yun wasn't very intelligent and took the initiative to reply, allowing him to continue. AI. The 9-colored old ancestor felt helpless. If he had known this would happen, he would have told Luo Yun to leave earlier. She had actually been caught by Peak Lord Lin. What a pity. With Goddess Luo Yun's participation, the conversation immediately started. Lin Fan told her about the strength of the Descenders. Emperor Heaven Realm, World Realm, these 2 cultivation levels caused Goddess Luo Yun to be dumbfounded. The 9-colored old ancestor knew about the Emperor Heaven Realm, but he didn't know about the World Realm. After all, the World Realm experts had just arrived, so the 9-colored old ancestor and the others didn't have a deep understanding of him. 9-colored old ancestor, what do you think now? Lin Fan asked. Think? The 9-colored old ancestor looked at Lin Fan. He was a little stunned and hurt. He knew that if he continued to talk to Lin Fan, he would definitely be beaten up. He shook his head, I don't have any thoughts now. Hayes, how can we do that? Don't you know how to prepare for a rainy day? Although the pill world is safe now, I can guarantee that as long as the Descenders find out about the pill world's existence, they will definitely rob everything. When that happens, there will only be one outcome, which will be the destruction of the sect. Do you know about the giant spirit race? At that time, the first wave of Descenders were only in the Dao realm, but it was this group of Dao realm Descenders that completely annihilated the giant spirit clan, leaving behind only one descendant, who is now living a happy life in my sect. He couldn't push the blame to the Descenders as it was done by Lu Ruochen. But now, it was better to push it to the Descenders. Lin Fan described the Descenders as terrifying and then looked at Goddess Luo Yun. Do you know how they will treat you if they find you? Goddess Luo Yun shook her head and didn't know how she would be treated. Perhaps the Descenders would let her go on account that she was a woman and a beauty at that. The 9-colored old ancestor was speechless. He was finished, he was completely finished. Now that the topic had been opened, it couldn't be stopped. He could only see how much peak leader Lin wanted this time. Let me tell you, those descenders are very cruel. You are an innate spirit pill, a great tonic for anyone. If you fuse with your yin and yang, you will be sucked dry until you turn into a dried corpse. The key is that they usually don't do anything to you alone. They attack you in groups. Think about your situation, can you take it? At the same time, the descenders are usually huge. They are at least 2 to 3 meters tall. What will you do? Lin Fan's tone was extremely solemn and serious, causing Goddess Luo Yun's entire body to tremble as her face turned pale white. Cough cough, peak leader Lin, don't scare Luo Yun. She is still young. The 9-colored old ancestor had a new opinion of Lin Fan. He really knew how to scare people. Look at how frightened the goddess of the pill realm is. He really couldn't take it anymore. 9-colored, don't tell me that you think I am really scary? Let me tell you, I never joke around. Lin Fan said solemnly. What did he know about the temperament of the descenders? The ones he met were either hammered to death or knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. He had never seen a descender who could be so tough. Peak leader Lin, is it really that dangerous? Goddess Luo Yun's eyes were filled with tears. She was really frightened. Yes, it is really dangerous. Especially for such a beautiful girl like you. Although your body is a little flawed and you are a little fat, they like you. Lin Fan said solemnly. Goddess Luo Yun's body shook. She was really scared by Lin Fan's words. If she really met one, then what should she do? The 9-colored old ancestor blinked. How despicable, he actually scared Luo Yun. He wanted to say everything now. 9-colored ancestor looked at Goddess Luo Yun's expression and felt helpless. Forget it. Since that was the case, he would talk about it. He was really afraid that peak leader Lin would scare Luo Yun. Peak leader Lin, let's talk about things. I'm very happy that you came, and I welcome you. As for the descenders, there's no need to talk about them. Luo Yun has always been in the pill realm and hasn't experienced those things, so it's best not to scare her. The 9-colored old ancestor was very protective. Peak leader Lin had scared the pill world goddess so much that she was about to cry. Was there a need for that? Wasn't it the same who spoke first? Based on the current situation, 9-colored ancestor had already agreed to talk about the pill. But Lin Fan felt a little weird. Why did the words of the 9-colored ancestor sound like everything he said was false? That was a little intolerable. Wait, 9-colored ancestor, don't tell me you think I'm lying too? Lin Fan asked. 9-colored ancestor looked at Lin Fan. His expression was clear. Wasn't he just talking nonsense? Okay, I have to talk to you about this. Do you think I'm lying? He definitely had to make things clear to 9-colored ancestor. Peak leader Lin, let's talk about other things. What do you think? 9-colored ancestor didn't want to talk anymore. Peak leader Lin had used all his methods to get the pill. What he said just now was a little scary. Luo Yun was so scared that she was about to cry. No, I have to make things clear today. I'm not trying to scare you. Lin Fan said. Oh my god. 9-colored ancestor wanted to scold him. Why was peak leader Lin so stubborn? There was no need to continue. Let's just talk about it. If you want the pill, just say it. What's the point of being entangled in this matter? Okay, I'm not trying to scare you. I believe you. 9-colored ancestor raised his hand and quickly comforted Lin Fan. He didn't say anything. He didn't argue anymore. He was afraid. Luo Yun stood there, stunned for a long time. Then, she came to her senses and came to Lin Fan's side. Peak leader Lin, will the pill world be fine? Looking at the girl before him, Lin Fan said calmly, don't worry. The reason why I'm here is to discuss with your ancestor on how to solve this problem. The 9-colored ancestor felt his heart ache. What the F***ck was this? Wasn't he here to swindle pills in the end? Since the beginning of the Lord of the Realm of Pills, he knew that peak leader Lin was interested in the pills from the realm of pills. Even though they were all acquired pills, they were still good stuff. Be it acquired spirit pills or innate spirit pills, they were not refined by humans. Instead, they were formed slowly due to the special circumstances of the pill realm. Every time one was given, there would be one less. Although the pill realm did not lack these medicinal pills, they were all very precious. He was not even willing to use them himself, so giving them to others was a bit unreasonable. Peak Master Lin, how do you want to chat? The nine-colored ancestor asked. He knew that if he didn't cough up some blood today, it wouldn't be so easy to resolve this matter. Descenders? What the hell, the pill realm wasn't afraid. If they came, they would kill them. Nine-colored old master, do you think that our relationship is deep or not? Lin Fan asked. Deep. The nine-colored old master nodded. What else could he say? Could he say that their relationship wasn't deep and that there was a reason why they treated each other so deeply? That's right, our relationship is indeed deep. So, when I faced such a situation, the first person I thought of was the pill realm, which is you. Nine-colored old master, I, Lin Fan, can't just watch as a friend gets hurt by a descender. So, I came here to talk to you and tell you to be careful. At the same time, I hope that you can help me. Lin Fan's words were sincere. It was as if the relationship between him and the nine-colored old master had reached a shocking level. It's here, it's here. The nine-colored old master had accepted it. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would just accept it. He just hoped that it wasn't too much. If it was too much, it would be hard for him to do it. Speak, what do you need help with? The nine-colored old master asked. Lin Fan thought for a moment and estimated that he would need at least 4 to 5 billion experience points to go from the Emperor Heaven realm to the world level. A postnatal spirit pill would give him 200 to 300 million experience points. After thinking about it, he would need at least 30. He didn't say anything and just raised 3 fingers and waved them in front of the nine-colored old master. Seeing these 3 fingers, the nine-colored old master immediately replied, sure, no problem. Friends should help each other. 3 postnatal spirit pills is definitely not a problem. I'll give you 5, after all, 3 is too little. No, take a closer look, Lin Fan said as he waved his hand. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the nine-colored old master's heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling. Do you understand? Lin Fan asked. The nine-colored old master didn't dare to think about it and didn't dare to reply. He shook his head, I don't understand. Peak Leader Lin, actually, it's not important whether or not I understand. I'll go get the 5 pills now. Wait. Don't be in such a hurry. If you don't understand, I'll help you understand, Lin Fan said. He then pointed at the 3 fingers, come, read after me. 10. Then, he pointed at the second finger. 20. Now, here's the problem. What's the third finger? Lin Fan asked. Suddenly, the nine-colored old master felt his lips go dry and his heartbeat quicken. Looking at Lin Fan's expectant gaze, he pondered for a long time and finally opened his mouth. 3. Lin Fan smacked his lips, wrong. Think again. I can't think of it. I'm not very sensitive to numbers. The nine-colored old master didn't want to say this number. It was too hurtful and could kill him. It's okay. This has nothing to do with sensitivity. I'll say it again. Listen, the first finger is 10, the second is 20. What do you think the third finger is? Lin Fan smiled and asked. Although his smile was friendly, in the nine-colored old master's eyes, it was terrifying. 3. The nine-colored old master spoke again. Goddess Luo Yun stood at the side and felt that the old master really wasn't sensitive to numbers. She said softly, Old master, it's not 3, it's 30. Look, Goddess Luo Yun is really smart. You can tell with one look that it's 30. Lin Fan smiled. The nine-colored old master looked at Goddess Luo Yun. Goddess Luo Yun noticed his gaze and thought that he was suspicious. She then said with certainty, Old master, it's 30. There's no mistake. Hearing this, the nine-colored old master wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood. Did he really think that he was an idiot? He didn't know that it was 30, but could he say it? He couldn't say it. He would die. Peak Leader Lin, 30. The nine-colored old master opened his mouth and was really sad. It was really too much. It was 30. What price? 30 acquired spiritual pills. These weren't ordinary things. Acquired spiritual pills had many uses. If they were taken care of, they would take shape. Now, Peak Leader Lin was asking for 30 in one go. He really wanted to tell Peak Leader Lin to just kill him. 9 colored, our relationship can't even compare to 30? Lin Fan asked. He then sighed, Haze, what a pity. I treated you as my best friend, but in front of wealth, you're not even worth 30. How sad. No, Peak Leader Lin, you can't say that. Our relationship is really deep. It can't be described by wealth. The 9-colored old master said. Peak Leader Lin was a decent person. Although he was a little greedy, he was still quite friendly to the pill world. Today, he had already decided that he wouldn't do anything. He would slowly grind with Peak Leader Lin and turn these 30 pills into 5. That would be perfect. Indeed, the relationship between us can't be described by wealth. You're right. Lin Fan nodded. This meant that the 9-colored old master really treated him as a friend. The 9-colored old master nodded and was about to speak. So, Hong Long, the pill world shook. The poisonous mist that wrapped around the surface of the pill world was forcefully pulled away from the pill world. What's going on? The 9-colored old master was shocked. He felt that he couldn't control the poison pill anymore. It was as if an even more terrifying power was suppressing it. Everyone in the pill world raised their heads. The sky was clear and a few people were floating there. One of them was wearing armor. He opened his fingers and sucked the poison mist into his palm. He then clenched his fingers and with a pung, the poison mist turned to dust. Lin Fan looked over and was delighted. Oh my god, was his luck so good? He thought that he would have to argue with the 9-colored old master for a long time, but looking at the situation, it seemed like he didn't have to. Someone had come to help. Dao Realm, Emperor Heaven Realm. He could tell at a glance that the armored man had Emperor Heaven Realm Cultivation and the person behind him had Dao Realm Cultivation. If he wasn't here today, this power would be unstoppable and the pill world would have to kneel. Who are you? Goddess Luo Yun floated into the air. A furious expression appeared on her beautiful face. They didn't come with good intentions. They didn't say anything and attacked the pill world, destroying the poison pill. Not bad, a beautiful girl. She smells really good too. The armored man looked at Luo Yun and his eyes lit up. In his eyes, that beautiful girl's body gave off a thick fragrance that came from her body. Sir, the natives here are all naturally nourishing things. This is something that is hard to find in the upper worlds. The natives behind him cried out in alarm. At first, they didn't pay attention and thought that they were just normal natives. But now that they took a look, they realized that they were all extremely pure. They didn't have any impurities at all and gave off a thick fragrance. Not bad, this girl is mine. The armored man smiled. He didn't expect his luck to be so good to meet such strange natives. When Goddess Luo Yun heard what they said, her body shook and her face turned ashen white. She thought back to the descenders that Peak Leader Lin had mentioned. As expected, he didn't lie. It really was like that. The 9-colored old master's expression was solemn. He could sense terrifying power from these people and he couldn't fight them head-on. What do you think? Lin Fan asked. Peak Leader Lin, this. The 9-colored old master was speechless and didn't know what to say. Do you think that we are friends with a deep relationship? Lin Fan asked. The 9-colored old master nodded, yes. Is the relationship between us priceless? Is it not something that can be measured by wealth? Lin Fan asked again. Yes. The 9-colored old master nodded. Lin Fan was really happy. One last question. With our relationship, don't talk about 30 pills, even if I take 40, do you think it's too much? Not at all. Okay. Lin Fan nodded. He stepped out and came in front of Goddess Luo Yun. He patted her shoulder, sister, take a step back in case it affects you. The armored man looked at Lin Fan, who are you? Lin Fan calmly looked at the descenders and said indifferently, I am your grandfather. The descenders felt like they were suffocating. Their arrival was like endless radiance, bringing endless pressure to the natives, to the extent where there was even despair. But now they wanted to ask. What was going on with this native? His words were so arrogant and he didn't care about them at all. What did you say? Say it again if you dare. The man in armor exuded an explosive power. His voice was cold as he stared at Lin Fan with a pair of deep eyes. The arrogance of the natives had exceeded his imagination. Seeing them arrive, they didn't just kneel down and get beaten up. They actually dared to say such arrogant words. If he didn't teach them a lesson, these natives wouldn't know what terror was. Is there something wrong with your ears? I said that I am your grandfather. Can't you understand? Lin Fan said. He felt despair towards these descenders. It was okay that they were weak, but they were also deaf. 9-color-old ancestor straightened his back. Peak leader Lin was so strong that he didn't fear them at all. Old ancestor, will peak leader Lin be okay? Goddess Luo Yun asked. She was really frightened. Peak leader Lin was just talking about how terrifying the descenders were and then another one appeared. Moreover, it was just as he said. They were really terrifying. No. 9-color-old ancestor said calmly. But when he thought about the 30 pills, his heart turned cold and he felt an indescribable bitterness. You are asking to die. The armored man's followers couldn't bear this kind of humiliation, especially when they were humiliated by such a weak native. A descender stood out. He looked a little ugly, but his fierce gaze made one not dare to look at him directly. He was really furious. What a savage native. I really want to tear you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. The ugly descender took a step forward and stretched out his 5 fingers to grab Lin Fan. Although the two of them were far away, in front of a true expert, distance was nothing. To 9-color-old ancestor, this descender was really strong. When he opened his fingers, it was like the entire world was under his control. Even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to. Lin Fan stood there without moving, even though the other party's aura was a little interesting. Although the opponent's aura was a little interesting, he was thinking about something really important. He wanted to see what the buff was like. Needless to say, the appearance of this buff was to make him kill fewer people. But could this be decided by himself? It could be said that he was not a person who would kill indiscriminately. But what could he do if a group of people insisted on sticking their heads out? Patter, Lin Fan raised his hand and clashed with the 5 fingers. There were no shocking fluctuations, nor was there any shocking power. There was only a short suffocation. It was as if time and space had been frozen. The ugly descender was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't react in time, or perhaps he didn't expect such a thing to happen. His grab was not a simple grab. It was a tyrannical strike filled with boundless and terrifying power. But now, his opponent had also extended his hand and easily grabbed his 5 fingers. Suddenly, his expression gradually became pained. He squatted on the ground, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. His 5 fingers were being held in the other party's hand, and they were gradually changing shape. It hurts, let go. His voice was trembling, and his face was filled with pain. His 5 fingers looked like they were about to break. So painful, it really hurt. Is there something wrong with your head? Lin Fan didn't want to say anything more. He pinched his 5 fingers and slowly changed shape. He really couldn't understand what was going on with the descenders now. Using their fists was better than opening their fingers for others to pinch. Let go, let go. The descender squatted on the ground. The pain was really unbearable. It was too painful. Does it hurt? Lin Fan asked. It hurts. The descender nodded his head. This wasn't just physical pain, but mental torture. It was so painful that he couldn't take it anymore. Pung, Lin Fan kicked the other party's chest. With a pung, the other party's chest exploded. The organs inside were crushed by the impact of the kick. Poochie, the descender's face flushed red and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Lin Fan frowned. He had already held back and didn't use too much strength. But who knew that he wouldn't be able to take it? As expected, you are too weak. I held back but you were still kicked to death. Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't look down on the weak at all. He really wanted to try the feeling of a special buff. But now it seemed like the special buff had its own glory. He didn't want weak Dao realm people to be covered by it. Maybe they weren't strong enough. When he loosened his grip, he saw that his fingers had been clenched so tightly that they were deformed. This was a testament to the pain that this ugly descender had just endured. He is too weak. Lin Fan looked at the descenders in the distance. He stretched out his hand and hooked his fingers. Come, I hope that all of you can be of some use. He didn't have any expectations for these descenders. You. The armored descender's expression was really ugly. He sensed the native's provocation. The descenders behind him all had ugly expressions. They started to be wary of this native. The companion who was kicked to death was at Dao realm and they were also at Dao realm. It was obvious that they weren't his match. When nine-colored old ancestor saw how peak leader Lin easily kicked the native to death, his heart creaked. Was he so strong? He had to re-evaluate peak leader Lin. His strength far exceeded that of the descenders. No wonder when he saw peak leader Lin, his heart would jump. So, it was because when one stood in front of an expert, the weak would feel like they didn't dare to look him in the eye. So amazing. Goddess Luo Yun muttered excitedly. The pill world living beings raised their heads and looked into the sky. When the descenders arrived, that invincible aura made them feel really pressured. But now, they felt like they were actually subdued so easily. Just who in the world are you? The armored descender looked at Lin Fan with a solemn expression. This native wasn't ordinary and was really strong. Lin Fan had a helpless expression on his face. He even looked at him like he was looking at a retard. Are you stupid? I told you right from the start that I am your grandfather. Why don't you believe me? Forget it, saying too much is just playing the lute to a cow. You won't be able to feel my love for you. Then, I can only use my fists. The moment he said this, he disappeared from the spot. As for the descenders, their bodies shook and they looked around warily. What terrified them was that this descender was just too quick and they couldn't even catch a glimpse of his body. Pung, suddenly, there was a loud explosion. But they couldn't see Lin Fan at all. They only saw someone suffer a heavy blow. His body fell and smashed into the ground, creating a giant hole. Hong long, thick dust covered the sky. How is this possible? The Dao realm descenders were so terrified that their bodies shook. They didn't know what had happened at all. But shortly after, the people around them were smashed into the ground by an invisible power. It was really quick and it was hard for them to react. Terror covered the heads of the weak descenders. They weren't afraid that they couldn't beat him, but they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to see him before they were suppressed mercilessly. At this moment, Lin Fan was improving. He already had a deeper understanding of how to control his power. In the past, no matter who he faced, he would use his strongest power to fight. This was why there were often awkward scenes where he would blow someone up with one fist. Moreover, those scenes were a little gory. All sorts of unknown organ pieces flew about and polluted the environment. Just like these Dao realm descenders, they weren't able to take his strongest punch at all. But now, he was gradually withdrawing his power from these descenders. Finally, when he killed the last Dao realm descender, he finally understood how much strength he should use to beat up a Dao realm descender without causing him to explode. The armored descender stood there in a daze. He was in shock as he looked on as his followers disappeared one by one. How did this happen? He clenched his fists and his expression changed. He looked over. That damn native was really quick and he couldn't even see his afterimage. Wang, suddenly. A strong wind blew in front of him, causing his face to hurt. At the same time, Lin Fan's body appeared. He appeared out of nowhere and could even be said to be like a ghost. It terrified him so much that his heart jumped. He hollered and punched. He was really frightened. Pung, a low voice rang out. The armored descender punched Lin Fan's face. It was really strong and when it hit Lin Fan, it caused a shockwave to spread out. Oi, how is it? Does it feel good? Lin Fan didn't move at all and allowed the fist to land on his face. He then smiled and asked. You. The armored descender was terrified. His fist landed on Lin Fan's face like he had punched a steel plate. There was no wound at all. Lin Fan grabbed the other party's wrist and moved his arm away. He stared at the descender and suddenly erupted with power. He swung his arm and punched the other party's face. Pong! It was a huge blow. A scream rang out. The descender felt a burning pain on his face. That punch was just too strong. It was as if half of his face had exploded. Pong! The descender's body fell and smashed into the ground. Lin Fan floated in the air and was really satisfied with his control of strength. That punch was really well controlled. So painful, so painful. In the deep hole, the descender cried out. Half of his face was swollen and he coughed out large amounts of blood. At the same time, his row of teeth fell out. Damn, who are you? The descender raised his head and looked over with a terrified expression. There was an indescribable fear in his heart. Unfortunately, his words didn't get any reply. Suddenly, his pupils constricted as a person appeared in front of him. In his eyes, the fist became bigger and bigger, and in the blink of an eye, it got close. Pong! The fist landed on his face and a berserk power exploded out. The descender rolled and smashed into the ground, flying into the distance. Calm down, that fist didn't kill him. Ugh! The armored descender pressed his hands against the ground and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood, dyeing the ground red. He was truly enraged. He was beaten up so badly that he could not retaliate at all. The other party was simply too strong, each punch was very heavy, and his body felt like it was falling apart. So strong, too strong. I can't take it at all, I'll die, terror flashed in the descender's eyes. He wanted to flee, but he felt like he could not. How could this be? How in the world could the strength of an indigenous being be this strong? This was something that should be impossible. He came from the upper world and clearly remembered that the natives in the outer world were only at the peak of the Tao realm. This was why he was so brazen and did not put any natives in his eyes at all. However, looking at the situation, he was just screwed over. Wait, actually, we can have a chat. The descender looked at the native standing in the distance and was willing to chat. If this went on, he would die. However, by the time he reacted, the native had instantly appeared in front of him and kicked towards him. Bang! This kick was very heavy, and it smashed into the native's chest. He felt as if his entire body was about to shatter, and his heart was about to explode. It was so painful that he wanted to die. How could an Emperor Heaven Realm expert be beaten to such a state? He was a person with dignity. Even if he could not defeat the other party, he would use his cultivation to explode out with the most resplendent light. So, beating up an Emperor Heaven Realm expert requires such power so that I won't explode, Lin Fan thought to himself. Lin Fan thought about it and had a rough idea in his heart. As for the control of power, he now had a clearer understanding of it. The armored descender continuously rolled on the ground, and each time he rolled, blood spurted out from his body. Crack! When he propped himself up with great difficulty, cracks appeared on the armor he was wearing. Then, under the gaze of everyone present, the armor shattered into pieces and scattered all over the ground. How is this possible? The descender grabbed his head, and his pupils dilated as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. The armor he was wearing was something that he had met a mysterious craftsman god in the primordial ancestor abyss, who had personally made for him. Its effects were shocking, and its defense was unparalleled. Even someone with the same cultivation would find it difficult to break through his defense. But now, he didn't expect his armor to shatter. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the shards, squeezing them tightly in his hand. The sharp shards cut open his palm, causing blood to flow out. Turning his gaze, his eyes were filled with rage as he gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Fan. You despicable fellow, he really hated it. Monstrous hatred burned in his heart, as if it would explode very soon. Bang! However, just as he expressed his hatred, he was kicked in the head. The kick made him spin around and stars appeared on his forehead. F***ck, why does this be asterisk starred keep kicking my face? The descender cursed madly as he rolled on the ground. He really did not have the slightest ability to resist. The other party was too strong. The strength that he was once proud of was nothing in the eyes of the other party. That's weird. Why haven't there been any buffs? Lin Fan mumbled to himself. The descender was more or less taught a lesson, but there was no reaction at all. Moreover, he could see extreme anger in the other party's eyes. Was it not enough? This was the only explanation that could make things clear. Old ancestor, peak leader Lin is so amazing. That descender isn't his match at all? Goddess Luoyun exclaimed. Her eyes shone with stars of worship. 9-color old ancestor nodded his head. He didn't understand peak leader Lin's strength. What did he eat to become so strong? It was just too shocking. Now, Lin Fan was treating him as a test subject to see what a special buff was like. Based on the current situation, it was possible that he didn't hit him properly, so he needed to continue to work hard. With a pung. He disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared once more, he was in front of him. What are you doing? The descender was stunned. He swallowed his saliva and was a little nervous and afraid. Pung, Lin Fan raised his leg and stepped towards his face. With one foot, his head smashed into the ground. The ground was too soft and directly cracked. Screams spread out. The descender suffered inhumane treatment. The blood in his body boiled and he wanted to spit out from his mouth. Lin Fan didn't stop. He used both his hands and feet to strike his body. Strike after strike. The descender cried out in pain. His body was struck all over and his bones felt like they were about to break. Where is fear? Lin Fan thought about it. Based on this situation, he didn't even get the points, so didn't that mean that he wasn't afraid enough? Was it really as he thought and that he hadn't beaten him up enough? Since that was the case, then he could only continue. Screams spread out and the pale world beings couldn't bear to look at them. It was too tragic. 9-color old ancestor was really confused. With peak leader Lin's strength, he could have easily killed him. Why did he keep on beating him up? Did he have some unspeakable hobby like torturing corpses? Looking at the situation, it did seem like it. Then, he looked towards Luoyun. For some reason, he felt a little fortunate. If Luoyun followed peak leader Lin, who knew whether or not she would be tortured, as the head of the pill world, although he was strong and had a high status, he didn't have a partner. Moreover, he heard that many experts had special hobbies. Old ancestor, what is it? Goddess Luoyun noticed that the old ancestor's gaze was a little off and asked curiously. Nothing? 9-color old ancestor shook his head. He definitely couldn't say that out loud. At this moment, the situation was a little intense. Everyone looked on silently. Each time it shook, their hearts would tremble. In the distance, Lin Fan was too lazy to stand still. He leaped onto the body of the descender and unleashed a flurry of punches on the other party's face. He controlled his strength and didn't use his strongest punch. If not, with this guy's strength, he would be killed with one punch. Are you afraid? Lin Fan punched and asked. He had to understand how to use this special buff. The descender's face was already swollen and it was impossible for him to even speak. He punched and fresh blood spurted out. Let me ask you, are you afraid? Lin Fan asked once more. He realized that this guy was really stubborn. Even if he was beaten up like this, he still didn't reply. Silence. There was only the sound of fists hitting flesh. The descender really wanted to roar, "Can you stop punching my face?" He really didn't know how he offended this native and why he kept punching his face. Moreover, each punch was on point. Both sides of his face were basically swollen up. Let me ask you again, are you afraid or not? Lin Fan opened up his palm and covered the other party's face. He grabbed his face and pressed it against the ground. Pung, the cracks were like a spider web, densely packed and extending into the distance. The descender let out a weird whimper. He wanted to scold someone. You've beaten my face to such a state, and even my lips are covered by my face. I can't even speak. Can't you stop asking? What is going on? Lin Fan thought about it and didn't understand. Suddenly, a notification spread out. It was the sound of points. In the past, only by killing the opponent would he gain points, but now the notification rang out. Points plus 10,000, very little, only 10,000. But he realized that it was constantly increasing. As expected, this was the ability to make the opponent live in fear. the descender, who had been beaten up so badly that he wanted to die, realized that Lin Fan stood up from his body. What is he doing? The descender was terrified and didn't know what to do. He just wanted to leave this place. Lin Fan stood there, deep in thought. When his gaze landed on the other party, the descender could only feel a terrifying black light staring at him. His heart tightened and he felt an indescribable fear. He curled up his body and shivered as if he had been violently abused. As expected, this is the case. Interesting. Lin Fan felt that this buff was quite good. Instantly, Lin Fan looked at the person who had just arrived and let out a grin. I can't let you live. You know that this is the realm of pills. If I let you go and tell the others about the location of the realm of pills, I'll have nowhere to sell my pills in the future. When the descender heard this, he was so terrified that he waved his hands. Lin Fan wanted to kill him. He didn't want to die and wanted to live. He whimpered and tried to speak, but only saliva came out. Eh? Looking at your situation, it seems like you really want to tell others where the pill world is. All the more reason why I can't let you live. Lin Fan said calmly. Despair. The descender didn't want to speak and even gave up all resistance. He felt like his heart was covered by a layer of black fog. In this black fog, his heart could only tremble. Even when he closed his eyes, he could imagine the terrifying figure of this native appearing in front of him. He reached out and grabbed the head of the descender. The descender retreated and wanted to escape from this demonic claw. But in front of Lin Fan, how could he resist? He could only silently enjoy it. Woo-woo. The descender wanted to shake his head to express that he definitely wouldn't say anything, but his head was in Lin Fan's hand and he couldn't move. Not bad, you are actually resisting. Lin Fan smiled. He felt that there was a force coming from the descender's head like it was resisting. This buff is a little weak. I can't see anything shocking about it. If you were really living in fear, how would you resist? Lin Fan felt a little regretful and even disappointed. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for coming to the wrong place. If they met outside, he might give him a chance to live for the sake of points. The descender was in despair. He just wanted to shake his head and beg for mercy, but Lin Fan treated it as resistance. Lin Fan increased his strength and punched his body. With a ping, his body exploded and blood and flesh scattered all over the ground. He then flung the corpse to the ground. 9 colors, how is it? My strength is passable, right? Lin Fan turned his head and asked. 9-color-old ancestor looked at Lin Fan. His heart was filled with sadness and misery. He didn't offend anyone and suffered such a thing. Anyone would find this unbearable and sad. Don't worry, I have already hammered this fellow to death. Lin Fan said. Looking at the current situation, the situation wasn't looking good. The descenders who came to the outer region had decent cultivation and were all really strong. If they wanted to live, there were only 2 choices. The first was to rely on luck. If they were lucky, then they wouldn't notice them. If they weren't, then they were basically dead. Of course, there was also the second choice, which was to stay with him and nothing would happen. Everything was really safe. Peak Leader Lin, thank you so much. 9-color said gratefully. He wasn't a fool and naturally knew that if it wasn't for Peak Leader Lin, the outcome would have been catastrophic. Those descenders were really strong. Even if they were at the Dao realm, they would be a problem. Moreover, there were people even stronger than them. He had an idea, which was to trick Peak Leader Lin into staying in the pill world. Wouldn't that mean that he would be safe? However, this was just a thought. It was impossible to actually put it into practice. Moreover, even if he was willing to stay, the pill world wouldn't dare to take him. Just think about it. Who in the world would be able to take 30 pills right off the bat? The key was that Peak Leader Lin's attitude was really good and he kept playing the emotional card. 9-color-old ancestor didn't know how to reject him and could only be led along. In the end, he would pay a heavy price. There is no need to thank me. No matter what, we are friends. When a friend is in trouble, how can I not help him? Lin Fan said seriously. He had a sincere and loving look on his face. 9-color-old ancestor looked at Lin Fan. If he didn't know what he was up to, he might have really been tricked. What was the point of saying so much? One didn't need to think to know. Haze, Peak Leader Lin, you are our Pill World's eternal friend. Nine-color-old ancestor's head was a little dizzy and he didn't know how to continue. He was really afraid. He felt that if he continued, he would be in a bottomless pit and he would definitely spit out blood. Nine-color, to be honest, your pill world isn't safe. Lin Fan sighed. Based on the current situation, the pill world was indeed not safe. As long as they were discovered by the Descenders, they would basically be done for. He could save her once, but he couldn't save her a second time. It was hard to say what would happen the next time he wasn't around. The nine-colored ancestor did not reply, but was worried in his heart. He was right. After this incident, he realized that the Pill Realm was in a very bad position. If there were Descenders passing through the Pill Realm, there would be a second wave of Descenders. Today, Peak Leader Lin was here to solve this problem. But what about next time? Even the poison pill that enveloped the Pill Realm couldn't stop the invasion of the Descenders, so what could they use to resist them next? Then what should we do? The nine-colored ancestor asked. He really felt powerless. What could they do in the face of an expert? Any kind of resistance was built on strength. If one's strength was insufficient, then resistance would be futile. In fact, it might even be a futile effort. It would only be courting death. I have a good suggestion. Lin Fan said after a moment of silence. He really had a good suggestion, but it was up to the other party whether they believed it or not. The nine-colored ancestor looked up at Lin Fan. He knew that it was a good suggestion, but it was definitely a trap. But he had no choice. What Peak Leader Lin said wasn't an alarmist. It was the truth. Peak Leader Lin, what's your good suggestion? The nine-colored ancestor asked. No matter what, he would listen to it first. If it was feasible, he could take action. It's simple. Just move. I've already chosen the location for you. My sect is the Magnificent Flame Sect, and we are friendly and hospitable. If you move the Pill Realm to our sect, it will be fine even if there are Descenders, Lin Fan said. Indeed, when the nine-colored ancestor heard Peak Leader Lin's words, his eyes were filled with resentment. In the end, he still didn't want to let go of the Pill Realm. He even wanted to bring the Pill Realm over. He couldn't imagine how the Pill Realm would be able to keep its pills if it stayed with the Magnificent Flame Sect. Lin Fan saw that the nine-colored ancestor was silent, as if he was thinking about something. Could it be that there's a problem? The Magnificent Flame Sect was a righteous and friendly sect. They would definitely lend a helping hand to those who were in trouble. Don't worry. If you really move over, no one will dare to bully you. We're bound together. We won't sit back and do nothing. Lin Fan comforted. The nine-colored ancestor wanted to say something, but he kept it to himself. It's not a matter of who will bully me. The most important thing is that you're the most afraid of me, Peak Leader Lin of the Magnificent Flame Sect. If I move the Pill Realm over, will I still be able to keep the pills? Even after saying this much, the nine-colored old ancestor still didn't agree. This made Lin Fan a bit surprised. Could it be that he was still worried about something? Thinking about it, Lin Fan had some ideas. You're afraid that I'm after the Pill Realm's pills? Lin Fan asked. Hearing this, the nine-colored ancestor looked up. Lin Fan was right. That's the main point. Don't worry. I'm not that kind of person. I won't covet the Pill Realm's pills. Besides, do you think I'm that kind of person? Lin Fan stared at the nine-colored ancestor. The two of them stared at each other. The nine-colored ancestor muttered to himself. It's not a matter of being greedy. It's just that every time I want a pill, I'll find a bunch of reasons that I can't reject. Of course, he couldn't say that. Of course not. How could Peak Leader Lin be someone who covets the Pill Realm's pills? The nine-colored ancestor smiled. He was thinking about what he should do. Actually, Peak Leader Lin's suggestion was not bad. It was very tempting. To fight against the Descenders with the Magnificent Flame Sect. But the most important thing was that they couldn't abandon the Pill Realm. It was their foundation. Peak Leader Lin, it's not that I don't want to, but I can't give up on the Pill Realm. No living being in the pill realm will give up on this land. Therefore, it's difficult. The nine-colored ancestor shook his head and sighed. He didn't meet any descenders. He felt that he had the ability to protect the pill realm. No matter what trouble he faced, he could solve it easily. But after knowing that there were stronger descenders, he started to doubt himself. He thought that he couldn't protect the entire pill realm. I understand. Lin Fan nodded and looked around. The pill realm was like a sphere. It was a world of its own, and it had a special rule. Many living beings in the pill realm were the crystallization of the pill realm's rule. Therefore, the possibility of letting the living beings in the pill realm leave was too low. Or rather, even if they died, they wouldn't give up on this place. Therefore, Peak Leader Lin, your suggestion might be good, but there are things in the pill realm that we can't give up on. We can only. The nine-colored ancestor felt regretful, but he had accepted it. If the pill realm was in trouble, he would be willing. But before he could finish his sentence, he was shocked speechless by Peak Leader Lin's next words. It's all right. I might be able to carry the pill realm away. Lin Fan was very confident in his own strength. He hadn't met with any difficulties since he broke through to the Emperor Heaven realm. He could tell anyone with a loud voice that descenders were trash. That's right. I'm just that arrogant. I'm just that strong. If you're unhappy, then fight me. He was originally thinking that beating up all the descenders might not be a bad choice. But the outer world was simply too big. The descenders came and went like ghosts, roaming everywhere. It was simply too difficult to find them. Moreover, the birds weren't that useful either. It was a headache. Peak Leader Lin, what did you say? The nine-colored ancestor was stunned. He wondered if he had heard incorrectly. What did Peak Leader Lin just say? Lin Fan coughed. I said that I can move the entire pill realm away. He was just that confident. Although he hadn't tried it, he felt that moving the pill realm shouldn't be a problem. Without breaking through to the Emperor Heaven realm, one would never understand how strong the power of this realm was. When other people broke through to this realm, they would have all sorts of mysterious abilities, but he didn't need those things at all. What he wanted was the most dazzling power. He wanted to be the first person in the world to have power in his head. Peak Leader Lin, let's talk about something else. 30 pills, so be it. We're friends, so we should help each other. When he said these words, his heart hurt. There was an indescribable pain. He acted like he was strong, but he was actually crying inside. 30 pills. Even in the pill realm, this was a huge fortune. One could say that in the past 100 years, he might not have been able to use so much wealth. The pills aren't urgent. Let's talk about moving. I'll go outside and try. Wait. Lin Fan didn't wait for the nine-colored ancestor to say anything and flew out. Ancestor, is this reliable? Goddess Luo Yun was suspicious. She felt like she was listening to a story. Peak Leader Lin wanted to move the pill realm away? That was impossible. How heavy was the pill realm? No one knew. Anyway, she had never heard anyone say that they wanted to move the pill realm. This. The nine-colored ancestor smiled. What was the point of asking him whether it was reliable or not? He didn't really believe it anyway. Hong Long, just at that moment, the entire pill realm started to shake violently. Oh my god, what's going on? Don't tell me another descender has come. The living beings of the pill realm were immersed in joy, but suddenly, the shaking made them panic. They didn't know what was going on. This? The nine-colored ancestor looked up in shock. He saw Peak Leader Lin floating outside the pill realm with his arms wide open. Countless threads of power extended from his body and wrapped around the pill realm. No way, can he really move it? He didn't believe it, but the scene in front of him was too shocking. It's really heavy. If I didn't break through to the Emperor Heaven realm, I wouldn't be able to do this. Lin Fan had a basic understanding of how strong he was. He felt that the power needed to move the pill realm was simply too great. Lin Fan felt that he was indeed strong enough. He had once comprehended the heart of power, wanting to control the strongest power and become the ruler of it. But he was so immersed in the ocean of power that he gradually forgot about becoming the ruler of power. Now, he could feel the benefits of having the heart of power, especially after breaking through to the Emperor Heaven realm. He could use the energy of heaven and earth to strengthen himself and move the realm of pills. The law of power that had once fused with his body had disappeared. It had become a part of his power. Peak Leader Lin, calm down. The nine-colored ancestor was dumbfounded. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed that the realm of pills had been lifted. Damn it, it really was a living ghost. What's wrong? Lin Fan asked, not giving the nine-colored ancestor a chance to speak. Stand still. Leave the rest to me. No, don't worry. Don't go yet. The nine-colored ancestor panicked. What the hell? Something big is going to happen. I'm not ready to go to the Magnificent Flame sect yet. No matter what, I have to think about it. Lin Fan smiled and lifted the realm of pills above his head. It's all right, nine-colored. We're friends. Don't be embarrassed. The Magnificent Flame sect will definitely welcome you. Don't feel pressured. Oh my god. The nine-colored ancestor wanted to kick Lin Fan to death. Was he feeling embarrassed? It was because he really wasn't ready to go. He did not expect Peak Leader Lin to be so cruel. How could he move the realm of pills? It was terrifying to think about it. How strong must he be to be able to do that? I don't remember him being this strong in the past. Alright, stand still. I'm going to speed up. Lin Fan would not give the nine-colored ancestor a chance to speak. He had to settle this quickly. As long as the realm of pills was moved to the Magnificent Flame sect, there would be no turning back. Even if the nine-colored ancestor wanted to come back, he would not be able to move it. Only by keeping the resources with him would he be safe. Furthermore, the realm of pills would be beneficial to the Magnificent Flame sect. The living beings in the realm of pills would be surrounded by pill chi, which would gradually change the situation. It would be beneficial to the Magnificent Flame sect disciples. How could it be like this? At least let him speak clearly. The nine-colored old ancestor wanted to cry. He didn't know what was going on right now. Looking at the living beings in the pill realm, they were all in a daze. He was also stunned and didn't want to say anything. Somewhere in the outer realm, two figures sat there cross-legged like stones. Moreover, the two of them moved in unison. In front of each of them floated a black saber. These two people were Xianxia and his disciple Xianxia. The little boy wasn't tall, but his once immature expression was gone. Instead, it was replaced with the same stubbornness as his teacher in pursuing the path of the sword. Swoosh, suddenly, voices came from all directions. This was a treasure land that Xianxia had searched for a long time. To others, this place was not a big deal. In other words, it was just a wasteland. However, Xianxia had heard that a legendary mysterious blade had appeared here. Although the treasured saber had mysteriously disappeared, there was still saber intent left behind. He came here because he wanted to comprehend the purest and supreme saber intent that had been emitted when the treasured saber was born. A few streams of light swept up from the depths of the ground. Then, they wrapped around the black saber and slowly disappeared. On the other hand, Xianxia's face turned red. During this time, he had learned from his teacher how to comprehend the saber in his hand using essence, chi, and spirit. However, when he came here, he wanted to comprehend the saber intent like his teacher, but he didn't feel anything at all. Xianxia, calm down. Don't be anxious. Xianxia closed his eyes and said softly to Xianxia. Xianxia was still too young, but he was working hard. The path of pursuing the ultimate path of the sword was lonely. If someone was willing to accompany him, it would be good. My path is not lonely. Xianxia listened to his teacher and took a deep breath. He slowly calmed down and continued to comprehend the saber intent. However, with his strength and understanding of the sword path, it was very difficult for him to comprehend the invisible saber intent. There's no need for me to invite you out. Right at this moment, Xianxia's eyes opened and two sharp rays of light flashed past. Xianxia looked around in confusion. He didn't know who his teacher was talking to. Clap, clap. Applause came from afar. Amazing. Truly amazing. You are the most sincere and talented youth I have ever met. The vine the arch stepped out of the void and looked at Ginny in admiration. Others only know this place as Heavenly Saber Valley. However, they don't know that an ancient war once took place here. Two supreme experts of the saber path fought from the upper realm to the outer realm. They fought to the death here. Although I don't know the outcome, one of them must have fallen here. Otherwise, there wouldn't be the legend of Heavenly Saber Valley. The vine the arch was very familiar with the ancient war. He was very impressed by the youth before him. His understanding of the saber path had reached a horrifying level. He created something from nothing and comprehended the ultimate saber intent here. Who exactly are you? Xianxia asked coldly. An intense saber intent burst forth from his body. At the same time, he got his disciple to stand behind him and hide if the situation went south. Xianxia wasn't afraid. He held the small black saber in his hand and stared at the other party with his big eyes. The vine the arch smiled, "Don't be too nervous. Let me introduce myself. Vine the arch, Peak Dao Realm Cultivation. I don't know you in the past, but I have heard of your reputation." Although Xianxia didn't feel any terrifying power from the other party, the aura that he gave off a strong signal. Along the way, he had met many experts. However, he had also killed his way out. Now, although the person before him was mysterious and strong, he was confident that if he were to fight it out with him, he wouldn't be able to tell who would win. Xianxia didn't reply to the vine thearch's words. Instead, he prepared himself. As long as the vine the arch had any thoughts, he would attack. Alright, I'll tell you my purpose for coming here. Let me ask you, do you want to become stronger? The vine the arch asked. Xianxia stared at the vine the arch. To become stronger, I will only rely on myself. I don't need to rely on others or do anything for anyone. I think you have misunderstood. I'm not looking for you to do anything for me. I just want you to follow me to the upper realm, the vine the arch said. The reason why he came here was to look for this person who had a deep understanding of the Tao of the saber. If he could get the other party to join them, it would be a huge blow to the descenders. Being strong didn't mean anything. It didn't mean that one could walk further. The people they wanted to look for the most were people like Xianxia. His pursuit of the Tao of the saber was the most sincere one he had ever seen. The fact that he was able to comprehend the saber will that no longer existed in this place proved everything. I'm not interested, Xianxia replied. Don't reject me so quickly. Given your capabilities, you should have a brighter future. You shouldn't be restricted by the outer world. The vine the arch still couldn't understand why the outer world would restrict one's cultivation state. If it could be the same as the upper realm, there wouldn't be such a situation. I will walk my own path. I don't need anyone to teach me how to walk it. Xianxia said coldly. He didn't change his mind just because of the words of the other party. He didn't know who this person before him was at all. Furthermore, he didn't really understand what the other party was saying. Heis. The vine the arch sighed helplessly. He felt that the people of this era were very different from the people of his era. In his era, if there was a chance to break through to the pinnacle of the Tao realm, many people would fight for it. But now, they were all begging him for it. Why are you so similar to Lin Fan from the Magnificent Flame sect? I don't understand. The vine the arch shook his head. It seems like I'm going to fail. He knew that it was useless to say anything more. A person with such a strong will would never change his mind. Even if he tried to threaten or bribe him, it would be useless. What did you say? You went to look for Lin Fan? Xianxia wasn't interested, but his expression changed when he heard the name Lin Fan. You know him? The vine the arch asked. He didn't expect the saber user to know Lin Fan too. The person he couldn't understand the most was Lin Fan. We're both from the outer world. How can he be so outstanding? Even an Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator isn't a match for him. What's going on? He discussed it with the Thousand Cave Patriarch, but he couldn't figure it out. I do. He's my only goal. Xianxia said and smiled confidently. Maybe I'll win the next time we meet. Xianxia was very confident. His understanding of the saber was 1,000 times better than before. It was a qualitative change. I don't think you have any hope. The vine the arch said. What did you say? Xianxia's face turned cold. this guy said that I have no hope? The Arch nodded. That's right. You don't have any hope at all. If you stay in the outer world, you won't have any hope at all. It's just like how you would never think that an ant under your feet would cause you trouble. He's already very strong. If you fight him now, you might not even need to move. Just a look from him would be enough to make you put down your saber and become a cripple. How can that be? Zhenyu's face fell. He didn't doubt the Vine Thearch's words, but it was a huge blow to him. He hadn't even seen Lin Fan, but the Vine the Arch said that he had no hope. That's the truth. You haven't seen him in a long time, right? His strength has already reached the peak of the outer world, and he's even stronger than a descender. If you really want to win, you only have one chance, and that is to join us and go to the upper world with us. Otherwise, I advise you to give up on such an unrealistic idea. The Vine the Arch didn't expect the other party to take Lin Fan so seriously. Since that's the case, I'll use this. The Vine Emperor said calmly. I don't believe that you can hold it in. I thought that I would fail, but who would have thought that Lin Fan would have such a goal? In fact, there was something that he didn't say. He might not have much confidence even if he went to the upper world, and there might only be a glimmer of hope. He had discussed it with the Thousand Cave Patriarch, but he couldn't figure out what was going on with Lin Fan. How can he be so powerful in the outer world? If he goes to the upper world, he will ascend immediately and reach the peak of the world. This was why the Thousand Cave Patriarch wanted Lin Fan to follow them to the upper world. But who would have thought that Lin Fan wouldn't give him any face and even beat him up and humiliated him? Are you telling the truth? Zhenyu stared at the Vine Emperor. He was still doubtful. I don't know if Lin Fan is telling the truth or not. The difference between me and Lin Fan wasn't so huge in the past. Even if I haven't seen him for a long time, there shouldn't be such a huge difference between us. It's absolutely true. This emperor never lies. The Vine Emperor said. He couldn't understand what Lin Fan was thinking. He felt that he was just trying to prove that he was stronger than someone. It's too tiring and boring. Zhenyi, do you think he's telling the truth or not? Zhenyu asked. Zhenyi looked up, confused. My teacher always asks me questions, but I really don't know how to answer them. Teacher, he might be telling the truth, but he might also be lying. Zhenyi replied. He had always answered the question in this way, and he was always successful. His teacher praised him. It's just as I thought. Good. You have to distinguish between truth and lies and everything. Even if it's real, it might be a lie. Zhenyu nodded and patted Zhenyi's head. Yes, teacher. Zhenyi nodded. He hugged the little black sword and stood behind his teacher, looking at the unknown guy in front of him. He had been in danger and even met a lot of scammers when he was with his teacher, but his teacher was powerful enough to solve all of them without any problems. The Vine Emperor couldn't understand the master-disciple relationship. How could he lie? But he didn't say anything. Looks like the other party already believes me. I can go to the upper realm with you, but I want to meet him at the Magnificent Flame sect. Zhenyu said. You think I'm lying? The Vine the Arch frowned. This fellow was too vigilant. Although being vigilant was a good thing, who was the Vine the Arch? Was there a need for him to lie? Needless to say, it was truly heart-wrenching. It was so painful that he couldn't breathe. After that, I will go with you, Zhenyu said. Then, he looked at Zhenyi, who was beside him. Ever since he had a disciple, he realized that life was actually very interesting. Every time Xiaochen finished cultivating, he would chat with Zhenyi. This would help his slightly restless heart gradually calm down. All right. The Vine the Arch didn't say anything else. Since he wanted to go and take a look, then let's go. Magnificent Flame Sect. A huge sphere flew over. Oh my God, what is that? The two disciples guarding the mountain gate looked into the distance in a daze. They did not know what was going on. Although the sphere was still very far away, there was already an extremely strong wind blowing over. What the hell is going on? The two of them raised their hands to block in front of them. Their robes fluttered in the strong wind. Is someone trying to invade the Magnificent Flame sect? Just then, the disciples of the Magnificent Flame sect were stunned. Some of them looked up, while others rushed out of their houses. There was only one direction that they could see, and that was the sky. Everyone was in an uproar. The disciples were dumbfounded. They had never thought that such a huge object would attack them. The Saint Convent sect disciples, who were far away from the magnificent flame sect, had long noticed this. The holy leader looked at the sky with a solemn expression. He had no idea what was going on. "Holy leader, this is bad. Is there danger?" The king of evil said in a panic. He was so scared that his face turned pale. "Why are you panicking?" The holy leader glared at Danny. "I don't even know what's going on, but I'm already panicking like this. Where is the prestige I had in the past? Where are the god rank and the rest?" The holy leader asked. The king of evil looked into the distance, trembling. "I don't know where they went." "Far away. In the gambling house." The god rank was the most popular king in the Saint Convent sect. The god rank was the most popular king in the Saint Convent sect, and they were the most willing to get along with the disciples. All sorts of things could be seen on a big table. Everyone stared at the table with bloodshot eyes. Small, 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 big, big, big. Two voices could be heard shouting. They had long fallen into the sea of gambling, and they couldn't pull themselves out of it. "Hey, what's that?" A disciple saw something black in the distance and asked the disciple next to him. "Don't care what it is. Hurry up and shout. We can't lose again, or we'll lose our underwear." "Yeah, who cares?" The disciples didn't care about it at all. As for what would happen, let others worry about it. Alright, it's about to start. As the banker, the god rank wanted to kill all the disciples until they went bankrupt. As for what happened in the outside world, it didn't matter to them at all. Compared to fate, gambling was the most important. Gambling was definitely the most important thing. Nine-color ancestor, we're at the magnificent flame sect. Did you feel that it was fast? Lin Fan asked with a smile. The nine-color ancestor, who was in the realm of pills, didn't want to say a word. Everything happened so suddenly that no one could react. Peak leader Lin didn't even give him a chance to speak. Without saying a word, he ran away with the realm of pills. No matter what, at least he could say something. Peak leader Lin, this. The nine-color ancestor looked as if he had eaten a fly. This wasn't what he wanted at all. Sigh, don't feel embarrassed. Since you're already here, don't worry. My sect is very hospitable. You'll know when you see my sect leader. Lin Fan smiled. He was in a good mood. He felt that he was a good person. He just couldn't bear to see others suffer. What does this have to do with me? Nothing at all. But what am I doing now? I'm doing something righteous. I'm carrying out the sect's mission. F***ck. The nine-colored old ancestor only wanted to curse out loud. Was he even human? In the end, it was the pill realm who took advantage of him. This was simply inverting black and white, leaving no place for others to complain. But since I'm here, what else can I do? Bring the realm of pills back to where it was. Stop joking. Just because the nine-color ancestor managed to survive, it doesn't mean that I can do the same. Lin Fan felt that the nine-color ancestor's expression wasn't right. He seemed unhappy. Why do you look unhappy? Lin Fan asked. The nine-color ancestor mumbled. How can I be happy? What are the consequences of coming to the magnificent flame sect? He had already thought it through. If peak leader Lin needs pills in the future, the realm of pills won't be able to run away. How could anyone be happy about this? Of course, he couldn't say it so directly. He could only find a random reason. Peak leader Lin, I'm not unhappy. It's just that I'm not used to leaving a familiar place. The nine-color ancestor said. I can understand your homesickness, but don't be too sad. This place isn't bad. The Saint Convent sect is over there. It's a friendly sect that relies on us. If there's a chance in the future, you can go and take a look. Lin Fan said. Disciple, what's going on? Very soon, Tiansu came from afar. With such a huge commotion, it was impossible not to attract attention. Master, you're here at the right time. It's nothing much, just that you brought a neighbor to our sect. Lin Fan smiled and introduced. This is the master of the realm of pills, the nine-color ancestor. Lin Fan then turned to the nine-color ancestor. This is my master, Tiansu. Tiansu looked at the nine-color ancestor and realized that there was something wrong with his expression. He immediately understood what had happened. Based on his understanding of his disciple, there must be something wrong. Otherwise, why would he be in such a mood? But since he was brought back by his disciple, he must be very useful. Now that he was brought back by his disciple, as his master, he naturally had to cooperate with his disciple. Welcome, nine-color ancestor. Our sect warmly welcomes anyone. We'll be neighbors from now on. If there's anything, just say it. Tiansu went up and patted the nine-color ancestor's shoulder, looking very loving and hospitable. Hello. The nine-color ancestor felt a little embarrassed. It seemed like what Peak Leader Lin had said was true. This sect was really hospitable. Peak Leader Lin, since things have come to this, I'll have to tell my people about it. Since I'm already here, I can't go back. Since things have come to this, I can only do this. What else can I do? Of course. Go. Lin Fan waved his hand, signaling for the nine-color ancestor to tell his people. Of course, he felt that there was nothing wrong with it. It's good to be neighbors with the Magnificent Flame sect. It's safe, reliable, and perfect. Disciple, what do you like about them? Seeing that the nine-color ancestor had left, Tiansu patted his disciple's shoulder and asked. Master, how could I like them? They're not safe, so I brought them back. Lin Fan said. Tiansu looked at his disciple as if to say, if I didn't know you well, I would have believed you. Stop pretending. Speak properly. You're not telling the truth to your master. Tiansu was speechless towards his precious disciple. How could he be so hard-working when there's no benefit for him to bring people back? Does he really think that I'm a fool? Lin Fan looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he said softly, Master, let me tell you. The world of pills is very rich, and there are many pills that are very helpful to me. But to be honest, your disciple thinks that they're really pitiful. If they stay outside, they might be killed by the descenders. Master, do you believe me? Tiansu laughed. Of course, I believe you. The arrival of the realm of pills surprised the Magnificent Flame sect disciples. Realm of pills. The frog, who was cultivating on the Invincible peak, looked into the distance. Even the nine-colored ancestor of the realm of pills couldn't compare to him in terms of his understanding of pills. As expected, there are treasures everywhere in the outer region. The core of the realm of pills is a living treasure. I didn't expect this fugitive to have such foresight. The frog could feel the core of the realm of pills just by looking at it. The core of the realm of pills was the foundation of the realm of pills. Innate spiritual pills were formed by the realm of pills, and they were extremely useful. However, it was hard to understand the principle behind their formation. Even the frog wouldn't be able to understand this if it hadn't studied the core of the realm of pills. The frog had an idea. But it was afraid of being beaten to death, so it was better to bear with it. When the nine-colored ancestor returned to the realm of pills and told them that they would be staying in the Magnificent Flame sect from now on, and they wouldn't be going back to where they used to be. But they recovered very quickly, as if nothing had happened. Ancestor, are we going to stay here from now on? Goddess Luo Yun asked. It wasn't that she didn't want to leave, but it was a little too fast, and she wasn't ready yet. It seems like we're going to stay here. There's no way back. The nine-colored ancestor was a little sad. Peak Leader Lin moved the realm of pills over. If he wanted to go back now, he would have to move the realm of pills back. With his ability, he really couldn't move it. Goddess Luo Yun didn't mind. Since it's already like this, I'll just stay here. Afterwards, Lin Fan was a guest, so he asked the nine-colored ancestor which feng shui treasure land he wanted to place the pill realm in. He was free to choose, free to pick, wherever he wanted to go. But it would be best if it wasn't too far away, in case the realm of pills was destroyed without him knowing. That would be embarrassing. The nine-colored ancestor even wanted to die. What kind of feng shui treasure land was this? But he had no choice. Since he was already here, he wouldn't be letting himself down if he didn't choose a good place. He knew that there were benefits to moving here. At least he didn't have to worry too much about the descenders. He could arrange everything well. Peak Lord Lin, you are too polite. Now that I have just arrived here, this old man needs to have a good talk with my clansmen. Once everything is settled, I will pay a visit to your esteemed sect. Nine-colored ancestor said. Yes. Lin Fan nodded his head, not intending to leave at all. Seeing that Lin Fan hadn't left, nine-colored old ancestor felt a bit scared. In the end, he smiled and said, Peak Leader Lin, it's getting late. I'll come and talk to you tomorrow. What do you think? Sure, welcome. Lin Fan chuckled and did not leave. He wanted to see just how much longer this Nine Colors fella could continue acting for. You've already moved here. Don't you know what you're doing? It was a little infuriating. Why aren't they leaving yet? The nine-colored ancestor was a bit anxious. He had to bluff his way through first. 30 pills, this was not a joke. He really couldn't bear to part with it. If he really gave it up, he would really vomit blood. Peak Leader Lin, why aren't you leaving yet? Is there something you need me to do? If there's something you need me to do, I'll take my leave. He could only pretend that he was very busy. Peak Leader Lin, if you have something to do, you can go ahead and do it. We will meet again next time. Haze. Lin Fan sighed. Facing this sinful sigh, nine-colored old ancestor definitely wouldn't dare to accept it. Who knew what he would say after accepting it? But what he didn't expect was that Peak Leader Lin didn't wait for him to ask and instead spoke directly. Nine-colored, I am really a bit disappointed in you. I treated you as a friend, but you have never treated me as a friend, right? Lin Fan revealed a sorrowful expression. Peak Leader Lin, what are you saying? When did I not treat you as a friend? Nine-colored old ancestor retorted. Don't say any more. My heart will be tired if I speak too much. My sadness will flow like a river. I am sincere to you, but you cheat on me. What did we agree on? Don't you have any idea? We are both strong cultivators. What we say is what we say. If you do this to me, it's really meaningless. Lin Fan knew that he couldn't play indirect games with nine-colored old ancestor. This guy wouldn't understand at all. Even if he knew, he would just pretend that he didn't know. Therefore, it was better to be straightforward. Hurry up and get your hands on the 30 pills, then retreat immediately. Nine-colored old ancestor opened his eyes wide. He waved his hand and said anxiously, Peak Leader Lin, this really is a misunderstanding. How could I not keep my word? But I admit that I was wrong. The main thing is that I am old and my brain is not very flexible. I forget things easily. Wait, I will go and get the pills now. At this point, there was no way to avoid it. He could only take the initiative to offer it. The moment nine-colored old ancestor turned around, Lin Fan felt like he saw a tear. Of course, he must have seen wrongly. It was just 30 pills. For a friend, he could even give up his life. So, since nine-colored old ancestor treated him as a friend, the 30 pills were definitely a small matter. After a long time, the nine-colored ancestor brought the 30 pills over. Although his expression didn't change, it was clear that his eyes were a bit red. It was unknown if it was because he was silently squatting in the corner while holding the pills, crying tears of pain. Peak Leader Lin, I have always kept my word. Look, are there 30 pills? Nine-colored old ancestor said. Lin Fan looked at the pills and his eyes lit up. Experience points had arrived. In the past, he felt that experience points were a troublesome thing. The further he got, the more experience points he needed. Even if he went into secluded meditation, it would take decades to accumulate enough experience points. But now, it seemed like these were small problems. With the pills in his hands, what else could he say? He patted nine-colored old ancestor's shoulder. It seems like I misunderstood you. It's okay. Just say it clearly. Nine-colored old ancestor smiled. But this smile was a bit forced and even revealed a bit of sadness. Lin Fan didn't stay and decisively returned to the sect. With the pills in his hands, he felt really good. When he returned to the mountain peak and was about to open the stone door to cultivate, Huarong's voice spread out. Lil Fan. Huarong walked over from afar. His face was full of smiles and his complexion was really good. It seemed like he had obtained many good things from his teacher. What is it? Lin Fan asked. Lil Fan. What is that thing? Huarong was referring to the pill world. It came too suddenly and it was really huge. Interesting. He thought that Lil Fan had obtained something good outside, but then he realized that it wasn't the case. Lin Fan wanted to find a reason to leave, but then he thought about something fun and couldn't help but smile. Elder Huarong, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. That is the pill world. All the pills in the outer world can't compare to it. If you become friends with the pill world ancestor, you might be able to obtain great benefits. Do you see the pills in my hands? I got them from there. You can go and talk to them, but the prerequisite is that you become their friend. As expected, when Elder Huarong heard this, his eyebrows twitched. He had an idea. Really? Lin Fan nodded, yes. Okay, I will go now. Huarong was interested. Then, he smiled, Lil Fan, you're really good to me. A long time ago, I could tell that your achievements would definitely be extraordinary. Let's not talk too much. I'll go take a look. Good luck, I have faith in you. Lin Fan waved. Huarong didn't even look back. He walked into the distance and waved his hand, indicating that he understood. Lin Fan pushed the stone door open and entered the secret chamber, sitting down cross-legged. Take all the pills. I can accumulate experience points too. As long as I have enough foundation, I will definitely be able to break through to the world level. Lin Fan opened his mouth and stuffed the pills into his mouth. He then waited quietly for the experience points to arrive. At the entrance of the mountain, two strangers appeared in front of the two disciples. One was a man in black with a long blade on his back, and the other was a child. They didn't seem to be threatening, but who knows where they came from. Who are you? The disciple asked. Xianxia looked at the magnificent flame sect. It's developing too fast. It's very different from the past. I'm looking for Lin Fan. The disciples guarding the entrance looked at Xianxia. Why are you looking for our senior brother? Just to see. Xianxia replied expressionlessly. He just wanted to see if the magnificent flame sect was as powerful as they claimed. Deep in his heart, he didn't believe it. He would only believe it when he saw it with his own eyes. At the same time, he needed the other party's approval. What do you mean? The disciples guarding the entrance were confused. Who is this guy? He's here to see our senior brother? What does he want to express? Xianxia felt that he was wasting time. Suddenly, a strong blade intent shot up into the sky, piercing through the clouds above him. Lin Fan. Just then, he shouted. His voice turned into invisible sound waves, spreading across the entire sect. Oh my God! The disciples guarding the entrance fell to the ground from the sound waves. They might not be injured, but the sound was like a storm. To the disciples guarding the mountain gate, it was a form of torture. Why are all the people who come to the sect to look for senior brother so fierce? Lin Fan stared blankly at his points in the secret room. It's pitifully low. I only have 5 digits, but my experience points have reached 6,600,000,000. I finally got over it. The 9-color-old ancestor is using ugly pills to deal with me again. A pill and 200 million experience points. Does he really not treat me as a friend? It was always 300 million in the past. Suddenly, he heard a voice outside. Xianxia? Hearing this voice, Lin Fan was stunned. It's been a long time since I last saw him. He's still alive? Outside. Xianxia was waiting outside. Suddenly, he looked into the distance. There were people walking over. Lin Fan came to the entrance. 2 disciples greeted him and retreated to the side. Xianxia, I haven't heard from you recently. Where did you go? Lin Fan smiled and asked. After all, he's someone I know. We fought a few times, and our relationship is quite good. There are also many people I know, but I haven't heard from them. I don't even know if they're dead or alive. You've become stronger. Xianxia smiled. Lin Fan nodded. Yes, I've become stronger. The gap between us is too big. We can't fight happily like before. Xianxia was just saying it out casually. But, when he heard Lin Fan's words, his face turned somewhat terrible. My master is very strong. Xianxia pouted. He didn't like people saying that his master was weak. Aya, isn't this the disciple you took in? He's fat and his face is round. He looks like a father to you. Little fatty, is it fun to play with knives? Do you want to play with your fists? Lin Fan pinched Xianxia's face and smiled. Xianxia looked at Lin Fan angrily. He could only let Lin Fan pinch his face. He didn't even have a chance to resist. Don't pinch my face, you bad guy. Xianxia hid behind Lin Fan after being played with for a while. However, his big round eyes revealed that Lin Fan wasn't a good person. Xianxia, why did you come to find me? Lin Fan asked. Xianxia was someone who cared about his face. He wouldn't come to find me if there was nothing important. Or does Xianxia want to fight me again? If it was in the past, Lin Fan might have been interested. But now, he wasn't interested at all. Xianxia was too weak, and he didn't even want to fight. Xianxia was only in the Dao realm. He was afraid that he would kill Xianxia with a single punch. Someone said that you're strong, but I don't believe it, so I came to take a look. Xianxia said. There is indeed nothing wrong with what you said. I am indeed very strong. You should believe me. Lin Fan said calmly. Xianxia was a talent. Those that he was familiar with, as long as they were still alive, were all talents. Far away. The Vine Emperor was watching what was happening in the Magnificent Flame sect. If he was Xianxia, he definitely wouldn't come here. He would just be asking to be humiliated. He might as well come here to have a good chat with Xianxia when he was stronger. Oh, right. How's your sword Dao? Is it okay? Lin Fan asked. Xianxia was a little angry. What do you mean okay? I cultivate the Dao of sincerity. He then asked back, it's okay. Your fist is okay too, right? Lin Fan nodded. It's okay. Suddenly, Xianxia took a step forward. His essence, qi, and spirit were very different from before. His entire body was enveloped in a layer of obscure saber intent. It was different from the sharpness of the past. It had become more profound, giving off a feeling of returning to one's natural state. Lin Fan, I have no other intentions for coming here this time around. I just want to fight with you again. I have a saber. Can you take it? Xianxia's saber intent was overflowing. The strong aura it exuded caused the surrounding disciples to feel fear. The surrounding disciples all retreated far away. Although this might didn't cause them any harm, the immense pressure still shrouded their hearts. You're indeed talented to be able to cultivate your sword intent to such a level in the outer world. Even the ancestor of the sword world is no match for you. The Vine Sovereign exclaimed from afar. He could sense Xianxia's understanding of saber Dao from Xianxia's saber intent. Others cultivated cultivation techniques, but this type of person cultivated their own understanding of the saber Dao. How far he could go on this path depended on his own comprehension and willpower. Xianxia, on the other hand, was the person with the highest comprehension of sword Dao among all the people he had met. If he could reach the higher realms, then he would soar into the heavens with a single step, and no one would be able to stop him. Stop joking. Lin Fan truly did not have the mood to fight with Xianxia. This was just bullying. The disparity in strength was too great. It was no longer like before. Are you scared? Xianxia shouted harshly, revealing his sharpness. Intense saber intent wrapped around his body, forming a small-scale storm. Although the might wasn't great, the power hidden within was terrifying. Lin Fan stepped forth and raised his hand to pat Xianxia's shoulder. As for Xianxia, he was clearly stunned. What did the other party mean? Xiaochen wanted to stretch out his hand. Did he not know that anything that got close to this saber intent would be torn to shreds by the horrifying saber intent? But what happened next had Xianxia feeling a little stifled. Or rather, he did not know what to say. Stop joking. You want to lose again? Lin Fan patted Jinyu's shoulder. The saber intent that was wrapped around Jinyu disappeared instantly as though it had never appeared before. How could this be? Jinyu stood rooted to the ground as his pupils constricted. He had not expected something as such to happen. He then glared at Lin Fan. How did you do it? It's not how I did it. It's just that your strength is truly too weak. The gap between us is already huge. It's different from the past. You can always find new pursuits. There's no need for you to keep staring at me. Otherwise, I'll become a shadow in your heart that you'll never be able to step out of. Lin Fan felt that this fella Jinyu had already turned into a demon. How unwise was it for him to have such thoughts? Perhaps, Jinyu truly could not understand just how strong he had become right now. A scholar who has been away for 3 days should be looked at in a new light. But what was frightening was that it was no longer just 3 days, but a long time. Jinyu felt as though he had lost all his energy. His mental state had returned to normal in the blink of an eye. In fact, he was much weaker than before. When one's aura was at its peak, it was easily suppressed by someone else. How could one accept this? Even if he could resist a little, he would not be in such despair. He really could not fight back at all. So, the gap between us is already so huge. Jinyu finally understood. That person did not lie to him. The gap was indeed huge. When Lin Fan patted Jinyu's shoulder, a terrifying power exploded. The ultimate saber Dao that he cultivated shattered instantly and vanished into thin air. It's indeed a little big, but you don't have to be too sad. One should be content with what they have. With your current cultivation, even some world ancestors would not be your match. Lin Fan consoled. What else could he do? Humans could not be compared. If they were to be compared, there would be 4 of them. Divine the Arch, who was far away, saw everything. He was glad that he could go to the upper world together. 1 more person means 1 more power. I wonder how the discussion between the Thousand Cave and the demon ancestor is going. Asking the demon ancestor to help him enter the upper world is like asking a tiger for its skin. It's very dangerous. I wonder what will happen if I let the demon ancestor out. But if I don't go to the upper world, the outer world will have no hope at all. Sacrificing myself for the greater good and saving the outer world. It's all worth it. The surrounding disciples did not know what to say after hearing their senior brother's words. Senior brother, you shouldn't be consoling someone like that. Jinyu was expressionless, but he felt extremely helpless in his heart. What a scammer. This is so hurtful. This guy really hasn't changed. He's still the same. But even so, I won't change my goal. No matter what, I will defeat him in this life. Maybe my only hope is to go to the upper world. At this moment, he looked at Jinyi. This was the child he met when he was injured. In the blink of an eye, so much time had passed. The relationship between the two had deepened. Master, what's wrong? Jinyi asked curiously. He realized that there was something wrong with the way his teacher looked at him. There was reluctance and determination in his eyes. Jinyu patted Jinyi's head. Jinyi, we might have to separate for a period of time. If I am still alive in the future, I will definitely come back to find you. When Jinyi heard this, he couldn't help but burst into tears. He grabbed Jinyu's hand. Master, I don't want to be separated from you. I don't want to be separated from you. Jinyu was reluctant, but he had no choice. Jinyi, listen to me. I have an unknown path to walk and I don't know how dangerous it will be. I can't protect you even if you follow me. I don't want you to get hurt. No, I'm not afraid of danger. Jinyi shook his head and tears flowed down his face. Lin Fan was a little stunned. Why did something like this happen out of nowhere? Look at this cute kid. In the blink of an eye, he was crying so pitifully. How heartbreaking. Jinyu, have you been tricked? There are many scammers nowadays. You have to be careful. Lin Fan asked. He thought about the meaning of Jinyu's words. The outer world is here, so where else can I go? As for the danger, there can only be one place, and that is the upper world. Jinyu shook his head. Peak Leader Lin, please let my disciple stay here. I will definitely come back to pick him up. Master, I don't want to stay here. I want to go with you. I've always been alone. I don't have parents or a family. It was my teacher who took me in and gave me a family. Even when I was in danger with my teacher, I was willing to die by my teacher's side. I didn't want to leave him. Xianyu lowered his head. There were tears in his cold eyes, but they disappeared very quickly. Zhenyi, listen to me. Don't make me angry. Xianyu said seriously. He wanted to go to the upper world to pursue a stronger cultivation. He would meet with great danger there. Even if he was alone, it would be very dangerous. If he brought Zhenyi along, he would definitely be in danger. It was not an easy path to walk. He would rather die there than to have Zhenyi by his side. At least, even if he died, he would still have a seed of hope. Some of the surrounding female disciples were about to cry when they saw this. It was so touching. What a cute kid. He had no one to rely on. Now that he finally had a teacher, he had to leave again. This was so sad. Zhenyu, you have disappointed me. Lin Fan said. Huh? Zhenyu looked at Lin Fan as if he didn't understand. What did you say? I said that you have disappointed me. I thought that you have a lot of potential. Even if you are not my opponent now, you will definitely be able to exchange a few moves with me in the future. But what a pity. I don't have any hope for you after what you said. Lin Fan shook his head. What do you mean? Zhenyu couldn't accept it. Why did he do this? Naturally, he wanted to become stronger. There was no hope in the outer world, so he had to go to the upper world to search for hope. You were tricked by someone to go to the upper world, right? Lin Fan asked calmly as if he knew everything. Zhenyu was stunned. He then nodded his head. Yes, there is no hope in the outer world. I have to go to the upper world to search for stronger power. Lin Fan looked at the crying Zhenyi and felt that he had to do something. Such a cute kid, how could he let him be separated from his teacher? Zhenyu, even if you go to the upper world, you will never be able to surpass me. That is because you have walked the wrong path from the start. Or rather, you are just walking on the path of your predecessors. Where are your predecessors? They are underground and dead. Therefore, I can already predict your outcome. You won't be able to go far. Lin Fan started to think. At this moment, he had to make his brain more agile so that he could trick Zhenyu. What a good disciple. Between cultivation and a cute disciple, as long as one had a little bit of appreciation, they would definitely choose the disciple. As for cultivation, it was better to go back to where it came from. The Vine Emperor had been observing the situation from afar. He was slightly unhappy when he heard what Lin Fan said. What is this guy talking about? What does he mean by don't be lied to? How can he be a liar? This was supposed to be a path to the future and an opportunity for the outer world. Now that he was being humiliated, he couldn't take it anymore. However, he didn't say anything. Instead, he wanted to see what else Lin Fan could say. What are you trying to say? Zhenyu looked at Lin Fan. He had some thoughts, but he quickly threw them to the back of his head. It was impossible. What he said was just nonsense. Do you know why I'm so strong? Lin Fan asked. He was a low-profile person and never showed off his strength. But to help the lost sheep find the true path, he had to let the other party know why he was so strong. Just then, the surrounding disciples were curious. This was the first time they heard their senior brother talk about why he was so strong. They were curious and wanted to know why. The Vine Emperor was also listening quietly. The weirdest person in the outer world was the magnificent flame sex Lin Fan. He was so strong that he had surpassed the peak of the outer world. They had no idea how he managed to become so strong. Why? Zhenyu asked. He was unwilling to accept it. Initially, he had thought that his rate of improvement was already fast enough. But who would have thought that Lin Fan's rate of improvement was even faster than his? In fact, there was no comparison at all. What exactly was the reason behind this? It was really incomprehensible. Lin Fan smiled confidently. It's simple. Because I've walked my own path, a path that no one has walked before. Huh? Zhenyu was stunned. He frowned as if he had understood something. The Tao of the blade that you cultivate, is it your own path? Or are you just walking the path of others? If that's the case, it will be hard for you to develop. Don't blame the outer world for not giving you a chance. You can only blame yourself for being too simple, Lin Fan said. He then looked at the sky, and his expression changed. He had a shocking realization. Look at the sky. Everyone knows that no matter how they walk, they can only walk in the 4 directions. However, no one has ever thought of walking in the sky, because no one has created this path. They can only follow the path of others. At this point, do you understand? Lin Fan looked at Jinyu. He was just bragging. If Jinyu believed him, then so be it. If he didn't, then there was nothing he could do. He could only say that Jinyu's brain was normal. She knew he was boasting. Walk the path that no one has walked before. Jinyu fell into deep thought. He seemed to have understood something. Just as Lin Fan had said, he had always been walking on the path of others. He once had a chance to create a new path, but the road ahead was unknown and there was no way to go. In the end, he gradually forgot about it and walked on the old path. Now that he thought about it, it seemed that he had really missed something. No, the peak of the outer world is only Tao realm and there is no way forward. What you said is definitely wrong. Jinyu reacted and said. Lin Fan was a little speechless. This guy wasn't stupid. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely be tricked. This was a famous saying, how could they react to it? Seemed like this Jinyu fellow wasn't stupid after all. But to the magnificent flame sect disciples, it was as if they were listening to a heavenly book. In the distance. That does seem to make sense. The Vine Emperor suddenly felt that this fella's words did make sense. Walk the path that no one has walked before and open up a new path to break through the barrier of the outer world. It seems like no one has tried this before. The Vine Emperor was deep in thought. He was much more experienced than anyone else. The current cultivation system of the outer realm had been passed down from ancient times. No matter how strong one was, they would follow the cultivation system passed down from ancient times and cultivate step by step. No one walked a different path. Maybe someone has walked before. But this path is definitely difficult. Maybe they have already died on the way. At the thought of this, the Vine Emperor was in a daze. He fell into a cycle of thoughts. He was thinking about what Lin Fan said. To be honest, it does make sense. Seeing that Jinyu wasn't tricked, Lin Fan was a little disappointed. But he wouldn't give up. Jinyu, you said that it's impossible. Then what about me? I have already surpassed the peak of the Tao realm and broken through the barrier of the outer world. I am not joking with you. I am just walking a different path. Do you understand strength? This path is the path of strength. He really didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to convince him. Master, Uncle Lin is right. There is definitely a problem with the path we are walking. We can change. Jinyu pulled Jinyu's hand and said. The way he addressed Lin Fan changed. In the past, he called him bad guy, but now, he called him uncle. He was a kid and he was just so realistic. Impossible. Jinyu shook his head and didn't believe what Lin Fan said. What is impossible? Let me tell you, everything in front of you is the truth. You have to believe it. Lin Fan had to change Jinyu's perspective. He couldn't let this kid stay in the sect. Moreover, this kid loved his teacher so much. When he looked at this kid, it was like he was looking at himself. If his teacher died, how sad would he be? People should be happy together. Why did he have to think so much? Jinyu, do you know that there are 2 types of people in the world? Lin Fan said. Jinyu didn't reply. He was listening to the answer and wanted to know what Lin Fan was going to say. One is the main character and the other is the supporting character. Of course, there is a special person who is just a supporting character but has the heart to be the main character. Do you understand what I mean? Lin Fan's words were a little hurtful. Jinyu stared at Lin Fan. Didn't this fellow mean that he was just a supporting character with the heart to be the main character? Don't be silent. Although these words are a little hurtful, they are the truth. I understand that you want to become strong, but it is impossible for you to surpass me. I hope that you can let go. Sometimes, the people around you are more important than other things. Do you understand? Lin Fan hoped that Jinyu could understand and not live such a painful life. Wouldn't it be better if he just stayed with his disciple? Why did he have to do it? If he really succeeded, it would be too late for regrets. The surrounding disciples all held their breaths. Senior brother's words are a little too honest. It is so hurtful. Hayes, the truth is hurtful. This is also one of our senior brother's specialties. Luckily, we know that we are just supporting characters, so we live happily. The feeling of being protected is really comfortable. Yes, yes. The disciples discussed softly. Peak leader Lin, your words are a little too much. Jinyu held it in. This is too much. This guy is just praising himself and saying that others are worthless. This is not too much, it is the truth. Jinyu, you have lost yourself. Let me ask you one last question. Between the Supreme Blade Dao and your cute disciple, you can only choose one. Who would you choose? Lin Fan asked. At the same time, this was a really difficult question. It was like a mother falling into a river with his wife. Jinyu's pursuit of the Blade Dao had reached a terrifying level. It was hard for him to give up. Hearing this question, Jinyu was stunned. He actually hesitated and did not know how to answer. If this was in the past, he would choose the Blade Dao without hesitation. But now, he did not know what to choose. I will choose both. There won't be a situation like this. Jinyu replied. Alright, this question is indeed a little wrong. Let's change it to another question. In the future, if your disciple is captured by your enemy and they want you to swear that you will never learn the Blade Dao. If you do not agree, they will take your disciple's life. What would you choose? Lin Fan asked. Far away, the Vine Emperor was dumbfounded. This question is so tricky. What is he trying to do? Jinyu stared at Lin Fan. He wanted to say, disciple, I feel terrible. How am I supposed to answer this question? You are good at asking other people. Let me ask you, if your disciple is. Jinyu asked Lin Fan the same question. But before he could finish his sentence, he was dumbfounded. Lin Fan raised his hand and spoke first. If my disciple is captured by someone and they want me to kill myself, I swear to the heavens that I will kill myself without hesitation. I will give up on myself to protect my junior brothers and sisters. If it's a lie, I will turn into ashes. Jinyu was stunned. Isn't this a little too decisive? And he even swore? And it's true. Wah. The magnificent flame sect disciples could not help but cry. Senior brother would kill himself for us. I'm so touched. Sob sob sob, all of a sudden, the surrounding disciples started to cry. They never thought that they would be so important to their senior brother. Junior brothers and junior sisters, please calm your emotions. Don't be agitated. For you guys, senior brother would kill himself without hesitation. All of you are the most important people in senior brother's heart. Lin Fan gestured for the disciples to calm down and not be too agitated. Senior brother, how can we calm down? You can even do this for us. We're really touched. We're senior brother's people in life and senior brother's ghost in death. We've never regretted becoming senior brother's junior brother. The disciples were so touched that their faces were covered in tears. How could they not be touched? They just wanted to ask Lin Fan, which sect in the world would have a senior brother like you? To be able to become senior brother's junior brother and sister is a blessing that I have cultivated in my previous life. Lin Fan felt a headache coming on. I didn't expect a random question to make my junior brothers and sisters so touched. Just then, he looked at Jinyu. So, what will you choose? Jinyu looked at Lin Fan without saying a word. After a long while, he looked at Jinyi and said slowly. I will not put my master in a difficult position. I will make my master sad if I can't continue to pursue the Tao of the sword. I will kill myself so that my master can take revenge for me. Jinyi shouted before turning to Jinyu. Master, if something like this really happens, can you not forget about me? Sob sob, the emotional junior sisters burst into tears again when they heard Jinyu's words. Meanwhile, Lin Fan took a step forward, opened his arms, and grabbed at Jinyu. Xinyu, you have found a good disciple, but you are not a good master. Let me show you what the Tao of the sword that you have been pursuing will be like in the end. Bang, Lin Fan pressed Xinyu to the ground with his palm. He hadn't used reincarnation in a long time, so he was a little rusty. He couldn't say anything, so he could only use reincarnation to let Xinyu see through his true nature. Look at this adorable little fatty. How much does he want to be with teacher? I'll fulfill his wish. He floated in the air above a gray world. This was reincarnation, but it hadn't been constructed yet. He was in deep thought about what kind of reincarnation he should construct to be useful for Xinyu. After a long time, Lin Fan had an idea. Laws formed. He raised his hands like a god constructing a world. This was a world that focused on the blade, a sickly world. In an old manor, a middle-aged man without arms waited anxiously with bloodshot eyes. It has to be a boy. Wah, a loud cry broke the silence. Ha ha ha. The man laughed out loud. It was finally a boy. If that was the case, then someone would take over his path. He quickly entered the delivery room. On the bed was an ashen white woman, but she smiled and looked at the baby lovingly. The man walked forwards and wanted to carry the baby, but as he was missing his arms, he could only sit at the side of the bed. He stretched out his legs and picked the baby up. My son, from now on, your name will be Xinyu. Inherit your father's black blade and become the strongest blade saint in the world. Wah, as he hadn't washed his feet in a long time, the smell was a little strong. Xinyu spat out white foam and fainted. 10 years later. Xinyu had become a small adult. He held the black blade and cultivated hard. He followed his father's will to become the strongest blade saint and stand at the peak of the world. In 10 years, it would be the World Blade Competition. At that time, all blade wielders would appear on the stage. As long as one got first, they would become the strongest. I am the strongest. Xinyu's expression was cold, and a cold glow shone in his eyes. He took out a blade technique from his chest. The name of this saber technique was very long. He knew that the longer a saber technique's name was, the more powerful the saber technique was. As far as he knew, he had never seen a saber technique with a longer name. This was a blade technique he obtained by chance. He didn't tell anyone and cultivated it alone. Son, how's your training going? His father, who had lost both his arms, walked over. Xinyu nodded and did not say anything. Instead, she hid the saber technique. He had memorized the contents of the first page of the saber technique. Sever all connections. Therefore, when he looked at his father who had lost both his arms, his eyes were filled with killing intent. To become stronger, to become even stronger, I have to abandon everything. No one can stop me. 1 month later. Inside the house. Blood flowed like a river. Corpses could be seen everywhere, and their deaths were extremely tragic. They were all killed with a single slash. A young man stood in a pool of blood with a black saber in his hand. Fresh blood flowed down the blade and dripped onto the ground. To be merciless and to sever everything is the strongest saber Dao. Xinyu lowered his head. Xiao Chen had chopped his parents to death and even killed everyone related to him, all for the sake of severing everything and walking the path of the saber that no one could block. Cough cough. Not far away, there was a corpse lying in a pool of blood. Half of its body was almost cut open, but it was still breathing. He was Jinyu's father. However, when faced with such a matter, he was not the slightest bit angry. Instead, he was very gratified. Zhen, you have surprised me. I am very gratified. Go on, just go on like this. You will definitely become the strongest saber saint in the world. Don't walk on my old path. As soon as his voice fell, he breathed his last, completely dead. Another 10 years later. Xinyu had no distractions. As long as they were related to him, he would hack them all to death. He hacked from the north to the south, then from the south to the west, then from the west to the east. Along the way, he hacked so hard that even his family heirloom black saber was bent a few times. If he hadn't met a master craftsman who repaired the black saber, he would have changed his saber several times. As expected, the saber Dao requires one to be merciless and to be merciless. The path that I am walking on is the true saber Dao. The people he hacked to death along the way really disappointed him. What relatives? What family? There were even more ridiculous people. When they saw him hack their fellow disciples to death, they actually gave up their sabers and were willing to become useless. He scoffed at them and directly hacked them to death. A battle at the peak. The publicly acknowledged strongest saber saint was hacked to death by his saber. Ha 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 ha, I am the strongest, I am the saber saint. I have walked for 20 years and finally reached this step. Xianxia stood on the peak of the mountain and laughed. He was extremely excited. You don't deserve to be the saber saint. The strongest expert that he hacked to death wasn't dead yet. Xianxia looked over and laughed coldly. You are publicly acknowledged as the strongest. I will hack you to death and I will be the strongest saber saint. Even if you don't accept it, it is useless. Strongest? How can I be the strongest? Yuyu Mountain is where the strongest person lives. You have been on the wrong path from the start. I understand now. 18 years ago, why did the person in Yuyu Mountain say such words to me? I didn't understand before, but now I do. Crazily pursuing the saber Dao means that you are obsessed with it. However, it is unknown whether or not the saber Dao likes your obsession. Young man, you shouldn't use the saber like this. Ha ha ha, the moment he said this, the strongest person in the world died. Tisk, idiot. Yuyu Mountain. Let me see who is so capable. 10 years later. Xianxia spent 10 years searching for Yuyu Mountain. In these 10 years, he was even more obsessed with the saber Dao. He was even willing to give up his life and all his dignity. He felt that he was the saber and the saber was him. Yuyu Mountain. Xianxia looked at the hundreds of flowers blooming in front of him. The flames of passion in his heart soared as he stepped in. His goal for coming here was simple. He wanted to hack the so-called strongest to death. To obtain the title of Saber Saint. In a valley. A middle-aged man and a monkey were barbecuing and drinking wine. They were living a good life. Monkey, eat less. If you eat so much, what am I supposed to eat? The middle-aged man grabbed a bunch of meat from the barbecue rack and stuffed it into his mouth. Creak creak, the monkey protested. He held all the monkey wine in his arms and didn't want to give it to the middle-aged man. Pata, the sound of wood being stepped on could be heard. You are the saber saint hidden in Yuyu Mountain. So, you are just SOSO. Xianxia walked around the entire mountain and only saw this person. It was obvious that this was the person he was looking for. The middle-aged man's mouth was covered in grease. He smiled and looked at Xianxia. Right, I am the saber saint hidden in Yuyu Mountain. Indeed, I am just SOSO. Xianxia frowned and was really disappointed. Okay, fight with me and let me hack you to death. Wait, are you mistaken? I don't fight with people and I am not interested in playing with knives. Today, I have to barbecue with my friends and I don't have time to play with knives. Why don't you join us? It tastes pretty good. The middle-aged man smiled brightly and didn't take this matter to heart. That isn't up to you. Xianxia said coldly. He didn't even wait for the other party to agree. He raised his blade and attacked. He could already see the outcome. One man and one monkey would be chopped into a pool of blood. Saber intent surged towards the two of them. Creak creak. The monkey was annoyed and hated this person. He picked up the knife that was used to cut meat. He screamed and slashed towards Xianxia. Eh? Xianxia didn't take it to heart, but when he clashed with the knife, his expression suddenly changed. A terrifying saber intent struck him and he retreated quickly. There is something wrong with this monkey. Xianxia's expression was solemn. The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia. Young man, don't be so violent. There is something wrong with your cultivation. Moreover, I feel that the knife doesn't like you. Your pursuit is just wishful thinking. Bull**T, Xianxia hollered in rage. But with a cautious sound, the black blade in his hand had many cracks on it. He was terrified and retreated quickly, leaving this place. Wait and see, I will be back. The middle-aged man shouted, don't come. I am not interested in playing with knives. I just play with them occasionally. But to Xinyu, he didn't even listen to him. In the next 30 years, Xinyu would basically come once a month, but he would lose badly every time. Even the middle-aged man didn't attack. Basically, it was the animals beside him that attacked. In the past, it was monkeys. Then, it was snakes, tigers, and even snakes. The most terrifying thing was that there was a slow turtle that actually stood on its hind legs. It held a knife and slashed over aggressively. It was supposed to be easy to kill him, but after clashing, he realized that he was badly injured. Why? Why is this happening? Xinyu didn't understand. He crazily pursued the path of the blade and reached such a terrifying level, but he still lost so badly. But this time, he didn't retreat. He just stared at him in rage. Why don't you attack? Even if I lose to you, I will accept it. So what if you show me the strongest blade path? Xinyu hollered. The middle-aged man was in a tough spot. Actually, you are mistaken. I am really not interested in playing with knives. You might not believe me, but I have never purposely cultivated the blade path. I just have the feeling that I want to play with it. In these 30 years, you have always come at the wrong time, and I have never thought about playing with knives. Then, can't you do it now? Xinyu said. I can't, but a few days ago I did. Unfortunately, you weren't here. The middle-aged man said. You. Xinyu left. He wouldn't give up. He was the Blade Saint, the strongest Blade Saint. Another 20 years passed. Xinyu's face was old and his hair was white. Even his back was a little bent. He trained with Leisure Mountain for decades and was so old that he couldn't even hold the knife in his hands anymore. You. Why are you still the same as decades ago? Xinyu's voice trembled. The middle-aged man's looks didn't change and he was still really young. Smile and you will be 10 years younger, worry and your hair will turn white. I am really happy every day, so I am definitely young. How old are you? The man asked. 80, Xinyu replied. Oh, you are still young. I am old, I am already 170. Right, do you want to eat barbecue? My barbecue tastes good, but I don't want to play with knives today. The middle-aged man said. At that moment, Xinyu was expressionless and stood rooted to the spot like he was in deep thought. Ha ha ha, why is this happening? I have pursued the path of the blade for my entire life, but in the end, this is still the case. Xinyu let go of the black blade in his hand and looked into the sky. Tears flowed from the corner of his eyes and he was really sad. Actually, you are going the wrong way. The blade has a spirit, and if you bother others, even if they are close to you, they will annoy you. At least give them some space to breathe, so one's mentality is the most important. I still say the same thing, I am not interested in playing with knives. The middle-aged man thought about it. What a pitiful kid, he was already 80 and he still hadn't thought it through. Xinyu didn't say anything and just turned around and left. 100 years later. In a certain valley, a young man chased after a long-named blade technique. He trained hard and slashed so many people that they were terrified of him. Then, he came to this valley and wanted to challenge the strongest person here. In the valley, a guy was soaking in a hot spring and enjoying life. Not far away, a black blade was placed there quietly. I am going to hack you to death, the young man said. The guy soaking in the hot spring looked at him. Young man, I am soaking in the hot spring and have no interest in playing with knives. You have found the wrong person. Also, your blade seems really tired. You should let it rest and enjoy life. Lin Fan floated in the sky and witnessed the development of reincarnation. He was originally smiling, but then, his expression turned serious. That's not right, reincarnation doesn't have anything to do with Leisure Mountain. He didn't understand. Reincarnation had broken free from his control and was actually developing on its own. This wasn't something that would have happened in the past. Lin Fan floated in the air and was in deep thought. But reincarnation had ended. It wasn't that Xinyu died, but when he said those words, reincarnation ended automatically. A strand of wool floated out and merged into Xinyu's body. It seems like there are too many abilities and I haven't thought about them. He felt that this should be the case, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to understand it. Reincarnation ended. To the outside world, it was just the blink of an eye. Lin Fan pressed Xianyu to the ground and then helped him up. He patted his shoulder. Are you okay? I saw that you were about to fall just now, so I helped you. When Xianyu saw that Lin Fan was about to beat his teacher to the ground, he wanted to shout that he didn't want to, but when he heard that, he was stunned. Teacher didn't fall just now, he was just beaten up. At this moment, Xianyu was a little stunned and felt that something was wrong with his head. Teacher, are you okay? Xianyu pulled Xianyu's hand and asked. Xianyu waved his hand and frowned. He felt that something had changed in the depths of his heart. It was as if he had experienced something, or rather, something that he had experienced in the past. Reincarnation was really strong. Ever since he obtained it, he rarely used it. The main reason was that he didn't need to. When facing his enemies, he would usually destroy them with one punch. There was no need to use reincarnation. Moreover, at that time, there was nothing wrong with reincarnation. Could it be that when he became stronger and activated reincarnation, the world he formed would develop on its own and gradually form a world with complete laws? However, what that fella from Leisure Mountain told Xianyu in the end was a little boastful. If it was the real world, such a person would be an expert who pointed out the path to become stronger. But as the owner of reincarnation, he felt that it was a little exaggerated. He was just bluffing. What did he mean by he didn't like to play with blades? He just played occasionally. How could he be so strong when he played occasionally? He trained hard for dozens of years and couldn't even catch up to him when he played casually. Where could he put those who trained so hard, before the reincarnation was destroyed? Xianyu was enlightened. Just like that fellow in Yu Mountain, he became really strong but also casual. The rhythm was a little off. Moreover, it was too late to say anything now. The reincarnated soul was deeply imprinted on Xianyu's soul. It would slowly fuse, just like what had happened before. It was innate and would not change. Xianyu's momentary daze made Xianyu a little nervous and afraid. Then, he cried and said, Teacher, I won't go to the upper realms with you. I'll wait here for you to come back and pick me up. Don't be silent, I'm scared. Upper realm? What higher realms? Xianyu lowered his head and asked. Why would they go to the higher realms for no reason? Xian was taken aback. Teacher, aren't you going to the upper realm to pursue a stronger sword Dao? Xianyu didn't say anything for the time being. He was digesting something in his mind and was a little confused. Was this his own memory, as if he had experienced it before? He felt that he had taken the wrong path in the past. Soon, Xianyu reacted and changed her mind. Why would I go to the upper realm? There's no need to go. You don't have to go to the upper realm to pursue the saber Dao. Then, he looked down at the black saber and touched it with his palm. The black blade has accompanied me for a long time and has never rested. It must be tired. I should let it have a good rest. Xianyu, do you like to soak in hot springs? Xianyu asked. I do. Xianyu stared at his teacher in a daze. What's wrong? What exactly happened? He remembered that his teacher had always wanted to pursue the sword Dao. Why would he ask such a question? It's weird, and I don't understand. Xianyu, do you still want to leave your disciple in the Magnificent Flame sect? Lin Fan asked. The power of reincarnation was terrifying. As long as one went through reincarnation, their behavior and style would change. However, Xianyu made a mistake in his reincarnation this time. I'm not letting him go. I suddenly feel that I've taken the wrong path in the past. I was too eager for success. I shouldn't have done that. It's been a long time since I brought Xianyu out to relax, Xianyu said. Xianyu, I heard that you're quite good with the saber. Do you want to have a competition? Xianyu smiled and waved his hand. No, I only do it occasionally. Also, I don't want to play with the saber today. Maybe next time. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Xianyu, who was standing beside him, was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't understand what his teacher was saying at all. This is different from the past. In his heart, his teacher loved the saber as much as his life. If he didn't let his teacher play with the saber, it would be as good as killing him. But something was wrong with the current situation. Even he didn't know how to react to it. Lin Fan kept quiet. It seemed that Jinyu's reincarnation had changed a lot, and it was very fast. Everything that happened in the reincarnation was like it had happened before. It was imprinted into the person's soul, and he wouldn't forget it no matter what. However, Lin Fan didn't know if Xinyu would walk on another path like in the reincarnation, or even improve his Tao of the Saber. This was just a guess, and he didn't know if it was true or not. Nothing like this happened in the reincarnation of the 5 saints of the Saint Convent sect. Their reincarnation was very simple. They just changed their personalities. In the end, they would walk on the same path until death, and when they died, the reincarnation would end. In other words, there was a beginning and an end, an infinite reincarnation. But Jinyu's reincarnation was different. He didn't die. Instead, he comprehended the words and met a new lost sheep as the end. Wait. Just then, the Vine the Arch walked over. He was confused by Lin Fan's words for a long time. At first, he thought that Lin Fan's words made sense. Maybe he really needed to open up a new path. But after thinking about it, wasn't it bullshit? What he said was just a scam. Liar. If I want to become stronger, I have to go to the upper world. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. You again. Lin Fan was a little annoyed when he saw who it was. It was the Vine the Arch who followed the Thousand Cave Patriarch. However, he felt a little guilty. In the past, stripping people naked was considered torture. Peak Leader Lin, long time no see. You're still the same. The Vine the Arch cupped his fists and smiled. Lin Fan was on the same level as him. He couldn't look down on him just because he was young. What are you doing here? Lin Fan asked. He then looked into the distance. Isn't that old hag with you? There were very few women who could survive his attacks without turning into fireworks. Those who didn't mess with him didn't count. If anyone who provoked him didn't turn into fireworks, then it was really too rare. The old hag of the Thousand Cave was a typical example. It was impossible to say that it was because of her beauty. Her chest was so flat that people would think that it was a man when the lights went out. Therefore, this theory didn't make sense. There was also the Heavenly Mandate Emperor. Of course, it was also impossible. Her chest was so huge that it looked scary. It was like a balloon that could explode at any time. Peak Leader Lin, I'm here to look for him. The Vine the Arch wanted to bring Xinyu to the upper world. How could he let go of such a talent that he found so easily? I felt that something was wrong when I heard what Xinyu said. It seems like Xinyu doesn't want to go. I'm not going to the upper world. Xinyu shook his head. The Vine the Arch panicked. Why? Didn't we agree that your sword Tao won't improve if you stay in the outer world? You can only go further if you go to the upper world. Xinyu shook his head. I'm not going. The sword Tao isn't something that can be improved through cultivation. Some people cultivate their entire lives, but they can't compare to others who have comprehended it in a day. My blade is tired, and it needs rest. Furthermore, he looked at Jenny and smiled. So what if I cultivate to a higher realm? I've missed too much, and it's hard to get back in the future. This? The Vine the Arch wanted to vomit blood. What's going on? Why is he not going? Didn't he realize that Peak Leader Lin was lying? How did he change so much in the blink of an eye? That's too much. Jenny, let's go. Master will bring you to see the scenery of this world. You haven't seen it before. Zhenyu smiled. Ever since he took in Jenny, he had been cultivating and didn't care about anything else. Now, he was enlightened. He could let go of the things that he was stubborn about in the past and not pursue them anymore. Everything has a spirit. It was the same for the sword Tao. Even if he wasn't tired, the sword Tao would be tired too. When it was tired, how could it repay you and love you? Mutual respect was what mattered. Why didn't I think about it in the past? Zhenyu held Jinyi's hand and walked forward. Looking at their backs, the scene was really heartwarming. Big hands holding small hands. How nice and harmonious. But the worst thing was that there would always be people who wanted to break them apart. Damn it, that was too much. But now, everything was perfect. He loved to selflessly help others find happiness and love. Suddenly, Xianxia stopped and looked at the Vine Emperor. I thought about it. You walked your own path, but the reason why you can't break the barrier is because you are too busy. Why don't you do what I did? Let go of everything and bring the people you care about around. Maybe it will have a different effect. With that, he left with a smile. He left with peace and happiness. Xianxia turned back and waved at Lin Fan. He made a heart gesture and kissed him, as if he was thanking Lin Fan. Then, he skipped and left with his master. I'm happy as long as we don't separate. The Vine Emperor looked at Lin Fan in a daze. This isn't what I want. Things shouldn't be like this. Lin Fan patted the Vine Emperor's shoulder and nodded. He's right. You can give it a try. The Vine Emperor looked at Lin Fan. What should I do when I go back? I can't tell the 1000K patriarch that he wanted to go, but he changed his mind and went to enjoy life. What should I do? Forget it. To each his own. The Vine Emperor shook his head and cupped his fists. Goodbye, peak leader Lin. With that, the Vine Arch left the place. Disciple, what are they here for? Xianxia walked over from afar. The sect had been bustling lately, and many people had come to visit. As an old man, he was not used to it. Nothing much. They're just here to take a look. Lin Fan said and turned to Xianxia. Master, why are you here today? Disciple, Master saw the commotion here, so I came to take a look. Xianxia smiled. With Lin Fan around, the sect would be safe. He didn't have to worry about anything happening to the sect. The way the surrounding disciples looked at Lin Fan had changed. It was all because of what he said earlier. All the junior brothers and junior sisters were touched. All the junior sisters were willing to give themselves to Lin Fan as long as he said the word. Of course, even the junior brothers wouldn't think too much about it. They were willing to give themselves to Lin Fan too. Master, disciple will go back and rest first. Lin Fan wanted to go out for a walk. But he didn't return to the sect for long, so it was better to stay a little longer. It could be considered as enjoying life. Enjoying life. It was tiring to go out and fight, and even his body couldn't take it. If not for the fact that points were attractive, he wouldn't be motivated at all. A few days later, Lu Qiming was curious as to why Lin Fan had stayed in the sect for so long. According to his past habits, he would probably leave soon. But this was good too. Senior brother could have a good rest in the sect. As his junior brother, Lu Qiming had to let Lin Fan enjoy a good life in the sect. It's tiring indeed. My body feels rusty, and I don't have any energy at all. Lin Fan laid on the ground, bored. He felt like he had no purpose in life. At this moment, he finally understood that he couldn't sit still anymore. He had to move to make his blood boil and become more energetic. In the sky, a transparent blue three-tailed bird flew over. Its target was Lin Fan. Did something happen to the bird again? Lin Fan thought about it. According to the previous situation, the bird would definitely not fly over. Usually, it would just leave the news behind and leave. Lin Fan raised his hand and the bird landed, stepping on his finger. This was his first time interacting with the bird. In the past, the bird was transparent. No matter how strong it was useless. There was a new piece of news. He took out something from his storage ring to contact the examiner. Hey! Are you there? Lin Fan took the initiative to contact the Knowing Bird's reviewer. Upon hearing this voice, the reviewer immediately spoke. Grandmaster, you finally took the initiative to contact me. I just asked Knowing Bird to send you the latest news. Did you receive it? Knowing Bird's reviewer asked eagerly. Yes, but I haven't seen it yet. Judging by your tone, did something happen? Lin Fan asked. However, he was already used to it. Although the bird had seen the world, its strength was too weak. It was normal for it to panic when encountering something. After all, not everyone was as calm and powerful as he was. Grandmaster, something big has happened in the outer realm. Far away at the headquarters of the Robin Bird, the examiner wore a solemn expression. When he heard about this, he immediately informed the Grandmaster. In the entire outer realm, he could only believe that the Grandmasters had the ability to deal with the Descenders. As for the others, they could forget about it. If they encountered a Descender, they might even be beaten into an idiot. What is it? Lin Fan asked. He was very calm. The strength of the knowing bird's examiner was too weak. What he thought was very important, perhaps to him, was just a very ordinary and common thing. Grandmaster, you know about the ghost domain, right? The Thousand Cave Patriarch and the others have released the Demon Lord to the ghost domain. They are going to use the ghost domain to open a path to the upper world. Knowing Bird's reviewer said. When he heard about this, he was a little confused. What are these people thinking? Why would they want to go to the upper world and release the Demon Lord? What a scam. I know about it, but it doesn't seem like a big deal. Lin Fan said. It wasn't a secret that the Thousand Cave Patriarch and the others wanted to go to the upper world. And the heaven-hate little Demon Lord wasn't a problem. At most, he could suppress him again. Of course, he still hoped to have a good fight with the heaven-hate little Demon Lord to see how powerful the Demon Lord was. Grandmaster, take a look at the news first. You will know after reading it. Knowing Bird's reviewer said. It wasn't easy for them to get the news. Therefore, they sent the news to Grandmaster as soon as possible so that he could see what they should do. Lin Fan was curious about what the reviewer was talking about. He opened the piece of paper. Eh? Oh my God. Lin Fan looked at it carefully. He immediately knew why the reviewer was in such a hurry. The Thousand Cave Patriarch and the others must be out of their minds. The Demon Lord will help them to go to the upper world, but he will also open the path to the upper world. Lin Fan had taken 2 space god pillars, causing the path to be extremely unstable. The Descenders had to pay a price to come here. As for whether there would be danger, it depended on their luck. But things are different now. They are going to open a path from the ghost domain and use the ghost domain's ghost origin chi to connect with the ghost domain in the upper world. What I mean is, I will give it a try no matter how much I have to sacrifice. Grandmaster, have you seen it? Do you find it scary? Knowing Bird's reviewer asked. Lin Fan nodded. Yes, it's interesting. Grandmaster, I'm here to inform you not to stop them, because it's too late. They might already be making their move. Knowing Bird's reviewer's voice could be heard. He felt a little helpless, not knowing what to do. It was already too late when he received the news. So be it. There's nothing I can do. Lin Fan didn't take it to heart. If the Thousand Cave Patriarch and the others want to cause trouble, let them. I can't just stop others from causing trouble, right? So be it if the Descenders are coming. I'm lonely anyway, and it's great to have someone to play with. Grandmaster, don't you think there's going to be a big problem? Knowing Bird's reviewer, he was a little confused. Grandmaster is too calm, so calm that it's scary. It doesn't matter whether it's a big problem or not. The Descenders are not something you can deal with now. So, it shouldn't be a big deal if there's a little problem. Lin Fan felt that there was nothing wrong with what he said. The strongest of the Descenders were world-level experts. Apart from himself, a world-level expert was an invincible existence. So what if there's someone stronger than a world-level expert? It's all the same. The reviewer was speechless after hearing Lin Fan's words. But when he thought about it, Lin Fan's words did make sense. Ghost Domain. The Ghost Domain was filled with ghost origin energy, and there were many mysterious monsters hiding everywhere. In the center of the Ghost Domain, there was a group of people. Ancestor Demon, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Thousand Cave Patriarch said. There were a few people beside her. Vine the Arch, Light Emperor Patriarch, and Tianyu. Don't worry, I, the Ancestor Demon, am a man of my word. If you let me out, I will definitely send you to the upper realm. But you better think about the consequences. Don't say that I didn't make myself clear. The space tunnel is unstable. Someone must have taken away the space god pillar. If they want to come down now, they will have to pay a price. If I open the tunnel for you, there won't be any price. The Ancestor Demon didn't want to open the tunnel, but he had no choice. He had already made an oath, and if he didn't fulfill it, he would be in trouble. There's no benefit in letting those guys come to the outer world. I might as well stay here and become the ancestor demon who controls the outer world. Of course, it was just a thought. It was impossible to control the outer world alone. There's still a ray of hope, 1000K Patriarch said. As an expert from the upper realm, the ancestor demon was suppressed in the outer world. He was an extremely dangerous person, but he had already made an oath to send them to the upper realm. Otherwise, history would repeat itself. If the experts from the upper realm came, the people from the outer world wouldn't stand a chance. She knew that she shouldn't let the ancestor demon out, but she had no choice. If she didn't try, there would be no chance at all. Alright, since you're so sure, I'll send you guys up. The ancestor demon didn't care. It doesn't matter who I send up. These aboriginals are dreaming. They want to do something with just a few people? Why don't they just die? If Lin Fan knew that the 1000K Patriarch and the others treated them as their only hope, he would definitely kill them. Young man, you're too confident. Do you have me, Lin Fan, in your eyes? Get ready. I'll send you guys up now. The ancestor demon stretched out his hand and spread his fingers. Suddenly, a terrifying energy gathered in his palm. He was going to gather the ghost chi of the ghost hunter to communicate with the ghost hunter in the upper realm and open a path. This is the only way other than the space god's pillar. Moreover, this method was not something that just anyone could do. Only an expert from the lower realms with extremely shocking power would be able to do this. I'm going to the upper realm again. The Vine the Arch mumbled to himself. After all, it's been so long. Now that he's going to the upper realm again, thoughts started to form in his mind. The 1000K Patriarch's emotions fluctuated. It's been a long time. I fought for the outer world and the upper realm. In the blink of an eye, it's been so long, and I'm going to the upper realm again. I wonder what it will be like this time. If I fail again, I might really lose all hope. Open! Suddenly, the ancestor demon roared. A crack appeared in the sky. Lightning could be seen in the crack, and a black current flowed violently. A mysterious aura could be felt from the crack. It seems to be the aura of the upper realm. Let's go. The 1000K Patriarch took the lead and entered the crack. At that moment, in the center of Ghost Domain, the demon ancestor stood there alone like he was in deep thought. He didn't move at all like a stone statue. Pa, he raised his hand and clapped. His body didn't move but he was clapping there. Pa, the sound was really crisp. The small monsters who were hiding in the dark looked at this weird fellow in confusion. They didn't understand what he was doing. Was clapping so interesting? Ha ha ha, suddenly, the demon ancestor raised his head and laughed. Black flames burned on his body. I am free, I am finally free. Thinking about the time he was suppressed there, it was a form of torture. But now, he was out. Who else in this world could stop him? A terrifying demonic aura spread out, forming a strong shockwave that swept the world. No one could block it. When the small monsters saw such a terrifying shockwave, they hid in the darkness and didn't dare to come out. Right, I have to find that fellow. He actually lied to me when I was suppressed. Damn it. The demon ancestor thought about that despicable fellow and his body trembled. To him, this was a humiliation. If he didn't find that fellow, he wouldn't be able to get over this hurdle in his heart. As for those few fellows who were sent to the upper world, they were just asking to die. He was too lazy to care about them and just let them be. Once they reached the upper world, they would know how tough it was. Or rather, how petty they were. Suddenly, there was a shocking change in the crack above his head. Demon ancestor, it is your aura. You are in the outer world. The voice was really low and hoarse and it came from the crack. Eh? The demon ancestor frowned and raised his head. There was actually someone who knew him. It seemed like even if he wasn't around for 10,000 years, his name was still spread far and wide. I am the demon ancestor. What does it have to do with you that I am in the outer world? The demon ancestor was unhappy and his words were harsh. He didn't give the other party any face at all. He had this ability, and he also had the ability to not give face to anyone. Relationship? You came to Ghost Domain and borrowed its power to open up a tunnel to the upper world. Do you think it has anything to do with me? The voice spread out once more and it was still as low as before. Why? What can you do when I borrow the power of Ghost Domain? If you're not convinced, then come down and spar with me. I've roamed the higher realms for tens of thousands of years, and I've never been afraid of anyone. Since it's already opened and you can come down, you can just come over and spar with your ancestor. This is the first time I've fought in 10,000 years, so I'll leave it to you. The ancestor demon hooted. He was not afraid of anyone. At his level of cultivation, fighting was his hobby and his daily routine. No matter who he was, he had never been afraid of anyone in the upper realm. If he was not satisfied, then come and fight. The fiend ancestor hooted for a long time, but no one came out. There wasn't even a sound. TSK, you dare to shout at me with such guts? You won't even know how you died. With that said, the fiend ancestor vanished from the spot. He had to find that guy. He didn't care about anything else. Xianxia thought that he would have to struggle to break out of the seal, but he didn't expect it to be this easy. It was laughable that someone from the outer realm had taken the initiative to release him. Upper realm. The real Ghost Domain was turbid, and there had been extremely terrifying existences inside for a long time. When the fiend ancestor used the Ghost Domain's power to open up a passage, the ghost race had already sensed it. At the same time, the energy wave spread out. The top cultivators of the major forces could naturally sense it. Forbidden Celestial Emperor nurturing Jiuyuan. Holy Flame Emperor. Wait a minute. Many big bosses and elites could feel the movement of the Ghost Domain. They could feel the power of space, as if it was connected to the outer realm. Instantly, many experts at the level of a big boss were dispatched, rushing towards the ghost territory. If it was really connected, then the whole army would come. As for developing slowly, that was impossible. Only fools would invade slowly. The only way was to use the strongest power to suppress those who were not satisfied. Magnificent Flame Sect. The frog was uneasy and panicking. It felt that something was wrong, as if something terrifying was coming from afar. It's too late. With my current strength, I'm worse than an ant if I meet those guys. This? The frog was helpless. It had a lot to say, but it didn't know what to say. The Blood Demon Emperor was sent to clean the toilet, but he hadn't been promoted yet. It should be because the service wasn't good enough that there was no room for promotion. Fiend Ancestor. He might not have repaired his inner world, but he had strong senses. In an instant, he could feel the aura of the Fiend Ancestor in the outer realm. So fast. The Blood Demon Emperor was in a worse state than the Fiend Ancestor. He was split into 12 parts, and he even wanted to die. He hadn't recovered his cultivation yet. It would take some time for him to recover to his peak. A few days later. Boring. Really boring. I should go out and take a walk. Lin Fan felt bored after staying in the sect for a while. He felt that he would go crazy if he stayed any longer. Something happened to the Ghost Domain. It's not a bad choice to go and take a look. Also, the hanged woman left too mysteriously. I don't know where she went. She must have some secret. And Zhu Fengfeng and the pig. They should still be looking for treasures, but they haven't come to find me after such a long time. Where did they go? Senior brother, are you going out? Lu Qiming realized that Lin Fan was looking into the distance. He immediately knew that Lin Fan was going to leave. Yeah, I'm going out for a walk. I've been in the sect for too long. It's time to take a look. Lin Fan said. Without saying anything else, Lin Fan disappeared into the void. Ghost Domain. When Lin Fan came here again, he realized that the ghost origin chi was much thicker than before. It was still as creepy and scary as ever. As soon as he stepped inside, a gust of chilly wind immediately swept over. When it brushed against his body, he felt a chill. Little monster, don't hide. Come out. Lin Fan smiled. The little monster was lucky to have met Lin Fan and obtained the crystal core of the previous leader of the Ghost Origin Chi, replacing the previous leader of the Ghost Origin Chi. Big brother, you're finally here. The little monster said happily. Did a lot of things happen recently? Lin Fan asked. Although he knew that the Thousand Cave Patriarch and the others were relying on the demon ancestor to go to the upper world, he didn't know where they were. The little monster didn't hide anything from Lin Fan and told him everything he saw. Although he didn't know who those people were, they looked really scary. Based on the little monster's description, it should be the demon ancestor. It seems like the Thousand Cave Patriarch and the others have really gone to the upper world. Lin Fan's interest was piqued at the mention of the crack. He immediately asked the little monster to bring him to see what was going on. In the center of the ghost domain, the little monster raised his hand and pointed at the crack in the void. Lin Fan looked up. The crack was indeed different. There was a turbulence in the void, and there was a strong wind blowing from it. Let me take a look. Heaven hate little demon lord is interesting. He actually used the power of the ghost domain to open up a tunnel. What an idea. Lin Fan stuck his head into the crack. The wind blew on his face, but he didn't feel anything. The crack was pitch black, and he couldn't see the end of it. If someone who was afraid of the dark went in, he might be scared to death. After thinking for a long time, Lin Fan only had one thought, which was to go in and take a look. Little monster, go and play by yourself. I'm going in to take a look. Lin Fan said. I can't go to the upper world. I only like to stay in the outer world. Why should I go to the upper world? Isn't it good to stay in the outer world? Big brother, be careful. The little monster said. Lin Fan waved his hand and dove into the crack. He was just going to take a look, and he definitely wouldn't run around. This was something he could do. After all, he was a person with principles. Upper world. Ghost domain was really busy. The ghost race ruler had a headache. When the demon ancestor opened up the crack, he was really excited. He felt that his chance had come. The ghost race was one step ahead, and the entire army descended into the outer world. But who would have thought that the noses of these dogs were just too sensitive? They could actually sense it from so far away. In the sky above the crack, there was a skeleton throne, and a man sat on it. He looked really devilish, and his eyes were really red. His skin was so pale that there was no blood at all. His eyes were really long, but at this moment, he looked at the people around him like he was asking if they could scram. Guys, 2 of the space god pillars were snatched by the natives, causing the space tunnel to be extremely unstable. If strong people descended into the outer world, they would cause space to shake, and it would be really dangerous. Now, a crack that leads to the outer world has appeared. I have to say that everything is protecting us. In the sky, there weren't just people from the ghost race, there were other people too. They all led a huge group of people, and they floated in the sky majestically. The person who spoke was the Xianxia ruler. His face couldn't be seen, and it felt a little hazy. But he couldn't be underestimated. He was very strong, and very terrifying. And the people following behind him were all lifeless, as though they were nothingness. Wait, all of you wait. This is the ghost race. Can you not bring so many people here? The ghost race ruler was very angry. This was his territory, but these people came here on their own, and even brought so many people here. It was as though they were ready to descend into the outer world at any time. Did he even put him in his eyes? Ghost Emperor, you are really petty. At this moment, a woman smiled charmingly. Old May, if so many people came to your territory, what would you think? The ghost race ruler said coldly. Old May looked young and beautiful, but it was unknown how old she was. Hearing the ghost race ruler's words, she couldn't help but smile. If they are willing to come, we will naturally welcome them. In fact, staying here for a long time wouldn't be a problem. After saying that, she looked at the surroundings. This single look caused the hearts of many to tremble. Anyone who dared to have any relations with Old May would have a tragic outcome. They might even be sucked dry. Ghost Emperor, the demon ancestor has been sealed in the outer world. This is something that everyone knows. Now that he has broken out of the seal and opened up this crack, you can't be thinking of taking it all for yourself, right? The outer world is something that no one can stop. Ghost Emperor, you have to think this through. Everyone surrounded the crack and chatted here. They were prepared to resolve this matter perfectly. Suddenly, in front of everyone's eyes, an inexplicable figure appeared from the crack. Eh? Where are we? Lin Fan covered his eyes. The light was a little blinding, and he had no idea where he was. But when he looked around, he was slightly stunned as he exclaimed. When he stepped into the crack, he thought that the end of the crack might be the same as the outside world, where the land was boundless. But wait a minute, what's going on? Why are there so many people? To the people from the upper world, the sudden appearance of a stranger stunned them. Where did he come from? He seems to have come from the crack. Lin Fan raised his head and exchanged glances with the people around him. His eyes shone. I came here with the goal of maintaining peace and peace. A short moment of silence. Hello, how are you? Lin Fan didn't know who these people were, but looking at them, he could tell that they weren't simple people. Of course, he didn't care about them at all. Who are you? The ghost race leader asked coldly. His eyes shone with anger. This was the ghost race's territory. Every inch of land belonged to him. Right now, he was really about to hate that bastard demon ancestor to death. He could have borrowed anyone's strength, but he had to borrow the strength of the ghost race to open a crack in the ghost domain. He attracted these dogs here. He was so angry that he wanted to curse. Right. Let me introduce myself. I am the magnificent Flame Sect's Invincible Peak Leader, Lin Fan. I just came from below to see what the upper world is like. But don't worry, I am not a bad person. I came with love and peace. Don't be afraid. Lin Fan raised his hand and tried his best to show a harmonious smile. After all, he came from the lower world. He naturally couldn't use violence to deal with these natives. Everything had to be about love. The people from the upper world looked at one another. Hearing the words of the natives, for some reason, they had the urge to laugh. You are an aboriginal from the outer world? The Shadow Mountain leader asked teasingly. He didn't expect that after the demon ancestor opened the tunnel, it wasn't them who went down first. Instead, it was the natives from the lower world who came up. What a joke. Hearing this, Lin Fan was a little unhappy. These people didn't seem to care about the people from the outer world. He didn't even need to think to know why they didn't care about them. It was because they were too weak, which was why they looked down on them. Are all of you so rude? He was truly too disappointed in these fellows. Originally, he thought that those fellows that had descended to the outer realm were a group of trash with mediocre strengths, and that was why they acted arrogant and concealed the inferiority complex in their hearts. However, judging from the current situation, that was not the case at all. The people from the upper realm were simply too lacking in quality. It was hard to understand just how powerful harmony and love could be. Forget it. You're just natives from the upper realm. Listen up, all the natives here today. I'm from the outer realm. I can't bear to watch you despicable natives send people to the outer realm to cause trouble. Lin Fan looked at everyone around him with a domineering aura. Based on his initial estimation, most of the people around him were extremely strong. In fact, they were so strong that it was terrifying. But it didn't matter. He wasn't afraid of it at all. In fact, he wasn't even prepared to take it to heart. Interesting. You, an aborigine from the outer world, are really interesting. Granny May walked over slowly like a ghost and floated to Lin Fan's side. She raised her hand, and a fragrant scent wafted over. A pink mist wrapped around Maypa. Little brother, I am very interested in the bodies of you outer realm people. Maypa then poked Lin Fan's body with her jade fingers, as if she was teasing him. When the people from the upper realm saw this, they didn't say anything. However, they only had one thought in their hearts. This aborigine was in for a tragedy. Maypo's seduction wasn't something that just anyone could resist. Even for them, if they didn't know how terrifying Maypo was, they might have been seduced by her. But what happened next caused everyone's expression to change as if they had seen a ghost. Pong, just as Maypo was about to continue, Lin Fan raised his hand and punched out without hesitation. A dull thud rang out. Maypo's face changed. Her abdomen was punched, and all she felt was a powerful force sweeping through her body. If not for the fact that her cultivation was high enough, this punch alone would have pierced through her body. You are interested in my body, but I am also interested in yours. Lin Fan smiled. The woman who was sent flying with a single punch was very strong. She was even stronger than a world god. He could tell that the upper realm was indeed very dangerous. As soon as he came out of the crack, he encountered so many people. At the same time, these people were all very strong. There were also many Emperor Heaven Realm experts following behind them. This was a terrifying force. If they descended into the outer realm, no one would be able to survive. Of course, others might be afraid, but he wasn't. Mappa had a face that could charm all living things, and basically no man could withstand her attacks. But now, her face was ashen. She looked around and saw that everyone was trying to stifle their laughter. Some people even laughed out loud. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Who would have thought that Mappa would encounter such a thing? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't dare to believe it. Native, you have some ability. I'm quite interested in you. Even the gloomy ghost race ruler laughed out loud. Oi. You natives are quite interesting. I, the Peak Lord, have come from the outer realm. No matter what, I'm still a guest. I've come from afar, but you natives, not only do you not welcome me, you even want to fight with me? If that's the case, then come. I'll beat all of you up as a treat. Lin Fan was quite arrogant. With his undying body and his buff ability, he didn't put these people from the upper realm, who thought that they were so powerful, in his eyes at all. You're courting death. Maypo's face was ashen, and her jade-like fingers cracked. She had lost all her face. This matter would definitely spread from these big mouths. Before long, perhaps everyone in the upper realm would know that she had tried to seduce a native, but was beaten back by a single punch. Suddenly, Lin Fan's eyes blurred. In his eyes, there was a black shadow attacking him. Soon, the black shadow turned out to be a finger. Maypo's attack was too vicious. It was obvious that she wanted to blind him with a finger. However, he didn't dodge. There was no need for that. Mappa could do whatever she wanted, as long as she was happy. Are natives so weak? They can't even react? Many people were discussing. The old lady May was very strong, but that finger was just a very ordinary move. Even Emperor Heaven Realm cultivators would be able to react. Poochie, a low piercing sound could be heard. A smile appeared on Maypo's face. Although she was standing in the distance, blood slowly dripped down from her finger. Shortly after, she frowned and felt that something was wrong. Lin Fan stood there with his eyes closed. Blood flowed down, but he didn't look like he was in pain. Instead, he smiled. Your speed is enough, but your strength isn't right. I thought that you would be able to pierce through my head, but you only pierced my eye. How disappointing. His words caused the expressions of the surrounding people to change greatly. They thought that it should be a native crying out in pain, but who would have thought that it was as if nothing had happened? Lin Fan's composure had long rendered everyone speechless. They were all experts from the upper realm, and they were people with strong wills. However, this native's calmness stunned them. Or rather, they were in disbelief. Suddenly. The space around Lin Fan began to ripple out like a tidal wave, rippling out in all directions in waves. A terrifying aura exploded out from his body. Since you're here, let's have a good fight. Let's see if your strength is really that terrifying. Lin Fan lowered his head and clenched his fists. He opened his eyes, but there were no eyeballs in his pupils. They were blood red. Pong, instantly, he disappeared. What's going on? Is this native sick? The experts from the upper realm were stunned, unable to react. They didn't understand what this native was thinking. They didn't even want to attack, but the other party was provoking them. Damn it. What a reckless thing. The Shadow Mountain ruler said. He didn't care about the other party at all. To him, the native in front of him was just slightly stronger than an ant. Lin Fan wanted to have a good chat with these natives, to instill some friendliness and harmony in them. However, he decided not to. He didn't know what to say to these natives. There was no interaction, and there was no emotional foundation. He realized that it was useless to say anything. He might as well just fight. It was better to talk with fists. He knew that he would definitely die. He didn't even need to think to know the outcome. However, to him, death wasn't that scary. It was even a little cute. The difference between high and low can be seen at this moment. I wonder what he's going to use to fight. The Ghost Emperor said calmly. He didn't care about the natives at all. However, what happened next was a little off. Pung, a heavy sound rang out. A ball of blood exploded in the air. Oi oi, it's time to fight. Can't you be more serious? Lin Fan appeared in the distance and blasted apart an Emperor Heaven Realm expert with a single punch. He then looked at everyone else and felt quite helpless. He felt that the people from the upper realm were too arrogant. If they weren't serious about fighting, what else could they say? Everyone exchanged glances, unable to react. Perhaps they didn't expect the natives to be so rash. Not only did he attack, he even killed someone. Courting death. The Shadow Mountain ruler gritted his teeth. The person who was killed just now was on his side. He didn't even say anything and the other party attacked. This was too much. Native, go back to where you should be. The Shadow Mountain ruler roared in rage. His body instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the native. He raised his hand, and the surrounding space seemed to freeze. So strong. Terrifyingly strong. Just as he had this thought, his body exploded under the opponent's power, turning into a mist of blood. He couldn't even understand how the opponent did it. But at the last moment, he felt as though the air around him was sucked dry. Or it could be said that it was vaporized. Then, he was crushed by the space, and was killed. Damn, this damn native, he's crazy. The ghost race ruler didn't do anything. He just watched as the Yingshan ruler killed the native. One had to say that this was bullying the weak, but it felt good. There was a need to let this ignorant native feel the feeling of death. He died too easily. Granny May's voice was a little cold. A hint of hatred appeared on her charming face. Indeed. The ghost sovereign nodded and smiled. If he were alive and ended up in your hands, you could have your maidservants slowly train him. That would be a delightful thing. The Yingshan ruler was a little angry. Such a weak aboriginal actually dared to kill his people right in front of him. To him, this was king humiliation. Who was he, Yingshan ruler, an invincible being? If he said it out loud, he would lose all his face. Suddenly, the air quietened down. Everyone who was chatting suddenly went into a daze. What did they see? The appearance of the native was already shocking enough. But what was even more shocking wasn't the native, but the Yingshan ruler. You don't dare to show your face in broad daylight. How inferior must you be? Let's see what you look like. After 10 seconds of revival, he appeared behind the Yingshan ruler. His hands moved quickly and tore open the clothes of the Yingshan ruler. Eh? After tearing it open, Lin Fan retreated quickly. But he realized that something was wrong. Everyone's expression was complicated and shocked. Evidently, they saw something. What's going on? Is it that scary? Lin Fan was curious. He wanted to see what was going on with the Yingshan ruler. At this moment, the Yingshan ruler stood there without moving. But one could clearly see that his body was trembling. It wasn't very big. But one could see that it was getting bigger and bigger. How did this happen? Something must have happened. The faces of the people behind the Yingshan ruler couldn't be seen. But they all retreated, as though they were terrified. It can't be, the Shadow Mountain ruler has always been like this? The eyes of the ghost race ruler flickered with astonishment. After leaving the skeleton throne, no one had ever seen what the Shadow Mountain ruler looked like. Damn it. The Shadow Mountain ruler lowered his head. He was so angry that his teeth were chattering. A gloominess that had never appeared before emanated from his body. Ah. Suddenly. The Shadow Mountain hegemon turned his head fiercely. F***ck. Seeing the expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Fan prepared himself mentally to prevent himself from being frightened by the Shadow Mountain Overlord. But when he personally saw the appearance of the Shadow Mountain Sovereign, even though he was mentally prepared, he was still shocked. My God, aren't you too ugly? Your Peak Lord finally understands why you guys have to hide your faces. So it really can scare people to death. Lin Fan didn't care about the Shadow Mountain ruler's face, which had already turned extremely hideous. He even rubbed salt into the wound. The Yingshan ruler's face was very pale. Moreover, many parts of his body were tattered. His flesh was white and black. There were also many tiny white worms that were fixed in his wounds, swaying about. He wasn't human. He definitely wasn't human. He looked more like a corpse that had been dead for a long time and suddenly came back to life. Ugh. The girls behind Granny May were all extremely beautiful. But at this moment, one of them started retching. How could this be? Don't tell me the people of Yingshan all look like this? That time when I was with the people of Yingshan, although this girl wasn't as beautiful as Granny May, she was still a top-tier beauty. Her eyes were watery and she looked at people with a gentle and watery gaze. But at this moment, all the beauty disappeared. What replaced it was fear and disgust. The surrounding girls all looked at their companions. The moment they thought about how the people of Yingshan all looked like this, the girls who had done something beyond friendship with the people of Yingshan wanted to vomit out everything in their stomachs. Lin Fan looked at the Shadow Mountain ruler and the other party looked back at him. Brother, it's not your fault that you are ugly. Some people are born like this. Even if you want to change, there's nothing you can do. But I know of a way that can let you regain your dignity. That is to find something to cover your face with. I really do look a little like that. Lin Fan said tactfully. He wasn't the kind of person who looked at appearances. But the face of the Shadow Mountain ruler was really too scary. The people of Yingshan were trembling. They were really afraid. This was a taboo, a taboo. Lin Fan had already said so much. But unexpectedly, the other party didn't move at all. It was as if he was completely dumbfounded. But he knew that the other party wasn't dumb. Instead, he was brewing his anger. He was the one who caused this. He had to take responsibility for this. Hence, under everyone's fearful gaze, Lin Fan walked in front of the Shadow Mountain ruler. He rummaged through his storage ring. Soon, a smile appeared on his face as he took out a mask. This mask was given to me by my teacher. I feel that this mask should be given to someone who needs it. Although this was given to him by his teacher, but if he knew that this mask was given to someone who needed it more, he should be very happy. For you. Lin Fan passed the mask to the Shadow Mountain ruler. Although he had just killed a few of them. But that was something that couldn't be helped. This aboriginal must have a problem. The ghost race ruler's expression was a little rich. He really didn't expect that such a thing had already happened. Yet, Lin Fan acted as if nothing had happened. However, he was curious as to why the Shadow Mountain ruler hadn't acted yet. This was a little hard to understand. Eh? Lin Fan pondered. What was going on? Perhaps he was embarrassed. Then he could only take the initiative. Forget it, let me help you put it on. Lin Fan walked forward, took off the mask, then extended his hand and placed it on the other party's face. Very quickly. Lin Fan nodded his head in satisfaction. Not bad. Perfect. Very obedient. Look at your face now. It's so perfect. No one will know how ugly you are. He could only comfort the other party like this. After all, this was natural. It wasn't something that could be changed. This was all he could do. Suddenly, a terrifying power exploded from the other party's body. Bang, the Shadow Mountain ruler's fist landed on Lin Fan's stomach. The sound was very deep. A shockwave passed through Lin Fan's body and struck towards his back. Do you know that I really want to torture you to death? The Shadow Mountain ruler said coldly. Lin Fan bent his body, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The opponent's strength was very strong, and it was very striking. However, bang, Lin Fan's fist landed on the Shadow Mountain ruler's face. You're really too practical. I've already given you my mask for nothing. Return it to me then. Lin Fan said. The surrounding people were all dumbfounded. My God, what is going on? Where did this aboriginal come from? He actually dared to attack the Shadow Mountain ruler. I think no one in this world can save him. They all knew how terrifying the Shadow Mountain ruler was. Bang, at this moment. Blood splattered everywhere. The Shadow Mountain ruler destroyed Lin Fan with a single move. He then tore off the mask on his face and threw it to the side. Hateful dog. Just now, he was furious to the extreme. He even wanted to go crazy and kill everyone here. But thinking about it, the ghost race ruler and the others weren't weak. If they really fought. In the end, he really didn't know who would kill who. However, he was puzzled. He had just killed this aboriginal. Why did he appear again? Something wasn't right. He couldn't understand. At this moment, the Shadow Mountain ruler's face was covered by a layer of fog. He couldn't see his face clearly. 10 seconds later, Lin Fan appeared. His energy had reached its peak. How can this be? The ghost race ruler stared at Lin Fan. His eyes were filled with shock. Impossible. He saw the aboriginal die with his own eyes. Why would he appear again? Eh? The Shadow Mountain ruler was clearly stunned. Lin Fan was thinking about something. That was how to deal with these people. With these experts around, they would basically be killed instantly. Forget it. This time, he came up to have a good chat with these upper realm aboriginals. He wanted to let them know how terrifying the power of the buff was. The Shadow Mountain ruler had killed him a few times. But the others hadn't killed him yet. Let's have a good fight, then. Lin Fan said solemnly. He didn't want to waste time with these people. He started to fight. He activated his Eye of Disdain. He wasn't looking at everyone. He was looking at those who were stronger than world-level experts. Rumble, instantly, there was an uproar. A powerful shockwave exploded outwards, engulfing everything. After a long time, the place regained its calm. But at this moment, Lin Fan was no longer here. Just like that, he mysteriously disappeared from everyone's sight. What are we doing? The ghost race ruler was confused. He stared at his hands. They were stained with blood. I don't know. The other ruler was stunned as well. Something was wrong with what had just happened. He didn't even know what he was doing. Those who followed the rulers all stared at the 6 rulers, flabbergasted. They had seen everything that had just happened. That aboriginal had appeared time and time again. And the rulers had killed him time and time again. They were all stunned. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such a miraculous thing could happen. That aboriginal wouldn't die. Bzzz, a figure descended from the rift to the outworld. Not bad. I've been killed an average of 30 times. Lin Fan was very satisfied. Although they were being killed quite badly, hard work would be rewarded. He believed that the rewards he would reap would be tremendous. Somewhere in the outworld, there was a figure who was in a bitter and despairing state. Lai Qing was squatting on the ground with a look of despair on his face. He even wanted to die. How could this be? Where did all my stuff go? It wasn't that Lin Fan didn't want to fight the strong. But it really made him feel helpless. After being killed so many times, even if his mental state was at its peak 10 seconds later, he still couldn't take it. On average, they had been killed so many times by these few big shots. That was enough, so there was no need to say more. Based on the current situation, the descenders from the upper world will definitely swarm down. If they start killing right away, that won't be good. What Lin Fan was more worried about was the descenders from the upper world. If they came to the outer world, they would start to kill all the outer world people without saying a word. Even he wouldn't be able to care so much. No, I have to accumulate points. Without points, I really can't do anything. He didn't think much and headed into the distance. At such a crucial moment, he could only ask for help from the monsters. Moreover, to them, it was a huge merit. Who knew, they might not need to be monsters in their next life. He turned into a streak of light and headed into the distance. The outer world was huge, and even now, he hadn't been to every place. When he merged, he would merge all the worlds together. Moreover, there would be so many that it was unimaginable. Schwa, at this moment, Lin Fan was really quick, but he frowned. In that instant, he seemed to have seen someone familiar pass by. He wasn't sure, but he was really familiar and he definitely knew him. Wang, he stopped in the air and turned his head. Over there, a figure had also stopped. Their eyes met, and there was doubt in both of their eyes. Are we? Lin Fan pointed at him. He looked really familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. We have met. The person in the distance continued Lin Fan's sentence. Right, we have met before. Where did we meet? Why can't I remember? Lin Fan swore to the heavens that he had definitely seen this person before. Moreover, something had happened. If not, he wouldn't have such a weird feeling. Demon Ancestor looked at the person in front of him carefully. This person made him feel really annoyed from the bottom of his heart. They just bumped into each other and the two of them only interacted with their eyes. But with just one look, he saw the right person. He took the initiative to stop, and the other party also stopped. From this point, it was enough to show that the other person definitely thought the same way. The demon ancestor was really confused. His brain was thinking quickly. Who was it? He definitely knew it, and it couldn't be a stranger. With his strength, it was enough for him to press the other party to the ground and give him a good beating. Then, he would force the other party to introduce himself. However, in this situation, there was no need for that. He had to remember who the other party was. Only then would he feel a sense of accomplishment. Lin Fan came before the other party. He did not know that the other party was the ancestral demon that he had bumped into back then. Taking a closer look, the other party was really tyrannical. The aura that he was hiding was way higher than anyone else he had ever met. Furthermore, he was definitely not someone from the outer realm. He should be someone from the upper realm. Have you seen me before? Lin Fan asked. The fiend ancestor nodded and said with a deep voice, I've definitely seen it somewhere before, but I just can't recall it. Don't be anxious. I'm someone who likes to meet familiar people, but I can't remember them. I can help you remember. Can you tell me who you hate the most? Lin Fan asked. There was nothing wrong with this question. He had never had a good relationship with any descender, and all of them were quite bad. They were either hammered to death or scared of being hammered. The other party was definitely a descender. That was definitely true. As for someone who was still alive and didn't have a deep impression of him, that could only mean that they had bumped into each other in the past and hurt each other. However, because it had been too long, their faces were blurry and he couldn't remember them clearly. That was also possible. The key was that he himself had always been really vague about descenders. Only when he had a conflict with them on the spot would he become more familiar with them. After that, he would basically forget about them. The fiend ancestor looked at the other party and mumbled in his heart. One look and he knew that this fellow wasn't a good person. Furthermore, he was really despicable. Of course, he had to figure out who the other party was. Why did he give him a sense of familiarity? The person that your ancestral demon hates the most? That is naturally. The fiend ancestor called himself that out of habit. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the other party. I remember now. You are the heaven-hating little gentleman. Lin Fan exclaimed. He truly did not know who the other party was. But when he heard the other party call himself your ancestral demon, he recalled. Eh? The fiend ancestor was stunned. Who are you? He hadn't expected that there would be someone who knew of his nickname. It was a nickname that was treated as a joke a long time ago. I'm the person you hate the most in your heart. Since you hate me so much and don't even remember what I look like, that's a little disappointing. Lin Fan didn't hide anything and naturally spoke the truth. After all, he wasn't someone who liked to lie. Lin Fan smiled, not minding how ugly the fiend ancestor's face was. He mumbled to himself, I really remember now. Weren't you sealed? I even tricked you into giving me the original demon scripture. I have to say, it's not bad. Oh, right. I remember now. You made a deal with the Thousand Cave Patriarch and the rest and were released. He remembered everything now. To think that he would meet the fiend ancestor in such a vast outer world. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. You. The fiend ancestor's face was ugly. He looked ferocious, but he was more angry. He didn't return to the upper world through the crack. Other than wanting to get some benefits here, he also wanted to find that bastard. While he was sealed, he promised to give him a skill set and then let him out. In the end, what made him angry was that this aboriginal ran away. He wasn't even afraid of the promise. He was really angry. Yes, it's me. Are you angry now? Lin Fan looked at the fiend ancestor. He had been killed too many times in the upper world. Now that he had returned to the outer world and met the fiend ancestor, what else could he do? He couldn't fight him. Unless he used bad luck. But there was no need for that. He would die for nothing. If he couldn't use his own hands to make the fiend ancestor feel how cruel it was, how disappointing would that be? Of course, the fiend ancestor definitely had a lot of good stuff on him. It would be a good choice if he could get all of them. What he lacked now was skill sets. If he had enough skill sets, he could swear that even if he didn't eat or drink, he would still accumulate points to raise his skill set to the peak. Lin Fan didn't waste any time and came in front of the fiend ancestor. He grabbed his hand and hammered it on his chest. Come, to make you feel better, you can kill me. Don't hesitate. Do it. Use your most cruel methods. Be as cruel as you can. Don't hesitate. Initially, the fiend ancestor wanted to mock him viciously or let him feel the arrival of fear. But when he heard those words, he was stunned. What was going on? He couldn't understand what was going on. In the eyes of the fiend ancestor, this was way different from what he had imagined. What are you doing? The fiend ancestor wanted to retract his hand. But who knew that the other party would grab it tightly and continue hammering on his chest? Just what in the world was he trying to do? This wasn't how he was supposed to play with him. Nothing. Just hammer me to death, alright? Lin Fan was getting a little impatient. He didn't have time to mess around with the fiend ancestor. He just wanted to be hammered to death 30 to 50 times and then leave this place to earn some points. Are you sick in the head? The fiend ancestor couldn't understand the situation right now. If the other party was a little firmer or revealed a fearful expression, he would let the other party have a taste of what true terrifying power was. But right now, he just wanted to die. That was something that he couldn't understand. In fact, the fiend ancestor didn't even have that thought anymore. Crushing others was about feeling. If the feeling wasn't there, it would only make one feel really uncomfortable. As for him, the fiend ancestor, he was someone who was more particular about that. Even if he had been sealed for so long and hated this fella, he wouldn't just ignore the feeling and kill the other party. No matter how one looked at it, he wasn't worthy of his identity and status. I'm not sick. Are you going to kill me or not? Lin Fan looked at the fiend ancestor and asked. He felt that there was something wrong with the fiend ancestor. He had already said things to such an extent, so why wasn't he taking action yet? Wait, what's up with you? Do you really want to die that badly? The fiend ancestor was a little stunned and his brain couldn't process what was going on. He had to think about what was going on. No, there was a problem. Was the heavens trying to scam him again? Piak, suddenly. Lin Fan slapped him. I asked you to hammer me to death. Did you hear me? Hammer. The fiend ancestor was a little stunned. Why did he suddenly attack for no reason? He took a step back and his eyes were filled with shock and rage. He covered his face with one hand and said with a wrong tone, What are you doing? Please hammer me to death. Lin Fan walked up and grabbed the fiend ancestor's hand. He slapped it on his chest and hoped that the other party would attack. Are you sick? Why should I hammer you to death? Let go of me. The fiend ancestor didn't dare to move. He realized that the other party was purposely letting him attack to infuriate him. This made him feel that something wasn't right. It was like something was about to happen. In the past, he wouldn't have thought so much. But now, he was a little wary of a broken place like the outside world. Lin Fan raised his hand once more and was prepared to slap him. However, the fiend ancestor blocked it. The fiend ancestor wanted to fight back and kill this native with one move. But when he thought about the things that he couldn't understand, he bore with it. Something was wrong. There was definitely something wrong. If there wasn't anything wrong, why would he be so crazy? After suffering once in the outside world, he wouldn't suffer a second time. Suddenly, just as the fiend ancestor was thinking about all this and suspected that Lin Fan had a goal, he sensed a power explode from the native's body. Since you aren't attacking, then I will. Let's see whether or not you will kill me. Lin Fan's power was really strong. The ripple spread out and shocked the fiend ancestor. At the same time, he was even more certain that something was wrong. The strongest person in the outside world was Peak Dao Realm. Those people who made deals with him were Peak Dao Realm. However, the power that he could sense from Lin Fan was extremely formidable. It had already surpassed the peak of the Dao Realm. He didn't believe that there was no special deal with Heaven Sky. As expected, there was something wrong. Instantly, he distanced himself from Lin Fan and pointed at him, "Just you wait." He wanted to understand the situation. He had just come out and he definitely couldn't be careless. After suffering once, there wouldn't be a second time. You want to run? Lin Fan was extremely disappointed in the demon ancestor. He was supposed to be the heaven-hater little man who didn't fear anyone and loved to fight with others. How did he end up like this? This was totally different from what the frog said. In fact, he was just too cowardly, wasn't he? He was already right in front of him and he couldn't do it. He didn't even know what to say. Colored eyes. Lin Fan raised his head. His eyes shone with an invisible glow that instantly covered the heaven-hater little man. Since he met him, he had to do something. Eh? The demon ancestor had been wary of him and wanted to leave right away. He wanted to investigate the situation before coming back. Now that he was so despicable, he wanted to kill him right away. He had roamed the upper world for so many years and had never faced such a situation. Who would be willing to be the first, anyway? If others were willing, he definitely wouldn't. So, to put it bluntly, he was stunned by the other party and didn't dare to move. The moment Lin Fan activated his colored eyes, the demon ancestor actually felt lost. What replaced it was rage. That rage was like a volcano that was about to erupt. He wanted to destroy everything. A strong gust of wind blew over. Lin Fan's body shook and his long hair danced behind him. He muttered in his heart, amazing. He didn't expect the demon ancestor to be so strong. The aura produced by his rage was actually so terrifying. Hung Long, there was a sonic boom. This was the sound of space exploding. The invisible space was like a wave that rumbled to both sides. Instantly, the demon ancestor appeared in front of Lin Fan. He was so quick that no one could react. It was just the blink of an eye. A terrifying power exploded from the demon ancestor's palms. A bright light covered Lin Fan. Lin Fan's body shook and his chest caved in. His bones broke and he was smashed into the ground. So fast and so strong. That was what he thought. Hung Long, his body smashed into the ground and the strong power pierced through his body. When it reached the ground, it cracked and many cracks appeared, spreading far into the distance. When he touched the ground, his body rebounded. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Feels good. Lin Fan smiled, not feeling any pain at all. Damn it, I knew it. This heaven-hateful little husband is definitely something. This punch was enough to explain everything. The power of the fist was very strong. Only those who practiced hard body skills could explode with such terrifying power. Ha 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 ha, heaven-hateful little gentleman, not bad. Come on. Lin Fan stood up and wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth, revealing a crazed expression. Why didn't he kill him? It felt so good to beat him up now. However, to be honest, the feeling of being beaten up was really satisfying. His once arrogant heart was directly smashed to pieces. However, this would only be temporary. Once he broke through to the world level, these fellows would be finished. To others, this level of cultivation was something that they could not hope for. But to him, all he needed was a little bit of time. I will hammer you to death. The heaven-hating little man appeared before Lin Fan in a frenzy. Raising both of his hands up high, the power of the demonic ancestor was gathering in his palms. With a holler, he pushed out with both palms and crushed down on Lin Fan's body. Rumble, it was earth-shattering, shocking everyone. The entire world seemed as though it was about to shatter. After being hit by the Eye of Disdain, the demonic ancestor's every strike was filled with terrifying power. It was invincible and something he couldn't handle right now. There was a loud bang. Lin Fan loved to beat people up, but he was also used to being beaten up by others. Power flowed through his body, spreading to his limbs and then exploding. His body exploded and blood splattered everywhere. What the hell am I doing? The demonic ancestor came back to his senses. He lowered his head and looked at his hands, which were stained with blood. His body was also covered in blood. He was stunned. Didn't he want to leave just now? Why was he still here? This blood is... The demonic ancestor could feel the blood on his hands. It was warm and wet. But what was going on? He was really lost and wanted to understand what was going on. But looking at the current situation, it was hard to understand. The crater in the ground was huge and it was shattered by a terrifying wave of power. Oi! Just as the demonic ancestor was thinking about these things, 10 seconds were up. Lin Fan appeared in midair. His essence energy was at its peak. Everything else aside, that feeling wasn't just for show. It felt really good. Since he was used to beating people up, then he had to try what it felt like to be beaten up by someone else. But he felt no pain. He died really quickly and in the blink of an eye, his consciousness dissipated. It wasn't good. What is going on? What did you do to me? The demonic ancestor chided. After Lin Fan died, the stare effect disappeared. Normal people without strong willpower would be really blurry. But for someone like the demonic ancestor, his willpower was really strong and he reacted right away. But it would still be blurry. Where was he and what was he doing? Nothing much. I told you to beat me to death but you didn't want to. I had no choice but to force you, so I was killed by you. Lin Fan said calmly. People should have a reverence for life. But since he had the undying body, he didn't respect his own life at all. He only felt that if you wanted to kill me, then kill me. It didn't matter and he welcomed it. When the demonic ancestor heard those words, he was speechless. His mind was in a mess and he didn't understand what was going on. Once, twice, it will be quick. Come on. Lin Fan raised his head. His aura was really explosive as he struck towards the demonic ancestor. Earth-destroying heavenly stars. It was a really old move but it was really practical. Instantly, he slapped out with his palm. The air was crushed and an invisible ripple was formed that pressed towards the demonic ancestor. Damn it, what is this? The demonic ancestor didn't dare to fight back. He had been scammed by the heaven once. Once bitten, twice shy. Facing such a weird and incomprehensible situation, he really didn't want to fight back at all. He didn't fight back. He just tore apart the aura in the sky and distanced himself from Lin Fan. You, what do you want? What is it? We can have a chat first. Let me tell you, the heaven isn't a good person. He is a B***TCH. Don't be fooled by him. The demonic ancestor said. Enough, demonic ancestor. Are you still the demonic ancestor of the past? Why are you so cowardly now? Can't you bring out your strength and strike me hard? I really want to be beaten to death by you right now. Lin Fan hollered. He was really convinced by the demonic ancestor's strength. He was too cowardly. When the demonic ancestor was sealed, he was so domineering. After knowing that he was tricked, he said that he wanted to kill Lin Fan. But now that he met Lin Fan, he didn't do anything at all. Lin Fan was a little disappointed. It seemed like there was no other way. Colored eyes. He couldn't rely on the demonic ancestor to take the initiative. He could only rely on himself. The demonic ancestor wanted to speak up, but he realized that something was wrong with his mental state. The evil intentions that he had buried deep in his heart roared out like a berserk demon dragon. His anger swept through the world and was about to materialize. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The demonic ancestor's voice was dark. The might of the demonic ancestor covered the entire world. It was something that no one could defend against. Come on, kill me. Lin Fan couldn't wait any longer. If he wanted to make the demonic ancestor go bankrupt, one life was definitely not enough. He had to have a few more lives. In this era, lives weren't worth much. Of course, he was the peak leader of the magnificent flame sect's Invincible peak. His life was still worth something. If an ordinary person were to kill him, he wouldn't be able to afford it even if he had 10 lifetimes and even his underwear. But for someone as powerful as the demonic ancestor, one life wasn't enough. He would need at least 30 to 40 lives. Boom, the ground shook. The demonic ancestor was strong, and he was going all out. Naturally, the commotion he caused was huge. If anyone were to pass by now, they would probably be affected by the shockwave. Whether or not they could survive depended on the other party's strength. If they were weak, they would basically be turned into ashes. F*CK, what is your demonic ancestor doing again? The demonic ancestor floated in the air, not knowing what was happening. He felt that his rationality had disappeared for a moment. At that moment, he was blank and had no reaction at all. This isn't right. To be able to affect such a situation, it must be a terrifying power. Perhaps it's the work of the heavens. The demonic ancestor was careful and didn't dare to think too much. He looked down at the endless pit. It was so deep that it was like an abyss. Go. Without hesitation, the demonic ancestor turned around and fled. Without any hesitation at all. Right now, he only wanted to leave this place temporarily. After he understood the latest situation, he would come back to understand this matter. As for now, he didn't know anything at all and wanted to act recklessly. Wasn't that just courting death? After falling for it once, he fell for it a second time. Did they really think that he, the demonic ancestor, had gotten to this state for nothing? 10 seconds later, alright, again. In the void, Lin Fan appeared once more. But very quickly, he realized that something was wrong. Where is everyone? Lin Fan looked around. There was no one at all. He didn't know where they had run off to. My God! The demonic ancestor can run this fast? He knew that there was a flaw in using the Eye of Disdain and the Undying Body together. For someone with a weak will, it was basically a seamless connection. But for a powerful being like the demonic ancestor, it was basically impossible to achieve a seamless connection. The moment he died and the Eye of Disdain closed, the will of a powerful being would recover and they would wake up instantly. As for the demonic ancestor, he had always wanted to run. Therefore, the moment he came to his senses, he naturally retreated right away. What a pity. Lin Fan shook his head and sighed. However, it didn't matter. Since the demonic ancestor was in the outer world, they would naturally meet once more. The knowing birds were very well informed. As long as he asked them, there wouldn't be any problems. In the distance. That bastard, there must be something wrong with his head. Fortunately, I ran quickly, otherwise, I would really be in trouble once more. In the distance, the demon ancestor appeared. Ever since he was scammed by Heaven Sky once, he had been really careful and wouldn't do anything he wasn't confident in. That damn bastard kept asking him to kill. He just didn't understand. One only had one life and it was gone once he killed him. What right did he have to do that? Therefore, the ghost inside was very big. If he wasn't careful, he would regret it. However, the situation just now was a little weird. He wasn't sure but he felt that there was a problem. It wasn't that there was a problem with him but that damn fellow. Suddenly, the demon ancestor looked into the distance. He was the ancestor of the demon path and he knew all the demonic aura in the world. If someone dared to use demonic aura in front of him, they would just be overestimating themselves. Not bad, the demonic aura is pure but it is a little weak. The demon ancestor commented. He raised his finger and a black demonic aura wrapped around his fingertip. He placed his fingertip into his mouth. He tasted it carefully. The cultivation techniques are all very pure and there are no impurities. For a native to cultivate to such a level, it is really not bad. I shall go take a look to see which fellow is cultivating. The demon ancestor calmed himself down and then headed into the distance. He didn't have anything against natives. Be it people from the upper world or the outer region, in his eyes, they were all really weak. Don't say that he was arrogant, he was just speaking the truth. In the distance, there was a pitch-black mountain range. Within the mountain range, there was a black volcano that was waiting to erupt. Thick smoke floated out and it looked like hell on earth. Above the mountain range, there was an armored man who was wrapped in black energy. He was forming a demonic civilization. The demonic civilization was words and some demonic diagrams. But for some reason, they disappeared instantly. I failed again. Xianxia's expression was dark and he was lost about his future. At the same time, he was a little disappointed. Why did he fail every time? Kid, you are a little eager for success. You are in a dangerous situation now. Suddenly, a voice spread out from the distance and rang in Xianxia's ears. Who is it? Xianxia was shocked. He was cultivating here, yet he didn't even notice that someone was approaching. He couldn't help but shiver. Just what kind of expert was this? Could it be a descender? He felt enough despair towards the descenders. They were too powerful, and no one had any chance of survival. I'm here. The devil ancestor appeared. He was a little interested in this indigenous being. Earlier, she had been frightened by that hateful fellow. Her heart was pounding violently. She needed to find some entertainment to soothe her wounded heart. Now that he had encountered a devil cultivator, his interest was piqued. Furthermore, the way he looked at the other party was the same. Lad, you can flaunt your talents all you want. But in front of this demon ancestor, you're just a child. Xianxia's expression changed. When he first saw the other party, he did not see a human figure. Instead, he saw a pitch-black demonic source that exuded boundless demonic might. How could that be? Xianxia was horrified. He was a devil god, yet he had never seen someone with such terrifying demonic might. In front of him, he was just like a child. Hee hee. The devil ancestor laughed. He placed his hands behind his back and raised his head. A domineering demonic might covered the world. Little friend, you are really lost. Forming a demonic civilization? What capabilities do you have? Do you know what a demonic civilization is? The words of the devil ancestor stunned Xianxia. Demonic civilization, what the hell? Since when did he form a demonic civilization? He didn't understand what the other party was saying, but he felt that it was a little mysterious. Looking at your expression, don't tell me you don't know what a demonic civilization is? The devil ancestor asked. Not only was Xianxia stunned. Even the devil ancestor was a little stunned. What was going on with the natives of the outer world? They didn't even know what a demonic civilization was, and yet they were so filled with energy. Were they sick in the head? Who are you? Xianxia asked warily. The feeling that the other party gave him was too dangerous. Although they were both from the demonic path, the danger that the other party gave him seemed endless. The devil ancestor smiled. Listen up, I am the ancestor of the demonic path, the devil ancestor of the demons. Devil ancestor? Xianxia was a little stunned. This fellow's way of addressing him was a little arrogant, but his strength was indeed really strong. That's right, to you, I am someone that you will never be able to come into contact with. But you are really lucky to have me notice you, so you are really lucky. The devil ancestor nodded his head calmly. The demeanor of the devil ancestor swept the entire area. He felt that this native was a little interesting. He had a good impression of people who cultivated the demonic path. After all, there were only a few who could cultivate to such a high level. There were many people who cultivated the devil path who eventually became lunatics. Do you want to learn the demonic path with me? I can teach you. You are in a bad situation now. As the devil ancestor is the king of the demons, I have to bring you little ones along. The devil ancestor said. He came to the outer world and was unfamiliar with the people and land. He was even scammed by a dog. He concluded his point. The main thing was that when things happened, no one would be the scapegoat. This fellow was decent. If he was nurtured well, he might become a qualified scapegoat. Okay. Xianxia didn't hesitate. He could tell that Lin Fan was really strong. That surging demonic aura was just shocking. When he faced him, he was like a small boat swaying in the ocean. He had no destination and would never be able to climb to shore. He was totally lost. Beasts, beasts, I am coming. Lin Fan was really emotional. It had been a long time since he had a good chat with the beasts and he missed them a lot. In the past, when he lacked points, the beasts would head up and give him points. How could he not be touched by such actions? The void shook. When Lin Fan stopped, with him as the center, a layer of ripples spread out. This is the place. Below was a secret realm. There were many secret realms outside the outer world, so many that it was a little scary. Furthermore, many people would come to these mystic realms. The hidden beasts inside were basically trained to be very fierce. Who would dare to come in alone? If one's strength wasn't strong enough, they would basically just be food for the beasts. Suddenly, a few items appeared in his palm. A pill and a few treasures. He placed the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. It tasted okay, a little sour and sweet. It seems like the buff is starting to take effect. I wonder how much compensation I have to pay this time. Lin Fan was a little excited. He didn't know which items would appear and which ones would appear. Anyway, he had been killed by the 6 of them quite a number of times, so he would have to pay some compensation. As for these few treasures, he didn't really need them. He clenched his fist and creaking sounds could be heard. Power gathered continuously. If it wasn't tough enough, then it would really be trash. He liked things that were tougher. The space god pillar on his body was a really tough thing. If he used it to hammer people, he would basically be able to hit them. There was no other way to describe it. It was really violent. Just as Lin Fan was about to attack and break through the secret realm, another cultivation technique appeared in his hand. Shattering Void. This cultivation technique, when Lin Fan touched this cultivation technique, he had a feeling that this was a cultivation technique that he had been looking forward to for a long time. He opened the cultivation technique and took a rough look. Pata, Lin Fan closed the cultivation technique instantly. The moment he activated the cultivation method, a shadow of confusion appeared in front of his eyes for a long time. There was even a weird mental strength that spread out from the cultivation technique and merged into his mind. If it wasn't for the immunity, something might have really gone wrong. Good, very good. He was really satisfied. This cultivation technique was a perfect hard body technique, but it was different from other ones. As long as he had enough points, he could start to improve it. The buff of paying debts is a little strong. Lin Fan had never felt that he was a cheat because cheaters were shameful. He had always thought that he was just a person with bad luck who came to this world, and the big shots of his hometown missed him too much. Therefore, they gave him this simple little support, hoping that he would be able to walk further in the outer realm and protect more people. He used his smart brain to develop the small support system and gradually relied on his pursuit of strength to reach this stage. It was really difficult and not easy. Hayes, I only got here because I had a little bit of luck. The cultivation technique is not bad. I'll take it first and study it when I get more points. Who knows what else they will give me later. He was very confident in those big shots. After all, they were elders from the upper world and had killed him so many times. As long as they had a bit of conscience, they would definitely not give him trash. However, it was a pity that the heaven-hater little man only killed him twice, which was a pitiful amount. He didn't know how much he could compensate him. He didn't think too much and started to work. He stabbed his hands into the ground and power spread from his fingers, forming a huge net that wrapped the entire secret realm. He then shouted and flipped his hands. Kaboom, the ground cracked and the entire secret realm was thrown into the air. Giant rocks were scattered in the air, and there were many monsters floating in the air. They had been waiting for their prey in the gloomy mystic realm, but what the hell was this sunlight that was full of vitality? It was blinding. The monsters moved their hooves in the air and had to find a path to step on, otherwise, they would panic. Much simpler. Lin Fan raised his head and looked out. In the past, it was really tough to clear secret realms. He had to enter personally and slowly kill the monsters. But now, it was easy and fun. There was an indescribable feeling of joy. What is that? In the giant rock, there was a skeleton that was giving off a golden light. It sat cross-legged and spun in the air. Forget it, it must be some small toy. Lin Fan didn't care about it. He clenched his fingers and gathered power. Gathering points required a sense of ritual. What is going on? The golden skeleton floating on the boulder was stunned. It had been waiting for the fated person for no reason. Then, it would use the great art of deception to find a chance of survival for itself. It had even set up a trap. But what was going on now? Why was it outside? What was going on with that bastard below? What was he doing, suddenly? No. The golden body screamed in despair. Hong Long, Lin Fan punched out with his fist. The berserk power was just like a tidal wave that covered the entire void. All living beings, everything, were turned into ashes. His points continued to rise. He was in a really good mood. Feels good. Lin Fan smiled. He felt really good. The speed at which he was earning points was much faster than before. This was why the feeling of being strong was unimaginable. However, he had been struggling with the identity of the person who made that sound just now. Maybe it was the golden skeleton. It didn't matter. One look and he knew that it wasn't a good thing. If it was, would it be something that he could smash with one punch? Hiding in the secret realm and studying the golden skeleton was just a waste of time. It was a clean punch, a clean punch. It was definitely a comfortable feeling. I have to find another place. He looked at his points. Although it wasn't much, it was a start. Moreover, this was the outer region and not the upper world. It was normal for there to be a huge gap. Suddenly. Something appeared in his hand. Looking closely, he was stunned. What was that? Just as he was prepared to leave, a wooden box laid quietly on his palm. It was really dark and there was a sun pattern in the middle. What is this? Since he was killed hundreds of times by those fellows, he knew that his chance to get rich was here. He could just lie at home and wealth would fall from the heavens. Looking at the wooden box from the outside, it looked a little different. It seemed really high-end. He was someone who had seen good things. Normal things weren't good. For example, those treasures that he had just obtained weren't much. They didn't feel good and weren't hard enough. Although he didn't shatter them, they were for his junior brothers and sisters to use. Along the way, he had relied on nothing else but his greatest strength. He opened the wooden box. Immediately, a scorching heat was emitted from the box. This thing doesn't seem simple. He pinched out a red pill with 2 fingers. The surface of the pill was burning with a scorching flame, illuminating the surroundings with a fiery red light. This pill. It is a little different. The treasures of the elders in the upper world were unimaginable. They were definitely richer than those in the outer region. The void-breaking technique from before was decent and it felt like it could be compared to the original demon scripture. This pill was amazing too. Although he hadn't consumed it, he could tell with his naked eyes that it could make one fly to the heavens. He opened his mouth. He didn't care and just swallowed it. Crunch, it was a little crispy. When it entered the mouth, the temperature was very high. When it was bitten open, there was liquid inside. It was very viscous, fragrant, and sweet. Gulp, he moved his throat and swallowed all the pills into his stomach. No problem. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. There was nothing wrong at all. Other than feeling a little warm, there was nothing special about his body. His experience points did not increase at all. This doesn't make sense. There weren't even any energy fluctuations, which made it hard for others to understand. Suddenly, a wave of scorching energy was brewing in his body. It's a bit warm. His skin gradually turned fiery red, and there were even small flames dancing on his skin. Yes. It was a little uncomfortable. Although there was no pain, the feedback from his body was a feeling of discomfort. Moreover, this feeling of discomfort was constantly accumulating. His body was bloated, and every cell was filled with the feeling of bloating. Ah. It was unbearable. Lin Fan's muscles tensed up and he clenched his fists tightly. He roared into the sky and a ball of flames shot out from his mouth, piercing through the sky and seeping into the clouds. F***ck, what the hell is this? He had no idea what was going on. I just swallowed a pill. It's fine if they don't give me experience points, but why are they making such a scene? Who are they trying to show off? At this moment, flames were shooting out from every pore of his skin, covering the entire sky. Sizzle, under the scorching heat, the ground was cracking and vaporizing. This temperature was simply too terrifying. Even the ground would be destroyed by it. Bang, bang, Lin Fan did not know what was happening to him. Even if he ate something randomly, it shouldn't be this big. He admitted that he did not know what the effects of the pill were. He just thought that it looked a little overbearing, so he swallowed it. He did not expect it to cause such trouble. F***ck, this thing. I don't know what to do with it. Lin Fan realized that he was still engulfed in flames. F***ck, in other words, this was not the scene he wanted to see. He did not know what the pill was used for. He raised his hands. Both of his hands were covered in flames, and he realized that his hair was disappearing. Was he going to burn himself bald? F***ck, what the hell is this? What kind of pill is this? I don't care what effect it has. What's the point of keeping you if you make me so unhappy? Clang, he took out the Tai Sovereign sword and finished himself off. The moment his life force dissipated, the flames disappeared as if they had never happened. However, the surrounding environment had been reduced to ruins in a sea of fire. Many abyssal cracks had appeared on the ground, and vigorous flames were gushing out of the abyssal cracks. 10 seconds later. F***ck, my head hurts. Lin Fan opened his eyes and looked at his body. He felt much better now that there were no flames burning on his body. Everything had returned to normal. That's more like it. That thing just now was a scam. He did not know what to say. What kind of stupid pill is this? If I have more in the future, I won't take it even if I give it to you. Fire is not fun at all. And you want to burn my hair? Is that something a human can do? You're worse than a beast. This environment. At this moment, he noticed that the surroundings had become a land of fire. No living thing could survive here. The ground was also filled with flames, turning it red. Who would have thought that swallowing a single pill would actually cause such a situation? This was truly unexpected. Forget it, let's continue. He did not stay here for long. He had to continue searching for secret realms. If he could meet a descender, that would be a good choice. But looking at the current situation, it was a little dangerous. The crack in the ghost domain had opened. The descenders that remained in the outer realm might rush towards the ghost domain and meet up with the main group. Upper realm. The ghost race rulers had hurt. This territory originally belonged to the ghost race. But that bastard demon ancestor had borrowed the power of the ghost domain to open a path to the upper realm. This was too much. He did not care about the ghost race at all. He was furious. Look at the current situation. This was a little too much. The rulers of the 5 great powers were like dogs. As soon as they caught the slightest whiff of trouble, they would immediately rush over with their men. They even set up camp in the ghost domain, with no intention of leaving. In their words, they had to choose a good day to descend to the outer realm. He only had one thing to say about this. A bunch of fools. Suddenly, movement came from outside. What's going on? What happened? The ghost race ruler's face was dark. This was his territory, and it was so noisy outside. They did not care about him at all. This was too much and infuriating. Very quickly, a ghost race disciple hurried in. His expression was somewhat flustered. Arriving at the Great Hall, he knelt on the ground. Ruler, the Shadow Mountain ruler has gone mad. He's currently throwing a tantrum outside, saying that someone stole something from him. If no one stands out to admit it, he will start a massacre. Arrogant. When the ghost race ruler heard this, his eyes were spitting fire. What was this? He actually wanted to start a massacre in the ghost domain. He probably did not know whose territory this was. Speak, what did he lose? The ghost race ruler suppressed his anger and asked. I don't know, but it should be something very important. Right now, Granny May and the others are being blocked by Shadow Mountain ruler. The situation is out of control. The ghost race disciple was flustered. With their cultivation base, they were just ants in the eyes of the powerful figures outside. They could be blown apart with just a breath. Especially in this situation, where the few rulers were all furious. Who dared to go against them? I will go take a look. The ghost race ruler stood up from his throne and walked outside. He wanted to see what Shadow Mountain ruler wanted. Did he really want to start a war? If that was the case, no one was afraid of anyone. If they wanted to fight, they would fight. Especially in the ghost domain, who would be afraid of anyone? When he reached the outside, he heard Shadow Mountain ruler's angry voice. Bastard, who stole my thing? Come out. Shadow Mountain ruler stared angrily at everyone. The surroundings of the ghost domain was sealed by a formless barrier of light. Clearly, Shadow Mountain ruler had sealed everything, not allowing anyone to leave. What the hell are you doing? This is the ghost domain, not you, Shadow Mountain. If you want to go crazy, go back to your own place. Don't act arrogant here. No one here is afraid of you. Ghost race ruler rebuked. I don't care. My thing was stolen here. No matter who it is, you have to hand it over. Shadow Mountain ruler said angrily. At the start, he really didn't know that his thing had been stolen. He was just bored, so he took a look. This was bad. A technique he obtained from the primordial ancestors' abyss had actually disappeared. He valued this technique very much. Usually, he didn't dare to casually display it. He always kept it in his storage ring and carried it with him. But now, it had mysteriously disappeared. There was only one possibility. It had been stolen by someone. Your thing was stolen by someone, and it has something to do with us. You didn't look after it properly, and you blame us? Shadow Mountain, don't be unreasonable. Ghost race ruler said angrily. Yes, you can't look after your own thing properly, and yet you come to us. What a joke. Old Lady May's voice was light and filled with temptation. Everyone, Xianxia has lost something. Naturally, he would be extremely anxious. We should be understanding. It's just that we don't know what exactly you have lost. Everyone here has known each other for tens of thousands of years. We are not the kind of people who steal things. Yes, Granny May's words make sense. Xianxia, you keep saying that you lost something. What did you lose? At least give us an explanation. The other rulers asked. Now, he didn't even know what he had lost, yet he pushed the blame onto them. This was a little too much. Shadow Mountain ruler looked coldly at them. If he lost something here, it must have been stolen by someone here. But, to be able to steal something from under his nose, it meant that this person was definitely not an ordinary person. Hence, he suspected the 5 rulers present. As he spoke of what he had lost, the Shadow Mountain ruler's heart was bleeding. Shattering Void, this was a cultivation technique that he had painstakingly obtained. To him, this was the crux of his growth. When the 5 rulers heard this, they could not help but tremble. No wonder the Shadow Mountain ruler was so angry. If it was them, they too would be infuriated. In fact, it was normal for them to explode. They knew that Shattering Void was a cultivation technique, and an extremely strong one at that. The Shadow Mountain ruler was one of the strongest amongst them. To a large extent, this had to do with this cultivation technique. I can guarantee that it was definitely not a ghost who stole your things. The ghost race ruler said solemnly. He had to guarantee this. Although he really wanted this cultivation technique, if he offended a ruler because of it, the consequences would not be worth it. The Shadow Mountain ruler did not speak. Evidently, he did not believe it. After all, this was the territory of the ghost race. However, who would be so daring to steal from him? You don't believe me? The ghost race ruler asked. He noticed that the Shadow Mountain ruler's gaze seemed to say, if I believe you, then I would really believe you. What does it matter whether I believe it or not? What has happened has already happened. Whoever stole my things, they know very well. the Shadow Mountain ruler said. The ghost race ruler did not like it when others wrongly accused him. Especially in his territory, he would not allow himself to be wrongly accused. Furthermore, the lost things were not ordinary things. The Shadow Mountain ruler would definitely not let this go. If he did not give an explanation, it would not be good for anyone. Alright, I, the Ghost Emperor, swear to the heavens that if I steal the Shadow Mountain ruler's shattering void cultivation technique, I will die a horrible death and turn to dust. Rumble. For such an expert to swear, the situation was shocking. The heavens and earth resonated, forming a huge storm. The Shadow Mountain ruler was stunned. He did not expect the ghost race ruler to swear. This was something he did not expect. At the same time, in his heart, he gradually came to the conclusion that perhaps the ghost race ruler really did not steal his things. Not everyone could play with oaths. Even with their level of cultivation, in front of the wrath of the heavens, they were still terrifyingly weak. Fight with men, not with the heavens. Those who once fought with the heavens were now buried. Granny May and the others stared at the ghost race sovereign. How ruthless, swearing an oath. At first, they had assumed that it was the ghost ruler who had stolen it. After all, this was the ghost domain, the territory of the ghost race. It would be difficult for others to steal it, but it would be much easier for the ghost race to steal it. However, what they couldn't understand was what was going on. Who could steal something from the hands of the Shadow Mountain ruler, unless his strength had reached a terrifying level, but was that even possible? There was absolutely no chance of that happening. Xianxia, this should be enough, right? If I really did it, I would definitely admit to it. However, I can't tolerate such slander from you. The ruler of the ghost race said. He was not the kind of person who would make an oath casually. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't let go of his pride as the ghost race ruler. However, the Shadow Mountain ruler was a tough nut to crack. It didn't matter if he was just shooting his mouth off. However, if he really wanted to get entangled in a certain aspect, there was really no need for him to do so. Yes. The Shadow Mountain ruler believed the words of the ghost race ruler. After all, the oath had already been sworn. Even if he didn't believe it, there was nothing he could do. Then, he looked at the 4 people around him. Are you suspecting us? One of the sovereigns asked in shock. He didn't expect the Shadow Mountain ruler to suspect them. I swear, if I stole something from you, I will die a horrible death. Granny May didn't want to waste time with the Shadow Mountain ruler. She wasn't the one who stole it. If she caused trouble, how could she explain herself? The remaining 3 sovereigns started. They didn't expect that Granny May would also take the initiative to swear an oath. The Shadow Mountain ruler looked at the other 3. He dared to guarantee that it must have been someone here who stole it. Otherwise, who else could it be? The remaining 3 sovereigns weren't simple people. They had their own pride and honor. How could they be threatened by others? However, after the ghost race sovereign and Granny May swore their oaths, the 3 of them didn't want to say anything else. If they didn't swear, the Shadow Mountain ruler would definitely remember them. Who knew what would happen next? I swear. One of the sovereigns swore. The remaining 2 sovereigns glanced at each other, guessing. Since there were only the 2 of them left, it must be one of them. At the same time, they felt the dark gaze of the Shadow Mountain ruler. Don't look at me like that. If it wasn't me, I wouldn't do such a thing. One of the sovereigns said. The Shadow Mountain ruler looked at the last person. He knew who did it in the end. It must be one of these 2. Don't look at me like that. I wouldn't steal your things. Don't doubt people, especially sovereigns. The consequences are unbearable. That sovereign was panicking. Damn. What was going on? I swear, if I have the things of the Shadow Mountain ruler, I will die a horrible death. I will die immediately. One of the sovereigns immediately swore. Shwa shwa, everyone's gazes were fixed on the final sovereign. The last sovereign trembled. He was a little angry, but he was also a little panicked. The Shadow Mountain ruler didn't seem to be faking it. What was going on with him? Could it be that he had unknowingly stolen the things of the Shadow Mountain ruler? Impossible. He wasn't that kind of person. Sovereign Yuxian, I didn't expect you to be the one who stole it. The ghost race sovereign said. If he hadn't sworn an oath, it probably wouldn't have been so easy to resolve. Shifting the blame, impressive. Xian, you are indeed impressive. I don't think our ghost race has offended you. The ghost race sovereign said angrily. Wait, let me tell you. Don't randomly accuse me. I didn't do it. Sovereign Xian felt that the situation wasn't right. He thought for a moment. He didn't seem to have stolen anything before. Especially the things of the Shadow Mountain ruler. His strength was slightly weaker than the Shadow Mountain ruler. How could he steal something from under the Shadow Mountain ruler's eyes? This was impossible. Pada, the Shadow Mountain ruler's entire body emitted an extremely cold aura. He even seemed to be ready to fight. Xian, return my things to me. Otherwise, I won't let you leave this place. I didn't King steal it. Xian defended. Return it to me. The Shadow Mountain ruler roared. His voice boomed and reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. That oppressive voice caused the heavens and earth to crack. I, Xian, swear to the heavens that if I steal the things of the Shadow Mountain ruler, I will die without a complete corpse. Xian roared angrily. Rumble, the oath was made. However, there was nothing else. This meant that Xian indeed didn't steal it. Instantly, the entire place fell silent. It was very quiet. The Shadow Mountain ruler, who was in a state of rage, had a stiff expression. It was as though he had seen a ghost. He didn't know what to say. This problem was very complicated. What should he do? He had already sworn an oath. There was no one else. Who the King stole it? Could it be that someone else stole it? Impossible. Who would have the ability to steal from their place? This. The Shadow Mountain ruler looked at the crowd. He didn't know what to say. Finally, after a long silence, he said, perhaps, there was a mistake. Perhaps, someone else stole it. When he thought that someone else might have stolen it, his expression turned even uglier. Suddenly, another furious voice rang out. What's going on? Who stole my mixed elemental flame spirit pill? The ghost race ruler's furious voice rang out. Because of the Shadow Mountain ruler, he also looked at his own things. However, he was stunned when he saw. The box that stored the mixed elemental flame spirit pill was gone. He could swear to the heavens that this pill had always been on his body. However, it had mysteriously disappeared just like that. Who on earth stole my things? The ghost race ruler looked at the crowd. He didn't even leave the ghost domain. He definitely wouldn't say that it was stolen from the outside or stolen by his own people. Before the 5 rulers arrived, he had personally seen it once and confirmed its existence. However, after the 5 rulers arrived, it disappeared. What did this mean? He could only say that it was definitely stolen by someone here. This is too much. This is too much. The Shadow Mountain ruler just lost something. You lost it too. Who are you suspecting? Granny May was a little angry. No matter what, she was a ruler. She controlled a race. Now, she was being suspected time and time again. Where would she put her face? Mixed elemental flame spirit pill? Ghost Emperor, I didn't expect you to have such a good item. This is a treasure from the primordial ancestors' abyss. It seems like you want to improve further and merge it with your ghost body to form the mixed elemental flame spirit body. At that time, even if the 5 of us worked together, we might not be your match. The Shadow Mountain ruler said. For some reason, when he heard that the Ghost Emperor had lost the mixed elemental flame spirit pill, he felt so good. Even the anger he felt when he lost the shattering void had dissipated quite a bit. The ghost race ruler's expression was dark. He didn't speak. He didn't expect to encounter this. He stared at the 5 sovereigns, and his eyes flickered with an extremely ominous light. Suddenly, something happened again. Mother Kerr, who stole my doo-doo? Granny May said angrily. Everyone was shocked. What was going on? Granny May, why are you shouting about a doo-doo? The Shadow Mountain ruler replied. Granny May stared angrily at him. A doo-doo? Do you know what a doo-doo is? Stop talking. My item is gone too. Who stole it? I specially brought it here. Now it's gone. The serene ruler also spoke angrily. Instantly, the 6 rulers were in a mess. They began to suspect each other. After all, only they had the ability to do so here. What's going on? The Shadow Mountain ruler was stunned. He didn't know what to do. He didn't even know what to say. Shadow Mountain, did you steal my doo-doo? Granny May stared angrily at him. Granny May, don't slander me. Why would I steal your item? The Shadow Mountain ruler scolded. This was a humiliation to him. Enough. The Ghost Race ruler roared. He then looked at the others. All right. Now that all 6 of us have lost something, to prove our innocence, let's all swear to the heavens. One by one, none of us will be able to escape. All right. Granny May agreed. The Shadow Mountain ruler was enraged. What the hell was going on? Swear to the heavens. After that, the 6 of them stood together and raised their hands. I swear to the heavens that I didn't steal Granny May's doo-doo. If I lie, I will be struck by lightning and never be reincarnated. I swear to the heavens. The disciples of the 6 rulers stared at this scene in shock. What was going on? What was going on? To the disciples of the 6 rulers, they had been listening to the thunder for a long time. It was like setting off firecrackers. They all swore to the heavens. Was it really okay to play with the heavens like this? The 6 rulers were terrifyingly strong. When they swore to the heavens, it caused a huge commotion. Previously, they had been arguing with each other. The rulers could not be framed, but now that things had gotten out of hand, they had to swear to the heavens. Outside the region, somewhere. Oh my God, what is this? Lin Fan was searching for a dangerous place. Halfway there, a pink cloth appeared in his hand. At first glance, it was clearly a doo-doo, but at second glance, it was actually a doo-doo. He put it to his nose and sniffed. It smells nice. His nose was sensitive, and the smell was decent. After spending a lot of his brain cells, he concluded that this was definitely a woman's. He thought back to the big shots who killed him. There was only one woman. She looked good, but she seemed very old. What should I do with this? Lin Fan's head hurt. The doo-doo was useless. He could sense that there was indeed a terrifying power in it. It was a pity to tear it apart. It was a pity to throw it away. Forget it. I'll leave it for someone else. It wasn't easy for him to be a senior brother. He had to take care of his family, and he had to be a father and a mother at the same time. When he was outside, he had to bring gifts for his junior brothers and sisters in the sect whenever he encountered something good. He kept the doo-doo in his storage ring and left. Since he was out, he might as well earn some points and go back to train his skill sets. He wanted to see if he could become a world-level cultivator. He believed that as long as he became a world-level cultivator, he would undergo a qualitative change. He wouldn't be any weaker than those big shots. It wasn't unreasonable for him to defend the magnificent flame sect against all the big shots. He didn't need to rely on anyone. Huddling together was a pitiful idea that only the weak would have. On the other hand, he wanted to become the one and only flame. He wanted everyone to surround him and live warmly in his blazing flames. Along the way, he had obtained many things from the big shots. However, it was a pity that the things from the ancestor demon hadn't arrived yet. What he lacked the most right now were hard body skills. If he had enough, he would accumulate points like crazy and train all his skill sets to the peak. This is the place where you cultivate? The demon ancestor looked at the ordinary thatched hut in front of him and looked at Xianxia with a strange expression. Yes, I've been cultivating here for a long time. The devil Tao isn't welcomed by the heavens to begin with. Here, I can feel even more tranquil. When the heart devils intersect, I'll be able to recover faster. As a devil god in the outer realms, Xianxia had his own set of theories. He saw a trace of disdain in the other party's eyes, which made him very uncomfortable. What kind of gaze was that? Were they looking down on him? Although he is weaker than you, his comprehension of the demonic Tao should not lose out to you. Bullshit. The fiend ancestor retorted. This little brother that he had taken in had a very problematic way of thinking. It was no wonder that he was unable to comprehend the true essence of the demonic path. That can be seen from the residence. Look. It was a thatched hut with bird nests on the roof. From time to time, 2 or 3 birds would fly in, chirp for a while, then fly away. The door of the thatched hut was a worn-out wooden door. There were 2 pieces of yellowed paper pasted on it, and a few words could be vaguely seen. It should be a couplet. The outside of the hut was made of mud. From the door to the entrance, there was a small path made of green bricks. However, the bricks were all cracked and looked really old. It was really old and unassuming. One didn't dare to believe that this was the place where a demon cultivator lived. Do you know what a demon is? The demon ancestor stared at Xianxia. He had to ask this crucial question. This person cultivated the demonic Tao in the outer region and reached the peak of Tao realm, so he definitely had some ability. He thought that it was due to the suppression of the outer region and he was unable to break through to a higher realm. But looking at the situation, it was obvious that he was a person with no ambition. A person without ambition was no different from a salted fish. Clear your heart and few desires, do as you please. Xianxia opened his mouth. He was really open-minded. Although he was the demon god of the outer region and was treated as a spiritual pillar by many demon cultivators, he had never guided others. Nonsense. The demon ancestor raised his voice and scolded Xianxia. Xianxia wiped away the saliva on his face. He felt like his face was smelly from the demon ancestor's saliva. Demon ancestor, can you be quieter? Don't be so agitated, you are even spitting saliva out. How can I not be agitated? You really disappoint me. Let me tell you, what is a demon? A demon is lawless and unrestrained. If others look at me, I will kill their entire family. That is a demon. The devil ancestor's way of doing things was indeed strange. Whoever looked at him with an odd gaze, he would kill them first regardless of who they were. If they were hard to deal with, he would run away. That was why he did not have many friends in the upper realm, but he did have many enemies. Xianxia didn't agree with that. How are you a demon? You should be a murderous demon. What do you know? The demon ancestor raised his voice. He was a little disappointed with the demon in front of him as he was different from what he expected. He was willing to bring this junior along because he wanted to cultivate to the peak of Tao realm in the outer region. He would definitely be an overlord of the demons and his base would be bright and shiny. He would have many servants and control the lives and deaths of many people. As the demon ancestor, naturally, he would be respected and would even control a huge faction in the outer region. But the current situation made him feel despair. Damn, just a broken straw hut, what a joke. Even if he gave it to him, he wouldn't be able to stay here. Demon ancestor, can you speak more civilly? Don't say the word fart. Xianxia frowned in disdain. He felt really helpless towards the demon ancestor. Why? People of the demon path have to speak loudly and say whatever they want to say. The demon ancestor didn't care. That was the case, so why didn't this fellow comprehend the Tao after entering the demon path? One had to say that it was a pity. People who didn't comprehend the true meaning would never be able to imagine that kind of lawless happiness. That native that infuriated him was not bad. He had a bit of an aura. But unfortunately, he didn't cultivate the demon path. If he brought him in, maybe in 100 years, he would be able to become an overlord of the demon path. But regretfully, that person was too annoying. If he didn't want to bring him in, then let him regret it. Demon ancestor, then what do you want? Xianxia asked. As an outer region demon god, naturally, he knew how terrifying the experts of the upper world were. This fellow who spoke loudly and liked to use vulgarities was someone from the upper world. Although they came from the same source, the difference in strength was just too huge. The demon ancestor shook his head, looking as though he had failed to live up to his expectations. Forget it. No matter what, you are still a junior of this demon ancestor. I'll bring you to a good place and let you experience the true essence of the demon ancestor. Just what sort of existence is it? To you, this is a great opportunity. Don't you feel excited? Xianxia looked at him and really wanted to shake his head. What was there to be excited about? He felt that the other party was looking at him with a look of disdain. A country bumpkin was just a country bumpkin. Bringing you around would make you feel grateful. Xianxia was unhappy. No matter what, he was an outer region demon god. Although he wasn't as strong as the other party, his vision wasn't any lower. But he had no choice. Whoever was stronger was the boss. He didn't want to fight him head-on. Even if he did, it was useless as he wouldn't be able to beat him. Yes, I am excited. Xianxia nodded. Although it was a little perfunctory, he wanted to see where the other party could bring him to. Let's go, I will bring you to broaden your horizons. The demon ancestor waved his hand and brought the junior to broaden his horizons. He was in a good mood and wanted to let him see how amazing the demon ancestor was. Upper world. The 6 rulers didn't leave. As for the surrounding disciples, they felt the temperature of the void getting colder and colder. There was a bone-chilling coldness that could freeze one up. What is going on? The rulers' faces were twisted as they gritted their teeth and looked around. There were all sorts of storage rings floating in front of him. They were all opened and the items inside were slowly disappearing. No, we can't leave like this. The ghost race ruler grabbed a pitch-black skull and held it tightly. Tears of blood flowed out of his eyes. His eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. 9 revolutions ghost head. The other rulers felt very conflicted. But when they saw the item in the ghost race ruler's hands, their hearts shook. The most precious thing on the ghost race ruler's body was probably this 9 revolutions ghost head. It contained the true essence of the ghost race and countless ghost race civilizations were recorded within. But now, it was slowly disappearing in the hands of the ghost race ruler. Previously, when the pills were gone, he already wanted to die. Now that this was gone, he was basically asking for the life of the ghost race ruler. No. The ghost race ruler roared in rage. A violent sound wave spread out, sweeping through the entire world. Some of the weaker disciples even coughed out blood as their minds collapsed. If it was more serious, it would result in death. If this was before, the other rulers wouldn't just sit by and watch. They definitely wouldn't allow the ghost race ruler to hurt their little ones. But now, all the rulers had lost their items. And they were losing them piece by piece. How could they have the time to care about the little ones? What is going on? Who is stealing from under our noses? The Shadow Mountain ruler's face was so dark that it looked like he was about to cry. The feeling of watching one's most precious item disappear before one's eyes was hard to imagine if one hadn't experienced it for themselves. But now, they were experiencing it. No matter how strong their cultivation bases were and how strong their wills were, they were still on the verge of breaking down. Xing, at this moment, the crack shook and someone appeared. Damn it, I'm finally back. A figure appeared, his heart pounding in fear. He was Yi Zhong, the one who had chopped off his own legs in front of Lin Fan. He had declared that his legs were no longer important to him. As a subordinate of the Holy Flame Emperor, he had been ordered to wreak havoc in the outer world. But when he met with that terrifying being, he was so scared that he broke down. Sensing the situation over at the ghost race, he headed out immediately. He didn't want to stay in the outer world any longer. He just wanted to come back and live a good life. My God! What's going on? When he caught sight of the scene before him, he was scared out of his wits. This aura. This might, this was incredible. Are they here to ambush me? Nightcrypt was dumbfounded. He recognized who these big shots were. Each of the 6 rulers was in existence that he could not afford to offend. Now that the 6 rulers were here, he immediately shrank back and did not dare to act rashly. Moreover, he found that the 6 rulers' expressions were a bit off. Their gazes and expressions seemed to be on the verge of exploding with rage. Swish, their gazes all turned to him. These gazes included the 6 rulers. Nightcrypt's chrysanthemum shrank back. He felt like he was about to be fucked. Don't attack, we're on the same side. I'm from the Holy Flame Emperor, and I just came from the outer realm. Don't be rash. He hurriedly stated his identity in case they thought he was a native and killed him. An Emperor Heaven Realm cultivator was nothing in front of these big shots. If he did not say so, he really would be killed instantly. Whoosh, Nightcrypt let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that he was safe for now. He definitely would not go back. No matter how great the benefits were, he definitely would not go back to that terrifying place. Holy Flame Emperor. The ghost sovereign gritted his teeth. He had no enmity with the Holy Flame Emperor, but he had lost so many precious items. His heart was bleeding, and he felt like coughing up a mouthful of blood. In fact, he almost coughed it up. Nightcrypt did not speak. It was very dangerous. This ghost ruler was famous for being cruel and strange. He did not dare to act rashly and could only lower his head. However, he believed that the ghost ruler would not kill him. Where did my things go? The ghost ruler's voice was trembling, and his teeth were chattering. Perhaps it was because of anger, or perhaps it was because of heartache. No. The netherworld ruler roared and reached into his storage ring. He had personally watched his treasures disappear one by one, but he was powerless to do anything. Who could understand such a feeling? Ghost Emperor, what did you do? The netherworld ruler glared at the ghost emperor. He had already gone crazy. This was the ghost realm, the territory of the ghost race. The things that had been lost here were definitely related to them. What did I do? What do you think I can do? The ghost ruler's eyes were blood red, and his mind rippled wildly. He could not accept it. He had already wanted to die after losing the medicinal pills. Now that the 9 revolutions ghost heads had disappeared, he was even more determined to kill everyone. Nightcrypt had a bad feeling about the situation. He shrunk his head and tried to sneak away. The space passage could only be passed through, not returned. There was a crack in the ghost's domain, so one could go up or down. Once he seized the opportunity, he would naturally come back. He had already thought it through. When he returned this time, he would definitely behave himself and not act presumptuously. At the same time, he would never come to the outer realm again. The damage he had suffered here was too great. Stop right there. Just as Nightcrypt was about to retreat, the ghost race sovereign's gloomy voice rang out. Sovereign, what are your orders? Nightcrypt's head shrank back in fear as he fearfully looked at the extremely bizarre and enraged man in front of him. Outer realm? I want nothing more than to crush you. The ghost sovereign's eyes were bloodshot as he gnashed his teeth. What was going on? What did the outer realms have to do with him? He was just a passerby, so why did they crush him? Ghost Emperor, do you know who did it? Sovereign Xianxia's hoarse voice resounded. I don't know. The ghost race sovereign spat out 3 words. He didn't know anything. He only blamed the outer realms and the demon ancestor. If he hadn't used the ghost's domain to open the crack, this wouldn't have happened. Perhaps the item wouldn't have been gone. Even now, he still couldn't understand what kind of ability was capable of stealing the item from their hands. Perhaps stealing wasn't enough to describe it. Instead, it was done openly, right in front of their eyes, and even in their hands, forcefully snatched it away. I should leave first. Nightcrypt immediately began to flee, but all of a sudden, his heart began to tremble as a terrifying power bore down on him from behind. His face went pale as he realized that a sovereign was attacking him. Oh my God, he was just a passerby and they had to treat him like this. They really didn't give the ultimate holy flame any face. Suddenly, the terrifying power behind him disappeared. Ghost Emperor, please show mercy. A few figures appeared in the air. The leader had a head of green hair and an outstanding aura. He smiled as he walked through the air. The people behind him also looked around vigilantly. They didn't expect 5 sovereigns to come to the ghost's domain. Lord Green Fox. Nightcrypt was overjoyed. He was saved. He didn't have to die. The ghost race sovereign looked at Green Fox and snorted coldly. He and the other 5 sovereigns had suffered heavy losses and didn't know what was going on. Green Fox was a subordinate of the ultimate Holy Flame Emperor, so he didn't care. Green Fox heaved a sigh of relief. He realized that something was wrong with the ghost race sovereign and the other 5 sovereigns. He couldn't help but worry, but seeing that the ghost race sovereign didn't say anything, he relaxed. If the ghost race sovereign really wanted to attack, he could protect himself, but it would be impossible for him to force the sovereign back. They were all sovereigns, but there was a huge difference between each level. Why are you back? Where are the others? Green Fox asked. She had sent Nightcrypt to the Outer Realms, but he was the only one who had returned. Something wasn't right. This? Nightcrypt stared blankly, unsure of how to respond. His mind raced as he tried to come up with a solution. Immediately, his face fell, and a look of grievance and pity appeared on his face. My lord, everyone else is dead. I'm the only one who came back to report. Green Fox frowned. She hadn't expected something like this to happen. The strongest in the Outer Realms were only at the Dao Realm. Nightcrypt was at the mid-stage of the Emperor Heaven Realm. How could he have been the only one left? Who did it? Green Fox asked. This question was a bit complicated. Nightcrypt had already sworn an oath that the native was his big brother. He couldn't disrespect him, or he would be struck by lightning. As such, he couldn't say anything, or he would regret it. Wait. He had sworn an oath in the Outer Realms. This was the Upper Realms, so breaking an oath shouldn't be a problem, right? Of course, this was just a guess. He didn't know if it was true or not, and he didn't dare to test it out. Who knew if they were connected? I don't know. The sky was too dark, and the other party didn't say who they were. With just a few moves, they suppressed us. Originally, I wanted to fight them to the death, but I thought that if I died too, no one would inform them of the situation, and more people would come in. Wouldn't I die for nothing? So, I ran away with all my might. Nightcrypt was incredibly sorrowful. It was as if the deaths of his companions had dealt him a heavy blow. Green Fox didn't care whether Nightcrypt was telling the truth or not. There was a new situation in the Outer Realms. Let's go. Bring me to the Outer Realms, Green Fox said. The Holy Flame Emperor had sent him to the Outer Realms with only one request, to destroy the Magnificent Flame sect and bring back the Patriarch and Peak Leader Lin. He didn't want the Emperor to do that. After all, he was the founder of the Magnificent Flame sect, but the Emperor wasn't the same Emperor anymore. Anyone who went against his will would only end up dead. Ah? Nightcrypt screamed in his heart. Don't bring me down. Spare me, but he didn't dare to say it. If he did, he would be doomed. Yes, Lord. Nightcrypt said respectfully, but he felt like dying. I've finally returned to the Upper Realms, and now I have to go back again. Isn't this like walking into a tiger's mouth? Green Fox cupped her fists at the rulers and led the group into the crack. They entered the crack. Nightcrypt, what's going on with the rulers? He discovered that there was something off about the expressions of the 6 sovereigns. Logically speaking, there shouldn't have been anything that could make them so angry. At the very least, he rarely saw such a thing. I don't know. Nightcrypt said innocently. It would be great if he knew. I was just passing by, and they even tried to kill me. I didn't even offend them. How evil. Since Green Fox couldn't get anything out of him, she stopped asking. Outside the Outer Realms. Lin Fan went through a few secret realms. He was in a good mood. Of course, there were people from the Outer Realms who came to stop him, but they were all subdued when they saw his power. They were all immersed in his power, unable to pull themselves out. F*CK, there's not a single descender left? He wanted to meet a descender so that he could communicate with them and send a message of peace. But unfortunately, he didn't meet any. He took out the golden paper and connected it directly with the Knowing Bird's reviewer. Hey, I'm asking you something. Do you know where the descenders have gone? Lin Fan asked. He was truly convinced. The descenders that he could often see in the past had all disappeared inexplicably. Grandmaster, why are you asking me this question? Isn't it all because of you? The reviewer was stunned. Even the Grandmaster didn't know that the descenders had disappeared. Me? Lin Fan was stunned. Me my ass. It had been a long time since he had encountered a descender, but he had swallowed all of them in one gulp. Yes, Grandmaster. You killed many of them, including some world-level ones. When they heard about this, they all went into hiding. It seems they are waiting for the main forces to arrive, the reviewer said. Many world-level descenders had arrived a while ago, and they had been quite arrogant. They had attacked anyone they saw. Countless sects had been beaten half to death by them, their tongues hanging out like dead dogs. they couldn't tolerate grass at all. But in the end, the descenders seemed to have caught wind of this and all disappeared without a trace. No one knew where they had gone. So that's how it is. Lin Fan pondered to himself. This was a bit of a pity. He had thought that the descenders weren't cowards, but it seemed he was disappointed. Grandmaster, Grandmaster. Suddenly, a pleasant voice rang out from the bird. It was the voice of a girl. Princess, wait a moment, what's going on? Where did this girl's voice come from? Her voice didn't sound right. His steady right hand actually began to tremble. Grandmaster, this is the princess of the bird. Last time, she went out to look for you but couldn't find you, so she came back, the reviewer said hurriedly. There was nothing he could do about the princess. Grandmasters were very dangerous. Miss, it was best if you didn't get involved. Otherwise, you would be in trouble. Grandmaster, can we meet? The princess's voice rang out. She was very excited and expectant. In the headquarters of the bird, a youthful, long-haired girl was filled with excitement. Girl, do you think I'm a man you can meet whenever you want? Alright, go play somewhere else. Don't disturb me. Lin Fan was very calm. He asked the reviewer to help him pay attention to the movements of the descenders and cut off the communication channel. Wow, Grandmaster, you have such a personality. The princess's eyes were filled with little stars. In the past, she had been a cold and aloof person, but after seeing the Grandmaster's shocking battle exploits, she had been subdued and mesmerized. This was the real man in her heart. The reviewer looked at the princess as if she was retarded. If she knew that the Grandmaster liked to release fireworks for girls, she might not be so infatuated. At this time, Lin Fan had just cut off the communication channel with the bird. He suddenly realized that there was a skull in his hand. This is? Lin Fan's view of those elders slowly changed. This was too weird. The things they gave him were all weirder and weirder. As for the doo-doo from before, he didn't need it. But at least he could give it to his junior sisters. But what was up with this skull? He couldn't use it, and his junior brothers and sisters couldn't use it either. He raised 2 fingers and got closer to it, preparing to stab it into the eye sockets. He felt the depth, wetness, and softness of the skull. It's hard and empty. It doesn't look any different from a normal skull. Lin Fan was confused. He didn't understand why the skull was black. Was it because it was tanned? Oi. Skull, since the elders took you in, it means that you aren't normal. You should have intelligence, right? Come out and roar. Let's talk. Lin Fan didn't understand the use of this thing. He spread out his strength and snuck in, but he didn't feel any problems. It was like a normal skull. Is it really a normal skull? Impossible. With their strength, how could they keep trash on them? He felt that there was something about this skull that was hidden very deeply. What is it? Lin Fan was confused. He couldn't understand the use of this skull. He had seen many weird things, but this was the first time he had seen something like this. If it's hard enough, then it's a good thing. Since he didn't know what it was for, then he would test how hard it was. He placed it in front of him, took in a deep breath, and with a scream, smashed his head against the skull. There was a loud bang. It was really low, like thunder. The impact was very powerful. When it collided with the skull, it formed a shockwave that spread out in all directions like a tidal wave. In the end, it disappeared from the world. Just at that moment, a bright light shone on the surface of the skull. A terrifying force was unleashed. Pung, Lin Fan couldn't stabilize his body and flew into the distance. Pung, pung, he passed through a few mountains before he managed to stabilize himself. Oh my God. Lin Fan's eyes were wide open as he touched his forehead. It was dripping with blood. His forehead was shriveled up and his bones were cracked. The damage had even reached the inside of his brain. Patter, Lin Fan propped himself up and floated out of the sunken mountain range. His eyes lit up as he looked at the skull in his hand, his face filled with excitement. Amazing, truly amazing. This skull is a treasure, isn't it too hard? Indeed, anything that could be carried around by the big shots would not be simple. He was already thinking that the next time he met an enemy, He could take out the skull and smash it on the enemy's head when they weren't paying attention. How destructive would that be? Just the thought of it was terrifying. If the ghost race sovereign were to find out that this bastard had used such a precious item to smash someone else's head, he would definitely kill him even if it meant coughing up blood. Let's go, let's go. Lin Fan casually threw the skull into his storage ring and hurried on his way. There were a lot of things that appeared out of nowhere. The road to riches had officially begun. He couldn't imagine how rich the big bosses were. In any case, up until now, their wealth was already frightening enough. A few days later. Magnificent Flame Sect. The two disciples guarding the mountain gate, regardless of the weather, whether it was the wind, the rain, or the rumbling of thunder, were like door gods, squatting at the mountain gate to protect the most sacred place in their hearts. Suddenly, one of the disciples guarding the mountain gate let out a surprised voice. What's wrong? The other disciple guarding the mountain gate shuddered. He knew that this elder brother of his had a special sense. He could even sense his senior brother's return without even seeing him. Now that he let out such a voice, wouldn't that mean that he's going to ascend to the heavens? Danger. I can feel a terrifying danger coming towards us. I can't even breathe properly, and I can't get rid of the dark clouds that are shrouding my heart. The disciple guarding the mountain gate had an exaggerated expression on his face. His eyes widened as he looked into the cloudless sky. The disciple guarding the mountain gate was dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? It's so peaceful here, and there's not even a shadow of a person. How can there be danger? Could it be that staying in the mountain gate for too long has affected his mental state? That's a possibility. I've felt that Lin Fan wasn't normal since a long time ago. Would a normal person say something like that? Hey, what are you doing? He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Seeing that danger was coming, the senior brother went to ring the alarm bell without hesitation. Dong, dong, the dull sound of the bell rang across the entire sect. What's happening? All the disciples in the sect raised their heads and looked in the direction of the mountain gate. It seems like it's been a long time since the alarm bell rang. The last time it rang was before the integration of the outer world. It was during the war with the Sunshine sect and the other sections. Now, they had almost forgotten about the existence of the alarm bell. The disciple guarding the mountain gate knocked on the bell with all his might. He could feel a strong sense of danger. In the past, he did not feel anything strange about himself, but he realized that he could feel it as long as his senior brother was back. This time, the sense of danger was even stronger. Therefore, he was sure that something bad was about to happen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a feeling. As the elder in charge of managing the sect, Huorong came out immediately when a disciple rang the alarm bell. I've been having a good time lately. I managed to get a lot of good stuff from senior brother Xianxia through my coaxing and pestering. My cultivation has also increased rapidly. I might not be in the Dao realm, but I'm in the peerless immortal realm. If I don't look at Lin Fan and the rest, I feel that I'm an elite among elites. But I'm a little confused lately. I keep feeling like someone is coming for me. And it's someone I know. Who's ringing the alarm bell? Huorong was full of energy. The demeanor of an elder that he had lost in the past had returned the moment he became stronger. I want to ask who else in the same generation as me, other than senior brother Xianxia, dares to compete with me. I don't even care about senior brother Patriarch anymore. When he reached the mountain gate, he saw the disciple guarding the mountain gate ringing the alarm bell. Su Depao, what are you doing? He asked sternly. Elder, I sense danger. Something extremely terrifying is heading towards our sect. Su Depao shouted. He struck again and again, using the bell sounds to attract the attention of even more senior and junior brothers. How is that possible? Are you seeing things? Look at how blue the sky is and how fresh the air is. Tell me, where is the danger coming from? Huorong naturally did not believe him. How can I not feel danger with my peerless immortal cultivation? What a joke. I better tell this disciple to stop playing. Although the sect is democratic and he can play as he pleases, it's still a little too much. It's windy. Just then, a disciple opened his arms wide. The warm wind suddenly became violent. Whoosh, the wind was strong and fast. It was so strong that they almost lost their footing. Why is there such a strong wind? Huarong looked into the distance, confused. But just one look was enough to tell him something. In the distance, the clouds churned and waves spread out. Furthermore, from the looks of it, it was clearly heading in their direction. Oh my god, it's really here. Huarong panicked. Looks like it's not as simple as it looks. He shouted, all disciples, come back. The disciples in the sect were in an uproar, but they did not panic. Instead, they started to disperse in an orderly manner. On a mountain peak far away, Xianxia sat there calmly, surrounded by a mysterious aura. The aura was like a long river, and there were all kinds of plants growing in it. When he felt the aura from afar, he opened his eyes abruptly, and a smile could be seen on his face. It seems like it's my chance to shine. However, he looked solemn. He might not have seen Xianxia with his own eyes, but the aura he was giving off was indeed not simple. It's impossible to suppress him, but it might be possible to protect the magnificent flame sect. Far away, Yizhong followed behind. He really did not want to go. That's my elder brother's territory. What can I do there? I can't fight. Heaven's punishment is no joke. It can kill anyone at any time. Lord, what are we doing here? Yizhong pretended to ask, or maybe he did not know where he was. Green Fox seemed to be thinking about something. Find the magnificent flame sect, destroy it, and take the Patriarch and Invincible Peak leader away. Oh my god. Yizhong's heart sank. They're really here to cause trouble, and they're here to destroy the magnificent flame sect. Isn't this a little too much? I can't do anything, and it seems like Green Fox will not let me do it. So it's a tragedy. Yizhong felt like giving himself a few tight slaps. What the hell am I doing? Why did I think of going home through the crack? Wouldn't it be better if I went back later? Why did I have to meet them directly? What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Green Fox asked. Yizhong panicked, but he could only bite the bullet and say, Lord, I don't think this is a good idea. The magnificent flame sect was founded by the emperor himself. They might have betrayed the emperor, but they still have a place in the emperor's heart. It will be too late if they regret their decision one day. Green Fox was taken aback. She did not expect Yizhong to say something like this. Feeling Lin Fan's deep and terrifying gaze, Yizhong shrunk his neck. Lord, I'm just saying. It's up to you if you want to destroy it. You're right, but, sigh. Green Fox shook her head, feeling that it was a pity. How could the emperor regret it? He saw the current situation. He was too eager for quick success, and his heart had been corroded. He was no longer the emperor he used to be. To destroy or not to destroy the magnificent flame sect depended on a single thought. As the emperor's sword, he should not hesitate. But sometimes, the sword would rust, and it would no longer work. Patriarch, something seems to be happening outside. At the peak of the mountain, the Patriarch and Xianxia were lying on two benches, looking as calm as the dead. But Xianxia was not as strong as the Patriarch, so he was affected by the situation outside. Calm down. The Patriarch said calmly without opening his eyes. Take a deep breath. Calm down. Yes. Xianxia tried his best to stay calm and entered a magical state. Since the Patriarch had said so, he did not care about what was happening outside. At the entrance of the mountain, Green Fox floated in the air. Yizhong was nervous, not knowing what was going to happen next. Who are you? As an elder, Huarong could not back down. The other party was coming in a threatening manner, and Yifan was not here either. This was the worst part. If Yifan was here, he would not be here. The magnificent flame sect has betrayed the Holy Flame Emperor. You should be executed. Get the Patriarch and the Invincible Peak leader to come out and admit their crimes. Green Fox said in a domineering tone. At the same time, it formed a sound wave that covered the entire sect, reaching the ears of all the disciples. The disciples looked up and shivered. The sect had not suffered a disaster in a long time. Now that someone had come to find them, the situation was not good. Invincible Peak. F***ck, I told you to move, but you didn't believe me. Now someone is coming to find us. We're doomed. He was panicking. He might be a nine-baron divine master that had dominated the world for tens of thousands of years, and everyone gave him face. But only when he was at his peak would people give him face. But who would give him face now? No one would. Oh, you green-furred animal, you're going to die. Yellow Paper, who was hanging on the frog's back, laughed gloatingly. Shut up, you stupid paper. If I die, you won't be able to live either. The frog really wanted to beat this annoying guy to death. Judging from the current situation, it was too dangerous. From afar, Lu Qiming looked at the entrance of the mountain with a solemn expression. Then, he walked towards the entrance of the mountain, as though he was a warrior who would never return. Fatty, where are you going? Hurry up and stick close to this frog master. You still have a chance to live. The frog shouted when it saw Lu Qiming walking towards the gate. Lu Qiming looked at the frog calmly. No, senior brother isn't here. I'm the person in charge of the Invincible Peak. Since the other party is looking for senior brother, I have to deal with him. Oh my god. The frog was speechless. Everyone on the Invincible Peak has been brainwashed by that bastard. The washing was too scary. No, I can't die here, damn, how could there be so many disciples? He had a headache. If he ran away alone, no one would be able to stop him. But the key was that so many people called him the Frog Master, so he couldn't run away by himself. He had to protect their lives. His soul had merged with the frog's body, so he was no longer able to unleash a power that surpassed his current strength. Don't tell me that I have to detonate the treasure that I have spent so much effort to make. The frog is quite rich. It might be small, but it has a big heart. It knows how to hide things. But looking at the situation now, I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep the treasure. At the entrance of the mountain, Huarong had a complicated look on his face. The other party wants to meet the patriarch in Yifan, and he's also Emperor Yanhua's man. I have an indescribable feeling. Huh? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Green Fox asked coldly. He looked at the entire sect. This was the power that the Holy Flame Emperor had founded. A long time ago, when he just got to know the Holy Flame Emperor, he had heard from him that he had led many people to overthrow the tyranny in the primordial ancestor domain. He felt that he had done everything, and the rest should be left to the descendants. So he wanted to retire. In the end, he came to the upper world by chance. After that, he told the Holy Flame Emperor that the upper world would descend to the outer world every once in a while to plunder everything. This ignited the Holy Flame Emperor's fighting spirit, and he continued to pursue power. But it was a pity that he lost himself in the process of pursuing power. He once wanted to protect the sect, but now he wanted to destroy it with just a thought. I understand, but this betrayal is a little too serious. Emperor Yanhua once said that the sect doesn't belong to an individual, but to everyone. That's too serious, Huarong said calmly. He was very afraid. The other party was very strong. When he said this, his heart was pounding. But he had no choice. There were too many disciples around, and as an elder, he had to set an example. Otherwise, he would lose face. Green Fox thought that it was really Emperor Yanhua who said this. Impudent. Suddenly, a man standing beside Green Fox was stunned. His aura crushed towards Huarong. To Huarong, the pressure was as heavy as a mountain. Bang, Huarong couldn't take the pressure and fell to the ground. Many cracks appeared on the ground and then it caved in. Stop. Green Fox shouted angrily and stopped him. What are you doing? Green Fox, this guy clearly doesn't care about the Holy Flame Emperor. I'm just teaching him how to answer questions. Qilan's expression was cold. F***ck, what do you want? Do you want to fight? We're not afraid of death. Yes, if we die, senior brother will take revenge for us. None of you will be able to escape. Seeing their elder being bullied, the surrounding disciples couldn't take it anymore. Wasn't this a slap to their faces? Of course, death was scary. But so what if they were afraid? They might as well be strong and wait for senior brother to take revenge. Elder, are you okay? Lu Qiming rushed over and helped Huarong up. Huarong felt a heavy pressure on his chest, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine. I didn't stand properly just now. He couldn't hold on to his face anymore. This was too embarrassing. Oh my god, they attacked just because they didn't agree with each other. Did they even prepare for the battle? Whoosh, at that moment. Many people came from the direction of the toilet. The one leading them was the Blood Demon Emperor. He was cleaning the toilet when he heard the commotion. He threw down the cloth in his hand and rushed over. Youngsters, don't be too presumptuous. The Blood Demon Emperor said. Eh? Azure Fox was stunned. The person in front of him was different. He was a world-level cultivator, but he was hiding a dangerous aura. Youngster? What a joke. Who the hell do you think you are? The Qilin scolded. He had come from the higher realm to the outsider world, to the magnificent flame sect, but he didn't expect to meet such an arrogant person. Youngsters are ignorant. When I roamed the higher realm, your grandfather's grandfather wasn't even born yet. The Blood Demon Emperor's domineering aura didn't diminish at all. Even when he was cleaning the toilet, he still had the demeanor of a powerful cultivator. Sovereign. Azure Fox was surprised. He could sense the aura of a sovereign from this person. However, he was only a world-level cultivator, and his body was damaged. Clearly, he was injured. You said he's a sovereign? The Qilin stared at Azure Fox. He was a little doubtful, but he believed it. May I ask who you are, senior? Azure Fox didn't answer the Qilin. Instead, he cupped his fists and asked. If the magnificent flame sect was a sovereign, things would get complicated. Hee hee. The Blood Demon Emperor laughed and waved his blood-colored cape. Listen up. I am the Blood Demon Emperor, a toilet cleaner of the magnificent flame sect. You are not giving me any face by coming here to cause trouble. Azure Fox fell into deep thought. The Blood Demon Emperor sounded familiar, but he couldn't remember where. Suddenly, he remembered. There were many sovereigns in the higher realm, and he knew most of them. He had read about the Blood Demon Emperor before. He was one of the sovereigns in the past. He had killed countless living beings in the Blood Sea, and he was one of the most difficult sovereigns to deal with. He was almost impossible to kill. I didn't expect it to be Senior Blood Demon Emperor. I've heard of your name for a long time. However, I'm here on orders from the Holy Flame Emperor to take away the magnificent Flame Sect's Patriarch and Invincible Peak Leader. Please don't interfere, Azure Fox said. That's right. You might be a sovereign, but you are injured, and your world is incomplete. It won't do you any good if you interfere. Respect you as a senior, and disrespect you is bullsh**. Azure Fox looked at the Qilin, dumbfounded. Brother, will you die if you don't speak? Arrogant. The Blood Demon Emperor flew into a rage. His blood-colored cape fluttered in the wind. The Blood Demon Emperor was furious. He thought to himself, if I didn't swear, I wouldn't have risked my life. But now that he was humiliated, he couldn't take it anymore. How dare you? Do you really think that I, the Blood Demon Emperor, can't do anything to you just because I'm injured and my world is broken? Even if I have to die, I can send you guys to hell, never to be reincarnated. Early stage sovereign, who gave you the guts to be so arrogant in front of an injured sovereign? So what if you're a middle stage sovereign? I wasn't even a sovereign back then, and killing a sovereign was as easy as killing a dog. Kneel down and admit your mistakes, or I'll take your lives. Boom, overbearing. Absolute overbearing. His voice was like thunder, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The magnificent Flame Sect disciples stared at the Blood Demon Emperor, dumbfounded. I didn't know that he's so good at cleaning toilets. Meanwhile, Azure Fox and the rest were shocked by the Blood Demon Emperor's words. They actually believed him. Look at what you've done. Azure Fox stared at the Qilin. Don't you know what you can and can't say? She didn't doubt the Qilin's words. A veteran sovereign isn't something they can imagine. Even if he's not in a good condition, he's fighting with his life on the line. The Blood Demon Emperor was an impulsive person. His words were like spilled water. He couldn't take them back. If a war breaks out, I'm afraid that I'll be putting my life on the line. Oh my god, what's going on? At the same time, he had sworn to be loyal to the Magnificent Flame sect. If he didn't do it, who would? Only death would be the end of this. Senior, he's not smart, and he can't speak. Please don't take it to heart. Can we talk? Azure Fox said. He didn't come here to destroy the Magnificent Flame sect. He had his own thoughts, and he knew how much his brother, the Emperor, valued the Magnificent Flame sect. The Blood Demon Emperor laughed. All right, young man. You're not bad. I'll forgive you. Let's talk then. After all, violence isn't the only way to solve problems. Thank you. Azure Fox said politely. You're worth teaching. The Blood Demon Emperor nodded. At the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, I don't have to fight anymore. On the surface, the Blood Devil Emperor might have looked nonchalant, as though he wasn't worried about the other party at all. However, in his heart, he was extremely nervous. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't need to care about these small fries. But it was different now. His cultivation was severely damaged. Even though he was at the world level, his inner world was damaged. It would be extremely difficult for him to suppress these sovereigns. But from the looks of it, the Blood Demon Emperor should be fine for the time being. Thinking about the current situation, he had a bitter feeling that he wanted to say. Originally, he had only wanted to stay loyal for a year, and when the time of the oath was up, he would immediately leave. Who would have thought that he would be faced with such troublesome times? Luckily, it wasn't a peak sovereign, or he wouldn't be able to fool them. After all, peak sovereigns wouldn't care about him at all. The Kirin frowned, then pulled Azure Fox to the side and whispered, "Aren't we being a bit too cautious? Even if he was a hegemon at his peak, he's in a very bad situation right now. He isn't even a master-class world god. How is he supposed to fight back against us?" "You don't understand." Green Fox replied. He looked at the Blood Demon Emperor with a smile. As Bully had said, there was nothing to be afraid of, but he didn't want to fight. The Qilin was speechless. Fine. You know everything. I won't say anything. Senior, we can talk about it, but please invite the Magnificent Flame sect leader and Invincible Peak leader out. Green Fox said. The Blood Demon Emperor looked at her as if she was an idiot. He was just a toilet cleaner in the Magnificent Flame sect. In terms of status, he couldn't even be compared to an ordinary disciple. What's the point of talking to him? Is there a problem? Or is there a problem? Green Fox asked. He had to meet the Magnificent Flame sect leader and Invincible Peak leader. He had to bring them back to the upper realm. Sacrificing the two to protect the Magnificent Flame sect was the most he could do. Otherwise, obeying the Emperor's orders would be equivalent to destroying the sect. With their strength, they could do so. Even if the senior in front of them made a move, he wouldn't be able to stop them. Falling from the sovereign realm to an incomplete world level, they wouldn't be of much help no matter how powerful they were. My senior brother isn't here. If you have any problems, come at me. Lu Qiming stood out fearlessly. He looked at the few people in front of him. Even though there was a huge difference in their strength, he was the person in charge of Invincible Peak. Since Lin Fan was away, he had the responsibility to help Lin Fan deal with them. Kid, hurry up and scram. You're not even in the legendary realm. Scram. The Kirin looked at Lu Qiming in disdain. The child was frighteningly weak. Even if he met them on the road, he didn't want to kill them for fear of dirtying his hands and wasting his time. This made Lu Qiming lose face. Don't be too arrogant. No matter how weak I am, I'm still my senior brother's junior brother. When he's not around, I'm the person in charge of the Invincible Peak. If you guys want to find trouble with my senior brother, I'm here. Come at me. Lu Qiming said fearlessly. Courting death. The Qilin was furious. A mere ant dared to be so impudent in front of him. If he didn't slap him to death, he would be letting himself down. What are you doing? If you have something to say, then say it nicely. Are you all so hot-tempered? Be more peaceful. The Blood Demon Emperor was so tired that he wanted to die. If there was an elite fighting alongside him, he would definitely be unyielding. but now, even though he was unyielding, it was all fake. Look at the disciples of the Invincible sect. None of them can fight. He finally understood why the Blood Demon Emperor made him swear. Obviously, he knows that no one in the Invincible sect can fight. Senior is right. There's no point in fighting for no reason. However, I still want to ask the Magnificent Flame Sect's Patriarch and Invincible Peak Leader to come out and follow me back to the Upper Realm to be punished by the Land of Holy Flame. Green Fox said. Giving the Magnificent Flame Sect a chance to live was already his biggest kindness. The Magnificent Flame Sect's disciples looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Ever since they found out that Emperor Yanhua was still alive, they felt that something was wrong. Of course, they did not live in that era, so they did not have a deep impression of Emperor Yanhua. Young man, you should know the situation. Do you think I will still be alive if I follow you back to the Upper Realm? Why don't you guys wait here? The Invincible Peak Leader is the one who can make decisions in the Magnificent Flame Sect. Can you guys wait for him to come back? The Blood Demon Emperor said. If the Blood Demon Emperor dared to swear to the heavens, he would definitely run away immediately. These people were all sovereigns. If they were to fight, the consequences would be unimaginable. Green Fox fell into deep thought, as if she was considering. To his eyes, the Magnificent Flame Sect was filled with vitality, especially the aura that shrouded the sect. It was different from the Holy Flame Emperor's aura. Green Fox, what are you waiting for? The Emperor only gave us a few days. The Qilin said unhappily. If he had been in charge of this matter, he would not have bothered to talk nicely with the other party. He would have killed the other party immediately and captured the person that the Great Emperor needed before bringing him away from this place. Yi Zhong wanted to die. These guys are too much. She could have come on her own, but why did she have to drag him along? How bad was that? I can still calm down now that Big Brother isn't here. But if he comes back, I'll be in trouble. Far away. Tiansu had been waiting for a long time. He was prepared. When the Magnificent Flame Sect was in danger and countless disciples were in despair, he, as an elder of the Magnificent Flame Sect, would protect the Magnificent Flame Sect. He would leave a deep impression in the hearts of the disciples and rebuild his identity as the strongest elder of the Magnificent Flame Sect. But he hadn't even been given the chance to do so. The group of people had been chatting for so long, but they did not fight. Tiansu felt a little helpless. He had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Ever since his disciple finished his apprenticeship and went out to travel, he had not fought much. Why did he cultivate so hard? Of course, it was to make a comeback and show the disciples that Elder Tiansu was still the same as before. Forget it. I'm not going to wait for an opportunity. Tiansu decided to take the initiative. I can't wait for an opportunity that might not come. At the entrance of the mountain, the Blood Demon Emperor stared at Green Fox. He was not confident, but he could not show any weakness. We can't wait. We've already given him the greatest mercy. Green Fox said. All right. Don't worry. We won't kill anyone here after capturing the Patriarch. The Qilin had been waiting for a long time. He could finally make his move. As for the Blood Demon Emperor, he was just being cautious. It was impossible for a broken world to fight against an emperor. Over there. The Qilin looked into the distance. It should be the Patriarch's palace. Cover. Suddenly, the Qilin's robe swelled up. His aura turned into a giant hand, tearing space apart and grabbing at the palace. It was obvious that he was going to uproot the entire palace. Hearing this, the Blood Demon Emperor was shocked. Didn't we have an agreement? Why are you going back on your words again? Blood Realm. Boom, a blood screen appeared behind the Blood Demon Emperor, trying to cover the giant hand. Old man, rest well since your cultivation is damaged. Don't be too confident. Poochie, as expected, the Blood Demon Emperor was exposed. The blood screen was torn apart and returned to his body. Ha 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 ha, Green Fox, do you see that? This is the senior you're afraid of? Trying to block my attack? You're simply asking to be humiliated. So what if you were a sovereign in the past? Now, you're just an old man who doesn't even have a complete world. The Qilin laughed maniacally. His gaze towards the Blood Demon Emperor was filled with disdain. F***ck. The Blood Demon Emperor was so angry that his liver hurt. He had lost so much face. To think that he would be looked down upon by a kid. This kid was really forcing him to fight for real. No, he had to endure it. There was no need for him to do so. Old brat, don't be so arrogant in front of me. After all, you need the strength to do so. The Qilin's methods weren't weak. He flew over the Blood Demon Emperor's head and grabbed towards the distance. With just a bunch of ants, they wanted to block his path. They were simply courting death. Although he was only an early Sovereign Realm expert, he wasn't someone these ants could deal with. The Blood Demon Emperor had finally managed to endure it, but who would have thought that this kid would humiliate him again? If he didn't act now, he would lose all his face. Ah! Suddenly, a terrifying, ear-piercing scream erupted from the Blood Demon Emperor's mouth and nose. Blood began to flow out of his body, from his nose, eyes, and forehead. Blood Demon Nascent Embryo. With an explosive roar, an extremely sinister, terrifying aura erupted from the Blood Demon Emperor's body. Azure Fox grew vigilant. She could sense a terrifying power emanating from the Blood Demon Emperor's body. Be careful, Qilin. Be careful of what? What can these fellows do to me? But as soon as she finished speaking, an astonishing scene occurred. A gash appeared on the back of the Blood Demon Emperor's neck. A cloud of bloody energy shot into the heavens, accompanied by the strange cries of an infant. You bastard. I didn't want to bully little kids, but you've become addicted to it. Now, let me teach you what happens when you anger me. Instantly, the bloody energy shot towards the Qilin at high speed, freezing spacetime around it. Be careful, Qilin, Azure Fox warned. The power of this bloody energy was simply too great. He suddenly realized that perhaps he had been wrong from the start. Even though his opponent was only at the world level, and an incomplete one at that, he definitely had extraordinary hidden techniques. What? The Qilin was stunned, but in the blink of an eye, his eyes narrowed. At some point in time, a bloody infant had appeared beneath his feet, its mouth filled with sharp teeth. The Qilin stared at it with the naked eye, but it was pitch black and unfathomable. Slash, the Qilin bit down. Ah! An agonized scream rang out. Half of the Qilin's body was swallowed up, and a large amount of blood sprayed out. Save me! The Qilin stared at Azure Fox, his face ashen. Azure Fox didn't hesitate at all. She instantly vanished, reappearing in front of the Qilin and grabbing him by the shoulder. Then, with a chop, she chopped the Qilin in half at the waist and dragged him off into the distance. Heh heh heh. You're lucky, kid. The Blood Demon Emperor stared at the Qilin with bloodshot eyes. Blood oozed out from the corner of his lips, and his face turned even paler. He was going all out. His wounds worsened, and the world within his body began to crack and crack once more. It was on the verge of shattering. Senior, we can talk things out, Azure Fox said. No matter what, he was still as domineering as ever. However, a crack appeared on the palm behind his back, and a piece of skin floated up before disappearing. There were cracks covering the entire back of his hand where the skin had disappeared. I can't continue, or I'll die. The Blood Devil Emperor's power was boundless, and the embryo was the foundation for him to become a sovereign. However, releasing it with an incomplete body was a stupid move. The consequences were already upon him. He couldn't continue, as this was his final attack. If he continued, he would die. Perhaps one day in the future, his blood would be left behind and accumulate enough power to revive. However, that was only a possibility. Perhaps it would be a process that required a long wait. Damn it, damn it. The lower half of the Qilin's body was gone, and if one looked closely, one would be able to see his organs. What was that thing just now? It was a bloated baby covered in blood. No, it was not a baby, but an extremely terrifying demon fetus. Green Fox, it's restricting my growth. As a sovereign, the Qilin could heal his injuries in the blink of an eye. However, there was a strange energy covering his wounds, preventing his flesh from growing. He was panicking. He couldn't believe that an old fellow whose world had shattered had actually injured him. How was this possible? Even in his dreams, there was no way things would turn out like this. The higher the level, the greater the difference between each stage. Even if the opponent was a sovereign, he shouldn't be in such a state. He shouldn't be this terrifying. Let me give it a try. Green Fox grabbed the Qilan's wounds with a frown. This strange energy was difficult to deal with, like maggots on the bones. She raised her arm and increased her strength. To the Qilan, a heart-wrenching pain assaulted his heart. Ah! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much. The Qilan screamed in agony. His face was as white as a sheet, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Green Fox didn't stop. She was confident that as long as she endured, it wouldn't be a problem. F***ck. Stop. It hurts. Are you trying to take my life? F***ck. The Qilan held out miserably. Even though he was in so much pain, this Green Fox still didn't hold back at all. Was she trying to kill him? With a low growl, Green Fox swung her arm, and a red mist of blood was extracted from the flesh. It's done. Cyan Fox heaved a sigh of relief. This was truly a difficult problem to deal with. If it wasn't for the fact that his foe was so weak that he was merely at the world level of power, it would have been very difficult for him to deal with him. Senior, aren't you being a bit too ruthless? Cyan Fox said. At the same time, he also started to pay more attention to the Blood Demon Emperor. Indeed, those who could become peak experts, even if they were weak, weren't people that just anyone could deal with. The Qilan also thought that he was a sovereign realm expert, and he did not put the declining Blood Devil Emperor in his eyes. In the end, he suffered a huge loss. I have no choice but to be ruthless. Youngsters are too arrogant. They would rather suffer a loss here than be beaten to death outside. The Blood Devil Emperor's aura wasn't weak at all. Everything was just an act. He had to be tough. He had already come this far. If he showed any weakness, he would really be looked down upon. In any case, no matter what, he had to put on an act first. Otherwise, his previous attack would have been a waste. Cyan Fox looked at the Blood Devil Emperor in confusion. He had seen his senior's situation. No matter what, he should at least show some respect to a broken world-level expert. However, the Blood Devil Emperor's inner strength was no joke. Even the Qilan suffered a huge loss, and his life was in danger. Damn it. The remaining half of the Qilan's body was moving and growing slowly. At the same time, he glared at the Blood Devil Emperor angrily. He wanted to kill the Blood Devil Emperor, but deep down, he was panicking. He was so close to death, and he felt like he had fallen into a whirlpool, unable to pull himself out. Hey, what are you guys doing? Just then, Xianxia walked over from afar with his hands behind his back. When he saw Huarong's lifeless appearance, he couldn't help but ask, "Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Who bullied you?" "Senior brother." Huarong couldn't help but feel wrong seeing his senior brother. "They're too much. Junior brother, calm down. Speak slowly. Senior brother is here, so you won't be bullied." Xianxia patted Huarong's shoulder. However, Lin Fan sneaked a peek at them. "They're so strong that it's scary. Senior brother, you're not their match." Huarong sighed. The Blood Devil Emperor's strength has surpassed everything. Even senior brother isn't their match. Xianxia was unhappy with Huarong's words. Is he so distrustful? He didn't want to talk to Huarong anymore, so he walked up to the trembling Blood Devil Emperor. "Move aside if you can't do it. Look at how you're shaking." The Blood Devil Emperor stared at Lin Fan. "This guy isn't giving me any face. Can't you even shake a little? And why am I shaking? I have no idea. But I can't do anything about it. This guy is that guy's teacher. He's a big shot, and I can't afford to offend him. Hey, what are you guys trying to do? How dare you bully my junior brother in the Magnificent Flame sect?" Xianxia looked at Qing Hu and the rest sternly. "How arrogant. If my disciple sees this, I wonder if they'll be able to return alive. But they're lucky. My disciple isn't here, so they're still alive." Qing Hu frowned. "There's something wrong with the Magnificent Flame sect. They're weak, but they're tough. They don't care about us at all. It seems like I have to do something. Nice words will only make the other party confused. They won't be able to see what's happening. He had been merciful since he came to the Magnificent Flame sect. He didn't want to destroy the sect, and he only wanted to bring the Patriarch and the Invincible Peak leader away. But the people who showed up one after another did not care about them at all. Therefore, it was necessary for him to show them his strength to make them understand. Perhaps you're overthinking things, Azure Fox said. The current situation isn't as simple as you think it is. Elder Xianxia, they want to bring the Patriarch and Senior Brother Lin to the upper realm. Lu Qiming told Xianxia about the situation. Were they sent by Emperor Yanhua? Xianxia asked. Yes, Emperor Yanhua, but to them, it should be the Holy Flame Emperor. Lu Qiming nodded. The two continued chatting, not taking Qinghu seriously. Qinghu said in a serious tone, but seeing that the two did not listen to him, he was a little angry. Are you listening to me or not? I'm already being merciful to you because you're an organization created by the Emperor. As long as the Patriarch and the Invincible Peak leader follow me back, you'll have a chance to live, or else. But before he could finish his sentence, the scene in front of him changed. Xianxia raised his hand, and the shadow of an ancient tree could be seen behind him. It covered the sky, and its branches reached into the sky, as if it was supporting the entire world. Ancient, Xianxia said suddenly. His voice was different from usual. It was as if it came from ancient times, and it echoed in everyone's ears. Aha! Qinghu was stunned. Suddenly, she had a bad feeling about this. Oh my God. The surrounding disciples lifted their heads to look at Elder Xianxia. They were all dumbfounded, unable to believe what they had just seen. Come. Xianxia raised his hand, and a green leaf with patterns on it floated over. He caught it between his fingers. What's this? Huarong was dumbfounded. Senior brother hasn't done anything for a long time. Has he started to walk the mysterious path? Blinded by a leaf. Xianxia tossed the leaf into the air. There was nothing special about it, nor was there any force. But to Qinghu and the rest, the scene in front of them changed drastically. The space around them shattered, and the world in front of them was different from before. When Qinghu opened his eyes again, he realized that he and the rest were in a narrow gap. He looked up, and there was a light above him. Where are we? Qilin asked. Let's go up. Qinghu said and rose into the air, chasing after the light above him. The group traveled at high speed, but they realized that every time they passed through the light, the scenery was the same as before, and there was still a light above them. It was a leaf just now. Are we in the gap between the leaves? Qinghu thought to himself. He could feel the aura around him, and it was obvious that he had entered his opponent's mystique. Break! He roared and swung his arm. A terrifying force could be felt, hitting the surroundings. Crack, there was a loud bang, and everything around them was shattering. Outside. Xianxia's face was pale, but he was still holding on. His cultivation wasn't strong, but ever since he merged with the Tree of Heaven, he knew that his strength wasn't his strength anymore. He could use the Tree of Heaven to trap others or protect them. But his cultivation was still too weak. Qinghu was destroying everything with his strength. Even though the Tree of Heaven had weakened his strength, it was still enough to injure him severely. But as an elder, he couldn't embarrass himself in front of so many disciples. Senior brother, you're amazing. Huarong exclaimed. He didn't expect his senior brother to be so powerful. Hee, calm down. Xianxia laughed. He acted like he was fine, but only he knew that he was screwed. These guys are too strong. I can only understand how scary they are when I experience it myself. The Blood Demon Emperor looked at Xianxia in shock. He did not expect that an outsider would be able to trap an overlord. That was simply impossible. How did he do it when he's so weak? Just then, Qinghu and the rest broke through the space around them. They realized that they were standing on a leaf, and there were many leaves floating around them. Amazing. You have some skill. What is that? The Qilin was badly injured. He could not remain calm facing such a weird scene. I'm just here to cause trouble for a few natives. How did I get into such a situation? Before I came, someone told me that I would almost lose my life if I went. I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. But it's a pity that it's the truth. I can't do anything about it. It looks familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before, but I can't remember. Green Fox was very familiar with this scene. She seemed to have seen it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember where. It was a strange scene. Nightcrypt didn't say anything. This matter had nothing to do with him. After all, he was just a bystander. And yet, despite being a bystander, he was now deeply involved. If God has eyes, please let me go. Forget it. It's useless to think too much. Let's break the space first. Green Fox said as she took a step forward. Energy could be felt from her feet. Sizzle, just then, countless cracks spread out from Green Fox's feet, forming a strong shockwave. He let out a low growl. A terrifying aura was gathering around him. The power of a sovereign was not something that could be understood with mere imagination. It was a power that surpassed a world-level cultivator. It could crush a world-level cultivator with a wave of its hand. Outside, Xianxia looked calm, but deep down, he was panicking. Something happened. I can feel the terrifying energy brewing in the tree of heaven. I might not be able to take it if it hits me. Senior brother, how's the situation? Huarong asked. He finally felt the benefits of having his senior brother around. He was so pitiful when he was bullied just now, but Lin Fan managed to suppress him with just his aura, making him lose face in front of his disciples. That's too much. Now that my senior brother has suppressed the other party, it feels so good. I might not have done it myself, but it's my senior brother, so it's like I did it myself. Great. There's no problem. Senior brother has locked them up. Xianxia said, pretending to be calm. He even had a smile on his face, making Huarong even happier. At the same time, I feel that my senior brother is terrifyingly strong. We're all in the sect, and there's nothing special. How can he be so overbearing? Could it really be like what senior brother had said before, that comprehension was also divided into different levels? That's good. Senior brother, these guys are too arrogant. We can't let them off so easily. Junior brother thinks that we should give them a heavy blow and let them know how powerful we are. Huarong was very excited. Those arrogant fellows from before were all defeated by his senior brother in just a few moves. That feeling was really refreshing. But soon, Xianxia realized that something was amiss. His opponent was about to unleash a powerful attack. My sect upholds the principles of friendliness and justice. It's not good to indiscriminately start a massacre. I can't bear to see these people die in there. It's enough to teach them a lesson. Let them out. If there's anything, we can talk it out. There's no need to kill. Xianxia sighed and waved his arm. Everything in front of him disappeared into thin air. Azure Fox and the others appeared in the air. This was especially so for Azure Fox, whose power had already reached its pinnacle. Terrifying shockwaves spread out continuously as she prepared to deal the final blow to the illusory space and shatter it. Azure Fox was stunned. He did not expect Xianxia to let him out. He then turned to Xianxia and took a good look at him. Impressive. You're capable. Xianxia laughed. It's not worth mentioning. If you're a guest of the Magnificent Flame sect, you're welcome. If you're here to cause trouble, we'll play with you till the end. But there's a solution to everything in this world. There's no need to kill. Don't you think so? You're right. Azure Fox laughed. His eyes could see through all illusions. He could roughly understand what Xianxia was thinking. Of course there's a reason. You guys are really arrogant. Why don't you go and ask around? The Magnificent Flame sect is such a good sect, yet you guys dare to come and provoke us. This is too much. Huarong was no longer afraid. Senior brother is so strong. No matter what happens, senior brother is here. What the heck? Xianxia stared at Huarong. He wanted to ask, Junior brother, where's your brain? It's fine if you can't help, but is there a need to provoke us like this? Xianxia wanted to hammer his junior brother to death. Haze. Azure Fox sighed. How did a sect like this survive? He believed that under the guidance of the Emperor, no matter how powerful the sect was, they would be able to achieve victory. But now that the Emperor is gone, and even the elders are so stupid, how did the sect survive in the outer world? Xianxia doubted it. Azure Fox, there's no point in talking. Let's do it. Yu Long, who had been standing beside Azure Fox, said. He wasn't tall, and he was slightly plump. He gave off a coquettish vibe. It was rare for a ruler to look like this. That's the only way. I'll deal with them, and you go to the main hall and bring the magnificent flame sex patriarch away. Azure Fox said. Okay. Swimming Dragon replied and instantly disappeared. He tore open the river of time and space and disappeared without a trace. Xianxia wanted to stop him, but he realized that Azure Fox had disappeared in a weird way. He couldn't find him at all. He could even feel the movement of the river of time and space. Azure Fox didn't go there through the air, but through the river of time and space. Go and protect the patriarch. Xianxia said. The Blood Demon Emperor moved immediately. He had sworn to be loyal to the magnificent flame sect. In such a situation, he had to act instinctively. Alright, I've been merciful to you guys. Don't go overboard. Azure Fox's voice turned into sound waves, forming an invisible wall that separated the main hall from the crowd. Bang, the Blood Demon Emperor dashed over and landed a heavy blow on the wall. He couldn't move forward at all. *CK, I wouldn't be afraid of you if the world level was still intact. He felt humiliated and indignant. He used to be a ruler, but he was stopped by a middle-stage ruler. How embarrassing, Yi Zhong comforted himself. Everything will be fine. Lord Azure Fox is just taking the patriarch away. It has nothing to do with me. I don't think she went against her oath. Qilin laughed coldly. I'm done messing around. As long as Azure Fox is serious, we won't have to do anything. After a long while. What's going on? Yu Long has been gone for so long. Why isn't he back yet? Azure Fox asked. She felt that something was wrong, as if something had happened. Don't worry. With Yu Long's strength, how can he not deal with a native patriarch? Qilin thought that Azure Fox was overthinking. Yu Long was the same as him, an early-stage sovereign. He was invincible in the outer world. Maybe the patriarch is good at hiding, and he's playing hide-and-seek with Yu Long. After all, Yu Long was a loyal friend. If the other party begged for mercy and begged for a chance, it was not impossible for Yu Long to be put in a difficult position. No, this can't be right. Azure Fox shook her head. Something must have happened. Xianxia and the rest were confused as well. They had no idea what had happened in the main hall. He was worried about his senior brother. The patriarch was very strong. He had surpassed the strongest cultivator he had ever met. However, Xianxia had a question in his mind. There was something wrong with his senior brother patriarch. He was fine in the past, but ever since the outer world merged, the patriarch let go of everything. Something was wrong. Even Xianxia rarely saw his senior brother. Even if he did see him, he would notice that something was wrong with him. But he couldn't tell what was wrong. Yu Long, reply. Azure Fox shouted. She turned into a thread of energy and sent it into the distance. In a leisure area behind the main hall of the sect. A figure was squatting there, not moving an inch. Beside him, there were two other figures squatting there as well. The three of them lined up in a row. It was comfortable, peaceful, and there was nothing out of place. How did you do it? Yu Long's voice could be heard. His butt was big and round as he squatted there. As a man, he was blessed. The scene in front of him was too magical. A rootless flower. It really was a rootless flower, and it was blooming. It was so beautiful and magical. But strangely, there were only 3 petals. 2 of them were white and spotless, while the last one had a black pattern on it. It even looked like it was rotting. You can do it as long as you put your heart into it. The patriarch said calmly. Look, this is the flower of the soul. If you didn't come, there would only be 2 petals. But since you're here and joined us, there will be a 3rd petal. Yulong stared at it blankly. Then why is my petal different from yours? Yulong asked. You don't understand. Xianxia said. Yeah, I don't really understand. What's the reason? Yulong squatted there, staring at the petal that represented him. He really didn't expect to encounter such a situation in the sect's main hall. When he arrived and saw the 2 squatting there, he couldn't take it anymore and called for them to follow him. But suddenly, the 2 squatting there turned around with a smile and said, "Let's take a look." That infected him. In the end, he joined them and squatted there, looking at the rootless flower with them. Your heart isn't peaceful enough. Xianxia said. Peaceful? Yulong was confused. He was a ruler, so how could he not be peaceful? Yes, peaceful. Feeling peaceful will give you an incomparable feeling. Look, the rootless flower doesn't exist. It only exists in one's heart, in a place that is hard to find. But if you can calm down and feel the signal that heaven and earth sends to you, you will let the rootless flower grow. Xianxia had been following the Grandmaster for a long time, and he had reached a magical realm. Although he was still young, in the words of the patriarch, he was a genius. Yulong was confused. What does the other party mean? Why does it sound so high class? He was in the sovereign realm and had experienced the world state. He had even experienced the creation of the world, the heaven and earth, the origin of all living things, and the formation of a complete world. But even so, he had no idea what the other party was talking about. But somehow, it sounds reasonable. No. Yulong came back to his senses. What am I here for? I'm not here to enjoy some peace, but to bring the magnificent flame sex patriarch to the upper world. Are you the magnificent flame sex patriarch? Yulong asked. Yes. The patriarch nodded. He wanted to add, I might be the patriarch, but I'm just an idle person. If you need anything, you can look for the Invincible peak leader. But he decided against it. All right then. Follow me. The magnificent flame sect has betrayed Emperor Yanhua, and you need to be punished. Yulong said. He was here to capture the magnificent flame sect, not to listen to others talk about peace. I have no idea what he's talking about. Your heart is in a mess, it's a mess. The patriarch said calmly. His voice was gentle, like a hand smoothing out a wrinkled piece of paper. Yulong looked at the patriarch, speechless. It shouldn't be like this. Why can't I do it after hearing what the patriarch said? Feel the tranquility. Your heart is far too restless. That single petal on the rootless flower represents you. You are unwilling, you are unyielding. Your heart wants to struggle, but you have nowhere to go. Child, don't struggle. Come with me and enjoy peace. You will be happy. The patriarch comforted. His voice was soft, but it sounded different to Yulong. Yulong kept quiet. He was confused. Come, learn from me. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and exhale slowly. Feel the heaven and earth, and feel the longing for peace in your heart. Do you feel a different emotion spreading in your heart? The patriarch said softly. Xianxia, who was standing at the side, set an example and executed the series of actions perfectly. Yulong was at a loss. Forget it, I'll just give it a try. In any case, nothing bad would happen if he tried. Yulong then followed the patriarch's instructions. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and felt the heaven and earth. Suddenly, Yulong felt his mind go blank. It was as if his brain had been emptied. There was a soft voice beside his ear. After a long time. That's true. Interesting. Yulong was pleasantly surprised. Come, lie down and join us. Relax your heart and feel the tranquility. You will gain more from this. The sect leader raised his hand and a long bench appeared. Yulong laid there. Just like Xianxia, he closed his eyes and felt it quietly. The rootless flower spun. The flower petal that represented Yulong's heart underwent a shocking change. The black spots on it gradually disappeared, and the rotten areas gradually recovered. All of a sudden, a voice sounded. Swimming Dragon, Yu Long, who had joined the Tranquility faction, felt a little helpless when he heard that voice. He opened his eyes and said unhappily, "Ignore him." I seemed to have caught something and was interrupted by that voice. "It's all right, let's go together." "But tell me, don't you feel that those days of frustration in the past were a form of torture?" the Grandmaster asked. Yu Long nodded, a little. "I didn't expect that after the Tranquility, it would be so comfortable." Your comprehension is much higher than his. He comprehended for a long time before he felt the Tranquility. "Tell me, what did you see?" the Grandmaster asked. Xianxia stood in front of Yu Long. His mood was really good now that the group had grown. All along, he had been the one to feel the Tranquility with the Grandmaster and comprehend nature. Although the disciples who passed by didn't say anything, he knew that they definitely treated them as lunatics. But now, someone else joined them. One had to say that there weren't many people who had such a good fortune. But what did he mean by that? He was a genius, so how could he lose to someone who came later? "I didn't see anything. I have no distractions and everything is under my control. The rootless flower can't be seen with the naked eye. The reason why I can see it is because I have such a good fortune," Yu Long said calmly. Although he only comprehended for a short period of time, he was more talented than Xianxia. To be able to reach such a level in such a short period of time was really extraordinary. Xianxia, who was calm as still water, looked at Yu Long in shock when he heard those words. Huge waves rose in his heart. "Oh my God! Is this for real? I've been cultivating with the Grandmaster for so long, and I only have such a feeling. Isn't this guy a little too much? How long has it been? Even if he's faking it, he shouldn't be this overboard, right?" Just then, he gave Yu Long a look that said, "I don't believe you. You're confused," Yu Long said calmly, noticing Xianxia's jealous look. Xianxia was dumbfounded. "This is too much. According to seniority, I'm Lin Fan's senior brother. How can Lin Fan say that I'm confused? How humiliating. Let's go. Since you're here for me, I have to go." The patriarch stood up and walked away. Xianxia followed behind him calmly. He no longer cared about what was going on outside. At the entrance of the mountain, Qinghu looked serious. Yu Long has been gone for so long, but he hasn't returned yet. Did something really happen? Impossible. With Yu Long's cultivation, it's impossible for him to be so calm if he really met an opponent. Not even a little. Xianxia was worried. "I know how strong the patriarch is. He's a cripple. With Lin Fan's cultivation, killing him is as easy as killing an ant." Patriarch. Just then, a voice could be heard from afar. Seeing the patriarch, the surrounding disciples greeted him respectfully. Some of them had not seen the patriarch for a long time. "Senior brother." Xianxia went up to Lin Fan immediately. But to his surprise, Lin Fan ignored him when he arrived in front of Lin Fan. "Oh no, senior brother is pretending." This was the only possibility that Xianxia could think of. "When my precious disciple is around, everyone in the magnificent flame sect can pretend. I have someone to clean up after me. But now that my precious disciple isn't back, I can't pretend anymore. And Lin Fan isn't a fool. He won't fall for it. Senior brother, don't be rash. Lil Fan isn't back." Huarong whispered. If Lil Fan was back, he wouldn't be so low profile. The patriarch looked at Qinghu calmly. There was no emotion in his eyes. "You're looking for me?" the patriarch asked. Qinghu took a glance at the magnificent flame sect patriarch, not saying a word. "Yu Long, take him and leave." As soon as he finished his words, he turned to leave. But something strange happened. Yu Long stood beside Qinghu, not moving at all. He didn't even have the thought of leaving. "Yu Long, what's wrong with you? I told you to take him away. Didn't you hear me?" Qinghu asked. She realized that something was wrong with Yu Long. He didn't move at all as he stood beside Qinghu, as if he had become someone else's. "I heard you," Yu Long replied. "Since you heard me, then hurry up." Qinghu was getting angry. What's wrong with Yu Long? Why is he acting so weird when he's with Qinghu? Green Fox, I can't do that. I suddenly feel like I've found the true meaning of life. I feel like I've comprehended the nature of the world. In the past, when I had nothing to do, I would just sit there quietly. My memories were filled with guilt. But today, just now, my heart suddenly calmed down. What's enveloping me isn't guilt, but the world. Yu Long seemed to have realized something, and said something that no one else could understand. What are you talking about? Qinghu was shocked. She couldn't understand what Yu Long was trying to say. Also, what did he mean by those words? Is he crazy? Hayes, forget it. It's normal that you don't understand. You might be stronger than me, but you're not as lucky as I am. Yu Long shook his head. Some things can't be understood just by being strong. This has nothing to do with being strong. Yu Long, are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? Qilan's face softened. He didn't look angry, but he didn't look any better. But it was a pity that Yu Long ignored Qilan as if he was air. Just then, the patriarch stood up. Go back and tell Emperor Yanhua that the Magnificent Flame sect is doing well and that he doesn't need to worry about it. As for this person, he might not be able to go back anytime soon. He wants to cultivate with me and enjoy the peace. Huarong was dumbfounded. The patriarch is too powerful. Why is he still acting at this time? And he's acting so much that it's indescribable. Yu Long, I'll give you one last chance. Is what you said true? Qinghu was dumbfounded. What's going on? How could a perfectly fine person become brainwashed in such a short period of time? It's all true. I'm not going back. Yu Long said. You're betraying the emperor. Qinghu gritted his teeth in anger. He could tolerate others, but he would never allow those around him to betray him. This was his bottom line, and it was an untouchable bottom line. Betrayal was what he hated the most. To him, the Magnificent Flame sect wasn't betraying the emperor. It was just that the emperor had changed. That was why he tolerated them until now. But Yu Long was different. Go back. Don't disturb me. I might go back one day. Yu Long said. You're courting death. Qilan raged. Qinghu, what are you waiting for? Yu Long has gone mad. What's the point of keeping these aboriginals? Listen to the emperor and kill them. With their cultivation, killing them is easier than killing ants. Suddenly, a terrifying aura covered the area. The aura of a sovereign was unstoppable. The surrounding disciples were a little terrified under such a terrifying aura. It was too terrifying. Hayes. The patriarch sighed. Cultivation isn't the most important thing. Realms aren't achieved through cultivation, but through enlightenment. You guys might be strong, but you still haven't understood the true meaning of it. Go back. Don't come back. Tell Emperor Yanhua that we're doing well and that he doesn't need to worry about us. As soon as he finished his words, the patriarch waved his hand. Suddenly, the space around them changed. What's going on? Qinghu could feel a mysterious force surrounding him. He couldn't move, and he was being pulled up into the sky. In the originally calm void, a crack suddenly appeared. This? Green Fox was dumbfounded. She then looked down at the scene below. To think that this ordinary-looking fella would actually have such capabilities. Go. Don't come back. Boom, their bodies were instantly sucked into the vortex crack, and then with a pop sound, they disappeared without a trace. Oh my god. Tiansu looked at his senior brother. Is this still the senior brother I know? Where did the weak, powerless, and power-hungry senior brother go? Did he get possessed? Just then, the patriarch looked at Tiansu and smiled. Junior brother, your senior brother will always be your senior brother. Hearing this, Tiansu was speechless. Impossible. How can this be? Do you see that? Feel the tranquility and become one with nature. The energy of the world is by your side. Feel it well. The patriarch said and walked towards the main hall. He wanted to feel the tranquility and understand more. The Blood Demon Emperor watched as the patriarch left. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Xianxia was dumbfounded. It was his first time seeing the patriarch in action. He might not be able to beat the other party up, but his ability to do so was too scary. In the past, when he felt the tranquility, he was doubtful. Would there really be a future? But now, he saw the tranquility. There was indeed a future. Patriarch, wait for me. Let's go and feel the tranquility together. Xianxia said excitedly. Yulong was all smiles. He had found his final home. Soon, the tranquility trio disappeared from everyone's sight. The sect fell into a short silence. Suddenly, the crowd erupted. Wow! The disciples cheered. Everyone had a crazy look on their faces. What did they just see? The patriarch, who had no presence at all, made a move. Just when everyone thought that he was courting death, he waved his hand and these terrifying existences disappeared. Please forgive them for being too weak and narrow-minded. They had no idea how this happened. It was too magical. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. Senior brother, what do you think happened to senior brother patriarch? Why do I feel that something's wrong? Huarong was in a mess. His senior brother patriarch had changed so much that he couldn't take it anymore. I thought that I'm second in the elder group after senior brother Tiansu, but it seems like my ranking has dropped again. He really didn't expect that senior brother sect master would have such power when he made an appearance. You ask me? Who should I ask? Tiansu looked at Huarong. What's the point of asking me? Of course not. Heis, tranquility. The last time I went to look for senior brother patriarch, he was lying on a chair, trying to feel some *T tranquility. Is it really that useful? No, I have to learn from him. If I can learn from senior brother's tranquility, I'll definitely be number 2. As soon as he finished his sentence, Huarong ran after him. He wanted to learn from senior brother patriarch. How can an outsider teach him? As his junior brother, how can I hide it? Tranquility? The blood demon emperor kept quiet, but he had been eavesdropping. He heard that Lin Fan had become so powerful because of tranquility. But now, he started to doubt. Could there be a power called tranquility? To think that I, the blood demon emperor, have roamed the world for countless years, but I have never seen such a situation. Perhaps this is a kind of opportunity for me. I can't let it go, I definitely can't let it go. He had an idea. He wanted to find out more about tranquility. Upper realm. Buzz, the void trembled. How could this be? Cyan Fox's face was filled with shock, as if she had seen a ghost. That final scene was too terrifying, causing her to lose control of her body. What kind of power could cause such a situation? Even if he wasn't a match for a great emperor, he definitely wouldn't be immobilized. Green Fox, who is that guy? How could he possess such power? We're in the upper realms right now. Qilin was stupefied. Even now, he still could not react. But in his heart, there was a chill. Xianxia had been unaware of the other party's strength previously, so he didn't think that it was frightening at all. However, after experiencing the other party's means, he realized just how bizarre the other party's strength was. Night Edge heaved a sigh of relief. It felt great to be alive. Yi Zhong. At this moment, Qinghu spoke. Sir, I'm here. What's the matter? Night Edge lowered his head, trying his best to act humble. He was panicking inwardly. Could it be that she had lost and wanted to vent her anger on him? Now I finally understand why you guys failed in the Outer Realms. As expected, the waters in the Outer Realms are very deep. We took things for granted. Qinghu sighed. He had never imagined that Yulong would stay with the other party. He wondered what kind of bewitching potion the other party had fed Yulong to make him betray the great emperor. Yes. Night Edge was relieved. Didn't this mean that he wasn't to blame at all? If he had to blame someone, he could only blame the water in the Outer Realms. If he stepped in, he would drown to death. Green Fox, what's so deep about that? In my opinion, that old thing was just trying to scare us. He used some sort of treasure to teleport through space. Let's kill our way back. There's no need to waste words with him. Let's just kill him directly. We'll definitely succeed. Qilin was unwilling to give up. In the outer realms, he was the one who suffered the most. An old thing with a broken world had actually swallowed half of him in a single gulp. It's embarrassing to say this out loud. Go back. Don't cause trouble. Even I haven't figured out the magnificent flame sex patriarch's weird ability. Do you think you can do it? Qinghu glared at him. At the same time, she was glad that she had only teleported them back. If the magnificent flame sex patriarch wanted to keep them here, no one would be able to escape. Qilin clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles turned white. He was unwilling to give up. Magnificent flame sect. Many people had gathered at the entrance of the mountain. None of them had left, and they were discussing among themselves. The magnificent flame sex patriarch, who had no presence at all, had suddenly become so powerful. Their impression of the magnificent flame sex patriarch had changed greatly. Whoosh, an ear-piercing sound could be heard. Someone could be seen flying over from afar. He was extremely fast, tearing through space and leaving a trail of white air behind. It was as if he could cut the sky and earth apart. Don't be afraid. I'm back. Lin Fan was extremely fast. He had heard from the bird that there were descenders heading towards the magnificent flame sect. He panicked a little. Can they hold on to him? There shouldn't be a problem. The Blood Demon Emperor had sworn his loyalty to the magnificent flame sect, and he was once a sovereign realm cultivator. Even if he was only a broken world cultivator now, he would still be able to defeat the Blood Demon Emperor. The disciples who were whispering to each other shouted when they heard Lin Fan's voice. Senior brother is back. Hearing the cheers, Lin Fan calmed down. He was relieved. It seems that everything is fine. I'm back in time. In an instant, he arrived at the entrance of the magnificent flame sect and shouted. Which idiot dares to act so presumptuously in my territory? Come out. Lin Fan's words were supposed to cheer the disciples up, as their backbone had returned. But the situation at the scene was a little strange. The atmosphere wasn't what he had expected. His junior brothers might be excited, but the atmosphere wasn't what he had expected. Lu Qiming came to Lin Fan's side and whispered, Senior brother, it's fine now. They've all run away. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Fan wasn't back, he wouldn't have expected the patriarch to be so powerful. Oh. Lin Fan nodded. Then, he reacted, huh? What did you say? Lin Fan was dumbfounded. What am I talking about? Who's run away? Don't tell me it's the descended ones that ran away. The bird had reported that the descended ones that attacked the magnificent flame sect were all beyond the world level. When Lin Fan heard the news, he was scared out of his wits. Damn it, I'm just out for a walk. Nothing has happened in the past. Will something terrible happen today? Senior brother, they came, but they all ran away. Lu Qiming said. Of course, if he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't believe that the magnificent flame sect could chase the descended ones away without Lin Fan's help. Chase them away? Lin Fan looked at Lu Qiming in disbelief. Junior brother, it's not that I'm looking down on you, but your strength is a little, he didn't say it too directly. After all, it was a little hurtful. Senior brother, I don't know how to explain the situation, but it's the patriarch. Lu Qiming said. The more he said, the more ridiculous it was. If Lin Fan said that his teacher or the Blood Demon Emperor had fought to the death to chase the descended ones away, he could still believe it. But to say that it was the patriarch who chased them away? He refused to believe it. Alright, I'll go and ask teacher. Lin Fan left immediately to look for teacher. This matter is a little complicated. Although junior brother wouldn't lie to me, I have to get to the bottom of it. This is too much. It's a little too much. When he met with teacher and learned of the situation, he was stunned for a long time. What? The patriarch who had been meditating on peace and was basically a half-cripple was actually this powerful. It wasn't that he looked down on the patriarch, but the patriarch's performance had always been unbelievable. If he had cultivated for a while, it might have been possible. But all this while, he had been lying on his chair, playing the role of a salted fish. Now, it was the salted fish who burst out with such power and chased all the descended ones away. It was very mysterious. He also heard from the Blood Demon Emperor that the Descended Ones were all rulers. They had surpassed the world level. The more he heard, the more shocked and in disbelief. It seems like if I don't have a good chat with the Patriarch, I won't be able to find out the truth. Lin Fan felt like he had discovered a huge secret. All this while, he had thought that the sect was weak and needed protection. Who would have thought that it would be so strong, the Patriarch's Hall? When he stepped into this land, he felt the aura around him change slightly. It was as though a mysterious aura was drifting over from afar. There were many disciples around who wanted to go over but didn't dare to. They could only watch from afar. I brought Xianxia over to accompany the Patriarch. I wonder how he is doing. This was the first time he felt that something was happening in the sect that he didn't understand. Very soon, he heard Elder Huorong's voice. Senior brother, I beg of you, what is this peace you speak of? What do you think of me? Do I have the potential to comprehend peace? From afar, Elder Huorong was half squatting on a chair, muttering into the Patriarch's ears. Junior brother, your heart is too chaotic. You don't have the potential. The Patriarch said calmly. Huorong was indignant. I'm not chaotic, senior brother. Junior brother is very calm. Why don't you take a look at me? I'm definitely fine. Seeing his senior brother's overbearing behavior, Huorong's interest was piqued. I want to be like senior brother. It's understandable that I can't be compared to the Patriarch, but at least I have to be better than senior brother Tiansu. After being suppressed for a lifetime, it's time for me to shine. Junior brother, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Just hand over all the treasures that you have on you to me. Without anything bothering you, your heart will naturally be at peace. The Grandmaster said. Heis, hearing this, Huorong, who was pestering the Patriarch, was shocked. His expression changed immediately. Heis, I can't let it go. Junior brother, forget it. The Patriarch sighed. Huorong was dumbfounded. He felt that something was wrong. This scene. Lin Fan wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Tranquility? He was thinking. Tranquility is very popular in the sect. Who is she? Lin Fan was curious about the unknown, and he wanted to know what was going on. He was too mysterious, and it made him feel uneasy. Cough, cough. Lin Fan coughed. Huorong, who was licking the Patriarch, looked up. Xiao Fan, when did you come back? Huorong wanted to continue licking, but seeing Lin Fan, his expression changed. He put on a serious face. As an elder of the Magnificent Flame sect, he had to have some style. I just came back. What are you doing? Lin Fan walked over, staring at Yu Long. He had never seen him before, but he could sense a strong aura from him. Who is he? Lin Fan asked. Huorong calmed himself down and smiled. He came to cause trouble, sent by Emperor Yanhua. He's cultivating with senior brother Patriarch now. He's not a bad person. Lin Fan looked at him. Emperor Yanhua. I didn't expect him to really come. But Lin Fan thought that Emperor Yanhua would come personally next time. After all, he had been here before and suffered a loss. He wouldn't be so stupid as to send more people here. He couldn't understand the Patriarch's actions. He really couldn't understand. Brother, you're back. Xianxia stood up from the bench and smiled. He felt that Lin Fan really treated him like a good brother. If not, he wouldn't have recommended me to such a good place. Learning from the Patriarch to comprehend tranquility was really rewarding. By the looks of things, you seem to be doing pretty well. Lin Fan commented. Not bad, not bad. Following the Patriarch to experience tranquility is a little stupid, so my progress is a little slow. Xianxia said humbly. He had already seen how strong the Grand Master's power was after he had comprehended the tranquility. Therefore, he believed that with his intelligence and shocking perception, he would definitely not be weaker than anyone else. Lil Fan, have a good chat with the Grand Master. I'll be leaving first. There was nothing for Huorong to do if he stayed, so he might as well leave. Moreover, with Lil Fan around, he couldn't open his mouth and beg Sect Master Senior Brother to take him in. As for Senior Brother saying that there was no such fortuitous encounter, it was basically a lie. With his ability, how could he not comprehend it? Lin Fan looked at Elder Huarong and then at the Grandmaster who was lying on the ground. He still harbored doubts in his heart. Grandmaster, you chased them away? Lin Fan asked. The Grandmaster, who was lying there, opened his eyes and smiled calmly. I didn't chase them away. It's just that Tranquility doesn't need them. Lin Fan's mind was filled with question marks. What was he talking about? He couldn't understand it at all. He then walked up and pulled the Grandmaster up. Stop joking. Tell me the truth. How did you do it? Then, he turned around and looked at Lin Fan. Lil Fan, you're a very perceptive person. Yes, I am. So? Lin Fan looked at the Grandmaster. He wanted to see what the Grandmaster was going to say. Feel the peace with me. As long as you are willing to learn, I can bring you through the door. From now on, you can fly as high as you want. Remember my words, cultivation is never achieved through cultivation, but through comprehension. Look, this is your rootless flower. The moment he said this, the Grandmaster raised his palm. A flower that wasn't rooted to the ground floated in the air. There were a total of 4 petals. 3 were pure white and 1 was so red that it was almost black. Lil Fan, look. Eh. The sect leader was just about to say something when he suddenly caught sight of the black petals, and his expression turned complicated. Grandmaster, this petal represents my brother, but why is it this color? I remember that he only has a few black spots. My brother's is too black. Xianxia said. The Grandmaster thought about it and coughed. Lil Fan, do you see it? This petal represents you. From this, I can tell that your heart is in a mess. Really, really messed up. Yes. Lin Fan nodded his head. Please continue your performance. I'll just watch. He was already extremely curious about the sect master, and he wanted to see what else he could say about it. You are really perceptive. Feel tranquility with me. Come, close your eyes, take in a deep breath and slowly exhale. You will realize that the world has become quiet, peaceful, and omnipotent. The Grandmaster opened his arms. It was as if there was an illusory figure hugging him. Lin Fan thought about it for a long time but still couldn't figure out what the Grandmaster was doing. Grandmaster, stop joking. Close your eyes. These things aren't practical for me. Your cultivation base isn't that strong, so what is going on? He looked at the Grandmaster. He had long seen through the Grandmaster. His cultivation base wasn't strong, but he could chase the descenders away. He didn't believe that there wasn't a transaction that went beyond friendship. Could it be that the older one was, the spicier it was? Hayes, you still don't understand. Cultivation isn't from hard work but comprehension. When you sense everything in the world, you will realize that nothing exists. Everyone's strength comes from heaven and earth and is given by heaven and earth. By comprehending tranquility and communicating with heaven and earth, you will be able to use the power of heaven and earth as you wish. The Grand Master had many things he wanted to say, but he stopped at this point. Without comprehension, no matter how much he said, it was useless. Grand Master, your ability is amazing. I understand that you were able to bluff the 2 of them. That is a skill that others don't have. Lin Fan was really impressed. His brain was a mess. What was he even talking about? He didn't like to use his brain and now he was talking about all this nonsense. No, brother, the Grand Master isn't lying. Tranquility really exists. Xianxia said. Is tranquility a guy or a girl? Lin Fan asked. Xianxia said calmly, brother, it can be a girl or a guy. Actually, it doesn't exist but it does exist. It is a connection between the eyes and the soul. If you don't sense tranquility, then you won't be able to feel such a feeling. However, look at that black petal on the rootless flower. It represents you. We are all pure white, but you are black. This means that your heart is in a mess, and you need to calm down. Xianxia agreed with the message that the Grandmaster had passed on. This was what he was looking for. Once he met the Grand Master, his life would be bright. At this moment, the Grand Master opened his mouth. Not only does it mean that your heart is in a mess, but it also means that you have killed too much. Everything in the world remembers you and doesn't want to hug you. Listen to me, I will bring you in and let you feel a different world. Lin Fan looked at the Grand Master and the others with a weird expression and thought about it. No, why do I feel like you are trying to bluff me? Forget it, stop joking. Grand Master, are you really so strong? No, I am not strong. The strong ones are the heaven and earth. They are endless and contain a mysterious power. I am just borrowing their strength. The Grand Master said. He didn't want to listen to the Grand Master's words. It made his head hurt a little. He came here to confirm one thing, whether or not the Grand Master was really strong. When he saw Roving Dragon, he was sure that no matter what the situation was, he did have some ability. He was able to bluff ruler realm experts who were above world level to sense tranquility. That was a skill. There was really nothing he could do about it. Unless he met someone like Supremacy Shuilian who wasn't too bright, he might be able to bluff him. Alright, Grand Master, you guys can continue. If Tranquility appears one day, remember to inform me. I will come and greet her. Lin Fan waved his hands and didn't say anything. This was the end. Everyone did their own things and didn't disturb each other. Grand Master, he doesn't seem to have such a good fortune. Xianxia said. The Grand Master looked at Lin Fan and sighed. Sigh. Sometimes, when an opportunity is right in front of you, you don't know how to cherish it. It seems like we are fated, but not fated. Grand Master, my brother and I are not fated, but I am. Xianxia patted his chest. Then, the three of them continued to lie on the bench. They were constantly trying to sense tranquility. This feeling could only be felt when one was immersed in it. Invincible peak. Senior brother, Grand Master is really amazing. What's going on? Lu Qiming asked curiously. Junior brother, be careful. Stay away from Grand Master and enjoy life. This is all I can tell you. On the way back, Lin Fan was thinking about what was going on. Why did Tranquility not become stronger out of nowhere? Just like him, he had to fight his way up step by step. As for Tranquility, it was bullshit. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't understand the theory behind it, he would have exposed Tranquility. Yes, don't worry, senior brother. I understand. Lu Qiming nodded, listening to senior brother's words. However, he was curious as to how Grand Master became so strong. Lin Fan did not understand. Lin Fan came to the peak of Invincible Peak alone. White clouds floated over and covered his body. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, and exhale slowly. Is it really so mysterious? He was curious. After confirming that there was no one around, he decided to give it a try. If it was really so mysterious, maybe he could study it. Close your eyes, take a deep breath, slowly exhale. Lin Fan did as he was told. He relaxed his mind and felt the tranquility. After a long time. Pooey. Liar, liar. How can there be any tranquility? Lin Fan opened his eyes. He did not want to say anything else. He did as the Grand Master said. He did not feel anything at all. Even if someone related to Tranquility appeared, it would be considered a success. He did not think about the Grand Master and was in a hurry to come back. He did not make good use of his points. He went into seclusion. He pushed open the stone door and stepped into the darkness. He did not like the secret room to be too bright. If not, he would not feel the mysterious feeling when he leveled up. It was not bad to go out and collect some points. At the same time, when he was collecting points, the big bosses rushed to send him gifts. It was really cool. He was sitting at home, and treasures came from the sky. Who would be able to enjoy such a feeling? He looked at his points. Points, 214850015. He had painstakingly earned more than 200 million points during this period of time. Without personally experiencing that kind of struggle, one would never understand what kind of price one had to pay to become an expert. Who knew how much sweat one had to shed? So, the path of an expert wasn't about comprehension, but hard work. Level up. He said in his heart. It was really easy. Used up 5 million points. Shattering Void, Level 1, Characteristics, Illusory Body, Insanity, Madness, Despair. When he reached the first level, he noticed that a mysterious power exploded out from his body. Amazing, this cultivation technique is actually on the same level as the original demon scripture. Used up 5 million points. It was the same as when he comprehended the original demon scripture. Suddenly, he noticed that something was wrong with his body. His skin was covered in a layer of white bone armor. It was thin but really firm. Negative emotions are covering my heart. He felt a large amount of negative emotions erupt like a volcano, covering his heart. If he didn't ignore all negative emotions, he would probably have gone crazy when he comprehended the first level. This cultivation technique was the Shadow Mountain Rulers. He got it from the primordial ancestors' abyss, and it was his foundation. Level up. Used up 3 million points. Shattering Void, Level 2, in terms of characteristics, there wasn't any difference, but the power in his body increased exponentially, reaching a shocking level. It could even be described as terrifying. The cells in his body devoured this power crazily, turning it into the purest foundation. From the start of cultivation until now, he had always piled up his foundation. When he was weak, he didn't know about foundation, but he was lucky. Every time when his foundation was full, he would increase his cultivation level. If he didn't pile up his foundation and used experience points to increase his cultivation level, then there would definitely be hidden dangers. In the future, when he reached a higher peak, he would realize that he wasn't strong enough, causing problems in his foundation. The 3 pure ones are covering me. Level up. Level up. Shattering Void, Full, Characteristics, Shattering Void, Destroying Spirit, Laceration, 7 Emotions, and 6 Desires, Control. When he reached the full level, he felt that his power was a little out of control. Once again, he was dominated by this cultivation technique. 150 million points were thrown Indiana. To those who had accumulated points, this sort of cultivation technique was simply terrifying. He used more points than when he leveled up the original demon scripture. Lin Fan was a little stunned. After all, the original demon scripture was the heaven-hating little man's personal cultivation technique, and he had cultivated it to such a level. Naturally, it wouldn't be much weaker. But now wasn't the time to think about such things. The power in his body started to stir. Gotcha, Lin Fan stood up. Every inch of his skin was covered by a layer of white bone armor. But at this moment, a crisp sound rang out. The bone armor started to crack. With a pung, it turned into small ashes. The ashes seemed to have a life of their own. They floated in the air and gathered together, adhering to his neck and slowly covering him. My God, what is going on? I don't want to become a monster. Lin Fan clenched his fists and roared, allowing the power to spread. The cells in his body started to swallow this strong power. Amazing, it was really amazing. He didn't expect this cultivation technique to give him such a huge surprise. Suddenly, the skin on his face felt a little itchy. A broken white bone mask appeared on half of his face. He took out a mirror from his storage ring and looked at himself. He was a little stunned. This was similar to a certain anime in his previous life. TSK, how can my face allow such things to exist? Pata, Lin Fan raised his hand and grabbed the white bone mask. He used all his strength to tear it. The flesh on half of his face started to tear, and large amounts of blood flowed down from his face. That eye had turned from black to red. The painlessness of the immortal body allowed him to ravage his body unscrupulously. If not, how could he endure that pain? Come down. With a pung, half of the mask was torn off. That half of his face was a bloody mess and his nerves were broken. A few pieces of bloody flesh stuck to the back of the mask. Perfect, comfortable. Lin Fan smiled. The change in his expression caused the blood to flow even faster. If hateful little man saw this, he would definitely scold him. What AF *, keen pervert. Why did he have to go against the form of the cultivation technique? The original demon scripture was like that. There was a demon fetus, but he looked down on it and smashed it, turning it into the purest power. This caused the power of the original demon scripture to decrease greatly. Today, it happened again. Luckily the Shadow Mountain Master wasn't here, otherwise, he would be scared to death. This was something that no one had ever done before. To explore the story behind the white bone mask, only an expert who didn't care about his own life would have such courage. Who? The feeling of removing the mask is actually so comfortable. Lin Fan smiled. He clenched his fingers and felt the power. He thought that by doing this, the strength of breaking the void would decrease greatly. But looking at the current situation, there was no change. Very quickly, he controlled the cells in his body and crazily swallowed this power. His foundation continued to grow. This was the change that came after meeting an expert. Only by cultivating the strongest cultivation technique could one become stronger. But he didn't want to go to the higher worlds, it was too boring. He would just wait for the experts from the higher worlds to arrive. He had 60 million points left. It seemed like a lot, but it was far from enough. A few days later, Pata, Lin Fan pushed open the stone door and twisted his neck. During this period of time, it was really torture. 60 million points were used up. The debt must be paid. Buff gave him more than just one cultivation technique. But compared to breaking the void, the difference was too huge. Big brother, suddenly, a very miserable voice could be heard. Move away, move away. In the distance, a person carried a pig and ran over in a panic. Each time he ran, the pig on his shoulder would spit out a mouthful of blood and then let out a tragic cry. Zhu Fengfeng, what are you doing? He just came out and saw a dangerous realm expert that he hadn't seen in a long time. It seemed like there was something fun. Zhu Fengfeng was panicking. He really didn't know what to do. In the end, he came here. Maybe this was the only place that could save Yang. Brother, help. Aya. He ran too fast and tripped on a stone on the ground. Then, he rolled on the ground. The pig on his shoulder was flung away and rolled a few times as well. The pig rolled in front of Lin Fan. Blarg, he immediately vomited blood, and quite a lot of it. What happened? Why are they like this? Lin Fan was confused. He didn't know what Zhu Fengfeng and the pig had gone through. The situation didn't look good. Clearly, something big had happened. The pig's aura wasn't right. He was very weak, but he didn't look injured. Lin Fan didn't know how he got injured. Brother, help. Zhu Fengfeng crawled up and fell in front of Lin Fan. Then, he cried, save Yang, he can't make it. Wait. Lin Fan kicked Zhu Fengfeng to the side and squatted down to check on the pig. He didn't know how to look at injuries, so how would he know the pig's condition? Frog, come here quickly. Lin Fan shouted. He could only rely on the frog now. After all, pill refiners were quite capable. He couldn't see the pig's condition, but he could feel that the pig's injuries were strange and could be fatal. Zhu Fengfeng squatted down and patted the pig's head. Yang, you have to hold on. After saying that, she wiped away a few tears. He wasn't faking it. He was really sad. He and Yang depended on each other and had been through many dangerous situations together. They had a very deep relationship, even more than normal friendship. In the distance, a frog jumped on its hind legs and came in front of Lin Fan. The summons of a fugitive made him very nervous. He thought that something bad was going to happen. Let's see what's wrong with the pig and what kind of pill we need to save him, Lin Fan said. He was the best at hammering others to death, but treating injuries was basically a joke. The frog jumped on its hind legs and came in front of the pig's head. It opened its eyes and touched the pig's body. How is it? Zhu Fengfeng asked nervously. Can you not be anxious? This frog master needs time too, okay? The frog glared at Zhu Fengfeng. As long as it wasn't a fugitive, it didn't need to give face to anyone. Patter, Lin Fan slapped the frog's head. Be polite. I'm your master's friend. The frog scratched his head and said, I know what you mean. But in his heart, he was muttering madly. Damn it, if we were friends, we could have talked nicely. Why did you have to hit my head? If I was beaten into an idiot, what should I do? Who should I cry to? Then, he looked at it seriously. At first glance, he could tell that there was something wrong with this fat pig, and it seemed to be very serious. N. At this moment, the frog placed its paw on the pig's head and made a strange sound. Lin Fan wanted to send the frog flying with a kick. Why did it have to make such a weird sound? He was asking for a beating. He still hadn't had enough. Zhu Fengfeng's expression was very conflicted. Every time the frog made a strange sound, it made him very nervous. It seemed like there was really something going on. After a while, the frog put down its claws. Master, it's hopeless. Bury it, the frog said. Wha? Zhu Fengfeng was shocked to hear these words, and immediately burst into tears. She threw herself on the fat pig and cried, Yang, you can't die. Is it really hopeless? Lin Fan looked at the frog. No matter what, he had ridden this fat pig several times. Even if they didn't have a deep relationship, they were at least related. It didn't feel right for it to die in front of him like this. Master, how could Frog lie to you? It's really hopeless. This fat pig's soul is almost gone, and there's a strange thing residing in his body, devouring his remaining life force. It's really hopeless, the frog said. Master, how could Frog lie to you? If it was at its peak, it would have no problem with its ability. But now, it saw the situation. There was no other way. Just wait for death. Where did you guys go? How did this happen? Lin Fan asked. Not to mention anything else, with the speed and ability of the fat pig, there really weren't many things that could stop them. Zhu Fengfeng wept and wept. She was heartbroken as she recalled. Old bro, it's a long story. I actually don't know what happened either. When Yang and I left here, we looked around. Just a while ago, I found a strange thing. A black whirlpool appeared on the ground. Yang and I were curious, so we went in to take a look and found that it was a dangerous place. Of course, the first person I thought of was definitely my brother, but I couldn't help but want to explore inside. Just as I was walking, Yang suddenly carried me on his back and ran outside. Then, just as we were about to reach the exit, a very, very black thing appeared and wanted to sweep Yang and me away. Then, I was thrown out by Yang and Yang was entangled by that thing. In the end, Yang came out and became like this. At this moment, his head was spinning. He really didn't know what had happened. Yang had obviously sensed danger when he brought him away, but who would have thought that it would end up like this? If the heavens gave him another chance, he definitely wouldn't go in with Yang. So, there's something in there. Lin Fan was a little interested. The outer world was so big, so there were naturally many dangerous places. Master, I've thought of something. Maybe there's only one chance, the frog said. Lin Fan looked at the frog with interest. He didn't think that there would be a chance. Zhu Fengfeng immediately grabbed the frog and squeezed its neck with both hands. She shook it left and right, almost squeezing it to death. Tell me, what is it? Cough, let go. Oh my God, you're going to kill me. The frog glared at her. Sorry, I was too excited. What is it? Hurry up and tell me. I think your whole family. Zhu Fengfeng immediately let go of the frog. She was so anxious that her hair was standing on end. The frog coughed and said, the solution is to bring the fat pig back to where we came from, enter that dangerous place, and kill that thing. Then, we can find the lost soul in that thing's body and destroy the power in the fat pig's body. That should be enough. Logically speaking, if the lost soul was destroyed, this pig definitely wouldn't have been able to last until here. So, there's only one result, the pig's soul hasn't dissipated. The frog was a little serious about this situation. At the same time, it became very interested in the creatures in the outer world. It's too amazing. What was so special about the soul of this fat pig that it hadn't been obliterated until now? There must be something in it. Big brother. At this moment, Zhu Fengfeng turned to look at Lin Fan pitifully and miserably. With his strength, he would be courting death if he went there. So, he really wanted to ask his big brother for help. But anyone who went to such a dangerous place would be unlucky. Patter, Lin Fan patted Zhu Fengfeng's shoulder with a sincere look on his face. What else can I say? What's our relationship? We're good friends. The pig is quite cute, and I've ridden him twice. So, I'll protect his life. No one can take it away. Wah. Zhu Fengfeng was instantly moved to tears. He hugged Lin Fan and cried loudly. Big brother, I love you so much. Alright, let's go quickly. We don't want anything to happen if we're late. Lin Fan had a unique sense of pursuit for dangerous places. Of course, this time, it wasn't because of the dangerous place that he was so enthusiastic. Most importantly, he had a good impression of the pig. If he lied, he would be struck by lightning. Rumble, a muffled sound of thunder rang out in the void. Big brother, why is there thunder? Zhu Fengfeng was very anxious. But with his big brother leading the way, he felt a lot more at ease. Don't worry about it. Let's go. You lead the way. Lin Fan grabbed Zhu Fengfeng and the pig and directly entered the void, disappearing without a trace. With his current strength, speed was just a mere thought to him. Take care. The frog stood up straight and waved to the distance. Then, it patted its butt and jumped into the distance. His soul had been a little off lately. Wife, wait for me. I'll be there soon. The frog muttered in its heart. He missed his wife so much that he was about to go crazy. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and he didn't know what position he should use on the first day they met. Although he was a frog now and was short and delicate, fitting was the most important thing. Big brother, this way. Zhu Fengfeng pointed. His big brother was flying too fast. He was much faster than when he came. He had hope. What problem could there be with his big brother? Xianxia could be saved. Alright, don't worry. Don't be too nervous. Pig, cheer up and hold on. Lin Fan was a little interested in dangerous places. His mind would sometimes be enlightened. Suddenly, he thought of something. Why did the people from the upper realm descend so tirelessly? Maybe it was because there were people as good as him in the outer realm that attracted them. But one had to say that such a situation was rare. So, there was definitely something that the people from the upper realm had to get. Of course, he wasn't interested in these things. He gave all the treasures that the big shots sent to him to his teacher. They were a hindrance and took up space. But every time he opened the storage ring and saw the stone stool, he would be embarrassed to face it. He said that he would hammer more true celestials to death. But now that the true celestials were all trash, there was no point in hammering them. Thus, he could only freeze the stone stool and let him stay in the storage ring to enjoy a peaceful life. After a long while, Lin Fan stabilized himself in the air. A strong air current surged forward and then exploded. It was too fast, so naturally, the power was extraordinary. Big brother, we are here. It is the black whirlpool below. Zhu Fengfeng pointed. Lin Fan looked down. There was a black whirlpool on the ground that was spinning quickly. He couldn't see what was inside. The whirlpool looked like a ball of black flesh and blood, like it was alive. It looks like a chrysanthemum. Maybe it was an illusion. He looked at the spinning black whirlpool on the ground. Zhu Fengfeng was sad. This was where Xianxia was hurt. He shouted in his heart. Why did he have to hurt Xianxia? Why couldn't he hurt others? A man and a pig roamed the world. It wasn't easy for them to find the ruins so that they could see the light of day once more. What a noble dream and goal. However, they were hurt by others. He really didn't understand. Something isn't right. Lin Fan stood beside the chrysanthemum and sized up the thing in front of him. He had gone up to the sky, down to the ground, swimming in the ocean. This wasn't the first time he came out from that place. Brother, what is wrong? Is something wrong? Zhu Fengfeng said nervously. Whether or not the pig could live depended on his brother. If even he felt that something was wrong, then there was nothing he could do. Don't rush, let me scout first. Don't worry, with me, the pig won't die. After all, I don't like to eat pork. Lin Fan said. The half-dead pig slowly coughed up blood. But when it heard Lin Fan's words, it struggled to raise its head and let out a few pitiful and sorrowful cries. Like it was saying, "I am a sick pig. If you eat my meat, you will get sick." Kung, at this moment, Lin Fan took out the space god pillar and snuck in. Naturally, there was no problem. But before that, he had to know whether or not this was what he thought it was. Although as an expert, no matter where he was, he wouldn't hesitate. Even if there was a pile of shit in front of him, experts would face it calmly and it wouldn't be a problem for them to dig their way in. Only the weak would act coquettishly and shout no, 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 and lose all face. However, if he knew in advance, he could be prepared in case a *T flood appeared. "I will stab it." He raised the space god pillar and stabbed it into the black whirlpool. It feels constricted. The space inside is huge and I don't know how deep it is. With his experience, he could sense the situation within in an instant. Even then, he couldn't exclude the possibility that it wasn't the chrysanthemum. He needed to continue to test it out. Zhu Fengfeng looked at his brother with a stunned expression. He didn't know what was going on. Did he need to check something before entering the danger zone? The reason why such a thing happened between him and Yang was because of the lack of a sense of ceremony. Lin Fan held the space god pillar with a solemn expression. The next step was the most important. Based on his past experience, if he were to move the space god pillar at high speed, the space god pillar would be destroyed. It would produce a unique feeling of pleasure. If this black vortex was really a chrysanthemum, then there would definitely be signs of it shrinking. "Oh my god, what are you doing?" Zhu Fengfeng didn't know why, but she actually felt a little shy. His posture was a little indecent, and it was easy to let one's imagination run wild. "Wait a minute." Lin Fan's arm moved up and down. It was so fast that one couldn't even see a trace of his arm. Very soon, he stopped and carefully observed the situation of the black vortex below. There was nothing wrong with it. There was no dampness, no constriction. "All right, follow me. Don't run around. Let's go in." As soon as he finished speaking, he entered the black vortex. Zhu Fengfeng carried the fat pig and followed behind him. She was confused by the ferocious operation. "Brother, what was going on just now? Is there such a sense of ceremony when entering a dangerous place?" Zhu Fengfeng asked. He had been sneaking into dangerous places with Fat Pig all year round, so he had never heard of such an operation. Adhering to the spirit of never too old to learn, he carefully observed and engraved it in his heart. As long as Yang was alive, in the future when he entered dangerous places, he would definitely use his brother's method. Just remember that when you meet such an intersection, you have to use this method to test it out. No matter what, at least you have to know where to enter from. Lin Fan said. Zhu Fengfeng nodded his head and remembered it in his heart. Although he didn't understand what it meant, no matter what, brother was experienced and definitely had his reasons. It definitely wouldn't be bad for him to listen to it. The surroundings were really dark and one couldn't even see their fingers. Their bodies continued to fall. They didn't know how deep they were. Zhu Fengfeng, you are really bold. Just one look and you know that this place isn't normal. You and the fat pig actually dared to enter? Lin Fan was helpless. It was really deep and the dangerous places they faced were all normal. It was a place to train. But some dangerous places weren't for people to train at all. They were places to seal up forever. Maybe because of the changes in heaven and earth, a tunnel was opened and people discovered it. But those who entered all died inside. Brother, I didn't think so much. I just wanted to come in and take a look. I didn't expect such a thing to happen. Zhu Fengfeng regretted it. If he knew that this would happen, he wouldn't have followed the fat pig, and even if he died, he would have gone to find his brother right away. The two of them entered the dangerous place once more. Don't think too much about it. You have to know your place in the future. Not everyone is like your brother. So, for the sake of your life, if you find anything wrong in the future, hurry and inform me, understand? Lin Fan had to talk to Zhu Fengfeng properly. To enter such a dangerous place with just this ability, wasn't that just asking to die? Pata, very quickly, he landed on the ground. The surrounding light slowly increased. Although he couldn't see far, he could at least see a few meters in front of him. This place was a little weird. With his current ability, darkness that could block his vision definitely wasn't normal darkness. Brother, wait up. There is a mechanism here that will light up the surroundings. Zhu Fengfeng hurriedly ran forward and stepped on a protruding stone. With a gotcha sound, the protruding stone slowly descended and sunk deep into the ground. There were flames hanging on the walls that chased away the darkness. However, the color of these flames was a demonic purple. Brother, from here, Yang and I walked close to 500 meters before we were forced out. Zhu Fengfeng was really nervous. Even the fat pig, who was struggling on its deathbed, was trembling when it came here again. It was as if it had experienced something really terrifying. Follow behind and don't run around. Today, I will bring all of you to explore this place and see what we are capable of. Lin Fan said. Dangerous place? In his eyes, it was just a joke. No matter how strong one was, he would be able to grind them to death. The two of them and the pig walked in. The surrounding environment wasn't right. It was dark and there was no life at all. There was only the howling of the wind from afar that formed a beast-like roar. Damn, this is my second time here and it still feels so terrifying. Zhu Fengfeng was so terrified that he was shivering. He didn't know how he had the courage to follow Yang in. Now that he thought about it, he and Yang were really stupid. Such a dangerous place wasn't something that anyone could just casually enter. Brother, be careful. That is where Yang and I met with trouble. Zhu Fengfeng reminded and took a few steps back. If something really happened, he had to bring Yang away. If Yang hadn't risked his life to save him, he would have been the one who died. After all, Yang ran really quickly and it was impossible for him to catch up. Don't be too nervous. Lin Fan swaggered forward and shouted, Oi, stop hiding. I have already found you. Come out and don't scare me. I am a coward. His voice was really loud and it spread throughout the dangerous place. Zhu Fengfeng sighed. The skilled were bold. Her brother was indeed her brother. He was so domineering and mighty. He felt that there was something in front of him. It was too dark and he couldn't see anything. Zhu Fengfeng had been measuring the distance. At that time, he and Yang were 500 meters away from each other. If it wasn't for Yang's quick reflexes, they would have been dead. Brother, this is the place. You have to be careful. Zhu Fengfeng reminded. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Lin Fan turned his head and smiled. Suddenly, an air-breaking sound spread into his ear. It was so quick that he couldn't react at all. What is that? Lin Fan didn't even turn his head. He raised his hand and with a smacking sound, he grabbed the thing that was heading towards him. It was sticky and slippery. The thing that was grabbed wanted to slip away. Kiki, you want to leave? Did you ask me? Lin Fan smiled. He clenched his fingers and entered it. He grabbed it so tightly that it couldn't move at all. See, just as Lin Fan's fingers were about to enter, a deep voice came from the darkness. It was a little painful. Smacking, a flame lit up and the darkness in front of him was chased away. A pair of fierce eyes shone brightly and shone in the darkness that was about to be chased away. When the darkness disappeared, Zhu Fengfeng, who was vigilant of the surroundings, was stunned when he saw the giant thing in the darkness. This? What monster is this? He swore to the heavens that he had never met such a monster before. Even if he had been to so many dangerous places, he had never seen it before. An octopus? Lin Fan raised his head and looked. There was a fat monster circling there and there were many thick tentacles with suction cups that were waving about randomly. What he grabbed in his hand was just the front end of a tentacle. Suddenly, the octopus monster shook its body and a terrifying shockwave swept over from the distance. Amazing. The shockwave swept his body. He didn't feel much but the power contained within was extraordinary and really terrifying. The octopus monster was furious. It hid in the darkness and captured all living beings, but it didn't expect that this creature would actually resist. Did you guys meet this monster? Lin Fan asked. It should be. Zhu Fengfeng wasn't too sure. After all, he didn't see what the monster looked like. Anyways, it was really terrifying. Xiao Xiao, at this moment, the tentacles that were flying around randomly swung and attacked with the speed of lightning. It seemed like this was the thing that Zhu Fengfeng and the others met. The fat pig reacted. It was obvious that it had also sensed this terrifying power. As expected, you guys are too weak. Lin Fan sighed. The reason why this monster made them so miserable was because Zhu Fengfeng and the fat pig were too weak. If not, they would have been killed right away. He raised a finger and moved it in front of him. Pung, pung, a low thud spread out. Old brother is domineering, old brother is mighty. A powerful energy surged over. Zhu Fengfeng stood there and stabilized his body with much difficulty. He finally understood how terrifying the fellow who ambushed him and Xianxia was. Just the force of the impact was somewhat difficult to resist. If they really fought with their lives, how many lives would they have? Calm down. Lin Fan turned around and smiled, completely unfazed by the other party's presence. Old brother, be careful, he's here again. Zhu Fengfeng shouted in panic. He muttered in his heart. Old brother, how could we not scare people, if we fight? Then fight properly. If we go back, we'll scare people to death. The octopus was an unsurpassable existence to Zhu Fengfeng, but to Lin Fan, it was just SOSO. He could tell that this place was indeed dangerous. The waters of the outer region were starting to get deeper. An Emperor Heaven Realm monster that was about to reach world level. He wanted to ask everyone, was there such a possibility in the outer region? The octopus monster, who couldn't take down the creature in front of it, was totally enraged. A low and furious roar reverberated within its body, and its skin slowly became transparent. Just at that moment, within the octopus monster's body, there was a small golden pig that gave off a dazzling golden light. Old brother, that's Xianxia's soul. Zhu Fengfeng exclaimed. Lin Fan also saw the golden pig and felt that it was a little special. The golden soul was able to last for so long without dissipating, which meant that the pig had an extraordinary background. Of course, Zhu Fengfeng had once said that the pig was a godly creature in their race, and he just brought it out to play. Shwa shwa, at that moment, the octopus monster, who hadn't killed its prey for a long time, was completely enraged. Countless tentacles slapped about in the air with shocking might, and even the space was shattered. Got it, I'll settle it soon. Lin Fan clenched his fingers, and power gathered at his fingertips. Instantly, a terrifying power spread out. He didn't strike the octopus's body, mainly because he was afraid that his fist would not only kill the octopus, but also shatter the pig's soul. If that was the case, it would be a joke. Pung, the attacking tentacle swept up a powerful aura and clashed with Lin Fan's fist. An explosion sounded out. At the same time, an extremely miserable scream was heard. Poor thing, what is it thinking? It actually wants to fight me head-on. Lin Fan felt that it was a pity. The intelligence of monsters was generally not very high, this was something he could see. Amazing. Zhu Fengfeng sighed in admiration. She was a little stunned. So strong, just too strong. This terrifying fellow, who had almost caused him and Xianxia to collapse, was just a target in his brother's hands. The octopus demon beast shook. Although it didn't have a face, from the way it was shaking, it was obvious that it was saying, "It hurts, it really hurts." The exploded flesh and blood kept moving and growing again. All the tentacles grew out. Sigh, this is troublesome. Seems like I have to find a place to completely blast it to death. Lin Fan swung his arms. It was normal for a beast of this level to grow flesh and blood. If this were to continue, who knew how long it would take? Come, next, I'll beat you to death. Lin Fan took a step forward, arriving in front of the octopus. However, a scene that he couldn't understand happened. The octopus waved its tentacles, but it didn't attack Lin Fan. Instead, it hugged its head. At the same time, a whining sound spread out from its body. Eh? What is going on? Lin Fan thought about it and didn't understand. Was it afraid? Don't be like that. No matter what, it was a monster, so it had to be domineering. Why was it so terrified? They hadn't even started fighting. Too fast, this was just too fast. Brother, it must be afraid and begging for mercy. Zhu Fengfeng said. Comparisons were odious. Yang and him were really pitiful, but his brother came out and the beast surrendered. It was just too quick and there was no way they could compare. What a waste. Lin Fan frowned. He was really merciful to anyone, even if they weren't humans. If they surrendered and he was in a good mood, he might really let them live. The octopus was huge and when it begged, it actually looked a little cute. Hand over the soul of this fat pig. Lin Fan said to the octopus. Forget it, it looked a little cute. At the same time, it dared to attack him with Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation. This was enough to show that it was courageous. The octopus looked at Lin Fan and then at the fat pig lying on the ground. It whined and waved its tentacles like it was agreeing. Brother, this tastes really good. Zhu Fengfeng held a golden octopus tentacle with seasoning. Her mouth was covered in oil as she ate it. Of course, don't you know who cooked this? But I haven't eaten this in a long time. If there is mustard, I can just eat it raw. Lin Fan said. Scoff scoff, at this moment, the fat pig recovered and looked at the two of them. Large amounts of saliva flowed out of its mouth and it protested. How inhumane. They actually didn't let him eat it. Yang, you just recovered and your body is still weak. You can't eat greasy things. Zhu Fengfeng rubbed Yang's head. He knew that Yang was greedy, but he had no choice. He couldn't eat randomly, otherwise, it would affect his body. When the fat pig heard this, he really wanted to kick Zhu Fengfeng to death. With his cultivation, what kind of effect could it have on him, in the distance? The octopus monster shed tears of regret. What an animal. Not only did he beat him up, but he also chopped off 2 of his tentacles and roasted them in front of him. How terrifying. He was just a demon. He swore that he would never bully others in his life. The price he paid was just too painful. Brother, I think we should head back. Yang is fine and there is no need to go deeper. Who knows what terrifying things are inside. Zhu Fengfeng was a little afraid. Discovering an unknown place would make him feel really good. However, when exploring the unknown, one would also be frightened by the mysterious things in the unknown. What are you panicking for? You don't want the treasure anymore? You don't want to get rich? With me here, you and the fat pig don't worry. Nothing will happen. Lin Fan said. How could they leave after coming here? If he was the one searching for such a dangerous place, it was basically impossible for him to find it. Only this fellow and the fat pig strolled around leisurely and found dangerous places that no one had been to before. I definitely want it, but it feels a little dangerous. Zhu Fengfeng thought about it and then felt helpless. What else could she do? Since her brother had already decided, she definitely couldn't change his mind. Forget it. No matter what was inside, she had to follow her brother. Lin Fan observed the surroundings and was a little solemn. No one had been here before. Along the way, they didn't see any corpses. That octopus devil beast had Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation, which was impossible in the outer domain. What did it have? There were pictures on the stone walls on both sides. Unfortunately, he couldn't understand them at all and didn't know what they were depicting. Brother, look at these pictures. Don't they look like they were formed in the outer region? Zhu Fengfeng took a closer look and said. Eh? Lin Fan was taken aback. Interesting. He could even see some tricks from this. No, how did you see through it? Lin Fan asked. He looked at it for a long time and couldn't see anything. Zhu Fengfeng took a look and actually said that she could see through it. That was quite magical. Brother, look here. Isn't this a dot? Zhu Fengfeng said. Lin Fan nodded. The picture on the stone wall was indeed a dot. Zhu Fengfeng pointed at the pictures on the wall. Brother, look at the remaining pictures. One of the dots seemed to have exploded and split into many shards. These shards are still there and don't seem to be any patterns. However, they all exist in different sizes. Doesn't this look like the outer region? Maybe there is something that we can't imagine here. Hearing Zhu Fengfeng's words, Lin Fan was in deep thought. Although he didn't use his brain usually, he was quite knowledgeable before he was reborn. After Zhu Fengfeng's explanation, he thought back to the Big Bang, which formed the universe. Each outer region was like a star system. The primogenitor region was a star system while the other regions were other star systems. But now, all the star systems were gathered together and formed the current outer region. Then, tell me, what does the picture below represent? Lin Fan asked. I don't understand. Zhu Fengfeng was stunned and shook her head to express that she didn't understand. Lin Fan didn't ask more and just brought Zhu Fengfeng and the fat pig deeper in. The situation here was a little weird. There weren't any beasts like he had expected and there was no so-called wealth. He didn't think that it would be so easy to pass. There were definitely more mysterious things waiting behind. Brother, I feel terrible. At this moment, Zhu Fengfeng clutched his chest and his expression was one of pain. When they continued deeper in, he felt a pain in his chest. It was as if some sort of power was spreading over and covering his heart. The fat pig stopped in his tracks and looked warily inside. You don't feel terrible. What is going on with you? Lin Fan was stunned. He didn't feel anything but he didn't know why Zhu Fengfeng would feel that way. Could it be that there was really something inside? Brother, it really feels terrible. It is like there is an invisible pressure pressing down on my body. While speaking, Zhu Fengfeng's face turned ashen white. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. Only then did he feel a little better. So strong? Lin Fan looked at Zhu Fengfeng with a weird expression. He hadn't even seen anything and he was already in such a miserable state. That was just too terrifying. Brother, you don't feel anything at all? Zhu Fengfeng asked in shock. Lin Fan was a little helpless. I really don't feel anything. Why don't you guys wait outside? If there is anything, I will bring it out for you. Looking at the situation, Zhu Fengfeng and the fat pig obviously wouldn't be able to enter. He was even more curious about this. I feel great. Without the two of them dragging him down, he felt really relaxed. He didn't have to worry about any danger at all. Anyways, he just had to charge forwards. The road ahead was full of potholes, and there were many puddles of water. In this regard, he had a playful interest. He came out to play, so he had to be happy and do whatever he wanted. He closed his legs and bent them slightly. He jumped into the puddle in front of him. When his feet landed, the water in the puddle splashed out. Hee hee, interesting. Lin Fan smiled. When he was young, he loved to play such games. Then, he continued to jump into the puddle. His feet landed on the ground, splashing water everywhere. If Zhu Fengfeng saw this, she would be stunned. Brother, we are here to explore. Why are you so addicted to such a stupid game? Interesting. As Lin Fan hopped, he looked ahead. The path ahead was pitch black, just like a horrifying abyss. Not long later. Damn. When his feet landed, he didn't feel like he was stepping on the ground. It was like he stepped on nothing. His entire body started to fall. In the puddle, there was a snake-like beast. Its red eyes stared at the pair of feet above its head. It opened its mouth and swallowed them. Gulyalu, a few bubbles appeared in the puddle of water that was gradually calming down. Then, a pool of bright red blood emerged from the inside and spilled into the surroundings. After a while. Oh my god, this is what I am most afraid of. Grabbing the ground with both hands, Lin Fan climbed out of the puddle, soaking wet. He was having fun, but it turned out to be a bottomless pit. Then, he fished out the corpse of the demonic beast from the water. It was a snake-like beast. It was really thick and long. If a normal person fell in, they would say goodbye to the world. After cleaning his clothes, Lin Fan didn't think too much about it and continued walking forward. He didn't know what was so special about this danger zone. If there was a group of demonic beasts, then so be it. At least there would be some hope. But now, it was really hopeless. There were so few beasts and all of them were really cunning. If he hadn't jumped into the puddle, he might not have noticed. So, there were beasts hidden here. Yang, do you think your brother will be fine? Zhu Fengfeng waited anxiously outside. She didn't know how her brother was and whether he was in danger inside. However, it was a pity that they couldn't enter. It was too unbearable. That kind of pressure pervaded the air, forming an extremely terrifying pressure that prevented anyone from entering. Humph, the fat pig bore a grudge against Xu Fengfeng for not giving him anything to eat, so he didn't want to pay attention to her. Hey, that's too much. I risked my life to save you, Xu Fengfeng said. However, his words were met with a look of disdain from the fat pig. It was as if he was saying, "Save my ass, it was this fat pig who saved your life." Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew from the road ahead, and the surrounding walls shook violently. The uneven walls were instantly destroyed by this strong gust of wind, and became very smooth. Oh my god! Xu Fengfeng immediately hid with Yang. Terror flickered in his eyes. Just what had happened? How could there be such a terrifying power at the end of the road? Lin Fan was blocked by a broken door. He pressed his hands on the stone door and used all his strength to try to push it open. However, each time he used strength, he would have to face the violent wind that spread out from the stone door. The wind was like a sharp blade glow. His skin was sliced open and blood flowed nonstop. I really don't believe it. Lin Fan ignored the wound. It was just a small injury and it wasn't a big deal. Right now, his only goal was to push open the stone door. This could be considered as competing with the stone door. Kachi, the stone door shook and opened a gap. A strange radiance swept out through the gap and shone on his body. Open. Lin Fan lowered his head. His legs were already stepping into the ground. His arm muscles swelled and with a loud thud, he finally pushed the stone door open. This is? He stood at the door and looked inside. There was no way out, and in the space inside there was a colorful fog swirling in the air, wandering around. He walked in and looked into the sky. There was nothing special, but the colorful mist seemed to have a life of its own, surrounding Lin Fan. On the walls, there were many patterns. These patterns were very similar to the ones on the walkway outside, but they were more complicated, or more comprehensive. Child, you're finally here. Just when Lin Fan was confused, an old voice could be heard from all directions. Please show me some respect. How can you address me as a child? Please address me as Peak Leader Lin, do you understand? Lin Fan was displeased. People nowadays were way too full of themselves. Living long doesn't mean you can act cool. Before Lin Fan could figure out what was going on, he heard the voice calling him a child. Not only was he humiliating himself, but he was also humiliating all his junior brothers and sisters in the Magnificent Flame sect. If I'm a child, how can my junior brothers and sisters be my grandchildren? The voice stopped abruptly. Maybe the old voice said that there was something wrong with the person who came in. Judging from your voice, you should be an old man. Old man, let me ask you, where is this place? Lin Fan looked around. The pictures on the wall were too complicated, and he didn't want to use his brain to understand them. Looking at pictures was Lin Fan's weakness. A chrysanthemum was drawn on the book, and people could guess what it was. Lin Fan could guess that it was a cracked chrysanthemum. Therefore, it's better not to embarrass myself. Child. Peak Leader Lin, this is the origin of the outside world. When you can understand the pictures on the wall, you will know everything. The old voice said again. Lin Fan's head hurt. He hated looking at pictures the most. Most importantly, he couldn't understand them at all. I don't understand. Why don't you explain it to me? Lin Fan asked. This is a test for you. I can't help you. Only if you understand it yourself will you be able to understand everything. There was a sense of helplessness in the old voice. At the same time, the tone of the voice seemed a little off. At that moment, Lin Fan realized that there was a spot of light shining on the wall. Then, he walked forward and realized that it was a purple crystal. What is this? Lin Fan asked curiously. The old voice was confused by Lin Fan's sudden change of thought. Weren't we just talking about the picture? Why are we talking about the purple crystal again? With a snapping sound, Lin Fan broke off the purple crystal. Eh? He realized that the purple crystal was really heavy. He estimated that it was at least tens of thousands of kilograms. He placed it in his mouth and bit it. It didn't even leave a bite mark. Good stuff. It was really tough. One look and he could tell that it was a treasure. Wait, I will tell you when I am done. Lin Fan started to move. He broke off all the purple crystals on the wall. It was a waste to leave them here. Since he was already here, if he didn't take some things away, who would he be able to face? This dangerous place wasn't interesting. Not beasts. Not even the most dazzling wealth. All he could do was get some purple crystals to make up for his loss. What is going on with this guy? The being in the air couldn't understand what was going on. After a long while, someone entered. He didn't expect that it would be such a person. It was totally different from what he had expected. Under normal circumstances, when someone entered this place, he would call them kids to get closer. Then, he would ask them to comprehend the pictures on the wall and understand the outside world. Then, he would give them the identity of a savior. To anyone who could enter this place, this was a huge opportunity. Moreover, those who could enter this place were all perfect. No greed, no killing. They were all for the good and for the living beings outside. However, there was something wrong with the current situation. Did this person really not have any greed? Very quickly, Lin Fan took all the purple crystals on the wall. With the mindset that he couldn't waste them, he even checked them once more. Since he was here, naturally, he couldn't return empty-handed. Old man, is there anything else? Not to mention the pictures, I really don't understand. Lin Fan said. He was really impressed. What's wrong with people nowadays? Did they really like to be mysterious? Why did they have to do things in such a roundabout manner? It was just too tiring and one would easily break down. At this moment, the being here didn't speak and didn't make a sound. He is even ignoring me. Lin Fan smiled. He was talking to him just now, but now, he didn't say anything. He had no choice as he had to rely on himself. With that, Lin Fan started to loot everything in this place like a carpet sweep. If there was nothing here but these things, then it would be really disappointing. He didn't let go of an inch. However, the space here could be seen clearly at a glance. There was indeed nothing special about it. Do you know what the outside world is facing? The old voice was heard once more. I do. Isn't it just the people from the upper world? Lin Fan said calmly. This wasn't a big deal anymore. That's right. Child. Peak Leader Lin, this is the danger of the outer world. The gate of sin has opened and you are able to come here, so you are the savior. Lin Fan smiled. Old man, I know what you are talking about. They are just experts from the upper world. You don't have to worry about them. Arrogant. Instantly, a deep voice was heard. The old man was furious. Arrogant, you are just too arrogant. Do you know what kind of existence the upper world is to the outer world? How dare you look down on them? Hearing the old voice being so angry, Lin Fan was a little disappointed in him. As expected, you are weak too. He sighed. What do you mean? The old man could swear to the heavens that he had never seen such an arrogant person in his entire life. Maybe it was a long time ago and his memory was a little fuzzy. But he vaguely remembered. It was a long time ago. Some people prostrated themselves under his teachings and listened to the wisdom of the world, thus saving the outer realms that were on the verge of collapse. Only the weak would be afraid of the unknown strong. As for the strong, no matter who they face, they will not feel the slightest bit of fear. That's enough, I am very disappointed in you. I thought you were a king, but now you are just a bronze weakling. Maybe you are not even as strong as bronze weaklings. After all, although they are weak, they have the courage to fight against the big shots. Even if they are not strong enough, they can still cultivate themselves to be the king. The existence hidden here was speechless. Maybe the person who came in was sick in the head. P.S. This book has broken the record. It actually broke my record of writing less than 3 million words. Scatter flowers, scatter flowers. Haze. The hidden existence sighed, feeling a sense of regret and disappointment. It was obvious that he was totally disappointed in Lin Fan. The person who came here wasn't what he wanted. In the end, he thought too much. Haze. Lin Fan sighed and expressed his regret towards the existence of this place. This wasn't the person he wanted to meet. In the end, it was just a weak person who was afraid of everything. "What are you sighing about?" the old man asked. What was going on in the outside world? Could it be that everyone was like this now? Even if he hadn't appeared in the outside world for a long time, it was impossible for him to meet such a person. "Nothing, it is just a waste that you are too weak," Lin Fan said. "Weak? You don't understand the existence of the upper world. Maybe what you see is just the tip of the iceberg," the old man said. He didn't have a body, but from his voice, one could tell that he was an old man. I really don't understand the sadness of the weak. Since there is nothing else, then I shall take my leave. This place was so boring. This old man was so cowardly and weak, so what else could he have? This dangerous place was indeed a little disappointing. It was just so lacking. "Young man, you shouldn't be so arrogant. You will pay the price with your life." The old man's voice spread into Lin Fan's ears. Tisk. Lin Fan didn't even turn his head and left. He was extremely disappointed. As for the drawings on the walls, they were really boring. Outside. "Old brother, how was it? Did you get anything?" Zhu Fengfeng asked. Lin Fan opened his hands. "Look at me, do I look like someone who got anything? That can't be right, this secret realm is really dangerous and I actually didn't get anything. What a poor place. If I knew that this would happen, I wouldn't have come." Zhu Fengfeng was filled with regret and helplessness. He thought that this dangerous place was where they could get rich, but now it seemed like it was just a trap. "Oh right, I got some purple crystals. I don't know what they are for, but they are quite tough. Do you want them?" Lin Fan took out the purple crystals. He didn't know what they were for, but they were really tough. If he fought with them and smashed them, the effects would be decent. At least he would bleed. When he heard that there were things to get, he was delighted. But when he saw these things, he lost interest. "Forget it. You should keep it for yourself. I don't think these things are of much use." Zhu Fengfeng was disappointed. She thought that she would be able to find a good dangerous place, but now it seemed that it was too disappointing. "Where are you going next?" Lin Fan did not intend to return to the sect for the time being. He wanted to go out and earn some points and skills. In the past, he didn't dare to leave the sect for too long. But now, the sect master was a little strong. Therefore, it was perfect for the sect master to keep watch at home. "I don't know. Yang and I might go for a walk and try our luck. Maybe we'll find a better place next time," Zhu Fengfeng said. "Alright, let's get out of here first. Although there's no wealth in this place, there's still something strange about it." Lin Fan thought about the situation inside. It was indeed really weird. If he wasn't so strong, he might have studied the diagrams. But since he was so strong, there was no need for him to study such things. It was purely a waste of time. In fact, the losses outweighed the gains. It was better to leave these things for the weak who would come here in the future. Then we won't get anything out of this operation. Zhu Fengfeng was a little unhappy. How did this happen? He spent so much effort to find a dangerous place and in the end, he didn't even get anything out of it. He was just too poor. Lin Fan looked at Zhu Fengfeng. "This is what I have to say about you. Why did you come here? You definitely wanted to save the pig. Now that you're thinking about getting something, it seems like the pig doesn't have a high position in your heart." Then, he looked at the pig. "You have to be careful in the future. He doesn't really love you." Zhu Fengfeng was stunned. What was brother saying? When he realized that Yang's expression wasn't right, he hurriedly said, Yang, don't doubt me. I really love you." The pig raised his head and looked at him in disdain. Then, he lowered his head and snorted. "Let's go." Lin Fan chuckled and headed out. But in his heart, he was thinking about what this place was about. Could it be that it was reserved for the legendary fated person? But he wasn't that fated person. He relied on his immunity to mental pressure to reach the end. Thinking about it, that was really possible. Forget it, who cared about such a broken place, upper world? Emperor, this is what happened. Green Fox returned with the Qilin and the rest. She was reporting to the Emperor. Their failure couldn't be forgiven. The Emperor could tell from his expression. Green Fox, you've been with me for a long time. Do you think you would lie to me? The Holy Flame Emperor obviously didn't believe Green Fox's words. Bullshit, the magnificent Flame Sex Patriarch could send them back to the upper world with a wave of his hand. He didn't even need to go through the tunnel. Doesn't that mean that he could open a space tunnel with his own strength? Who would believe that? I won't lie to you, Emperor, but that's the truth. Green Fox said. He knew that the Emperor suspected him, but it was the truth. He couldn't do anything about it. Emperor, Green Fox isn't lying. The magnificent Flame Sex Patriarch is too strange, but I believe that we can destroy the magnificent Flame Sect as long as we gather our men. Qilin said indignantly. He wanted revenge. He hadn't forgotten that half of his body was devoured. He had always kept it in his heart. That damned old man. He was once a dominator, but he was now an old man who broke the world. He should have lived a lowly life, but he still dared to provoke me. I can't forgive him. The Holy Flame Emperor knocked on the edge of his throne with his fingertips. The sound of his knocking could be heard in everyone's heart. He he he. Suddenly, the Holy Flame Emperor burst into laughter. Maybe I should go there myself. The magnificent Flame Sect was created by me, and I will be the one to end it. It's a perfect ending. Green Fox lowered her head. Emperor, we can't rush this. The outer world is deep, and it's not as simple as we think. Maybe the outer world is changing. Changing? Are you kidding me? I remember that you told me that the outer world is a place that can be destroyed easily in the eyes of the upper world. Why? Has it changed? The Holy Flame Emperor stared at Green Fox, his eyes shining. Even Cyan Fox feared the might and terror of the Holy Flame Emperor. Not to mention the others. Emperor, think about it. When you came to the upper world back then, something that shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. I've thought about it carefully all these years. Maybe this is the outer world's change. Green Fox said. He had such a thought. Whether it was the upper world or the outer world, there was a possibility of hope. After so many years of oppression, it wasn't impossible for the outer world to change. At the same time, he realized that the natives in the outer world seemed to be blessed. For example, the Holy Flame Emperor had only been in the upper worlds for a few years. Although he had used all sorts of methods to increase his strength, it was still impossible for him to reach such a level in just a few decades. Even someone from the upper worlds would not be able to do this. This could only mean that the outer world had given them hope. The Holy Flame Emperor was one of the hopes of the outer world. Ha 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 ha. Just then, the Holy Flame Emperor stood up from his throne. His tall body gave off an oppressive aura, and his expression turned crazy. Hope? How could the one who betrayed me be their hope? They should be in despair. Green Fox, I order you. Buzz, suddenly. In the extreme distance, countless rays of light shot into the sky. Although it was very far away, from where they were, they could see that the distant world was enveloped by a bright and colorful light. That's... The Holy Flame Emperor fell into deep thought. The primordial ancestor abyss is erupting. The primordial ancestor abyss is erupting. He did not expect the primordial ancestor abyss to erupt at this moment. Suddenly, the Holy Flame Emperor disappeared from where he stood. Who? Green Fox heaved a sigh of relief. It seems like the magnificent Flame Sect is safe for now. If the Emperor had ordered him to destroy the magnificent Flame Sect, there might have been a huge battle. However, he looked into the distance, and his expression turned serious. The primordial ancestor abyss was erupting with divine light. That meant that trouble was coming. There might be countless treasures erupting from the primordial ancestor abyss. This meant that a bloody battle was about to happen. It had been a long time since the primordial ancestor abyss erupted with divine items. Many people had died then. Even a peak sovereign realm expert had fallen in the battle. Suddenly, the space shook. A terrifying aura could be felt coming from afar. Where is your emperor? A figure floated in the air, staring at Green Fox. Green Fox recognized the person immediately. It was the forbidden celestial emperor, Yu Yuan. He's gone. Green Fox said. Humph, he's not waiting for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Yuan disappeared. The primordial ancestor abyss erupting with divine items would attract many sovereigns. If they did not form an alliance, it would be difficult for them to leave safely. They might even risk their lives for the treasures in the primordial ancestor abyss. After all, whoever could get the most precious item in the primordial ancestor abyss would become the strongest overlord in the upper world. Green Fox, what do you think we should do now? The primordial ancestor abyss was without a leader. The emperor had gone to fight for the treasures, and he would not be able to care about the outer world. Qilin, please be careful in the future. Don't speak nonsense. If you want to harm the emperor, I will not let you go. Green Fox said sternly. The outer world was deep, but the upper world was even deeper. If anything happened to the emperor, the other sovereigns and overlords would not let it go. Somewhere in the upper world. 1,000 deep caves. This is the primordial ancestor abyss erupting with divine items. What should we do? Divine the Arch asked. They had been in the upper world for a long time, and their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. They had already reached the Emperor Heaven realm. Especially Tianyu. Because of his Sumeru immortal body, he had improved a lot. What else can we say? This is a rare opportunity. We won't get it again if we miss it. I suggest we take a gamble. No matter what, it's unimaginable as long as we get something. Ming Huang Patriarch said. He had been trying his best to increase his cultivation ever since he came up from the outer world. Now, the opportunity was here. Even though it was like snatching food from the tiger's mouth, it wasn't impossible if they did it right. The 1,000 Patriarch hesitated. After all, they were like ants in front of the sovereigns. Let's take a gamble. Didn't they say that the descenders would jump out when the experts from the upper world arrive? Why haven't I seen a single one of them? Lin Fan was puzzled. Along the way, he passed by many places, but to his slight regret, there was actually no one there. To him, this seemed to be a little strange. F*CK, they're too well hidden. He took out a golden piece of paper and contacted the Robin Bird's reviewer. Grandmaster, what can I do for you? The bird keeper asked. He was now the Grandmaster's first contact. The situation in the outer world had become complicated. Many forces and sects from the outer world had sided with the Descenders. Although the news hadn't spread, it couldn't be hidden from the bird keeper's intelligence-gathering ability. What are the Descenders doing? I haven't seen them stir up trouble in a long time, Lin Fan asked. He wanted to know what they were doing. There was no news from day to night, which made him feel a little helpless. It was as if the rhythm of things had been disrupted. The bird keeper admired Lin Fan a lot. Others would run as far as they could when they saw the Descenders, but the Grandmaster took the initiative to look for them. He couldn't wait to talk to them face to face. Sure enough, comparing oneself to others could really anger one to death. Others were scared out of their wits, but the Grandmaster kept asking about the location of the Descenders. Grandmaster, I'm not too sure. The Descenders haven't appeared in a long time, but I found something strange recently, the bird keeper said. What is it? Tell me. Lin Fan was puzzled. How could the Descenders be afraid? Could it be that they were really waiting for the experts to arrive? That was too cowardly. Not to mention, there weren't many in the outer world who could defeat the Descenders. Although I didn't find any traces of the Descenders, I discovered that many forces and sects have contacted each other. Even the sects that once had a blood feud with each other are now in contact with each other. The knowing bird examiner revealed this strange matter. He also felt that it was very strange. Although there were sects in the outer world that had a good relationship with each other, it would be a lie to say that it wasn't strange that they could put down their weapons and communicate with each other. Oh, seems like even though the Descenders are in hiding, they're still making their move. They're gathering the powers and sects of the outer world under their banner, forming a force. Or, could it be that they want the powers and sects of the outer world to open up a path for them? In Lin Fan's words, he was basically a traitor to his country. In front of the absolute strength of the Descenders, some forces and sects in the outer realms were terrified and didn't dare to resist. Some even wanted to hug the thigh of the higher realms and soar to success. None of this was impossible. Grandmaster, it's very possible. The knowing bird reviewer agreed with the Grandmaster. That's all for now. You can go back to work. Lin Fan hung up and pondered what he should do next. He was now short of points. He had never felt that he was so short of points. There were still a few cultivation techniques that he had yet to comprehend. They were too poor. He was so poor that he even wanted to die. At this moment, Lin Fan already had a thought in his mind, and that was to head over to the upper world to check it out. Perhaps there would be a different harvest. Of course, he couldn't beat those rulers for now. At the same time, those guys were bullied by his buff. He didn't know if they had gone bankrupt. But it shouldn't be possible. Although he had been killed many times, to such a powerful being, his wealth was definitely shocking. He might even have a surplus. The upper world crack. Lin Fan looked up. There was no one there. No one was guarding it. Under normal circumstances, such an important place would definitely be guarded by powerful beings. But looking at the situation now, there was not even a shadow of a person. Damn it, are the Descenders really so careless? There's no one guarding such an important place. Or do they not care about us at all? When he thought about being looked down upon, his mood became very bad. He was like a child from the countryside being bullied. He had to prove himself and let the people of the upper world understand what they were facing. Was it really that good to not care about them? Big brother, are you really going up? The little spirit asked. His body size hadn't changed, but the ghost origin chi in his body was getting thicker. It was obvious that his strength had increased to a certain level during this period of time. Of course I'm going up. What else can I do? The beasts in the outer world are simply too weak. No matter how fast they are, they can't compare to the upper world. Watch carefully. Maybe I, your big brother, can get you to the ghost domain of the upper world. Lin Fan's blood started to boil. He was going to fight with someone again. Just the thought of it made him excited. In fact, he thought of himself as a very kind person who would never bully others. But these people from the upper world were a little too much. They came on their own initiative and didn't love peace. Who could they blame for provoking war, as a person who loved peace? When he found people who didn't change their ways and insisted on destroying the peace, he had no choice but to flatten them. This was something that every citizen of the Outer Realm should do. Big brother, be careful. The little spirit said. Of course. Lin Fan raised his head and looked at the crack in the void. His knees moved, and with a thud, the ground cracked. He then turned into a streak of light and flew into the crack. Within the crack, there was a void current flowing in reverse. It was very stable, and there was no danger. The heaven-hateful man is quite capable. The space tunnel he opened was very safe. There was no danger at all. I'm here. He had come in a hurry last time, so he didn't have time to observe carefully. But this time, he didn't rush to show himself. As expected, those old ladies in the Thousand Deep Cave really want to come to the upper world. The energy here is much stronger than in the outer world. He didn't care about the energy in the void. He didn't even cultivate properly. He had always used points to improve his skill sets, so it didn't matter where he was. Eh? The auras of the elites have lessened. Lin Fan was surprised. He realized that the elites who killed him last time had disappeared. Of course, there were still many powerful auras around him. But compared to the big bosses, there was still a huge gap. What a pity, but never mind. It's better than nothing. He was contemplating what kind of face he should use to face these powerhouses from the upper realm. Pata, Lin Fan came out of the crack and looked around. There was no one around, but there was a commotion in the distance. The ghost race's ruler and the others had left immediately when the god item came out of the primordial ancestor abyss. Compared to the outer world, they were more concerned about the primordial ancestor abyss. If they could get the treasures inside, they would be able to make up for their previous losses. Another god item came out of the primordial ancestor abyss. We can only wait here. I wonder when we will reach the level of the ruler. A group of people gathered there. They were all envious. The ruler ruled the world, and no one dared to offend him. How could they not be envious of him? Hee, it might happen in our next life. Hey, look over there. The succubus isn't here. Why don't we play with those women? A man with flickering eyes licked his lips. He had some ideas. Do you want to die? How dare you offend those women? Do you know how many men have died in their caves? King corpses. Old May was in charge of a terrifying force. She was known as the nemesis of men. Of course, there were many people who thought that they could seal their essence energy when they reached a certain level. But it was too late for regrets when they reached that level. Suddenly, the people who were talking realized that a person was walking over from the distance. He looked unfamiliar and a little arrogant. He definitely wasn't someone from here. Who is it? Stop. A man stood up and stared at Lin Fan in rage. This was a space tear that led to the outer world. They were here because they were prepared to descend into the outer world. Who knew that the primordial ancestor abyss would explode and cause the rulers to fight for those mysterious treasures, leaving them here? Lin Fan raised his head and smiled. As expected, there are still many scum here. Where is your master? Scum. These two words infuriated them. This native is a little arrogant. Go teach him a lesson. He's just a native and he dares to be so arrogant. He really doesn't know how to live. Okay. A burly man stood up and cracked his knuckles. The muscles on his body seemed to be bursting, and every muscle seemed to contain terrifying power. Kid, you didn't stay in the outer world and actually dared to come here. Later, I will smash your bones piece by piece. He smiled and walked towards Lin Fan step by step. A suppressive aura exploded from his body. In the upper world, this guy might not have been much, but in the outer world, he was definitely invincible. Should I kill him or not? At this moment, Lin Fan was thinking about something. He had obtained a buff that would cause the other party to sink into his fear. Moreover, his points would also increase. It sounded like a good choice. But to him, it was too painful. It was as if he couldn't control his strength and attack. What a sad fellow, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about what is going to happen next? Then, let me tell you. Next, you will feel how cruel I am to you. How terrifying it is. The burly man laughed. His cold eyes were already flickering with madness. Instantly, when he got close to Lin Fan, he clenched his fingers and a berserk power shot towards him. The space exploded. The moment he punched out, cracks appeared. This was enough to show how terrifying the power of the punch was. Forget it, I will leave it to fate. Just at this moment, Lin Fan thought it through. Forget about the buff, he had to have a quick battle. If he thought too much, it would be a form of torture. Whether or not the other party died would depend on his luck. Primordial Ancestor Abyss. This place had long been shrouded in chaotic darkness. Even rulers did not dare to act recklessly in the Primordial Ancestor Abyss. The previous peak ruler was greedy and wanted to use his own strength to break the barrier of the Primordial Ancestor Abyss. In the end, he died in the blink of an eye. He did not even have the chance to resist. At this time, large amounts of light were spewing out from the Primordial Ancestor Abyss. All the rulers were hidden in the area, waiting quietly. As long as a god item appeared, they would act immediately. The rulers who could leave with the god item alive could only depend on luck. Ghost Emperor, what happened? The Shadow Mountain Sovereign saw that the Ghost Emperor's expression was a little strange and was startled. Could it be that something had happened? Ghost Race Ruler pondered, it's hard to say. I feel like something bad has happened. Kiki, looks like you are too nervous. Let me say this first. In our alliance, no matter who obtains the god item, no one is allowed to cause trouble. Old Demon said. Ghost Emperor, you feel this too? Me too. I feel like something is wrong. Ruler Hades said. He was panicking, as though something had happened. But after thinking for a long time, he could not understand where the problem was. Alright, don't think about it. Based on the current situation, the primordial ancestor abyss can spit out god items at any time. Be prepared. Based on my estimates, there are at least 3 digits of rulers here, and a few of them are vicious. Don't let some trash take advantage of us. This situation is not rare. Shadow Mountain ruler said disdainfully. He hated those who took advantage of others, hid in the dark, and did things sneakily. The god item in the primordial ancestor abyss was enough to change them, to turn them from the lowest of scum to an existence on the same level as them. To any ruler, they were unwilling. Even unwilling. Very far away. We are taking a risk. Ancestor Light Emperor shrank his body, making the space he was hiding in bigger. Although he was the ancestor of dragon race, he was nothing in the upper realms. Facing a shocking place like the primordial ancestor abyss, they could only hide themselves. If they came out to snatch the god item, they might be stared to death by an expert. They would die peacefully, but their bodies would definitely explode. Is it very dangerous? Tianyu whispered in surprise. It's very dangerous. We're people who roam the flames, and the slightest bit of carelessness will result in our bodies being smashed into smithereens. There are already countless sovereign realm experts hiding in the surroundings. If we're lucky enough, we might really be able to obtain a divine item. Ancestor Ming Huang said solemnly. He had fantasies, but in the end, it was just a fantasy. A long time ago, when they came to the upper realms and the primordial ancestors' abyss erupted, they also came here to wait. Unfortunately, he failed. They were like powerless ships that could only hide quietly on the calm sea. They looked at the surging waves around them that hid countless riches, but they didn't dare to make any excessive moves. This time, he wanted to do his best. If they could obtain a divine item, they would be able to reach the peak of their lives. Don't worry. I've already opened up a passageway. As long as we operate it well, we should be able to escape from these sovereigns, the Vine the Arch said solemnly. Although he had made ample preparations, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't nervous at this moment. The territory of the ghost race. Bang, a figure was flung high into the sky. At the same time, a large amount of blood splattered in the air, dyeing the sky red. The sorrow of the weak is that they will never be able to see how strong the person in front of them is. Tell me, don't you regret it? Lin Fan casually punched out, and the power that exploded out wasn't something that this fellow could defend against. He didn't know if his punch had killed the other party. But it didn't matter. He would leave it to fate. Whether the other party died or not would depend on his own capabilities. Ugh, the man landed on the ground. With a loud thud. The powerful impact caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. What followed was a series of tragic cries. What? The ghost race sovereign and the other sovereigns all stood up. Their expressions were strange, and they started to take Lin Fan seriously. They didn't put Lin Fan in their eyes at all. They thought that he was just a country bumpkin, and how strong could he be, but the scene that was happening right now was a little shocking. An uproar broke out. Just who are you? The experts of the various powers asked in shock. There were even sovereign realm experts among them. Of course, their cultivation bases hadn't reached the peak, and they were only at initial or middle stage. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Looking at the situation, it seems like your big boss isn't here. I can only play with you then. He went all out. Gotcha, his cultivation technique was activated, and the power in his body started to collide. His body, which was supposed to be perfect, started to swell. Since there were so many people here, he might as well let his violent body explode. Shattering Void was activated to the maximum level. A terrifying power exploded out, and at the same time, a suppressive aura covered everyone's heart. So strong. The experts of the upper world were shocked. They didn't feel it before, but at this moment, they could feel how strong the aura that was being emitted was. Hee. At this moment, Lin Fan bent his body, and his muscles had expanded to the maximum. His height was also 3 meters. A bone mask appeared on half of his face. This was a special feature of Shattering Void. However, he didn't care about it. He ripped it apart directly. It was a bloody mess. Before the battle even started, the blood was already boiling. Ha 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 ha, this feels good. Can you guys feel it? This is my newest power, and it's really strong. Lin Fan straightened his body, bent his arms, and clenched his fists. He could feel the power flowing through his body. This feeling was the most reassuring. He had always been searching for the true meaning of power. He wanted to become stronger, so strong that he could control the power of the world, and become a true ruler of power. According to the legends of his previous life, he would use strength to prove his Tao. He would use strength to break through everything. Even if it was an illusion, it would become real under the cover of strength. Eh? The experts of the upper world looked at the lonely figure in the distance, who was giving off a terrifying aura. Actually, we don't have to be afraid. We seem to have a lot of people here. Indeed, the few rulers had gone to the primordial ancestor abyss to snatch the treasure, so they left their subordinates here. As long as they weren't peak rulers, their current strength was shocking enough. Lin Fan twisted his neck and swung his arm to the side. With a thud, a strong force shot out, tearing the ground apart. Not bad. To think that after comprehending Shattering Void, my strength would rise to such a level. He could feel that even though he hadn't broken through, the power in his body was much stronger than before. He looked at those cute points in the distance. Even though they were in human form, they were calling out to him. Everyone, life and death is up to fate. Whether or not you can live is up to you. The moment he said that, Lin Fan's muscular legs bent. With a shocking strength, he left a long afterimage in the air and disappeared from the spot. The space god pillar was a decent treasure. It was tough, and in its current state, it felt good to hold it in his hands. Bang, there was a loud explosion. The moment Lin Fan appeared, the space god pillar in his hand swept up a storm and smashed at the crowd. Bang, flesh and blood splattered. With a single strike, there were many casualties. Cries of pain rang through the world. Initially, the powerful beings didn't care much about this. But looking at the situation, all of them were shocked. What's wrong? Hurry up and come. You have to be focused in battle. I'm giving you a chance to gang up on me, so don't waste it. Lin Fan swung the space god pillar and instantly, large amounts of blood splattered. The impact of that strike was really refreshing. Of course, he also saw that there were people who survived. It was just that they were in a pitiful state. The strong impact smashed their bodies into pieces, and blood flowed all over the ground. It was a pitiful sight. This was fate. To be able to survive in his hands, it meant that they were strong and deserved to be praised. At this moment, Lin Fan stood in the middle of the crowd and was surrounded by layers of people. There were Emperor Heaven Realm, World Realm, Initial Ruler Realm, etc. The weakest ones were Tao Realm. They were just small fries, and he didn't care about them at all. Come on, if you guys aren't going to attack, then I will. Lin Fan felt that this would feel really good. The collision of power would definitely feel really good. Suddenly, his thighs felt a little cold. Sir, how can you be so violent? I like it. A beautiful woman whose clothes didn't cover her body hugged Lin Fan's thighs. Her cold fingers touched Lin Fan's thighs and continued to move upwards towards that mysterious place that gave off a manly aura. Because the height had increased to 3 meters, the women had to raise their arms. You're really beautiful. Lin Fan lowered his head and smiled. The woman was shy. Thank you for your praise, sir. To the woman, there was a flame burning in her heart. What a strong man. If he could do it, then she would gain a lot. However, I smell something, it's rotten and smelly. Lin Fan looked at the woman. His eyes flashed with anticipation, but now they were filled with disappointment. Such fireworks weren't beautiful and would even pollute the air. Aya. Suddenly, the woman fell to the ground, revealing half of her chest. She looked really weak and her eyes were filled with gentleness. She raised her thin arms and said in a sweet voice, Sir, help me up. What the hell is this? Lin Fan frowned. Under the horrified gaze of the woman, he stomped down on her head. Poochie, blood splattered out from his foot. The beautiful woman's face was unrecognizable. Come, are you all coming or not? If not, then I will really come. What dog said upper world expert? Why are you so afraid of a native like me? Use all your strength and let's have a good fight. Clang. Lin Fan stabbed the space god pillar into the ground and hollered. His blood started to boil. Only by fighting could he vent the fighting intent in his heart. At the same time, the boss wasn't here. Then, they were unlucky. No one in the outer world could bully them anymore. No, it was because of his hard work that he finally brought peace to the outer world. Damn, this person is just too cruel. The guys around were terrified like they had seen a ghost. Such a beautiful girl was killed just like that, and he was so cruel too. He wasn't human at all. The people on Old Lady May's side were stunned. They had a charm that normal girls didn't have. Moreover, this charm was their foundation. Even if they encountered an enemy, as long as the other party was a man, there was a high chance that they could escape from the other party or let them live. But the situation wasn't right now. He actually killed her with one foot without any hesitation at all. So terrifying. Native, don't be too arrogant. The surrounding powerful beings had long surrounded Lin Fan. How could you bear to kill such a beautiful woman so cruelly? Are you even human? Their hearts hurt. Although they didn't dare to attack, it was nice to look at. Who knew that this native would be so sick? He didn't care about how beautiful the girl was and just killed her with one foot. She was insane. So much nonsense. If you don't want to do it, then I will. Don't worry, I love peace and will kill and bury. I promise that your corpses won't be left in the wilderness. The moment he said that, Lin Fan carried the space god pillar and struck towards them. He was really quick and the air exploded. He hadn't released fireworks in a long time. It wasn't that he didn't have any, but he wasn't interested in low-grade fireworks at all. The girl who was just killed looked decent, but she was dirty on the inside. The fireworks she released would spit sh*t, and when it landed on her body, she would only dirty herself. Come, stop hiding. Lin Fan leaped up high into the air. He then raised the space god pillar in his hands and smashed it into the crowd. Damn. To the experts of the upper world, this was like seeing a ghost. Hung long. The ground cracked and a deep hole was formed. His points started to increase. Lin Fan loved to fight experts, especially when they were really strong. The feeling of punching flesh felt really good. Of course, in this situation, although it wasn't fists hitting flesh, but using a stick to smash the opponent into a bloody mess, the feeling of sweeping up was still very satisfying. The entire place was in chaos. Everyone wanted to attack, but if they gathered together, they might accidentally injure one another. Pong, pong, a muffled sound rang out. At this moment, Lin Fan had long since been dyed red. His entire body was covered in blood. The space god pillar had long since turned red. At the same time, there were pieces of flesh hanging off its surface. It feels so good. He completely let go of himself. Fighting meant that he had to let go of himself. Defending was impossible. With the opening of the ancient battlefield, unless one was smashed into pieces, it would not be that easy to die. Heavens! Is this guy a human or a beast? Why is he still standing? All of the powerful beings of the upper world who were ganging up on Lin Fan were in a daze right now. In their eyes, this was simply seeing a ghost. The injuries on the other party's body were very serious. Blood was flowing non-stop, and there was even an axe embedded in his back. It was unknown who had chopped it. After an unknown period of time, Lin Fan's surroundings had already turned into a sea of corpses. God knew how many powerful beings of the upper world had been beaten to death here. Their corpses were piled up around them. Out of habit, he swung the divine pillar of space. The surroundings were already empty, and no one was approaching. Monster, this is a monster. Run. We are no match for this monster. Leave this place or we'll die. The powerhouses of the upper realm roared in fear. They were truly afraid. All of a sudden, Lin Fan felt a cold light coming from behind him. A shocking aura was gathering, turning into a beam of light. I don't know what you are, but you have to die here. The early-stage sovereign realm expert could clearly see that he had killed the other party at least twice. Both times, he had struck his vitals. However, the other party had reappeared not long after, as though nothing had happened. Heis, those who don't love peace will never understand how rare it is to live a peaceful life. Lin Fan turned around and swung the divine pillar of space at the other party. He had died a few times, and all of them were caused by Sovereign Realm experts. However, he realized that he could actually fight with an early stage or middle stage Sovereign Realm expert for a while. At the same time, there were differences in strength between them. Bang, the divine pillar of space slammed against the other party. With the two of them as the epicenter, an intense shockwave spread out, sweeping through the entire world. This guy is so hard to deal with. The other party had already figured out the capabilities of this native. His cultivation realm wasn't high, but his strength was incredible. He was actually able to fight evenly with him. Just as he was in a daze, a tall figure appeared in front of him. Ha ha ha, come. I won't use the divine pillar of space to settle things with my bare hands. Lin Fan said crazily. The muscles on his body looked like they were made of steel, and they shone brightly under the light. He clenched his fist and clashed with the other party. His fists contained the strength of an expert. Every punch he sent out would set off an intense storm. Bang, Zhou Juanwang's fists clashed with Lin Fan, and he retreated. His palms were trembling slightly. It wasn't that he wasn't a match for Lin Fan, but that he didn't like close combat. Close combat was too rough. However, Zhou Junwang was infuriated. Lin Fan didn't give him a chance at all, and he kept fighting in close combat. As the two of them clashed, energy rippled out, forming a terrifying energy domain. In the distance, there were already many fellows who wanted to run. They were already afraid of being beaten up. It was an opportunity for them to be alive, and it was the luckiest thing that could happen to them. The corpses piled up like a small mountain. Some of them were badly mutilated, and not even their bones were left. Who knew what was going on with this fellow? He was like a bloodthirsty beast. Lin Fan had noticed them long ago. He thought that they would go all out to kill him, but looking at the current situation, it was really disappointing. All of them actually wanted to run. Didn't that mean that he came to the upper world for nothing? Lin Fan raised his head and hollered. Control. This was the special ability of Shattering Void to the max level. Instantly, the ground started to shake. It was as if there was an earth dragon spreading in the deep abyss, turning heaven and earth upside down. The earth wrapped up the area and blocked everyone's path. No one can think about leaving today. Whether or not you can live will depend on your luck. Lin Fan smiled. He looked at the people who were blocked by the earth wall and couldn't help but laugh. As expected, the ability to control was really strong. It turned heaven and earth upside down, using the earth as a cage to lock everyone up. If they wanted to leave, they were basically dreaming. Hong Long, someone attacked the earth wall crazily. To them, even if they couldn't beat this monster, they could still break the earth wall. But what they didn't know was that this was the earth. It was extremely thick, and wanting to break through it was just a dream. You detestable fellow. Zhou Junwang was furious. He couldn't take him down in a short period of time. Moreover, looking at the situation, this guy was in a crazy state and wanted to kill all of them. I won't play with you for now. I will deal with you later. Lin Fan couldn't take this guy down right now, so he didn't waste time and went to deal with those who were trying to escape. There weren't many rulers, just a few of them. F*CK, the monster is here. The experts who were persistently attacking the earthen wall saw the monster charging towards them. They were so scared that they felt like their chickens were going to break. A guy smashed the earth wall crazily. His strength exploded from his hands, leaving a deep hole in the wall. But what shocked him was that this earth wall seemed like it could never be broken. Hee hee. Suddenly, a sinister laugh rang out from behind. Oh my god. The guy who smashed the earth wall had goosebumps all over his body. He was really afraid and his forehead was covered in sweat. He was really frightened. He turned around and his voice was trembling. He had seen how terrifying this person was. A bunch of people were smashed into meat patties. That was just too terrifying. Those who don't love peace will die in the end. Lin Fan sighed. As the guy's pupils constricted, Lin Fan reached out, grabbed his head, and smashed him against the earth wall. Pung, his head exploded like a watermelon. He didn't stay on the spot and disappeared right away. Weak, just too weak. How can all of you natives be so weak? Can't any of you fight? Lin Fan was really violent and arrogant. Come, fight with me. In the distance, a ruler realm expert hollered. Of course, Lin Fan ignored the owner of the voice. What was he even talking about? He didn't understand what he was talking about. If he fought with these rulers and didn't even get a single point, that would be a huge loss. Moreover, no one knew when those elders would return, so he had to leave them something to commemorate their return. However, he was very curious. Where did these big shots go, or were they defeated by the debt repayment buff and went home to replenish their wealth? Forget it, he didn't want to think so much. He started to fight. Hong Long, he charged into the crowd and killed whoever he caught. The space god pillar in his hand was a killing weapon. No matter how many people there were, one smash would definitely kill them. Save me, someone save me. Big brother, don't kill me. I was wrong, I won't dare to be so arrogant in the future. The experts from the upper world were terrified and didn't have any temper. They just wanted to run. In the distance, the primordial ancestor abyss hadn't exploded. No, I am panicking. How did this happen? The ghost race ruler clutched his chest. That feeling of panic lingered in his heart and he couldn't get rid of it. It seems like something really happened. Mappa was the same. She felt really bad but she didn't know what had happened. Hong Long, just at that moment, a loud explosion rang out. A crack opened up in the primordial ancestor abyss and a bright light shot out from within. Something is coming out. Prepare to snatch it. The mysterious ruler exclaimed. At that moment, the entire area shook and the aura of numerous peak rulers exploded out. After a long while, Lin Fan didn't know how long he had been fighting here. He nearly developed a habit of waving the space god pillars. He didn't even feel comfortable swinging them around. Is this the end? Lin Fan floated in the air and opened his arms to embrace the entire world. He sniffed. The smell of blood in the air was really thick and it was starting to choke him. This feels good. The area below had turned into a blood ocean. Looking out, there were corpses everywhere. To the experts of the upper world, their luck wasn't too good. Temporarily, no one was able to survive in his hands. He hadn't used the buff that was shrouded in his terrifying aura. Although it was tempting to multiply the points, it wasn't easy to control the strength of a punch. It was normal for it to kill someone. Lunatic, you lunatic. Zhou Junwang hollered. His eyes were bloodshot. The surrounding environment had stunned him. They were all dead. They were actually killed by this lunatic. This battle was the most intense one he had ever been through. Lin Fan was just a monster. Only by smashing his body into pieces would he disappear for a short while and then reappear in front of them to fight endlessly. Interesting. You natives of the upper world are just too weak. I came from the outer region to spread love and peace. Unfortunately, you don't understand, so I can only let you all reincarnate. 18 years later, you will all become peace-loving people. Lin Fan felt that there was nothing wrong with what he said. All along, the upper world called them natives. That was because they invaded the outer region, so it was normal for them to be called that. But now, the situation was different. He had come to the upper realm from the outer realm, so he could address these people as natives. Damn, the ruler won't let you off. Zhou Junwang raged. He was so furious that his hair stood on end. So many people died just like that. If the ruler found out, he would be in big trouble. Although everyone below the ruler was an ant, when there were many of them, it was still a terrifying force. Kiki, he won't let me off. I came here to persuade them to repent and stop being so stubborn. Otherwise, when they die, it will be too late for regrets. You guys come, I've killed enough. He didn't know how many people he had killed, but the ground had long been covered by a sea of blood. There were broken corpses everywhere, and it was truly a tragic sight. It made people revere life in their hearts. Sovereign King Zhou, capture him. When the Sovereign Lord returns, we'll hand him over to the Sovereign Lord. The person who spoke was also in the early stage Sovereign realm. His expression was extremely ugly. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Go. At this moment, Zhou Junwang and the others dashed towards Lin Fan. They wanted to kill this damned fellow right here and now. Even if they couldn't kill him, they had to take him down. Lin Fan was a little numb from all the killing. He felt that he had really gone overboard this time around. Too many people had died. Against these sovereign realm experts, Huang Xiaolong was willing to let them experience the mysterious power he possessed. This kind of power was not something that just anyone could experience. It had been a long time since he tried to use this buff. It was mainly because he felt that the buff was too overpowered. However, if he didn't get rid of these guys now, it would be troublesome to harvest the spoils. Torrential Misfortune, activate. He opened his arms and floated proudly in the air, waiting for them to arrive. In a while, something really terrifying would happen. Maybe it would be a disaster, or maybe it would be some weird behavior that no one could understand. What is he doing? Zhou Junwang and the others looked at Lin Fan warily. Why did he open his arms? It felt like he wasn't going to resist. Be careful, don't fall for it. Everyone nodded their heads. Once one reached the sovereign realm, one definitely wouldn't be harmed by tricks. Lin Fan was panicking deep down. Torrential Misfortune was really terrifying. Even he didn't know how he would die in the end. Anyway, even if he just stood there, misfortune would descend. At this moment, they had already stepped into the range of torrential misfortune. Lin Fan's eyes turned and observed the situation around. He didn't know what would happen. Zhou Junwang was really confused. What was this fellow doing, damn? Forget it. Things had already reached such a stage. If they didn't do anything, they would end up in a tragic state. Once the Sovereign Lord returned, he definitely wouldn't let them off. Come, there is no turning back once you step into the domain of misfortune. I am prepared. Lin Fan gave up on resisting. He didn't think about anything and allowed the misfortune to come to him. Death was unpredictable and he could only wait quietly. A bald Sovereign Lord was really close to Lin Fan. He opened his arms and placed his palms together. He hollered in rage and terrifying power gathered in his palms. The surrounding space started to shake. Prison roar. His palms were covered in destructive power that continued to gather. He hollered and a ball of destructive power exploded. In just an instant. The bald man felt that something wasn't right. The power in his palms started to explode. This was something that wouldn't have happened in the past. Not good. His expression changed. Pung, the power in his palms exploded and destroyed the space. At the same time, a black abyss formed. A strong suction force spread out and started to pull the bleeding bald man. Save me. The bald man was at initial sovereign realm and wouldn't be pulled in by the abyss. But this time, the black abyss didn't seem right. How did this happen? The bald man hollered. His prison roar, which had never failed before, actually failed and even exploded. If it exploded, then so be it. Why would there be a black whirlpool? It was understandable that there would be a black whirlpool. But where did this suction force that even a sovereign lord couldn't handle come from? Stop joking and get down to business. Zhou Junwang looked at the bald man unhappily. What was he doing? He was already at such a cultivation and he was still trying to act cool. Even if this place was destroyed, they would still be able to survive. Not to mention the seemingly weak black whirlpool. Lin Fan could hear the sounds around him but he didn't dare to move. Who knew what would happen? As for the bald man who was wrapped up by the black whirlpool, he would definitely kneel. The might of torrential misfortune was truly terrifying. No, the bald man hollered in despair. The suction force exploded and pulled the bald man in. With a poochie, the black whirlpool squeezed and blood spurted out. What? Zhou Junwang was shocked. His eyes shone with disbelief. What happened just now? Was this a joke? With a poof, the black whirlpool disappeared without a trace as if it had never appeared. At that moment, Zhou Junwang looked at Lin Fan. What did you do? Don't speak, it's dangerous. Lin Fan didn't move. He didn't even want to lift his feet. That was a little dangerous. The torrential misfortune was indeed tyrannical. The first victim had appeared. He wanted to know what kind of bad luck was going to happen next. Based on his past experience, it wasn't impossible for disaster to fall from the sky. He raised his head and looked into the sky. There was a black dot flashing. It was a little fast and a little overbearing. It's here. Lin Fan lowered his head and didn't want to see what was going to happen next. He didn't know what was flying towards him. Whoosh, a loud gust of wind came from the void. Zhou Junwang raised his head and looked over. His face was filled with shock. What the F***ck was this? Yi Long, be careful. It's coming for you. Zhou Junwang reminded. Yi Long, who was being stared at by the object in the sky, was also an early-stage ruler. He was much stronger than the bald guy. When he raised his head and realized that something was coming for him, he let out a look of disdain. Hee, it's just a small thing. Yi Long didn't care about it at all. He raised his hand and the sky shook. An invisible force went straight for it. There was a loud bang and the sky shook. What shocked Yi Long was that the thing that was coming for him didn't shatter under his attack. Instead, it was moving faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from his sight. It didn't disappear for no reason. It was too fast and it had already entered a realm that couldn't be felt. Not long later, the thing that disappeared appeared again. Not good. Yi Long felt the terrifying pressure and knew that he couldn't fight it head-on. He immediately ran to the other side to avoid it. But suddenly, the thing seemed to be blocked by something. It changed its direction and went for Yi Long. Oh my god. Yi Long shouted. It was too late to run. He blocked it with his palms. The moment he blocked it, the destructive force swept through his body. Swoosh, his body felt an irresistible force and instantly disintegrated. He didn't even scream before he disappeared without a trace. How sad. Fate is decided by the heavens. Lin Fan sighed. He had never been able to figure out the principle behind his bad luck. He felt that it was a little strange. It was something that shouldn't happen. But with bad luck, it could happen. However, he was lucky. It wasn't his turn to die yet. What is this? Zhou Junwang was in disbelief. He was even a little confused. What was going on? What did you do? Zhou Junwang roared. The weirdest things were the scariest. Are you blind? I didn't even move. What do you think I can do? Wait, don't talk. It's coming again. Just as Lin Fan was about to have a good conversation with him, the situation in the sky changed again. A low rumble of thunder was heard. There were thunder clouds in the sky, forming a terrifying pressure that shrouded everything. Heaven's wrath. This is heaven's wrath. Who swore? Zhou Junwang felt that something was wrong immediately and shouted at the remaining people. At this moment, someone raised his hand. Me, I think it was me. What did you say? Zhou Junwang asked. I don't know. I just said that if I can survive, I'll kill this B*****. That doesn't seem like a big deal. That person was dumbfounded. He couldn't understand it at all. Boom, a heaven's wrath descended. The entire place was covered in dead silence. Zhou Junwang was about to collapse. He didn't know what had happened. Everything was just so random. What did you do? He roared and stared at Lin Fan with bloodshot eyes. He definitely did it, otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Lin Fan was helpless and opened his arms. I really didn't, Kacha, a crisp sound spread out. He just wanted to open his arms, but who knew that his arm would suddenly break. This shocking scene had Lin Fan completely stumped. He didn't offend anyone, so how could he break his arm just like that? As expected, he is amazing. Is there really no solution to this bad luck? Lin Fan had been researching this matter for a long time now. He really wanted to understand the principle behind the torrential bad luck. But until now, he still didn't understand and didn't know how bad luck worked. Or could it be that the rules of this area had completely changed? Moreover, even the wrath of the upper world was controlled and it could strike whoever it wanted. How do you want to die? Lin Fan asked. He didn't want to move for now. Only him and Zhou Junwang were left. It was uncertain who would die, but something would definitely happen. Heaven and earth might be calm now, but who knew what would happen? Zhou Junwang looked at Lin Fan warily. His heart was in turmoil. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. He didn't believe that this happened out of nowhere. It was definitely caused by the guy in front of him. If the enemy doesn't move, then I won't move. He understood. Since people died mysteriously, he realized that this guy didn't move at all. That meant that whoever moved would die. Oi, move. You can come and kill me. I promise I won't fight back. Lin Fan said. Zhou Junwang laughed coldly. Why aren't you moving? I am right here, come on. Oh my god, Lin Fan felt like this guy was thinking about something wrong. Did he think that under the bad luck, the one who didn't move would be the safest? If that was the case, then he was thinking too much. Young people were still too naive. Did he really think that bad luck was so simple and could be avoided? The two of them just stared at one another and neither moved. Come on, how can a native of the upper world be so cowardly? Can't you show off your dominance? Do you think it's easy for me to come? Can't you be a little more domineering? Lin Fan took the initiative to provoke him. F***ck. Even though he had an undying body, under the influence of bad luck, dying for no reason was still a little scary. Zhou Junwang had long been scared stiff. How would he listen to Lin Fan's words? His companions all died tragically. Hee, stupid thing. Do you think I will fall for it? Come at me if you have the guts. Zhou Junwang didn't care about his face at all. Even if he was mocked by the other party, he definitely wouldn't budge. If the enemy doesn't move, then I won't move. Especially in this unknown danger, if I move, I'll die. Those people from before had died in such a dubious manner. Perhaps even they did not understand how they had died. Huang Xiaolong exploded with all his might, but he never thought that he would self-destruct. How could a dignified sovereign realm expert fail? This was impossible. There was also the stone that fell from the sky. He had no idea where it came from. What kind of stone could smash a ruler to death? Everything was so mysterious and unbelievable. Okay, let's see who dies first. Lin Fan smiled. Since that was the case, then he would. Just wait. Anyway, there was no rush. He knew that bad luck didn't mean that just by standing there and not moving, it wouldn't cause a disaster. That was something that no one could avoid. Even he would be shrouded in bad luck. Drip, his face was a little wet. He raised his head. Dark clouds covered the sky and it started to rain. Why is this happening? Ghost Domain has never had rain before. Zhou Junwang was instantly wary. This was too weird. Although he didn't stay in Ghost Domain for long, he knew that it definitely wouldn't rain. Rainwater slowly flowed down from their cheeks and dripped onto the ground. Friend, let's end it here. Let's act like we never met. What do you think? Zhou Junwang said. He admitted defeat and took the initiative to ask for peace. It had never rained before in the Ghost Domain, but now it was raining. This was a strange and frightening matter. Sure, then you can leave. Lin Fan said. Zhou Junwang looked at him and hesitated. You can go first, I will leave soon after. No, if you don't leave, then I won't leave either. Lin Fan shook his head and rejected. As expected. Zhou Junwang was certain that everything that had happened was caused by the other party. He didn't know where he came from. Outer region natives. But even then, they weren't so strong. The subordinates of the few rulers were all killed. If the ruler saw this, he would definitely be furious. Suddenly, something weird happened. Under the corrosion of the rain, his skin started to rot. It gave out a sizzling sound and black smoke rose into the air. This is? Lin Fan was bewildered. Even though it was due to the effects of bad luck that these weird things would appear, this rain was way too strong, wasn't it? With his cultivation and physical body, it started to rot. Impossible, how is this possible? Ghost Ray Saint Water, why would it appear at this moment? Zhou Junwang panicked and shouted. He recognized this thing. Ghost Ray Saint Water. An item that belonged to the ghost race. The ruler of the ghost race needed to cleanse his body in this saint water. To the ghost race, this was a god item. It was the root of the ghost race. But to others, this was something that could kill them. Even if he was a ruler, he wouldn't be able to defend against this thing. So, when the rain landed on his body, Zhou Junwang knew that things were bad. Ah! He cried out in pain. His skin started to rot and piece by piece fell off. It was so tragic that one could even see the white bones hidden under the rotting flesh. No, I have to leave, otherwise, I will die. Zhou Junwang screamed in pain. Where did these things come from? Why would the ghost race Saint water fall like rain? Such a precious thing would decrease with each use. He didn't believe that the ghost race would use it against their enemies. Zhou Junwang's scalp started to peel off layer by layer. One could see the tissues in his brain. Even one of his eyeballs was corroded. Even a ruler realm expert couldn't defend against the corrosion of this rain. This was enough to show how terrifying the ghost race's Saint water was. Why did you? Before Zhou Junwang could finish his sentence, half of his face fell off like mud. He didn't want to ask the other party what he wanted. Instead, he started to run. Before he was totally corroded, he had to get out of this place. I suggest that you don't move. Lin Fan's situation wasn't any better than Zhou Junwang's. His body was missing a piece, and who knew when he would fall apart. The waters of the upper world were really deep. There was actually such a dangerous thing. Zhou Junwang obviously wouldn't listen to Lin Fan. He just ran. Even if one of his legs was corroded to the point where only white bones were left, he still ran. Selah, suddenly. A weird sound spread over. Zhou Junwang broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't dare to raise his head, afraid that something terrifying was about to happen. A black crack appeared in the sky. Large amounts of ghost race Saint water poured down and covered Zhou Junwang. He didn't even have the chance to scream before he disappeared. There wasn't even a piece of flesh left. Oh my god, close, close. After Zhou Junwang died, Lin Fan closed it. Bad luck. That was too terrifying. However, the moment it closed, a crack appeared on top of his head. Torrential holy water poured down and covered Lin Fan. Kiki, society. The moment he said this, the ghost race Saint water poured down. Instantly, Lin Fan was corroded to the point where not a single drop of blood was left. 10 seconds later. Amazing. Lin Fan's perfect peak appeared. He then looked around and felt that it was just too tragic. Unfortunately, there were some corpses. After being soaked in the ghost race Saint water, there were no bones left. Lin Fan raised his finger and the remaining corpses started to shake. Storage rings floated out along with their clothes. People from the upper world couldn't be compared to those from the outer world. Maybe their clothes were all treasures. Of course, there were too few intact clothes. Basically, they were all destroyed by the space god pillars. Looking at the floating storage rings, he smiled. He didn't lose out this time and earned a lot. He then kept all the spoils of war into the storage rings and left right away. What happened next had nothing to do with him. Since he was done, it was better for him to head home. He came to the crack and wanted to leave right away. But he thought about something. He felt that people from the upper world didn't care enough about the outer world. It was a really bad feeling. As a member of the outer world, when people looked down on him, he had to do something to let them know that the outer world wasn't a place to be messed with. He grabbed with his fingers and a giant stone floated over. He then pointed at it and left a few words. Entranced to the outer world, Lin Fan. He then placed the giant stone at the entrance to let those people know that they shouldn't casually enter or they would lose their lives. Done, perfect. Lin Fan smiled and then looked at the messy ghost's territory. He didn't care about anything and retreated right away. He leaped into the crack in the tunnel. He was in a rush to return to the sect and split the riches. At the same time, he would improve his technique. This wave was a little explosive. His points increased at a terrifying rate. Not good, I forgot. When he was halfway in, Lin Fan thought about how he only cared about killing and didn't care about burying. He felt a little embarrassed. Forget it. He would just make up for it next time. Since he had already reached such a stage, turning back would be a waste of time. Upper world, ancestor abyss. God items started to erupt. Light shot out from the abyss and covered the entire area. Meanwhile, the divine objects swept up streams of light and flew in all directions. Hong Long. The strength of the rulers has become even scarier. I wonder how the puppet patriarch was able to fight against the rulers back then. Divine the Arch, who was hiding in the dark, shuddered when she sensed the energy coming from the void. It was terrifying. She was hiding in the dark. If she was at the center of the energy, she would have been torn to pieces. It seems like it's difficult for us to get the god item now. As long as we go out, we will be discovered by the rulers. We won't be able to resist even one of their attacks, the Ming Emperor Patriarch said. It was an awkward situation. When they were in the outer realms, they were indeed very strong. However, after arriving at the upper realms, their strength was no longer sufficient. Especially now that the rulers were guarding the god item. The few of them weren't even worth a fart. Don't rush. Wait, the 1000K Patriarch said. She looked into the void, waiting for an opportunity. It was impossible to steal the divine item in broad daylight. The only way to steal the divine item under the watchful eyes of these sovereigns was to be blind. 1000 Cave, are you hiding something from us? Divine the Arch saw that the 1000 Cave was calm and composed, as if he was determined to get the god item. This made her a little suspicious. She wondered what the 1000 Cave was hiding. Of course, the most mysterious person here was the 1000 Cave. They might be teammates, but it was normal for them to be hiding something. More importantly, the 1000 Deep Cave and the Puppet Patriarch used to be very close, and their relationship was very good. If the Puppet Patriarch gave the 1000 Deep Cave something, they would be able to gain a huge advantage over the sovereigns. Don't speak. Just wait quietly. The 1000 Cave Patriarch said solemnly. She couldn't relax at this time. There were rulers fighting for the god item everywhere. They could only wait for an opportunity to succeed and retreat immediately, instead of fighting with the rulers. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to stay alive. Colorful blood fell from the sky and disappeared as soon as it landed on the ground. It was absorbed by the ground. The blood of a ruler was precious. It contained the power of a ruler. Usually, it would hurt to lose even a little of it. But now, all the rulers were going crazy. They needed the god item. Even if they were crippled, they wouldn't hesitate to get one. In the distance, a world-level expert tried to steal a divine treasure from the jaws of a group of hegemons, but he was quickly discovered by the hegemon. The hegemon then crushed it. The divine items were limited, and there were too many sovereigns. There wasn't enough to go around, so they could only fight over them. How strange. What kind of place is this primordial ancestor abyss? Why are there so many divine objects? Why do I feel like they're exhausting the sovereign? The only people who could acquire divine items were sovereigns, and sovereigns would only grow stronger. There were also quite a few sovereigns who had fought over them, and ended up being crushed to a pulp. Their souls were destroyed, and they didn't even have a chance to be reincarnated. Suddenly, a ray of golden light shot out from the primordial ancestor's abyss. It was extremely fast, and it was very close to the 1000 Cave Patriarch. My chance has come. The 1000 Cave Patriarch stared at the golden light. Even though he didn't know what it was, he knew that anything that came out of the primordial ancestor's abyss was definitely not ordinary. However, this streak of golden light attracted the attention of the other hegemons. Instantly, all the sovereigns attacked, directly attacking the golden light. Everyone, this treasure belongs to me. I will reward you handsomely in the future. Scram. Move aside. I will reward you handsomely in the future. 7 sovereigns attacked each other to snatch a divine item. A few powerful forces swept across the area, shattering the void. If an ordinary person were to get close, he would be crushed to death before he could even reach the vortex. Just then, the 1000 Cave Patriarch held a human-shaped puppet in his hand. He muttered a few words, and the puppet disappeared from his hand. In the distance, the puppet turned into the 1000 Cave Patriarch's appearance. He grabbed the divine item and swallowed it. Courting death. Seeing that someone was trying to snatch the divine item, the sovereigns were enraged. They attacked immediately, and a powerful force crushed the divine item. Bang, the puppet incarnation instantly exploded. But in the eyes of the sovereigns, the divine item disappeared too. In the dark, the Thousand-Cave Patriarch was holding the divine item in his hand, and a smile could be seen on his face. It worked. I didn't expect him to have something up his sleeves. Divine the Arch said excitedly. That puppet belongs to the Puppet Patriarch, right? Only the Puppet Patriarch has the ability to toy with the sovereigns. Let's go. We've been discovered. Suddenly, the Thousand-Cave Patriarch's face fell. The sovereigns in the air followed the aura of the divine item and found them immediately. Bastard! How dare a bunch of ants steal from us? You're courting death. The sovereigns were enraged. The void around them started to tremble. Thousand Cave, how are we going to run? It's going to be difficult for us to run in front of the sovereigns. Divine the Arch said anxiously. Just then, the Thousand-Cave Patriarch threw a few puppets into the air. Tianyu, it's all up to you now. All right. Tianyu knew that he couldn't stay here any longer. He immediately opened a crack and shrunk his body, but he was still hit by the sovereign's power. Bang, bang, the puppets floated in the air and exploded, bursting into a bright light. This is? The sovereigns were stunned. In front of them, an existence that looked exactly like them had appeared. Even the aura they were emanating was exactly the same as the sovereigns. Damn it. Why does this thing look so familiar? Shit. The puppets started to use all their energy. They were about to self-destruct. When the sovereigns realized this, they retreated immediately. The puppets' auras were as strong as theirs. If they self-destructed, the power that would be released would be no joke. Even if it was them, they would be affected. Just when they thought something earth-shattering was about to happen, those self-destructing fellows turned into clouds of smoke like fireworks and disappeared without a trace. The sovereigns were stunned. It was as if they had seen a ghost. Ah! Someone shouted angrily. We've been tricked. We've been tricked. Anger filled the air. Terrifying murderous intent filled the air. We've been tricked by these weak things. But this is not the time to think too much. There are still many divine items in the air. I have to fight for them. Somewhere far away. Poochie, the space cracked, and a mouthful of blood came out instead of a person. Tianyu's face was as white as a sheet. He was almost killed by the sovereign's power the moment he left. If he had been a little later, he might have lost his life. Don't talk. Eat this pill. The Thousand-Cave Patriarch took out a pill from his storage ring and gave it to Tianyu. After swallowing the pill, Tianyu's face started to look better. But his injuries were still severe. So strong. I couldn't even defend myself. Tianyu was still in shock. He felt like he was on the verge of death. It's too scary. It must have been hard on you to bring us away from the sovereigns. The Thousand-Cave Patriarch said. If I don't give it my all, there will be no hope. The things in the primordial ancestors' abyss are the fastest way to improve. That was scary. Thousand Cave, I didn't expect you to have something from the Puppet Patriarch. That guy's stuff is so weird that it can even trick a sovereign. Divine the Arch said excitedly. It's a pity. If the Puppet Patriarch was still alive, it wouldn't be so difficult. But he believed that the Puppet Patriarch was still alive. None of them died, and they could reincarnate. Given how strong the Puppet Patriarch was, he should be fine too. It's all used up. He gave it to me during our final battle. He seemed to know that we would make a comeback. The Thousand-Cave Patriarch said. Back then, they came to the upper world from the outer world. They got to know each other in the upper world and experienced many things together. Just like now, they were thinking of ways to become stronger so that they could fight the sovereign in the upper world. If not for the existence of the Puppet Patriarch, they might have been killed by the upper world experts while they were trying to become stronger. But she didn't know what the Puppet Patriarch's name was or what he looked like. All along, the Puppet Patriarch had been wearing a mask with flames on it. He rarely spoke. But every time he spoke to them, it was extremely important. Let's hurry and see what we got from the primordial ancestors' abyss. The Ming Emperor Patriarch said impatiently. Don't rush. Let's leave this place first and find a safe place for Tianyu to recover. After that, we can study the legendary item together. If we can learn something from it, we might become stronger. The Thousand-Cape Patriarch said. He then looked around cautiously. After making sure that there was no one around, he left. Outside the outer world, Lin Fan returned to the sect and came to his master's mountain peak. Disciple, the smell of blood is a little heavy. Tiansu looked at his precious disciple. You went out again and killed many people. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a heavy smell of blood. Master, you have a good eye. I met a group of unfriendly people when I went to the upper world, so I taught them to be friendly. That's why I wasted some time. Lin Fan smiled and took out all the things he had harvested. Tiansu was stunned. How many people did he kill? Why are there so many things? Lin Fan crushed all the storage rings. He didn't need anything but skill sets. It would be perfect if there were skill sets. Lin Fan sorted everything. There were many skill sets that he needed. Master, I'll leave the rest to you. Don't tell anyone else. If Elder Huarong and the rest find out, they will definitely come to extort us again. Lin Fan said in despair. They weren't like this in the past. I wonder what they'd been through. I can't believe that the righteous and loyal elders became greedy for wealth. This change is really hard to accept. Far away, Huarong opened his eyes and licked his lips. Eh? I smell that Xiao Fan is back. I should go and take a look at senior brother. This was a man's sixth sense. It was usually accurate. When Lin Fan returned to the Invincible Peak, he looked at his teacher's peak and sighed. Sigh, what kind of person is this? How did he find out? Elder Huarong must have started arguing with Lin Fan. Lin Fan could not help Lin Fan in this situation, so he could only let Lin Fan solve it himself. However, he was very satisfied with his current life. How great the sect was now. It was full of vigor and vitality, and the junior brothers and sisters loved each other. How harmonious and loving it was, as a sect that spread the word of truth, kindness, and beauty. It was not easy for them to achieve this. What's there to be unhappy about? Senior brother. Lu Qiming saw Lin Fan standing on the peak and looking into the distance. He realized that Lin Fan was tall and strong, and his aura was different. He came to Lin Fan's side and looked into the distance too. Although he was very useless and his cultivation was frighteningly low, he had the confidence that no one could stop him. Junior brother, look at our sect right now. Isn't it great? Lin Fan exclaimed out. Lu Qiming was confused as to why Lin Fan would sigh. However, he understood that men would have such a day every month. Just like himself, he would sigh too. It was a way to release the restlessness in his heart. Of course. With senior brother around, our sect will always be so beautiful, Lu Qiming said. Sigh, that's true, but I've always wanted to spread peace to every corner of the world. It's a pity that some people can't understand my actions. Lin Fan sighed. I really can't understand it. I'm such a good person. I've always spread love. Lu Qiming nodded, he understood his senior brother's helplessness. He looked into the distance meaningfully and sighed, Senior brother, you are right. I can understand your difficulties. For those who cannot understand how good peace is, we can only wipe them out. Hearing this, Lin Fan looked at Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming looked at Lin Fan too. The two stared at each other, and their thoughts started to collide. You're indeed my junior brother. Lin Fan patted Lu Qiming's shoulder. Lu Qiming was filled with energy after being praised by his senior brother. He felt that he had to work harder. Senior brother, let's work hard together. You work hard for your dreams, and I'll help you manage the Invincible Peak, Lu Qiming said firmly. Yes, work hard. Lin Fan nodded. At that moment, he realized that his path was not yet complete. The people of the upper realm were still living in dire straits. Although he was not a native of the upper realm, as a person who loved everyone, it was necessary for him to bring them to the pinnacle of life, saving them from the abyss of suffering. Arriving at the secret chamber, Lin Fan pushed open the stone door and walked in. The points gained in the upper realm were really huge. He did not know how many non-peace-loving people he had sent to the new world. But when he checked his points, his facial expression changed drastically. That huge number ignited his heart once again. Ha 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 ha, in the dark secret room, Lin Fan's crazed voice could be heard. Credit, 857450015 over 800 million points. That was a little scary. However, this was very normal. He had slaughtered the lackeys of the sovereigns, so it was understandable that he had gained so many points. I already have enough points. All that's left is to see if the cultivation technique is powerful enough. From the storage rings he had harvested, he found many hard body skill manuals. But there weren't many. Damn, what kind of status do hard body skills have? Why do I feel like they are so unpopular? Lin Fan had this feeling. Ever since he had embarked on the path of hard body skills, there had been no turning back. When one's cultivation base was low, there were indeed many ordinary hard body skills. But as one's cultivation base grew stronger, the cultivation techniques required could not be replaced by ordinary ones. Only then did he realize that finding a hard body skill was harder than ascending to the heavens. He had to go to countless realms before he could find a suitable hard body skill. It was too damn difficult. To anyone, hard body skills were very difficult to train in. Unless it was absolutely necessary, or if the level of the hard body skill was too high, no one would be willing to train in it. Otherwise, no one would be willing to actively train in hard body skills. He placed one cultivation technique after another in front of him. They were all harvested. Although they were not very high in quality, they would still be of the highest quality in the outer realms. Looking at the hard body skills in front of him, he felt very comfortable. He wondered how much his foundation would increase if he were to upgrade all these techniques to the perfect level. Right now, he was feeling a bit of despair. The amount of resources needed to break through to the world level was simply too terrifying. If he wanted to become a hegemon, he would need a terrifying amount of resources. Would he be able to accumulate enough resources in his lifetime? Forget it. Let's not think about it for now. I'll just upgrade these techniques first. Upgrade. On a certain day after a few days, the primordial abyss slowly returned to its former calm. The eruption of the divine item had been brief, but the battle between the hegemons had lasted for many days. The hegemons who hadn't acquired any divine items wanted to continue fighting. As for the hegemons who had acquired divine items, they wanted to flee. Even if one of the two sides didn't want to fight, they were still tied down and engaged in battle for several days and nights. The primordial abyss was a strange place. Even if a hegemon blew it apart, it would still be able to regenerate, and the regenerated space would be even tougher than before. The blood of the hegemon splattered across the world. The primordial abyss remained calm, without any ripples at all. However, a drop of pure golden blood hovered in the air above it. Hiss, blood suddenly surged out of the cracks in the ground around it. Purple, red, white, green, and all sorts of other colors containing terrifying blood, under the guidance of the golden blood, continuously emerged from the depths of the ground. Then, with a whoosh, they shot out and surrounded the golden blood. It spun faster and faster. The drop of golden blood also grew larger and larger, like a cocoon. Finally, it fell down and entered the primordial abyss. A very strange sound came from the primordial abyss, as though it was very comfortable. Ghost race territory. The ghost race hegemons and the others had frighteningly dark expressions. The serene hegemon's right arm had been cut off during the battle with the hegemons. He didn't regenerate his severed right arm, instead looking at it as though he was remembering this grudge. Old succubus, you're lucky. You got a divine item. We didn't even get a fart. The Shadow Mountain hegemon was so angry he wanted to explode. He even had the urge to kill old succubus. But he couldn't regret what he had said earlier. He really didn't expect that the primordial abyss eruption of the divine item would attract so many hegemons. And the hegemons who fought with them for the divine item were all very strong. They weren't new hegemons. Old succubus smiled. Because she was in a good mood, even her appearance became very alluring. The hegemons had strong willpower, and were no longer tempted by old succubus. But if it was a normal person, they probably wouldn't be able to resist. Damn it, said the ghost sovereign grimly. There were a total of 18 divine items this time, and they were all split up. As for us, only Granny Succubus managed to obtain them. It won't be long before those fellows grow even stronger. He was very unwilling. They didn't expect old Succubus to get the divine item. But who would have thought that old Succubus really did get it without much effort? It was very easy and simple. But in this fight, 20 hegemons died. It was too tragic. Old Succubus said. Hegemons were the strongest beings in the upper realm. Their lifespans were long and said to be limitless. But who would have thought that 20 hegemons died in the fight for the divine item? Not even their souls were left. They couldn't even reincarnate. This was enough to show how intense the fight was. Wait, don't you guys feel that something isn't right? Suddenly, the Hades hegemon's expression changed. There was a thick smell of blood in the air, and there was also a stench. The ghost race hegemon looked into the distance. Just this one look was enough to tell that the sky was covered in black clouds. It was the accumulation of vengeful energy that had already broken through the sky. Not good. The moment he said that, the ghost race hegemon disappeared from where he was and headed into the distance. He felt that something had happened in the ghost race's territory. Let's go take a look. The Hades hegemon said. When they arrived at the scene, even though they were hegemons, they were still stunned by the scene before them. One could even say that they didn't dare to believe it. What in the world happened? As a female, when old Succubus saw the shattered corpses all over the ground, her face turned much paler. None of them said anything. They were all stunned. Ah! Suddenly, the ghost race hegemon roared out in rage. His voice shook the world. The asterisk starred. Who did it? Who did it? He was completely enraged. The ghost race disciples guarding the spatial crack were all dead, and they even smelled the holy water of the ghost race. Impossible, just who did this, who had the ability to do so, could it be a hegemon, but that wasn't possible. When the primordial ancestor abyss spewed out a god item, the upper world hegemons would go there to snatch it. Why would they come to the ghost race to kill his people? My people are dead. Old Succubus looked at the pile of corpses. They were her people, her people. My people are all dead too. The Hades hegemon and the others were shocked. It had been a long time since such an unbelievable thing had happened. Someone had massacred their people. Their methods were extremely cruel. All of them were stripped naked, and even their storage rings weren't left. Moreover, their corpses were smashed into pieces. This person was too cruel, even crueler than them. Come over, there is a situation here. A hegemon looked around. When he saw the giant stone at the crack, he shouted. The ghost race hegemon was on the verge of exploding. When he heard the voice, he rushed over. This is? When old Succubus saw the words on the giant stone, her face turned extremely dark. Natives from the outer regions. Dogs, I am going to kill them all. Old Succubus was enraged. The surrounding atmosphere became much more oppressive. The hegemon was furious. Why would someone want to kill me? This doesn't feel right. I didn't offend anyone, did I? Within the secret room, Lin Fan had trained all the techniques he knew to the max level. Although they couldn't compare to Original Demon Sutra and Voidbreaker, there were many of them, and they would be of great help to his foundation. I used up too many points, but I did gain something. He used up 400 million points to train all the techniques he collected to max level. His strength had increased tremendously. There were only two uses for hard body techniques. One was to strengthen the body, and the other was to increase one's strength. As for the control of strength, there shouldn't be many people in the outside world or the higher worlds who could compare to him. If there were rulers in the higher worlds who trained in hard body techniques, they would definitely be terrifying. His muscles swelled. Every single muscle contained a terrifying amount of power. Although it was mixed, it didn't matter. All of it would become his foundation, and it had nothing to do with him. His 5 fingers landed on the ground. He didn't use much strength. He just pressed down slightly. Crack, the ground cracked. If he hadn't stopped in time, the Invincible peak would have become a huge crater. This was a secret room created by his teacher. It was very tough, and it was very difficult to break it. But now, he couldn't. Law of strength. If you hadn't taken the initiative to fuse with my power and still retained your consciousness, you might have long been scared to death. Lin Fan chuckled. He had once comprehended the laws of strength and used them to condense the heart of strength in his body. By now, he had already refined the heart of strength and turned it into his own power. Breaking through to the world level would be the most powerful world. The world he created with his own power would be countless times more powerful than others. Lucky draw, he still had 500 million points left. He thought about the lucky draw, but he quickly dismissed the idea. Lucky draws were a path of no return. Once he lost himself in it, he would die a horrible death. Points weren't easy. Techniques weren't easy either. It would be best if he saved them and raised his cultivation to the world level. Based on what happened before, if he reached the world level, a new lucky draw might appear. By then, he would be able to have a good draw. Perhaps even stronger buffs would appear. That was a good idea, but he didn't know what would happen in reality. Almost 500 million points, Lin Fan pondered. Why don't I draw 100 times in a row? It's only 10 million points anyway. If I can really draw something good, it might be a pleasant surprise. It was easy to get addicted to the lottery. It would always make people feel like they were the god of luck and that they would win every single time. I'll draw 100 times in a row. If I don't get anything, I'll chop off my hand. Lin Fan made up his mind to give it a try. Lucky draw. Points minus 10 million. Red gold lottery, the data kept flashing. There were all kinds of items for the lottery. However, they were all trash. At the same time, there were a lot of empty doors. It was simply frightening. Oh my god, 10 million points are just like throwing away water. They didn't even make a single bubble. Lin Fan was in despair. He knew that the lottery was difficult and depended on luck, but this was way too unlucky. Damn it. Lin Fan hammered the ground, venting the unwillingness in his heart. This was way too annoying. What was this? There wasn't even a single reliable item. Everything that he had drawn was trash. In fact, they weren't even considered good items in the sect. Should I draw again? Lin Fan muttered in his heart. For the time being, he had an idea. Clang, the Tai Sovereign sword came out of its sheath and slashed towards his right hand. Poochie. His right hand was sliced open. Calm down, I have to calm down. The time isn't right yet. If I draw again, I'll chop off my hand. Lin Fan had some experience. He couldn't do whatever he wanted just because he had a lot of points. Otherwise, the lottery would teach him how to behave. Although 500 million points was a lot, it was only for 5,000 consecutive draws. It was used up quickly. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. He wasn't a gambler. If he was, he wouldn't waste so much time. He would definitely use up all of his points. If he couldn't get anything, he would go out and continue farming. However, the world-level cultivators were still waiting. He didn't want to waste them so easily. If his cultivation base increased and a new lottery quality appeared, he would have a high chance of getting something good on his first try. He would kill himself with one sword. 10 seconds later. His energy was at its peak. He had perfectly recovered. I got cheated out of another 10 million points. If I kept them, I would be able to level up an ordinary skill to the maximum level. What a waste. Wastrel. Lin Fan was filled with regret. No matter what, he was one of the leaders of the new era. Even if the lottery was a scam, it shouldn't have been like this. For example, the first time he had drawn a lottery, it had been great. He had gotten an eternal and undying body buff right off the bat. Now, he had gotten so addicted to it that he had started killing people. It was a complete lie to say that the bronze lottery could give out an eternal buff. In the past, it was. But not anymore. He finally understood. The game was very deep. It didn't matter how many points you had. So long as you blindly threw yourself into it, you would be eaten alive. He pushed open the stone door and took a deep breath of the fresh air. He felt much better. My foundation has improved quite a bit. I'm not too far away from becoming a world-level cultivator. Lin Fan was confident that he would be able to become a world-level cultivator in a short period of time. The strongest experts he knew of in the higher realms were hegemons. There was still a bit of a gap between him and hegemons. In the end, he still wasn't strong enough to deal with such experts. Once he became a world-level cultivator, he wouldn't even need to worry about hegemons. Even though the difference between a world-level cultivator and a hegemon was terrifying, he believed in his own path. Strength was the ultimate goal. Once he reached a certain level, he would be able to unleash a terrifying amount of power. Something stirred within his storage ring. He pulled out a glittering piece of paper and contacted the administrator of the Knowing Bird. From the looks of it, the administrator seemed to be in a hurry. "Grandmaster, something has happened," the administrator said frantically, as though he had just experienced something terrifying. "What is it?" Lin Fan was puzzled. He then asked, "Don't tell me that the hegemons of the higher realms have come to the Outlands." If that really was the case, then things were going to get a bit messy. But that was impossible. Under normal circumstances, the big boss would always be the last to appear. He would always send his underlings to act arrogantly in front of him. Even if his underlings were killed, there would definitely be a middle-level underling to take over. Only when there was no other way would the big boss appear in a domineering manner. Could it be that the tempo had changed? Was the situation different from what he had expected? Yes, Grandmaster. That's what happened. Many experts have come from the higher realms. They do indeed call these people the hegemons. They are truly terrifying. With a wave of their hands, they can turn any disobedient sect into dust. Not even a speck of dust remains. They can't resist at all. There are also a few hegemons who have been searching for you. They've already wiped out quite a few sections. The administrator of the Knowing Bird was panicking. This was too terrifying. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he really wouldn't have believed that such a powerful person could exist. Looking for me? Lin Fan was wondering who would come looking for him. He hadn't caused any trouble recently. Oh, right. He had just wiped out a few people at the rift a while ago. There shouldn't be a need for that, right? To a hegemon, this was definitely a small matter. How could they come just because they wanted to? No matter what, this was a bit out of place. Grandmaster, they are here for you. One of them calls himself the Ghost Race Hegemon. He says he wants to tear you to pieces and grind your bones to dust. The administrator said. The Knowing Bird had already decided to go into seclusion and didn't care about these things. This was simply too dangerous. The Knowing Birds had always focused on accumulating wealth after the fusion of the Outlands. They had never fought for supremacy, and so they had always been able to live in harmony. This time, however, things were different. There were simply too many hegemons descending, and their power was terrifying to the extreme. It was as though they wanted to take control of the entire Outlands. If the hegemons discovered the existence of the Knowing Birds, the consequences would be unimaginable. Are they really that arrogant? Lin Fan was stunned. What an arrogant person. He actually said he wanted to grind his bones to dust? If this person dared to swear an oath in front of him, that would be true arrogance, not just empty words. Yes, they are. Grandmaster, what do you think we should do about this situation? The administrator asked. Whoosh. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. Forget it. Help me notify them that my location is right here. Tell them to come over. Since they're already here, it wouldn't be good if I didn't meet them. Also, I really want to know just how arrogant they are. Although he wasn't at the world level of power, he wasn't afraid at all. He could say in a loud voice in front of those hegemons, I'm not afraid, Grandmaster, are you certain? The administrator said suspiciously. Are you joking? The Grandmaster might be strong, but he was still lacking compared to the hegemons. Do I look like I'm joking? Lin Fan said calmly. Oh, right. Spread the word that I killed the ghost hegemon's men and that they are here for revenge. Tell them the location of the sect. He had made up his mind. Some people were going to die eventually. Forget it if I don't get any points. Since the hegemons were coming to the Outlands, I can't take things slowly. I have to shock all the hegemons first and spread my name. Otherwise, it would be annoying if anyone came to the Magnificent Flame sect to cause trouble. If I succeed, I can pretend to be a backer for the Outlands. Even if the hegemons wanted to, they wouldn't dare to go overboard. Because I have bad luck, which is enough to kill a hegemon. But what a pity. A few hegemons will die, but I won't get anything out of it. I won't be able to enjoy the thrill of battle. That feeling is a little unpleasant. Grandmaster, are you crazy? The administrator said in disbelief. He had thought of many possibilities, but he didn't expect that the Grandmaster would reveal his location. Isn't this inviting a wolf into the house? Why are you crazy? Just do as I say, Lin Fan said. He had wanted to play with the hegemons slowly. But the hegemons were a little off. They didn't play by the rules at all. Why didn't they send their underlings? Why did they come personally? They weren't giving him a way out at all. If it wasn't for his bad luck, he would have died. To the reviewer, if he was in front of the Grandmaster, he would definitely cut open the Grandmaster's head to see what was inside. Can you not be so overbearing? You'll really scare me to death. He had no choice. Since the Grandmaster had already said so, what else could he do? Grandmaster, are you sure? He asked again. He didn't want the Grandmaster to brag to him. I'm sure. Just do as I say. Lin Fan had already made up his mind. That was the only thing he could do. It would be perfect if he could beat the ruler with one strike. Headquarters of the Bird of Knowledge. What did the Grandmaster say? Princess Bird asked. She had always wanted to go out and find the Grandmaster. She wanted to see her idol, but it was too dangerous outside. Not only did they have to face the Descenders, but they also had to be careful of the sects that were on their side. I don't know what the Grandmaster is thinking. It seems like he wants to fight the ruler of the upper world. I can only do as he says. The reviewer could not understand. The Grandmaster's realm of pills had stopped updating long ago. Occasionally, someone would urge him to update, but most of the time, he was thinking about how he could survive this crisis. Princess Pheasant was shocked and incredulous. She did not know why the Grandmaster was doing this. The Grandmaster won't die, right? She was worried. She did not want the Grandmaster to die in the hands of the Descenders. I don't know, but I think it's very likely, the reviewer said. But he was not strong enough to help. He could only follow the Grandmaster's instructions and spread the news. Invincible Peak. Frog Master, what's wrong? The person who was learning alchemy from the frog noticed that the Frog Master's expression was not right. He could not help but ask worriedly. The frog held a ruler and taught them alchemy. But all of a sudden, the frog's claw that was holding the ruler loosened its grip. The ruler fell to the ground with a clang. It can't be. The frog muttered to itself. It was a little confused. This aura is so familiar. So many familiar auras are coming. Why are they in such a hurry? They can't all be here so soon. He could not believe it. The fusion of the outer world and the opening of the passage to the upper world had never happened before. There was no need for the ruler to come personally. Only at the last moment would the ruler let out a holy light that shrouded the entire outer world. Don't tell me that this fugitive is in big trouble again. The frog was very suspicious. Apart from this fugitive, who else in the outer realm could have such great ability? He could not expose himself. There were rulers he was familiar with. If they knew what he looked like right now, laughing at him wouldn't be a big deal. They would tie him up, and there were even crueler ones who would extract his soul and conduct perverted experiments on him. At this moment, a voice sounded. Junior brothers and sisters, don't go out for the time being. There will be elites coming to the Magnificent Flame sect, but don't worry. As long as you don't go out, everything will be fine. Lin Fan's voice could be heard by every disciple in the Magnificent Flame sect. As expected. The frog knew that it must be this fugitive's fault. Otherwise, such a thing would never have happened. Frog Master, as expected what? Is something going to happen to us again? The alchemy grandmasters surrounded him. They were obsessed with alchemy and rarely asked about the matters of the sect. But seeing how worried the frog master was, they thought that something big had happened. Did you not hear that something will happen? An elite is coming. We're doomed. The frog was heartbroken. I'm already suffering. Why are you still doing this to me? Even if I become someone else's pet, I should at least make sure that it's peaceful and have time to develop. But where is the peace now? Every day, he would tremble in fear. He was afraid that this place would be destroyed. He was once a divine master of the 9 barren lands, an existence that could dominate the world. How could he die here for no reason? Sigh. The frog did not want to say more. Everything is fated. If I had been more stable in the 1,000-deep cave and not been discovered by this fugitive, the situation might have been different. But, never mind, let's not talk about it anymore. Things have already come to this. Frog Master, don't worry too much. As long as peak leader Lin is here, there will be no problem. The alchemy grandmasters trusted Lin Fan, so they were not afraid. The frog looked at the group of poor children. I really don't want to say anything more. A group of poor people who don't know anything about rulers. Perhaps only when a ruler comes will they understand how scary a ruler is. The robin bird was scattered in every corner of the outer realm. Many sects had become vassals of rulers. Outer realm was the lowest and had the least dignity. But to the sects in the outer realm, it was an honor. It was an improvement for them to become vassals of rulers. A gigantic figure stood in a sect that had already been turned into ruins. The robin bird flew over and threw the news in its claws. What is this? The ruler was confused. He looked at the robin bird in the distance. Getting close to him and not being crushed by his aura. Interesting. He clenched his fist. Bang. The space where the robin bird flew to exploded. But not long after, the robin bird flew back unscathed. This surprised the ruler. Interesting. The hegemon laughed. Although the outer realms were weak, there were some things that their higher realms didn't have. For example, that strange little bird just now was truly strange. The ruler opened the paper. When he saw the content, his expression changed immediately. What gall. He really has guts. He actually dared to kill the subordinates of the Ghost Folk Sovereign, the Darkseer Sovereign, and the other sovereigns. He even introduced himself. He came to the outer realm and destroyed many sections. Even if the Aborigine wanted to submit to him, he didn't care. They were just ants. No matter how many ants there were, they were still ants. There was no difference. Let's see what this Aborigine can do to fight against the rulers. As soon as he finished his words, he flew into the distance. He wanted to see what the Aborigine could do according to the address on the paper. The ghost ruler and the rest came through the crack. When they arrived at the outer realm, the ghost ruler looked at them in disdain. The pitiful outer realm. They were too weak. But they would never forget that abominable guy. Lin Fan of the Magnificent Flame Sect. Even if he had to die, he would find that guy and cut him into pieces. The sorry robin bird flew above the sovereigns and dropped the paper. Pata, the paper landed heavily on the ground. The Shadow Mountain ruler grabbed the paper into his palm and flipped it open to take a look. Gradually, his expression turned uglier and uglier. He clutched the paper tightly in his hand. His anger was about to pass through his body and burn the entire sky. What's wrong? Old May asked. She was furious that the girls in her hands were brutally beaten to death. They were her resources. It would be a pity if even one of them died. How could she tolerate the deaths of all the girls she brought to the ghost race? Take a look. The Yingshan hegemon tossed the paper to them and read through it one by one. Every single hegemon who had seen the contents of this paper had flames of fury that were no weaker than the Yingshan hegemons. However, the ghoul sovereign's rage was greater than anyone else's. He lost the most. So what if his subordinates died? But he lost quite a lot of holy water. He didn't know why. Thinking about how he didn't get anything from the primordial ancestor abyss, he felt even more depressed. Let's go. I'm going to turn his bones into dust. The ghost ruler gritted his teeth and shouted. Invincible Peak. Lin Fan laid on the bench, waiting for the rulers to arrive. The days of waiting were too boring. Take a deep breath. He thought about the Grand Master's plan. Last time, he didn't even feel anything. He was a little unhappy. Lu Qiming told him that the Grand Master was powerful. He just waved his hand and the descenders disappeared. In his opinion, was the sect master really that awesome? He had his doubts. But his junior brother wouldn't lie to him. That meant that it was possible. But the Grand Master was extremely weak. If it wasn't for his Grand Master, he would have to question how could such a weak person be the Grand Master. But he was so weak, yet he had the ability to chase the descenders away. Then it must have something to do with the tranquility. Therefore, in his free time, he experimented again. Unfortunately, it was useless. Is the Grand Master speaking the truth? Or, am I truly a fool to believe in his words? Lin Fan pondered, unable to comprehend what was going on right now. Forget it, let me continue. Maybe I didn't take a deep breath. Since he had plenty of time, it wouldn't be a problem to experience the tranquility the Grand Master spoke of. Saint Convent Sect. Oh my God, oh my God. Holy Lord, that brat from the Magnificent Flame Sect is crazy. Let's leave now, or we'll die here. Lord of Evil exclaimed after reading the contents of the Bird of Warning. The Saint Convent Sect thought that they could develop peacefully under the protection of the Magnificent Flame Sect. But later on, they realized that there was no development at all. All the female disciples were taken away by the Magnificent Flame Sect disciples. All that was left was a group of bachelors. At the same time, the god rank of the gambling saint had led the disciples to the abyss of gambling. They were completely addicted to gambling. Calm down. The God's Punishment Lord looked at Lord of Evil, dissatisfied. As the Lord of the Saint Convent Sect, it was a disgrace for him to be so flustered. God rank, lightning, and sanction. Where are they? The Lord's face darkened. Holy Lord, the God rank is leading the disciples to gamble in his territory. I have no idea where Lei Ming is and sanction is scolding the disciples. It's not that I'm being rebellious, but I feel that our Saint Convent Sect has completely fallen. King of Evil said sadly. In the past, he had sucked up to the Sacred Master because he hoped that one day, when the Sacred Master would abdicate, he would take over. But now, he would be in great danger even if he stayed in the Saint Convent Sect, let alone take over. The Magnificent Flame Sect is too good at causing trouble. This time, something shocking is going to happen again. What else could the holy leader do after hearing how serious Emperor Dan's words were? The elite's target was the Magnificent Flame Sect. If they passed by the Saint Convent Sect and decided to kill them, wouldn't that be a tragedy? Holy leader, we might be able to hide today, but we won't be able to hide tomorrow. Everyone knows about the situation in the outer region. Where else can we go other than here? If the Magnificent Flame Sect is destroyed, we won't be able to survive either. As for giving up on the sect and escaping to somewhere else, I can't do that. Even if I die, I want to die in the sect. The God Punishment Lord said. The holy leader nodded in agreement. Indeed. Where else can we go? God Punishment, what are you talking about? Aren't we just waiting for death? I say that we should gather our disciples and run. If the Magnificent Flame Sect survives this, we can come back. Isn't that the same? The Lord of Evil said. Why is it so tiring to talk to people? Do they not understand or what's going on? With the current situation, anyone with the slightest bit of knowledge would know that danger had already arrived. If they were discovered, they would basically be dead. God's punishment is right. It's my incompetence as the sacred leader that caused the Saint Convent Sect to hide from me. This time, we won't hide anymore. I'm the one responsible for the development of the sect. If any of you want to leave, then leave. I'm already prepared to live and die with the sect, the sacred leader said. The Lord of Evil felt his balls ache. Something's wrong. When he realized that everyone was looking at him, he immediately waved his hand. What are you looking at me for? I'm only saying all this because I don't want you all to die. Do you really think that I'm a coward who's afraid of death? Let me tell you, I'm definitely not leaving. If any of you want to leave, you can leave first. Don't say that I didn't warn you. You will die. The holy leader smiled. The god's punishment chuckled. Dan, this is the first time in many years you've spoken like a human. God punishment, what do you mean? Did I offend you? Why are you scolding me? The Lord of Evil said unhappily. The holy leader could not see any hope at first, but at this moment, he realized that there was still hope. Maybe the sect could be saved. I'm not scolding you, the god punishment said. He had never liked the Lord of Evil in the past, but now he was much more pleasing to the eye. In the distance, the scene of the divine rank gambling was extremely grand. Many disciples joined in, their upper bodies bare as they shouted. As for the matters outside, he couldn't be bothered to get involved. In his words, even if he were to die, he would die on the gambling table. As for Xianxia, he was standing not too far away, scolding a group of disciples. He didn't use any grand principles, nor did he preach anything. It was just one word. Puff. As for those disciples who had been scolded, they were so angry that their bodies were trembling. However, they did not dare to retaliate. This was a sovereign. If they were to retaliate, they would not even know how they would die. So he could only endure it. At the same time, he had to endure the spitting saliva of the sanctioned sovereign when he was talking non-stop. A few days later. Still not coming? Under normal circumstances, the rulers should have been here in the next few days. But, by the looks of things, there was still no movement from them. Peak Leader Lin, to be honest, are you confident? Beside him, the nine-colored ancestor pretended to be calm, but he was actually panicking inside. When he saw the contents of the bird, he was stunned. What the hell is Peak Leader Lin doing? Why would he expose the location of his sect and invite the other party here? Those were all rulers. It's hard to say. But nine-colored ancestor, just tell me, do you want to live or die? Lin Fan asked. Isn't that obvious? I haven't lived enough yet. The nine-colored ancestor hollered. If anyone else said that to him, they would have been punched to death. But this was Peak Leader Lin, so he didn't have the guts. Okay, give me 20 pills and I promise you will live. How about that? Lin Fan smiled. The rulers hadn't arrived yet, so he was using the nine-colored ancestor as an excuse. Forget it, just let me die. The nine-colored ancestor's face was filled with despair. How could he fall? For this kid's trick? At the same time, he calmed down a lot. It seemed like he had a high chance of winning. That was indeed the case. Why would Peak Leader Lin do something he had no confidence in? After all, this was his sect. Could it be that he would harm his own sect? The heaven and earth in the distance started to shake. Slowly, a terrifying aura spread over like a wave. It's here. Lin Fan stood up. After a few days of peace, he didn't even get to touch a fart. It's here? The nine-colored ancestor was shocked. His fear of the rulers was just a fantasy. He knew that the people who were coming were definitely the elites of the elites. Those he had met before couldn't be compared to them. An Emperor Heaven Realm expert could make him cry for his parents, and a Ruler Realm expert, who was even more powerful than an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, was simply indescribable. The Saint Convent sect wasn't in a good situation. The ruler's aura was terrifying. Even though they were just passing by, the Saint Convent sect couldn't even lift their heads. But luckily, the rulers didn't care about the Saint Convent sect at all. The ghost race's ruler and the rest only had eyes for the magnificent flame sect's Lin Fan. As long as they see him, they would kill him. This is too scary. The holy leader's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He only understood how scary it was after experiencing it himself. The magnificent flame sect. The blood demon emperor looked up, frowning. He could feel a familiar aura. The ghost race's ruler, the serene ruler, Old May, there were many of them. 5 rulers had gathered together and were coming over. There were also rulers from all over the world. What the hell? Why are they all here? The blood demon emperor was shocked. He didn't know what to do. Many of the rulers were familiar to him. They were from the same generation as him. Of course, there were also many unfamiliar rulers. They should be the new rulers in the past 10,000 years. They were slightly weaker, but they were still a force to be reckoned with. This is too much. This was the Blood Demon Emperor's only thought. Hey! You rulers are too slow. I, the peak leader, have been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Fan's voice could be heard even before he saw them. Others might be afraid of the rulers, but not him. He then rose into the air and flew into the distance. Lin Fan, prepare to die. The ghost ruler's voice could be heard. It was earth-shattering. At the same time, the violent sound waves spread out. Unable to withstand it, the ground started to crack. However, the sound waves disappeared when they reached the sky above the magnificent flame sect. Calm down. The Patriarch's voice could be heard from the Patriarch's hall. 3 figures appeared. The Patriarch, Yu Long, and Mo Xianxia. Patriarch, I felt peace just now, but it was interrupted. Mo Xianxia said regretfully. He needed the Patriarch's praise. Ever since Yu Long joined the team, the situation had been weird. The Patriarch had been praising Yu Long for his talent. This made Mo Xianxia, who thought of himself as a genius, very unhappy. I, Mo Xianxia, am world shaking. I once spent a long time to change a skill set into a better skill set. How can I be weaker than others? Don't panic. We can't ignore the powerful cultivators. They are too violent, and peace is not fated with them. The Patriarch shook his head. Lin Fan knew about the situation in the sect, and he was curious about the Patriarch. It's true. He's not strong, but he's strong. I'm out. The 5 of you, come over. Lin Fan didn't care about the 5 rulers at all. The ghost ruler's face turned black. They were already here, but Lin Fan was still so arrogant. As for the sovereigns who had come to watch, they were all astonished. Amazing. The natives of the outer world are really arrogant. The Ghost Emperor and the others are here, but they are still so calm. Is there something wrong with their brains? What is going on? What did the natives do to the Ghost Emperor and the others? The rulers were just watching the show. They wouldn't interfere if there were no benefits to it. After coming to the outer world, they had seen how weak the natives were. They were too lazy to attack, and they didn't even want to enslave them. Moreover, they didn't kill all of them in case they angered the heaven world and retaliated against them. So, it was enough for them to get what they wanted. Wang. When the 5 rulers floated in the air, the aura they gave off was so strong that the void couldn't handle it and started to rip apart. It's you. When the 5 of them saw Lin Fan, they recognized him right away. This was the person who came to the upper world to fight with them. It is me. This is the second time we have met. Why, do you have some thoughts? Lin Fan smiled. You killed all my men? The ghost ruler scolded. He hadn't expected that this guy would kill his men when they weren't around. He deserved to die. Wait, there's something wrong with your words. When I came to the upper world from the outer world and saw those natives, I didn't attack them. Instead, I wanted to interact with them. Who would have thought that they would be so unfriendly and attack right away? That's too much. So, I could only send them to be reformed and hope that they will repent. Lin Fan said calmly. The spectating sovereigns finally understood. This person was truly savage. Damn dog, I want you dead. The Ghost Emperor couldn't take it anymore. A surging power erupted from his body. Lin Fan sighed. Indeed, he was too violent and couldn't be saved. Ghost Emperor, give me some face. Don't cause trouble here. Suddenly, the Blood Devil Emperor's voice rang out. He couldn't sit still and do nothing. Facing such a powerful being, only someone like him who was once a powerful being could solve this problem. The Ghost Emperor wanted to scold and not give face to anyone. But when he saw the Blood Devil Emperor, he recognized who he was. You are the Blood Devil Emperor. The Ghost Emperor was surprised as though he hadn't expected this. The surrounding rulers were stunned too. They didn't expect it to be the Blood Devil Emperor. That was a guy with a great reputation. But he had disappeared for a long time, so why would he appear in the outer world? Wait, something wasn't right. The Ghost Emperor realized where the problem was. Blood Devil Emperor, your strength, that's right. As you can see, I am heavily injured and my strength has regressed. But it won't be a problem for me to return to my peak. Ghost Emperor, give me some face and leave. The Blood Devil Emperor said. After knowing that the Blood Devil Emperor's cultivation was so weak, how could the Ghost Emperor give him any face? Scram, what is your face worth? Today, after we kill everyone here, even you won't be able to escape. Blood Devil Emperor, scram to the side. Don't get in the way. Lin Fan waved his hands. The Blood Devil Emperor was hurt. He lost his face. People nowadays were too practical. The Blood Devil Emperor stood there without making a sound. He was helpless. He had once dominated the world, and who dared to not give him face? But now, he was disgraced. The spectating sovereigns all sighed. This was too damned realistic. Some of the rulers were from the same generation as the Blood Devil Emperor. They had experienced many things and knew how terrifying the Blood Devil Emperor's might was. Even they weren't willing to offend such a person. But the situation was different now. The Blood Devil Emperor was already destroyed. One look was enough to tell how pitiful the world was. Even if he was extremely powerful in the past, it was useless now. At the same time, they were more than happy to see what the peak-level Sovereign Realm expert would do after being humiliated like that. But they didn't expect that when the native told him to retreat, he actually did so. The way they saw it, the problem here was rather complicated. It was rather interesting. Alright, don't worry. No one will interfere. This is our business. I have been waiting for you guys for a long time. It's just that you guys are way too slow. Lin Fan said regretfully. Lin Fan said regretfully, expressing his disappointment towards these rulers. I want to kill him. The Shadow Mountain ruler growled. He had never seen an ant so angry before. You want to kill me? Haven't you tried many times? Are you addicted to killing? Don't worry, I will give you a chance to show off later. Facing the 5 rulers, Lin Fan was very calm. He then looked towards the void. All the rulers who came to watch, come out. Stop hiding. I was the one who told someone to inform you. Wang, the void shook. The surrounding rulers all revealed their true bodies. They were confused, not knowing what the natives of the outside world were trying to do. Hee, you're quite an interesting country bumpkin. Did you call us over just to watch you fight with the Ghost Emperor and the others? Or are you trying to kill us all in one fell swoop? One of the hegemons spoke up from afar. He was a new ruler and was very arrogant. He didn't put anyone in his eyes. Those who were once experts in his eyes were now just specks of dust in the world. They were small toys that he could crush with a flip of his hand. The other rulers were the same. They looked at Lin Fan playfully. Lin Fan chuckled. Against these rulers, he wasn't afraid in the slightest. He wasn't bothered about these people at all. Of course not. You are free to come to the Outer Realms. However, I've heard that quite a few sovereigns have very strong opinions about our Outer Realms. I'm not too happy about that. When the sovereigns heard this, they all began to laugh. Not too happy, who cared if he was happy or not? Haha, this native is like a retard, that's delightful. A sovereign laughed out loud, completely treating Lin Fan as a lunatic. In the end, there were still too few people who dared to say such things to them. Master, are these the natives of the Outer Realm that I saw in the books? Are they really that stupid? At this moment, a cute little girl with 2 braids tugged at the old man beside her and asked. Look, aren't they stupid? The old man asked with a smile. I don't know, but this person feels so stupid, the little girl said. The old man smiled, but didn't say anything. He rubbed the little girl's head. He was an old hegemon, and could change his appearance. However, he already had an apprentice, and so he preferred to appear as an old man. He gave off a feeling of ancientness. Lin Fan had an urge to beat them to death. All of them didn't even know how to have a proper conversation. This was really despairing. But forget it. His harvest of bad luck wasn't perfect, so he just had to make an example out of them. Sect leader, can our serenity make these people calm down too? Xianxia asked softly. He was a little panicked in his heart. The people who came were so strong and terrifying. They weren't their match at all. They aren't fated with serenity. The sect leader shook his head and was really calm. It was as though everything that was happening around had nothing to do with him. Then, can our serenity beat them? Xianxia asked. If a battle really broke out, he definitely wouldn't be their match. They were just too terrifying. The sect leader looked at Xianxia and shook his head. How can serenity be used to fight? It is used to comprehend the soul. You haven't understood the true meaning of serenity. Xianxia blinked his eyes. What was the sect leader trying to say with those words, or was he just a little cowardly? He knew that serenity couldn't beat these people. All of you shut up. This is between us and this indigenous being. The ghost race ruler hollered. His eyes were spitting out flames of rage that couldn't be extinguished. Today was the day that this fella died. The surrounding rulers were really unhappy with the words of the ghost race ruler. It was a little arrogant, as though he was trying to scare them. But looking at the expressions of the ghost race ruler and the others, one could tell that something big must have happened. Their rage couldn't be extinguished. Without any benefits, the sovereigns wouldn't take any action. Let me ask you. Why did you kill my people? They are all beautiful ladies. Old May's face was terrifyingly dark. Beautiful or not, there's no difference. They truly don't love peace. The moment they meet, they want to beat me up. Tell me, no matter how beautiful they are, what use do they have? Lin Fan shrugged. He had already killed them, so what else could he do? The asterisk starred, I'm going to tear you into pieces. Old May's beautiful face turned malevolent. She was in a good mood after getting the legendary item, but seeing so many of her people die, she couldn't bear the anger. Hey-ish. Lin Fan sighed and walked towards the 5 rulers, shaking his head. You guys are really too much. He then looked up at the sky and said loudly. Since you're all here, let me introduce myself. I'm from the Magnificent Flame sect. We are righteous, friendly, and peace-loving. We never take the initiative to hurt anyone. You guys came from the upper world, so you can be considered as half a guest. But you guys keep calling the people from the outer world natives. That's not friendly. The surrounding rulers didn't listen to Lin Fan at all. The weak wouldn't get the respect they deserved. They could only struggle at death's door under the might of the strong. The Blood Demon Emperor looked at the man in the sky with a weird expression. Bullshit. Righteous, friendly, and peaceful, as if I'll believe you. But I'm worried about what's going to happen next. I might really die here. Far away, the frog hid. It didn't dare to show itself. It even hid its aura. It was afraid of being discovered. F***ck, I'm a 9 Baron God Master, and I can't believe I'll have such a day. The frog was furious. It's all the culprit's fault. If I didn't sneak attack, this wouldn't have happened. I wonder if I can survive this. I can't protect the alchemy disciples anymore. I can only resign myself to fate. Lin Fan approached the 5 rulers and said, Are you guys here to destroy the Magnificent Flame sect? The ghost sovereign gnashed his teeth and said grimly, exterminating my sect is letting you off easy. I'm going to capture everyone related to you and slowly torture them. I'm going to make them die in pain and repent for their sins. Hey-ish, forget it. There will always be unfriendly people. The only thing I can do is to give you guys a chance to reincarnate. Lin Fan opened his arms and activated the ancient battlefield. This buff was shocking. It could greatly increase one's life force. The surrounding rulers were stunned. It can't be. Is he really that stupid to want to take down the 5 rulers alone? Dream on. Even if it's a dream, it won't happen. Come, I'm waiting for your anger. Oh, right. Let me show you something. Maybe one of you lost it. Lin Fan took out the skull. When the ghost race sovereign saw it, he was shocked. 9 transformation ghost skull. When Old May saw the undergarment, she was even more furious. Damn you, how dare you steal my undergarment? Unlucky surge, activate. Lin Fan kept the item in his storage ring and opened his arms. He then looked at the 5 rulers. Come, I'll send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, heaven's might gathered in the air. What's going on? Everyone looked up into the sky. They couldn't understand what was going on. The Shadow Mountain ruler was terrified. This was heaven's might, heaven's wrath. Rulers might be strong, but they couldn't go against heaven's wrath. Heaven's wrath gathered all the punishment in the world. It also contained laws that others couldn't control. He was terrified. The target of heaven's wrath seemed to be him. Because he seemed to have sworn in his heart just now. Lin Fan was very familiar with heaven's wrath. They could be considered as old friends. He had interacted with heaven's wrath many times and understood its nature. He looked at his surroundings, then at the terrified Shadow Mountain ruler. He smiled. It seemed like he was the one who made the vow. Surrounded by the unlucky Shadow Mountain ruler. Even a person with shocking luck would become an extremely unlucky person. Those who could become rulers all had bad luck. They were all as bright as the sun and hard to extinguish. I'll kill you first. Die. Rumble, as soon as he finished speaking. In the air, a purple and black heaven's wrath descended and struck the Shadow Mountain ruler. This is different from what I've seen. This was the first time Lin Fan had seen heaven's wrath of this color. No, how can this be? The Shadow Mountain ruler was surrounded by heaven's wrath. He screamed, but very quickly, his voice disappeared. Even his body was destroyed. What a pity. Lin Fan sighed. Rulers had a lot of points. Now that he was destroyed by heaven's wrath, he didn't even get anything. How can this be? The ghost race ruler and the rest were completely stunned. What was going on? Why did the Shadow Mountain ruler die for no reason? The spectating sovereigns were all dumbfounded by the scene that had just unfolded. They couldn't understand it. They couldn't understand it at all. The Shadow Mountain ruler's aura disappeared. That was a true death. It wasn't fake. You guys are really too much. Also, I hope that the surrounding rulers can act properly. Don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, you guys will be next. Don't doubt my words. I never joke around. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan swore in his heart. I'm the most handsome person in this world. If I brag, I'll be struck by lightning and turned into ashes. Indeed. As soon as he finished speaking, heaven's wrath was already impatient. The rulers had already made up their minds. The natives could only be killed by them. There was no chance of survival. But something was amiss. The Xianxia overlord was blasted into smithereens. This was out of everyone's expectations. Evil intent filled the air. What did that native say? The Xianxia overlord died. It's heaven's wrath. That was heaven's wrath. This natives can control heaven's wrath? Impossible, it must be an illusion. The rulers were shocked. They did not expect such a thing to happen. Suddenly, something happened in the air again. Dazzling heavenly might shrouded the void. Thick dark clouds swirled over, pressing down on everything below. Oh my God, it seems to be heaven's wrath again. What is this guy trying to do? Could he really control heaven's wrath? Even though they were all sovereign realm experts, there were some things that they couldn't help but avoid when they encountered them. They wished they could get as far away as possible. And one of them was heaven's wrath. They were born in this world, and the power of heaven and earth was not something humans could challenge. The magnificent flame sect disciples looked up at the sky. It was too bright and overbearing. Senior brother is too powerful. But this was different from what senior brother faced in the past. In the past, senior brother would just raise his fists and fight without saying a word. Why is there something wrong today? Senior brother would open his arms and not fight with his fists. Instead, he would use some moves that they could not understand to kill his opponent. But no matter what, senior brother will always be senior brother. He's just so arrogant. Disciple. Tiansu panicked. He could feel a terrifying aura from the air. It had already locked onto his disciple. Will my precious disciple be in danger? I have a bad feeling. The Hades ruler said softly. At their level, they had a good grasp of danger. If it wasn't necessary, they would retreat. Me too. Old May was the first one who did not want to die. She had just gotten the legendary item and had limitless potential. It would be a waste if she died here. If someone had said that rulers would die, she would have slapped him. She gave him a tight slap. What kind of nonsense was he talking about? But the death of the Yingshan overlord struck her heart. She knew that rulers would die too, and they would die for no reason. Anger clouded her mind. After venting for a short while, his brain recovered. The might in the void continued to condense, and an aura of destruction spread out. Ha ha ha, at this moment, Lin Fan roared out in laughter before looking at the remaining 4 overlords. I'll send you on your way. But just as Lin Fan activated his discerning eye, Mappa immediately retreated and disappeared without a trace. When the ghost folk sovereign realized that Succubus was fleeing, he wanted to rebuke her, but then he realized that something was off. A ball of boundless fury erupted from the depths of his heart. Rumble, in the void, a divine retribution fell straight down, cutting through the space. F*CK, it can't be, so fast. He didn't have a good grasp of the rhythm. Lin Fan hadn't expected Heaven's wrath to arrive so quickly. He'd been prepared to coordinate with Heaven's wrath as soon as the sovereign got close, and then blast these bastards to death. But looking at the current situation, there seemed to be something wrong. Just as Lin Fan thought that he would have to wait another 10 seconds to kill these guys, something strange happened. The sky was filled with tiny lightning bolts. There was a cracking sound. A giant pitch-black hole appeared in the void, and there seemed to be stars shining within it. The ghost race overlord was frightened by the crack that appeared out of nowhere, but when he saw that nothing had happened, he calmed down. That scared me. But the moment he said that, whoosh, light flashed within the crack, and before he could react, a giant flaming rock shot out of the crack with a long tail. It was really fast, and instantly covered the ghost race overlord. The ghost race overlord wanted to kill Lin Fan right away under the discerning eye, but at this moment, his body was struck by the flaming meteorite. He wanted to struggle. But the meteorite had countless hands of black flames that grabbed onto the ghost race overlord, tearing and burning him. Ah! The ghost race overlord screamed. Rumble, the meteorite landed on the ground and exploded. A powerful shockwave spread out, causing thick smoke to cover the surroundings. Xiao xiao, after the meteorite exploded, countless fragments shot out. Poochie, the fragments pierced through the Hades ruler's body and pierced right through. This was a light injury to a ghost race overlord. It was only a superficial wound. However, a ball of black flames suddenly burst out from the Serene Dominator's wound and covered his entire body. Ah! The Hades ruler screamed in pain. He started to lose his balance, but he still charged at Lin Fan. The last ghost race overlord charged at Lin Fan angrily. The Heaven's wrath landed on time. Boom, everything happened in an instant. After the Heaven's wrath landed, there was no one left. The world fell silent. The surrounding ghost race overlords looked at each other, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. What happened? What's going on? What's going on? 3 questions that could never be solved filled everyone's minds. Disciple. Tiansu had a bad feeling, and his face turned pale. His disciple's aura disappeared. He can't be dead, right? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Everyone who witnessed the battle fell into a daze. This was different from the battles they knew. Everything was so mysterious that they wouldn't believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes. Master, is that indigenous person dead? Are the other ghost race overlords dead too? A girl with 2 braids asked. I think so. The old man wasn't in a good state, so his answer wasn't very accurate. Soon, 10 seconds passed. What a pity. One escaped. A voice could be heard in the sky. All the ghost race overlords looked over in shock. What did they see? A guy walked over from the sky. It was that indigenous person. He's not dead. He's not dead. What just happened? Even though they were ghost race overlords, they couldn't understand it. Lin Fan was hurt. He wanted to come out in a domineering manner, but nothing was left of him. He couldn't possibly come out naked. It would be the same even if he revived somewhere else and put on his clothes. Disciple, are you all right? Tiansu asked worriedly. Master, you have to believe me. Lin Fan smiled. Calm down. I can't panic. I can tell that master is panicking. That's normal. Eh? That's weird. The patriarch stared at Lin Fan. It wasn't like that just now. Why did he appear? Comprehending peace, comprehending heaven and earth. Everything was within his senses. Lil Fan disappeared without a trace. He didn't exist, and he didn't have a body either. But now that he appeared, something wasn't right. Lin Fan raised his head and looked into the sky. Rulers, have you all seen enough? Let me say something. Welcome to the outer world, but don't mess around. There were too many rulers. Whether it was a group fight or a solo fight, they weren't a match for him. Unlucky? Stop joking. Life would be so boring if there wasn't any fun or danger. Moreover, he was immortal. If he activated unlucky, that would be so unfair. Even if the heavens didn't strike him dead, he would die of guilt. To the hegemon, Lin Fan's earlier words were like a foolish native talking to himself as a joke. But now, the joke came true. In the blink of an eye, one of the 5 rulers escaped, and the other 4 were killed. Furthermore, his death was too strange and unpredictable. The unknown was the most terrifying. No matter who it was, even to rulers, the unknown was always the scariest. The atmosphere was still very quiet. None of the rulers replied. Up until now, they were still unable to extricate themselves from what had just happened. Even if they racked their brains, they still couldn't understand how everything had happened. Are all of you mute? None of you can speak. I have already said so much, but none of you can reply. Do you understand? Look at all of you. All of you are here to watch a show, but now you can't even speak? Ruler? Hee hee, what a joke. Lin Fan directly fired at the rulers. The ripples in the air were very frequent. These words caused many rulers to be enraged. Lin Fan frowned. When he sensed the ripples, he couldn't help but laugh. What? You aren't happy? Then come at me together. I will send you to reincarnate just like them. A ruler scolded him. Damn, this was too much, this was too much. He really wanted to teach this native a lesson. But thinking about it, it didn't make sense. The others didn't attack, so why should he? Should he let them take advantage of him? They waited patiently for the first one to attack, but after waiting for a long time, no one did. Drag. The Blood Devil Emperor stared at Lin Fan, who was cursing at the rulers. He couldn't help but be impressed. Thousands of years later, when the Blood Devil Emperor was released, he would devote himself to teaching. He would often tell others about what had happened today with great relish. It wasn't that the rulers were afraid, it was that they didn't know what to do. The enemy was only at the Emperor Heaven realm. In their eyes, he was trash, or worse than trash. In their eyes, trash was a world-level cultivator. But of the 5 rulers, 4 had died and 1 had fled. This was simply too bizarre and unfathomable. Disciple, come back. The old man couldn't help but grow anxious when he saw his disciple leave. The little girl with 2 braids walked in front of Lin Fan, sizing him up curiously. You're so different from the other natives I've met. Little girl, that's not the right word to use. Are you a peace-loving person? Lin Fan asked. Yes, the little girl said. Lin Fan laughed. Good. Peace-loving people are the same type of people. I can see that your bones are marvelous, and a beam of light shot up from the top of your head. You are very different from the others. In the future, I'll leave the responsibility of maintaining peace in the higher realms to you. Are you willing to accept this responsibility? Hearing Lin Fan's words, the little girl's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Bones, a beam of light shot up into the skies. The responsibility of maintaining peace in the higher realms. Just as the little lass was daydreaming, her master immediately walked over and pulled the little lass away. I'm sorry, she's still young and I've disturbed you. Don't worry, I didn't come to the outer realms from the upper realms to destroy but to learn. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man pulled the little girl away. From far away, the little girl's shouts could be heard. Master, I want to maintain peace in the higher realms, clatter. Stop dreaming. Do you want your master to die? The voices grew further and further away. Some of the rulers left. As for the spectating sovereigns, they all began to leave. They didn't say anything. But in their hearts, they knew what was going on. Nice. Lin Fan was in a good mood. He had once again shown off in front of his junior brothers and sisters. The sovereigns were powerful, truly powerful. Don't be fooled by how sullen their deaths were. That was because they had no choice but to die in front of the buff. That was the only way to live up to the existence of the buff. Some were strong, some were weak. But no matter what, a ruler was still a ruler. Even the weakest one was a peak existence. They represented the greater powers of the higher world. After witnessing this battle, they would go back and think about whether they would dare to cause trouble in the magnificent flame sect again. Of course. Lin Fan knew that some rulers wouldn't believe it. They hadn't experienced it themselves, so they would think it was fake. But it didn't matter. He just needed a bit more time to develop. Once he broke through to the world level, nothing would be a problem. Eh? Rulers who haven't left yet, why are you still here? Or would you like to come over to my sect and have a chat about life? Or would you like to share your thoughts? Lin Fan shouted out into the void. Although many sovereigns had left, some sovereigns remained. They weren't warmongers. They wouldn't go to war for no reason. Conflicts were built on benefits. No one would start a war for no reason, unless they were crazy. Sometimes, people like Lin Fan would provoke others for the thrill of battle. It's been a long, long time. The outsiders have always given us the impression that they are weak and stupid. Who would have thought that they would have a sect of this caliber? Very good. They are qualified to sit on the same level as us. At this moment, a man walked out of the void. He was shrouded in light, and he was exceptionally handsome. His eyes were bright and full of spirit. He wore a jade crown on his head, an embroidered robe, and a jade belt. He had an elegant demeanor, just like a noble young master of ancient times. The surrounding rulers all clasped their fists in greeting when they saw him. Emperor Dongyang. Who are you? Lin Fan looked at the other party and asked. This was his first time interacting with a ruler. The other's aura was very restrained, and when Lin Fan looked at him, he felt that his body was a bit dazzling. If an ordinary person stared at him, they might go blind. I am Emperor Dongyang of Phoenix Island. Emperor Dongyang clasped his fists. If it was before, he would have been too lazy to converse with ants. However, the mysterious and unfathomable abilities that the other party had displayed had caught his attention, and he now had the ability to converse with them. Oh, Emperor Dongyang, I'm Lin Fan, the peak leader of the magnificent flame sect's Invincible peak. Since you're here, please come in. Although he really wanted to hammer all of the sovereigns present to death, it wasn't impossible for him to make some small talk and get on good terms with them. Of course, if the other party's personality was incompatible with his, then he could only apologize and wait until he was strong enough before he could properly hammer the other party. The sovereigns exchanged glances and nodded silently. They couldn't fathom the other party's abilities, but if they interacted further, they might be able to gain something. Alright, then I'll be troubling you, Dongyang the Arch said with a smile. Please. Lin Fan stretched out his hand and welcomed the rulers in. What came next was just some small talk and bragging. There was nothing special about it. The void in the distance shook. The succubus escaped. Why do I have this feeling? She panted heavily and panicked. She suddenly had a premonition that she would die if she stayed there. Thus, she retreated immediately, even abandoning the Shadow Mountain ruler and the rest. What's going on? She held the legendary item in her hands. It was an ancient book. Golden seal jade letter. The 4 words were golden and twisted. If she didn't know a little about the language of the primordial ancestor abyss, she wouldn't have been able to understand it. Did this book remind me of that sense of danger? The succubus was confused. The feeling just now was definitely right. Legendary items that came from the primordial ancestor abyss were definitely good stuff. This was something that the entire upper world agreed on. Ha ha ha. The succubus looked at the ancient book in her hands and burst into laughter. She knew that she had gotten a treasure. If Lin Fan knew about this, he would definitely recall that this was something passed down by the Yellow Emperor, known as the 5 Arts of Metaphysics. The Magnificent Flame Sect. Come, please have some tea. Lin Fan served the sovereigns on the Invincible Peak with ordinary tea, which tasted a little mixed. The sovereigns looked down on the tea, feeling that it was like water from a stinky ditch. As sovereigns, the tea they usually drank was bejeweled nectar. To others, it was something precious, but to them, it was just something they drank every day. All right. Emperor Dongyang and the rest smiled, but no one picked up their teacups. Peak Leader Lin, may I know who your sect leader is? Emperor Dongyang asked. He looked around. The strongest person in the sect should be Peak Leader Lin. As for the others, there was nothing special about them. You've seen him before. He's the old man beside me, Lin Fan said. Emperor Dongyang was stunned. He had seen the old man before. He was very weak, even weaker than his subordinates. Let's not talk about this. Why aren't you guys drinking tea? Is it because the tea is so good that you want to bring some back? Don't worry, I'll get someone to arrange some for you to bring back when you leave. Lin Fan picked up his teacup and drank it in one gulp. The sovereigns sitting around had weird expressions on their faces. Is this guy really in a daze or is he just pretending? Was this kind of tea even fit for human consumption? It's hard to swallow. But they were wary of Lin Fan, and they didn't want to cause trouble. They could only pinch their noses and take a sip. Emperor Dongyang took a sip and put down his teacup. Peak Leader Lin, how did you kill the 4 sovereigns just now? Lin Fan smiled. Finally, he couldn't help but want to ask. Ha, how did I kill them? That's not difficult. If I want them to die, they die. It's that simple. The sovereigns pricked up their ears. They also wanted to know the reason. But when they heard Lin Fan's words, they were a little stumped. What was the difference between saying and not saying anything? They were drunk. Haha. Emperor Dongyang laughed. Peak Leader Lin, this answer is truly admirable. You killed 4 sovereigns just like that. Even I don't have that ability. That was indeed the case. The Ghost Sovereign and Shadow Mountain Sovereign were very strong. Even though they were slightly weaker, this slight difference didn't affect him at all. Sovereigns were all people with great fortune. Even if they couldn't beat others, they were hard to kill. Not to mention now, 4 of them had died at once. If it wasn't for Old May's speed, 1 more would probably have been added. Calm down, no need to be so shocked. Lin Fan waved his hand humbly. It was just a small matter. Oh, right. What are the sovereigns planning by invading the Outer Realm? Lin Fan asked. He wanted to know why the sovereigns of the upper world were so happy to invade the Outer Realm. As for robbing them of their wealth or beauties, that was basically impossible. It was understandable if they said they were here to show off. But looking at them, they probably didn't even know what showing off was. Emperor Dongyang smiled and didn't answer the question. Peak Leader Lin, this is a misunderstanding. We're not here to invade the Outer Realm. We're just here to take a look. Rumor has it that the Outer Realm is the mother of the upper world. So every time we merge, we come back to take a look and give the people here some help. If anyone believed this, they were really stupid. Lin Fan smiled at Emperor Dongyang as if to say, I'll be damned if I believe you. You're really shameless when you lie. Not all the sovereigns knew why they were here. But they felt that there must be a big secret for so many sovereigns to come. So, even if they didn't know what it was, they had to come and take a look. Who knows, they might be able to gain something. Emperor Dongyang wasn't telling the truth. He couldn't tell the other sovereigns, let alone the people of the Outer Realm. After all, it wasn't the first time the upper world had connected to the Outer Realm. It had been many times, but they hadn't found their final goal. If the people of the Outer Realm knew this secret, they might be able to find it after a long time. Is that so? Looks like Emperor Dongyang is a compassionate person. Lin Fan sighed and then patted his chest. I'm the same. I'm compassionate and peace-loving. Looks like we can have a deeper conversation. Ha, of course. I knew you were a compassionate person the first time I saw you. Dongyang the Arch laughed heartily. But he was cursing inside. Compassionate, that was for idiots. When it came to killing sovereigns, he didn't hold back at all. Furthermore, according to the ghost sovereigns, he had killed quite a few of their subordinates as well. Otherwise, the ghost sovereigns wouldn't have been so enraged, to the point of losing their minds. The surrounding sovereigns stared at the two. There was only one thought in their minds. How shameless. Everyone knew what kind of person Emperor Dongyang was. He hid a dagger behind his smile. Don't think that just because you looked like a human, you were a human. In reality, he wasn't a human, but a phoenix emperor. Sigh, I have to admire your good eye. I hid myself so deeply, but you still saw through me. I'm impressed, Lin Fan sighed. His good points had been seen through. He felt like he'd met someone who understood him. Emperor Dongyang was a bit dazed. This guy was a bit thick-skinned. Of course, he couldn't expose him. Instead, he smiled. Peak Lord Lin's good points are too dazzling. No matter how deeply you hide them, you can't hide them from everyone's eyes. Ha ha ha, you really know how to talk. With Emperor Dongyang's looks and eloquence, I don't think many women can resist you, Lin Fan said. Emperor Dongyang smiled faintly. Peak Lord Lin, you're really discerning. You saw through me with one glance. Not many, just 33,000 partners. Pfft, Lin Fan spat tea onto Emperor Dongyang's face. What did you say? 33,000? Are your kidneys made of iron? Emperor Dongyang wiped his face. He was a bit displeased, but he still smiled. Not bad. The surrounding sovereigns looked at the two, dumbfounded. Damn. The rulers sitting around didn't have any other thoughts. They only had one goal, and that was to find out more about this native. But until now, there wasn't even any useful information, let alone his background. The magnificent flame sex female disciples stood behind Lin Dongyang. When they heard that he had 33,000 partners, they all looked at him with disdain. They labeled Dongyang Emperor as such. Scumbag. Eh? Peak Leader Lin, your junior sisters seem to be looking at me with disdain. Dongyang Emperor smiled playfully. His tone was a little strange, as if he was pressuring Lin Fan. You can be disrespectful to me, but your junior sisters don't have the ability to do so. Let's not talk about them. Actually, I feel that you are a little too. Lin Fan agreed with his junior sisters. Dongyang Emperor was stunned. He had the urge to flip the table. Is this a slap to my face? Suddenly, the atmosphere became a little tense. The surrounding rulers were just watching the show. They didn't want to participate in the dispute. If Dongyang Emperor fought with this native, they would have a deeper understanding of his strength. One of the junior sisters stepped forward, wanting to apologize to Dongyang Emperor. She felt that the atmosphere wasn't right. They were indeed the ones looking at him with disdain. For elites like them, face was the most important thing. If the sect was targeted by elites because of this, it would be their fault. But when she was about to speak, her senior brother stopped her and pushed her to the back. Lin Fan smiled faintly, indicating that she didn't need to step forward. He then leaned his head toward Dongyang Emperor. What, are you angry? Dongyang the Arch stared coldly at Lin Fan for a while, then suddenly laughed. How is that possible? I naturally won't be angry at Peak Lord Lin's words. But your junior sisters should be careful when they're outside. After all, not every ruler is as magnanimous as me. These words contained both a warning and a threat. This was especially true when the sovereign spoke with a hint of coldness, causing the junior apprentice sisters standing behind Lin Fan to shiver in fear. After all, they were very weak. In the eyes of a ruler, they were just walking ants. Hee hee, Lin Fan laughed. Is that so? But it's fine. Those rulers have to think carefully before killing my junior sisters. Otherwise, it won't be worth it if their entire families die. Dongyang Emperor was stunned. The surrounding rulers were also dumbfounded. What a stubborn person. The underlying meaning was that if anyone dared to touch his junior sister, he would kill their entire family. Although they had not met for a long time. But everyone present came to a conclusion about Lin Fan. He was AF** King Lunatic. Disciple, it's not good to fight and kill. Our sect is a friendly sect. To be honest, Tiansu was a little worried about these rulers. However, since his disciple was so steady, he had to be steady as well. When he spoke, he was neither haughty nor humble, and there was not the slightest hint of panic in his tone. It was as if he was talking to an ordinary person. Ha ha ha, I'm just joking. Don't take it to heart, Emperor Dongyang. Just as my teacher said, I'm not the kind of person who would kill an entire family. Lin Fan laughed. The dangerous conversation just now vanished like smoke in an instant. Hee hee. Dongyang Di laughed dryly and didn't take it. He seemed to be thinking about something. On the surface, this person's cultivation was at the Emperor Heaven realm, but he could kill sovereigns without any difficulty. He still couldn't understand this point. He didn't have a deep grudge against the other party, so he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. Even if the two of them had a bitter conversation, he still pretended to be polite and amiable. The scene was very quiet. The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Some of the surrounding rulers stroked their beards, while others looked around. They didn't say anything and just waited. They stayed here to understand the situation. Everything else had nothing to do with them. Emperor Dongyang looked at Lin Fan, his eyes flashing, as if saying, "What do you want to say?" "Have some tea," Lin Fan said and picked up the teacup. Emperor Dongyang felt a little helpless. He wanted to just leave, but he wasn't willing to do so without knowing anything. "Peak Lord Lin, why is the Blood Demon Emperor in your sect?" he asked. The Blood Demon Emperor was a veteran ruler. He was very strong, and he was very good at one-on-one fights. Ordinary rulers weren't his match. "Him? I beat him up, so he stayed in the sect to clean the toilets," Lin Fan said with a smile. Emperor Dongyang wanted to say something, but he froze. The Blood Demon Emperor cleaned toilets, he was a peak ruler. Even if he was weak, he still had his dignity. How could he be humiliated like this? Emperor Dongyang felt wronged for the Blood Demon Emperor. "Peak Lord Lin, we had a good chat. Since there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first. We'll talk again in the future." Emperor Dongyang prepared to leave. He knew that he wouldn't get anything out of Emperor Dongyang even if he stayed. All right. Lin Fan didn't plan to keep Emperor Dongyang. This matter had ended perfectly. As long as one was sane, they would know not to provoke the magnificent flame sect. Just as Dongyang the Arch rose to his feet, something strange happened. The air shook. The clouds were tumbling violently. Lin Fan was stunned because he had something in his hand. It was a ball of silver air the size of a fist. Lin Fan couldn't see what was inside, but it was like a nebula, spinning on its own and giving off a mist. Emperor Dongyang and the rest were shocked when they saw the ball of silver air. Their eyes almost popped out. Heaven's fortune! Everyone was dumbfounded. They stared at the ball of silver air in Lin Fan's hand. They were rulers, and they knew things that couldn't be obtained. One of them was the Heaven's fortune. According to ancient records, the Heaven's fortune didn't exist. It was the most mysterious thing, but as its name implied, everyone knew what it was used for. The son of destiny was blessed by the Heaven's fortune, and he was always successful. He was even a freak. But this was only a legend. No one had seen it before. The rulers knew what it was when they saw the ball of silver air. Heaven's fortune? Lin Fan was confused. He had to think it through. Where did it come from? He hadn't offended anyone recently, and neither had anyone offended him. Why would such a strange thing appear out of nowhere? Where did it come from? Suddenly, he remembered. Heaven's fortune. Didn't that mean that it belonged to heaven? Heaven's wrath, he felt as if he had discovered a new continent. He swore that he would be struck to death by heaven's wrath. Could that be counted as a buff? If that's the case, then things would be interesting. What? Haven't you guys seen this before? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Emperor Dongyang, who had wanted to leave, didn't want to leave anymore. The Heaven's fortune had attracted him. Peak Lord Lin, where did it come from? Emperor Dongyang asked impatiently. The surrounding rulers were also very excited. They even had the urge to snatch it. Someone gave it to me. Lin Fan smiled. Who gave it to you? Emperor Dongyang's eyes were about to burst into flames. The ruler's fortunes were indeed very strong, but compared to the heaven's fortune, the difference was huge. After all, with the heaven's blessing, they could do whatever they wanted. Of course, it wasn't enough to cause much trouble, but it was better than nothing. Lin Fan pointed at the sky. He gave it to me. Emperor Dongyang looked up and immediately understood. He was talking about the heaven. But how was that possible? There was no way to lie like that. How could the heaven give something to him, and it was something like the heaven's fortune? Lin Fan could feel that the heaven's fortune seemed to have a mind of its own. It kept asking him if he wanted to absorb it. But he didn't need it. What was the use of fortune? He'd read many novels in his previous life. The greatest use of fortune was to ensure that the main character wouldn't die under any circumstances. However, he wouldn't die no matter what. To him, it was useless. If he didn't die once or twice a day, he felt his life was empty and lonely. As for good luck, what was the use? Once it was unleashed, even the heaven itself would be shrouded in misfortune. He clenched his fist. Bang! Go. Scatter it to my junior brothers and sisters, as well as everyone else in the sect. The silver ball instantly exploded, turning into countless specks of starlight that drifted into the air. Those who approached Lin Fan felt the starlight merge into them. They didn't feel anything physically. But for some reason, they felt at ease, as if something was protecting them. My God, Peak Lord Lin, what are you doing? Emperor Dongyang exclaimed. Even though he was a hegemon and was accustomed to grand occasions, he was still stunned by the scene. The surrounding rulers also opened their eyes wide as if they'd seen a ghost. What can I do? This thing is of no use to me. It's very normal for me to give it to my sect's people. After all, I'm famous for being protective and caring for my sect's disciples. What, you want it too? Unfortunately, you're not a member of my sect. Why don't you join my sect and I'll give you some when we have more of it in the future? Lin Fan said. Emperor Dongyang's heart was bleeding. It was just a ball, but if someone absorbed it, that person wouldn't become a child of destiny, but there would be unimaginable benefits. Had anyone ever experienced the feeling of breaking through in a dangerous situation while hunting for treasures? Peak Leader Lin, there's no need to say anything else. From now on, you're my good brother. Let me ask you, do you acknowledge me as your brother? Emperor Dongyang stared at Lin Fan with a piercing gaze. He didn't know what Lin Fan's relationship with heaven was, but if Lin Fan could obtain its fortune, he definitely had a way. Emperor Dongyang was eager to build a good relationship with him. Before, it was because he didn't know how strong Lin Fan was, which was why they were friendly. As for now, forget about strength, let's just talk about the fortune of heaven. How old are you? Lin Fan asked. Emperor Dongyang's expression changed. I, Emperor Dongyang, have roamed the world for 10,000 years. I'm 23,632 years old now. Oh, that's still young. Little brother Dong, I'm a little older than you. I'm already 23,633 years old. If you're really sincere, then call me big brother. Lin Fan pretended to be calm, but in his heart, he wanted to laugh. Brother, Emperor Dongyang called out without hesitation. Yes, brother. Brother. Just then, Xianxia ran over from afar, clutching some soil in his hands. As he ran, the soil fell from his hands. Seeing Xianxia, Lin Fan patted his head with a smile. Come, let me introduce you. This is my brother, Xianxia. He was born one day later than me, so he's older than you. Xianxia, this is your brother. I just adopted him, and he's also your brother. Xianxia looked at Emperor Dongyang in a daze, as if telling everyone that he wasn't normal and that he really was mentally ill. This? Emperor Dongyang glanced at Xianxia's hands. They were covered in mud, as well as his pants and clothes. Not a single spot was clean. It was as if he had just crawled out of a pile of mud. Call him brother, what about his face? Suddenly, something appeared in Lin Fan's hands. A golden ball of air. What? Heavenly merit? Emperor Dongyang's eyes were about to pop out. The surrounding rulers also looked at Lin Fan, dumbfounded. What was this native's background? Lin Fan crushed it, and the golden ball of air turned into specks of starlight that scattered. Brother. Emperor Dongyang called Xianxia brother without hesitation. Brother, I have a brother now. Xianxia walked up and pinched Emperor Dongyang's handsome face with his muddy hands. Brother, if it was someone else, he would have slapped them to death. But now, he could only force a smile. Silly brother, go and play by yourself. Brother has something to do here, Lin Fan said, trying not to laugh. Oh, Xianxia replied obediently and squatted in front of Emperor Dongyang. Emperor Dongyang was confused. What was he doing? Patter, the world went silent. Xianxia flicked his finger at Emperor Dongyang's crotch. Oh, I have a brother now, then, he skipped away happily. Dongyang the arch trembled all over. Lin Fan was impressed by Emperor Dongyang's behavior. He didn't expect Xianxia to do such a thing. He comforted him. Bits of starlight entered Emperor Dongyang's body. Emperor Dongyang took a deep breath and gathered the heavenly merit together. It was a small amount, but it was something he had never done before. Sigh, brother is so naughty, Emperor Dongyang said. The surrounding rulers were dumbfounded. They couldn't understand how things were developing. Emperor Dongyang could endure to this extent. But he could. After all, this was something that everyone wanted but couldn't get. Tiansu sighed. Greed was indeed the most terrifying thing. Even a ruler wouldn't be able to break free from greed. The rulers, who were watching the conflict between the two, didn't expect the two to suddenly call each other brothers. This change was too fast. They couldn't accept it. Of course, some rulers regretted it. They missed the opportunity. Brother Dong, it's getting late. You should go back first, Lin Fan said. He had more important things to do. Sigh, okay, brother. I'll be leaving first. Emperor Dongyang nodded. Take it slow. Relationships needed to be nurtured. Building a relationship was a good start. He then looked at the rulers around him. He had long treated them as family. Everyone, do you still want to stay with my brother? But let me say this in advance. The Magnificent Flame sect is my brother's sect, and it's also my sect. I won't let anyone bully it. The rulers looked at him in disdain. He was so King shameless. They finally understood. Emperor Dongyang left. He didn't leave peacefully and reluctantly. He looked back every 3 steps, his eyes filled with longing. Lin Fan waved his hand, telling him to leave in peace and not to miss him too much. Even though they hadn't known each other for long, Emperor Dongyang was reluctant to leave. But Emperor Dongyang was so reluctant to leave. This could only mean that Lin Fan had done a good job in making him fall in love with this place. Heis, this is peace, Lin Fan sighed. Lin Fan sighed, peace is what everyone seeks. Even if the other party is a ruler, so what? He's still seeking peace. The surrounding disciples were a little confused. Some understood, but some didn't. Disciple, you've tricked him quite a bit, Tiansu said. He had to hand it to his precious disciple. He's really capable. Emperor Dongyang was completely tricked. And what are those things he was talking about? Teacher, I didn't lie to him. Instead, I helped him find a goal for peace. Furthermore, I managed to subdue him with my personal charisma to make him acknowledge me as his brother. Therefore, he isn't all bad. Lin Fan said. Tiansu looked at his disciple with a weird expression and sighed. His disciple walked further and further away. In the past, the two of them were equally shameless. But now, as a teacher, his shamelessness could no longer be compared to that of his disciple. The difference was simply too great. Yes, disciple is right. What else could he say at this time? He could only say that his disciple was right. Lin Fan fell into deep thought. There are so many rulers in the upper world. I thought that rulers were rare, but it seems that's not the case. No, I have to become a world-level cultivator as soon as possible. As long as I reach this level, I have nothing to fear. In the distance, Emperor Dongyang walked out of the Magnificent Flame sect with a smile on his face. Gradually, he calmed down and regained the coldness of a ruler. Emperor Dongyang, we really didn't understand. The rulers who followed him out tried to hold back their laughter and pretended to be serious. Humph, of course you don't understand. It's fate that we met. We became brothers at first sight. What's wrong with that? Emperor Dongyang said calmly. But I advise you not to have any ideas. That's my brother's sect. If anyone dares to do anything, don't blame me for not warning you. The rulers laughed, but they had their own thoughts. Damn it, isn't it just a slip of the tongue, but thinking about it, it was really worth it. The fortune of the heavens, the merit of the heavens, these two things weren't things that could be obtained just because one wanted to. They were things that belonged to the heavens, things that belonged to the children of destiny and legends. However, it had always been a legend, recorded in ancient books, but no one had ever seen it. Emperor Dongyang wanted to build a good relationship with the other party precisely because he wanted this thing. However, they might not necessarily be able to obtain it. Even though they hadn't interacted for a long time, they could tell that this native wasn't stupid. If they wanted to obtain something from him, it would be extremely difficult. Of course. Even if it wasn't your brother, we wouldn't dare to provoke him. The sovereign spoke in a strange tone, but what they said was the truth. All 4 hegemons had been killed. Furthermore, he did not know whether or not the other party's relationship with the heavens was real or not. But no matter what, it was the most mystical existence. Before he understood the other party's background, he definitely wouldn't make any moves. Good that you know. Dongyang Emperor replied coldly before leaving. He had to return to Phoenix Island and make some preparations. Relationships were meant to be maintained, and they had to be slowly familiarized with each other. It was not possible to build a good relationship at first sight. Magnificent Flame Sect. After Lin Fan sent his men away, he left the sect and headed into the distance. He had things to do now. Urgent. If I succeed, I'll be rich. Of course, I'll be rich, not because I'll be rich, but because I'll be able to make my junior brothers and sisters in the sect rich. The sect was his home, and it was also where his heart and soul were. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to destroy his heart and soul, he would take their lives. In a desolate place far away from the magnificent Flame Sect. After making sure that there was no one around, he could do whatever he wanted to. The sky was calm, and the air was fresh. Today is a good day. Lin Fan sighed. He then opened up his arms and raised his head, shouting out into the void, I swear to the heavens that from now on, if I were to say a single lie, I shall be struck by lightning and turned into ashes. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan smiled and touched his face. I'm so handsome. The originally blue sky was covered by dark clouds, forming a whirlpool. In the depths of the whirlpool, there was a terrifying danger. Sizzle, lightning swam around, forming the whirlpool and merging with the dark clouds. Boom, heaven's wrath descended, and the destructive lightning struck down. I've always been killed by heaven's wrath, and I've never fought back. My life is up to me, not the heavens. Lin Fan roared. He clenched his fist and punched at the sky. He wanted to protect and control his life. Boom, that was his last thought before he died. Yes, up to you. I'm just saying. Then, he disappeared. 10 seconds later. Lin Fan's energy was at its peak, and he was in a good mood. Not bad, I died once. I didn't expect heaven's wrath to be affected by the buff. Amazing. I wonder where the buff came from. It's so powerful. He knew that the buff needed time to take effect, and heaven needed some time to repay him. During this time, he could die a few more times. Compared to the heavens, those rulers were like a pile of **T. There was no way to compare them. Kill the rich but not the poor. I swear to the heavens that I, Lin Fan, am an upright person. I'm kind, just, peaceful, and I treat everyone equally. If I lie, I'll be struck by lightning. Lin Fan finished his oath. He opened his arms and waited quietly. After a while. Eh? He raised his head and saw that there were no ripples in the sky. The wrath didn't descend. What is going on? Lin Fan was stunned. Why didn't the wrath come? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Could it be that everything he said was the truth? Oh my God. Lin Fan felt ashamed. He didn't expect that he couldn't see clearly what kind of person he was. After he swore, the heavens helped him prove it. Since the oath was useless, then he had to change it. I swear to the heavens that I, Lin Fan, am a person that everyone loves. If I lie, I'll be struck by lightning. When the oath was formed, the blue sky shook once more. Dark clouds covered the sky and lightning intersected. They were prepared to use their ultimate move to kill this shameless person. Lin Fan opened his arms and waited with a look of enjoyment on his face. He was already prepared. Hong Long, heaven's wrath descended, and the entire area was filled with a destructive aura. Lin Fan, who was originally standing there, had totally disappeared. Not even a speck of him was left. The beasts that were closer to the area retreated. What was going on? Which lunatic was it that was struck by heaven's wrath so many times? This power was too terrifying. After a long while, Lin Fan appeared completely naked. He was a bit numb from being struck by heaven's wrath. This was the first time he had provoked heaven's wrath so frequently. It felt quite good. Maybe he was the only person in the world who dared to do this. If there was a title, he should be very honored to be called the man whom heaven's wrath couldn't get. I think I've died 8 times. Lin Fan estimated. Heaven's wrath was a good thing. People who died didn't feel any pain at all and turned to ashes in an instant. Under the power of heaven's wrath, the ruler didn't even dare to fart and was instantly turned to ashes. What a disappointment. A real man had to dare to face everything head-on. And he did it. Just at this moment, something appeared in Lin Fan's palm. A silver ball of air. Is this the heavenly providence that Emperor Dongyang mentioned? Lin Fan looked at the interesting thing in his hand. To others, it was a priceless treasure. But to Lin Fan, it was King Sh*T. Emperor Dongyang said that the son of destiny had no parents, but strictly speaking, the heavens were his parents. He was a human formed from the heavenly providence and heavenly merit. But strictly speaking, he wasn't really a human. But to him, it didn't matter. If a son of destiny really appeared in front of him, he would definitely let him know that these things were useless. The only things that could catch Lin Fan's attention were cultivation arts and power. The rest were trash. If it weren't for the fact that he had to take care of the sect, he wouldn't even bother picking them up. Then, something else appeared. A fist-sized heavenly merit. Is this all there is? Lin Fan muttered. These things weren't useful to him, but Emperor Dongyang said they were very good. Therefore, it was necessary to distribute it to the junior brothers and sisters of the sect. His teacher would definitely take the majority. The rest would be split equally. Soon, the debt must be paid buff began to take effect. Heavenly merit and heavenly providence descended one by one. But to Lin Fan's surprise, there was also a pink ball of air. Charm of heaven? Lin Fan touched it. He knew what it was for. The son of destiny was indeed powerful. With the heavens as his parents, his life was basically complete. Charm of heaven. Isn't this the so-called aura of a bastard? Women would throw themselves at you, and men would become your lackeys. Amazing. I'll keep this for my teacher. It might be a little overbearing, but it was still useless to me. What is charm? Charm is power. The stronger the charm, the stronger the charm. This was the conclusion that he had come to after so long. One after another, more items were sent over to him as compensation. There were a total of 4 types of air. Heavenly providence, heavenly merit, charm of heaven, blessing of heaven. Continue swearing. If I can get all 4 types of air, then no one in the Magnificent Flame sect will dare to mess with me. They are all sons of destiny. Lin Fan was in a good mood. Now that I have a way to get rich, I won't give up. Continue swearing. However, a strange situation occurred. There was no heavenly punishment. At first, Lin Fan thought that this problem occurred because he had told the truth. He then said that he was the father of the world's heavens, but the heavenly punishment didn't come. Something's not right. Impossible. Lin Fan pondered. He couldn't understand what was going on. Could it be that the heavenly punishment realized that something was missing after being attacked so frequently? Suddenly, the air shook violently. Lin Fan was excited. However, the situation was a little weird. This didn't seem like a sign that he was about to be punished. The clouds rumbled like boiling water. All the clouds gathered and then fell. Large patches of them fell like the sky was about to press down. Eh? Lin Fan frowned and felt a little weird. Heaven was so petty and wanted to kill him. If that was the case, then that was exactly what he wanted. Slowly, the clouds started to bumpy and in the end, they formed a giant human face. What are you doing? Lin Fan looked at the cloud face. The cloud face was expressionless, but it looked a little terrifying. Do you want to beat me to death? Come, you can do whatever you want. Lin Fan shouted. He wasn't afraid at all and was even looking forward to it. He didn't expect that heaven would actually come out. Although it wasn't a human, at least it had a face. Its face was as big as a pancake and it was a little scary. Living being, you. Heaven's voice was emotionless and one couldn't tell its gender. It was really cold and everything was fixed in his eyes. There was no difference at all. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Fan. Please call me Lin Fan. No matter if you are a human or not, you have to know how important it is to respect one another. Also, don't say anything. I know why you're here. It's impossible for me to return it to you. Otherwise, you can kill me. Even if you kill me, I won't give it to you. So, if there's nothing else, hurry up and go back. Later on, I will continue to swear. Just continue to hack me. Lin Fan didn't bother to talk nonsense with heaven. His goal was simple and he wanted to hack even more. A low voice spread out. The cloud face that was floating in the air was still expressionless. Those empty eyes stared at Lin Fan for a few seconds. With a pung, the cloud face dissipated and turned into nothingness. Numerous living beings all knelt on the ground. The fear that came from the depths of their souls couldn't be removed. It was as if death was covering their hearts. Only when the cloud face disappeared did the calmness and terrifying aura disappear. It seems like heaven really doesn't have emotions and desires. Lin Fan thought about it. From the brief contact just now, he had already discovered it. If the heavens had 7 emotions and 6 desires, they would not ignore it. They would definitely be enraged, and it would be violent. However, when the cloud face appeared just now, there was no expression on it. Instead, it seemed to be using a machine-like language to respond. Perhaps the heavens had considered the matter and decided that there was indeed no way for them to leave right now. The void was calm, and the sky was still so blue. It can't be. If I'm blacklisted, swearing won't work. That's not right. Lin Fan mumbled. He then tried swearing. Heavens, I can turn you into a cripple with one punch. If you can't do it, you'll be struck to death by lightning. His voice fell. It was very awkward. There was no movement, not even a fart. It can't be. Lin Fan raised his head and looked at the void. The heaven's wrath didn't come. Do you have to be so ruthless? He was disappointed and regretful. Heis, I overestimated you. I thought that you were in existence with dignity. But to think that your dignity isn't worth much at all. Lin Fan sighed. He didn't know what to say. To be honest, I overestimated you before, but now, you are just a piece of trash. You know that you can't kill me, but you still attack me. That means that you have balls. But look at now, do you even have any balls? I scolded you like that and you still don't attack me. How embarrassing. Lin Fan pointed at the sky and scolded. He felt really helpless. So disappointing. At that moment, a low voice spread out. It was a little shocking, like the heavens were angry. Yes, that's how it should be. He's angry. That's the temper of the heavens. However, that's not enough. Can you strike me? Let me ask you, can you F***king strike me? Although he didn't know whether or not the heavens would be angry, he still had to scold him. Of course, he knew that the heavens didn't have emotions and shouldn't be angry. So, he shouldn't be moved. The low voice continued to ring out. It was like muffled thunder, passing through the clouds. It seems impossible. Lin Fan shook his head and was a little disappointed. The heavens really didn't have any emotions. He scolded so much that his mouth was dry, but there was no reaction at all. Forget it. Lin Fan shook his head. He didn't want to say anything more. Since the heavens didn't want to strike me, then forget it. I might not have tricked the heavens too many times, but I've gained a lot. It might be small, but the energy contained in it couldn't be underestimated. If it was gathered in a person, he should be able to create a very powerful person. He would be many times stronger than an ordinary person in every aspect. The magnificent flame sect. Lin Fan floated above the sect. He took out the ball of energy and let it float beside him. He then used his strength to suppress it. With a bang, the ball of energy exploded, turning into starlight that fell on the sect. Not counting those who were cleaning the toilets, every magnificent flame sect disciple was covered in starlight. A fingernail-sized starlight flew towards Tiansu and went into his body. Perfect. After Lin Fan was done, he was satisfied. Things that were useless to him were of great use to his junior brothers and sisters in the sect. This was the place where the disciples cultivated. Many disciples were stuck. The magnificent flame sect was different now. Their skill sets were much better. Half God realm, and even the Tao realm weren't impossible. But it was a pity that the Tao realm was the pinnacle. He had yet to figure out why the outside world was stuck at the Tao realm, preventing anyone from breaking through to the Emperor Heaven realm. It's so difficult. In a house, a disciple's face was red. He was trying to break through to the God realm, but he couldn't take the last step. He would go berserk if he was too anxious. His skin was getting redder as if he had taken the wrong path. But all of a sudden, the starlight went into his body. It was weird, as if someone was guiding it. Or rather, it was like his brain had cleared up. He suddenly understood many things that he couldn't understand. Boom, a beam of light shot up into the sky. Lin Fan released the ball of energy and was about to go back. But suddenly, he saw beams of light shooting up into the sky. And it wasn't just one, but many. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fan laughed. He didn't expect the energy to be so powerful. He had just gone into his junior brothers' and sisters' bodies, and something like this happened. Amazing, but it's a pity. If heaven gives me a chance, I'll definitely clean all of these and put them into my junior brothers' and sisters' bodies. But it's useless. I only have one chance, and I'll be satisfied after tasting some sweetness. Spectacular. Lin Fan floated in the air, looking at the beams of light around him. He was satisfied. The magnificent flame sect used to be so weak. They were often bullied. But now, they were much stronger than before. Lin Fan flew in the air and was prepared to talk to the knowing bird reviewer to see what was going on. But just at this moment, he felt an aura coming from behind him. It wasn't that it was strong, but it was weird. He turned around and saw a figure floating in the distance. It was too far away, but he could see it clearly. He wore a long robe branded with fiery red patterns and wore a mask on his face, revealing only a pair of eyes. "Who are you?" Lin Fan asked. "I don't feel any killing intent from him, so he shouldn't be looking for trouble." Lin Fan thought. "I haven't had any enemies leave alive recently, so I feel weird." The other party did not speak and just stared at Lin Fan. "Who is it?" Lin Fan thought, but he couldn't recall who it was. He then disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of the other party. He was very close to the other party, staring at him. "Who are you? What are you doing in the magnificent flame sect?" He still did not speak. The other party was arrogant and cold, as if he didn't listen to Lin Fan at all. Hee hee. Lin Fan laughed and raised his hand, trying to take off the other party's mask. "Why are you acting so mysterious? Let me see who you are." Suddenly, the red-clothed masked man moved, trying to dodge. "Dream on." Lin Fan laughed and activated his eyes. Suddenly, the other party's emotions fluctuated intensely. "Ah." A struggling voice could be heard from the other party. The other party held his head with both hands, as if he was struggling. Lin Fan was shocked and confused. The power of the eyes could even control a ruler. According to the other party's situation, he would definitely make a move. But the other party was holding his head and struggling. And judging from the voice, it's a girl. Interesting. Lin Fan smiled. But in the end, the red-clothed masked woman still made a move. Under the control of the eyes, struggling was futile. She then charged at Lin Fan. Just as he was about to get close, he turned off his eyes, and the other party fell into a temporary daze. Lin Fan grabbed the other party's arms and fell down. With a loud bang, he landed on the ground. The ground cracked under the impact of the force, and cracks spread out like a spider web. Let me see who you are. Lin Fan moved quickly and took off the other party's mask. He was stunned. It wasn't because the other party was familiar, but because she was pretty. Of course, he wasn't tempted by her beauty. No matter how pretty she was just a firework if he wasn't right. But the woman was indeed pretty. She was prettier than the Thousand Cave, Tianyu, and the others. At the same time, she looked strong. Bitch, who the hell are you? What are you doing in the Magnificent Flame sect? Lin Fan sat on the other party and asked. He wasn't taking advantage of her, but he was afraid that she would run away. The moment Lin Fan straddled her body, the woman's face flushed red. The woman bit her lips and looked at Lin Fan. Is there something wrong with your brain? Lin Fan was confused. Why isn't she saying anything at this time? Senior brother. Suddenly, the woman spoke. Lin Fan jumped up from the other party's body. I didn't hear wrongly. She called me senior brother. That means she's from the sect. Interesting. You call me senior brother. I don't know what to do with this relationship. Too casual. Not enough details. Lin Fan commented, but he was still looking at her in confusion. I don't know her. I don't even have an impression of her. Who are you? Lin Fan asked. I might like to set off fireworks, but she didn't offend me, so I'll just wait for her. I'm not a firework maniac. Beating a girl to death is something a boar would do. He doesn't know how to take care of a girl. Lin Fan was different. He knew how to take care of a girl. He wouldn't beat her up brutally. Even if he hated her deeply, he would let her show her most beautiful side before she died. Senior brother, I'm satisfied to be able to see you. I'm leaving now. As soon as she finished her sentence, the girl's body turned blurry. With a bang, she turned into countless pieces and disappeared. Lin Fan was dumbfounded. What's going on? You're satisfied to be able to see me? Lin Fan touched his face and mumbled to himself. Even without fusing with heaven's charm, am I still so charming now? Maybe I'm born with it. Lin Fan did not make her stay with his eyes of disdain. He was getting carried away by her flattery. A man? I like to be complimented. Especially by girls. You sure know how to talk. Forget it, I'll let you go. Even now, he couldn't remember who she was. To a girl, this is sad and unfortunate. Disciple, who is she? Just then, Tiansu came from afar and asked. He saw everything with his own eyes. He was excited when his disciple rode on top of her. My disciple is finally enlightened. Is he taking off his pants and shooting? But who would have thought that he would get up from the other party's body without any movement or even a gun? It was so fast that it was hard to understand. I don't know her. Lin Fan said. Tiansu looked at Lin Fan seriously. Disciple, don't lie to master. She might be far away, but the look on her face isn't something you can dismiss with a simple you don't know. Master, I really don't know her. Lin Fan confirmed again and again that he wasn't a pretentious person. He didn't care if he knew her or not. Besides, he had never seen her before. He looked familiar, but I can't remember who he is. Tiansu said calmly after a moment of silence. Teacher, you've seen it before? Lin Fan asked curiously. I think I've met him before. Tiansu said. That's impossible, teacher. Back in the day, Lu Ruochen had already bewitched all the disciples of the sect. If it's that person just now, how could she be unknown? Lin Fan thought that his teacher was bragging. Speaking of Lu Ruochen, he missed her a little. It would be great if he could meet her now. The Saint Convent sect was just next door, and they could start at any time. It was just that he couldn't control himself and had already trampled him to death. If he had known this would happen, he would have let it go. Perhaps today, it would be a good harvest. Tiansu looked at his disciple lovingly and shook his head. Disciple, sometimes, you can't judge a person by their looks, but by their feelings. Yes. Lin Fan nodded his head. The development path of the sect was a little off. Things seemed to be developing in a mysterious direction. Was he being led astray by the sect master? In the distance, a figure could be seen. It was the girl that Lin Fan had just sat on. Her eyes were red, but there were no tears in them. I want to cry. The girl mumbled to herself, holding back her reluctance. Suddenly, a cold voice could be heard from inside her body. Impossible. Tears represent the weak. You might be weak, but you're still me. I will not allow it. The voice in her body was hard to resist. It was even a little strict. But soon, the voice calmed down, as if it was comforting her. Why? You saw him, but he couldn't recognize you. In his heart, no, maybe you don't even have a place in his heart. You're just a passerby. You have no status, and you don't even have a sense of existence. It's all your wishful thinking. Now that I've woken up, you're my second true spirit. I will not destroy you. Just stay there quietly, and I will let you leave if there's a chance in the future. The voice in her body was straightforward. It sounded like it was comforting, but it felt like thousands of swords were piercing her heart. Can I ask you one last question? Mu Ling tried to hold back her sadness. She wanted to cry, but she couldn't. Why is my face like this? If it wasn't like this, maybe it wouldn't be like this now. Mu Ling asked. She just wanted to pursue what she wanted, but that face stopped her from doing anything. Everyone was afraid of it. Because you can't protect my body. Mu Ling didn't know what to say to such an answer. I understand. Mu Ling's voice was light, as if she was letting go. Suddenly, an obscure radiance erupted from his body. She raised her hand. The mask in her hand gave off a weird light. It moved slowly, and she was about to put the mask on her face. The moment you put on the mask, you will no longer be you. Weakness, fear, despair, and emotions will all leave you. Your life will end here. Mu Ling looked at the mask that was slowly getting closer. Tears that didn't exist flowed down her cheeks. She knew that when she put on the mask, she would be completely locked in darkness. Her life had been unlucky. She had grown up in the eyes of discrimination. She had no friends, no family, and no one who cared about her. At this moment, there was a storm of energy coiling around her, affecting the space around her, and even affecting the world around her. Pata, the mask overlapped with her face. A terrifying and weird power that she had never seen before exploded. At this moment, a demonic red light flashed in the eyes of the mask. The puppet lord is back. A low voice came from the mask. Senior brother, I won't forget you. Mu Ling's true spirit was slowly shrouded in darkness. Her memories flowed back like a tide. Scene after scene appeared in his mind. Her lips curled up, revealing her white teeth. Junior sister, can you stand up? Her senior brother appeared in front of her and stretched out his hand. That was the scene that she didn't want to forget the most. It was also the first time someone cared for her. Junior sister, cultivate well. The beauty of your heart is the most beautiful existence in the world. Don't feel inferior because of your appearance. Scenes appeared. Senior. Brother. Annihilation. All her fantasies disappeared. What a stupid emotion. The puppet lord clenched his fist, and a pair of black gloves appeared on his hands. On the back of the gloves, there was a diamond-shaped crystal that looked like a nebula. He flicked his wrist. The diamond-shaped crystal flashed with light. Many lifelike puppets appeared in front of him. My hands haven't grown yet. Invincible peak. I feel like something is wrong. Lin Fan pondered. He didn't really understand. He thought back to what his teacher had said. Was it familiar? He definitely wasn't. If he was, he would definitely recognize it. Forget it. It was best not to think about things he couldn't understand. He had 400 million points left. His technique was incomplete. If he had enough, he would be able to reach the world level. By then, if any ruler dared to act impudently, he would teach them a lesson. A few days later, there was quite a commotion in the higher realms. It was no longer a secret that the ghost ruler and the others had been killed by the natives. It had spread throughout the higher realms. Many rulers were shocked when they heard the news. Then, they started cursing. Weaklings had actually been killed by natives. This was a disgrace to them. Emperor Dongyang had befriended the natives and treated them as his big brother. This news was spread by the rulers and became a joke. Phoenix Island. Although it was an island, it was infinitely large. It was surrounded by undying volcanoes. Every so often, fiery spirits would jump out of the volcanoes and soar through the skies. Husband, according to the rumors, A beautiful woman slowly walked over, a look of surprise on her face. She already knew about the rumors. Her husband had become sworn brothers with a native from the outside realms. This was something she didn't understand. Even her younger sister didn't quite believe it. In fact, she was a bit angry. How could a mere native be sworn brothers with her husband, unless the sky was about to collapse? Emperor Dongyang didn't care about the rumors at all. What could a bunch of idiots understand? He pulled the woman into his arms and smiled merrily. They're all right. Husband, you did indeed become sworn brothers with a native from the outside realms. Huh? The woman's cherry lips parted slightly. She was quite surprised. Huh, what? A bunch of idiots. What do you know? Some things aren't as simple as they seem. Let me tell you, this is what happened. Emperor Dongyang didn't hide anything. She was his woman. There was nothing he couldn't say. In the process of listening, the woman nodded repeatedly, and her expression was very rich. Only when she finished listening did she say in surprise, Husband, if it's really as you said, then doesn't that native have a great relationship with the heavens? Yes, that's the logic. What do you think those sovereigns who have cultivated their brains to the point of being stupid know? They probably really don't care about the outside realms at all. In their hearts, the outside realms are just a place for a bunch of natives. How could they know that the outside realms are rumored to be the mother realm of the higher realms? That's why the situation there isn't just a little complicated. Dogs who look down on others will eventually be blind. Emperor Dongyang spoke enthusiastically, feeling that he had a good eye. The woman cupped his face and kissed him happily. But, husband, didn't you think so before? Emperor Dongyang was a bit exasperated. How could your husband think that? It was just to attract attention and make those fellows believe it. Let's not talk about this for now. Pack your things and come with me to the outside realms. Call number 2, number 3, number 4. Call number 1. Tell them to pack up and control their temper. Don't put on airs in front of me. If they make my brother angry, they'll be punished according to the family rules. He said 101 go. Invincible peak. Senior brother has really changed. He has already stayed in the sect for so many days. Lu Qiming sighed. Senior brother is spending more and more time in the sect now. He had a dream. He hoped that the world would be at peace. He hoped that his senior brother could stay in the sect every day and not go far. Of course, he felt that this dream was getting closer and closer. He should be able to realize it soon. During this period of time, Lin Fan stayed in the sect thinking about something. What should he do next? As long as the upper realm appeared, he would not harm the living beings in the outer realm. After all, he was a very particular person. Senior brother, what are you thinking about? Lu Qiming arrived at the peak of the mountain and saw his senior brother standing there with his hands behind his back. He came over and asked curiously. I'm not thinking of anything. I just feel a little unhappy all of a sudden. I don't know why. Lin Fan thought about it. He couldn't understand what kind of emotions were controlling him. But that was impossible. He was living happily every day. How could something like this happen? What the hell? Lu Qiming looked at his senior brother. This was the first time he had seen his senior brother like this. Although senior brother would occasionally have such emotions, it would never be like this. It seemed that there was indeed something affecting senior brother. Junior brother, go and do your stuff. I'll think for a while. Lin Fan said. Lu Qiming had originally wanted to stay by his senior brother's side, but seeing his senior brother like this, he didn't know what to say, and could only leave. However, as he left, he looked back several times, feeling a bit worried. Is this the work of a heart demon? Lin Fan mumbled. If the inner demon could appear, it would definitely shout, "Don't kingframe me, I didn't do such a thing." After a long time, day and night reversed. He stood on the peak of the mountain and looked into the distant void. One day, early morning, Lin Fan was still standing there. He still could not understand why he was feeling such emotions. He could deal with it himself. 10 seconds later, everything would return to its peak, and such emotions would no longer exist. But he was very curious, so he slowly sensed it. It was a pity. He still didn't understand. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Lin Fan gave up. Maybe he was a little stupid and couldn't understand what was going on. He walked into the distance. However, when he lifted his foot and stepped on the ground, it was as if he was stepping on water, and a layer of ripples spread out. The surrounding noises suddenly disappeared, and everything became quiet. But this void was too fake, like the surface of a lake rippling. Heart demon, you haven't improved at all. Even your heart demon fantasy realm is so crude. One look and I can tell that it's fake. Lin Fan said regretfully. The inner demon that had once brought him a lot of fun was actually becoming more and more casual. Was this still the inner demon fantasy land? Suddenly, the surroundings changed. Behind him, a building could be seen. It was the magnificent Flame Sect, and it looked exactly the same. In front of them was a chaotic battlefield. What's up with this time? Lin Fan was puzzled. He couldn't understand this heart demon fantasy land that had appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly, a shocking voice resounded in the chaotic battlefield. A figure stepped on a boundless sea of blood and walked over. Lin Fan, hand over your sect's disciples. Otherwise, all the living beings in the outer world will be buried with you. Behind Lin Fan were his junior brothers and sisters from the magnificent Flame Sect. Help, I don't want to die. Help. In the boundless sea of blood, there were countless figures. They were all people from the outer realms. They screamed in pain. Their faces were filled with fear and the desire to live. Nope. Lin Fan answered without hesitation. Bang, the image shattered, just like the surface of a mirror shattering, turning into pieces that floated in the air. Then, they melted into the void and finally disappeared. What's going on? Lin Fan felt that this was really strange. Were all heart demons just looking for trouble when they had nothing better to do? Suddenly, it happened again. Beside him was a teacher, and in front of him was a woman. Her face was very blurry, and one could not see her clearly, but there was a sense of familiarity. Lin Fan, kill your teacher. Otherwise, I'll kill the woman you love. A sinister voice boomed out from the void. Lin Fan's face was filled with shock. All right then. Go ahead. He didn't want to say anything else. He was too lazy to waste his time with the inner demon. Who didn't know that he had been alone all this time? He hadn't even had sex before, let alone had anyone he liked. The path of an elite was lonely. He didn't need a woman to accompany him. Strength was the person he loved. On the path of strength, no woman could replace him. Inner demon, that's enough. Why don't you appear and create such a retarded illusion? Can you go home and sleep? Lin Fan scolded. Gotcha. The heart demon illusion started to shatter. In the dark space, Lin Fan's personal heart demon was helpless. He looked at the deformed heart demon. I told you that it is useless. He is immune to all heart demon illusions. The heart demon that bewitched Lin Fan didn't have a face and was just blurry. How did this happen? If his heart isn't bewitched, then the heart demon illusions are fake to him. The strongest ability of the heart demon was to create heart demon illusions to make the other party think that everything that happened was real. The lowest heart demon would create illusions when one was asleep. They would make it more realistic, making it hard to differentiate between real and fake. One would even think that everything that happened in the dream was real. As for a high-level heart demon like him, the heart demon fantasy realm that he created was extremely realistic. There was no doubt that this heart demon fantasy realm was fake. If one knew that it was fake, then everything would be useless. Being fake was the least scary thing. Give up. Don't think about it anymore. He's scary. I'm a heart demon, and I'm about to become one. Lin Fan's personal heart demon said helplessly. I don't have anything to do recently. Since you're here, stay for a while longer. Heart demons were living beings, but they existed in a special way. They had their own circle of friends and their own lifestyle. When they weren't bewitched, they were very ordinary. The scene in front of him returned to normal. Lin Fan expressed his regret. In the past, he wanted to try the happiest things with the heart demon, but it seemed that it wouldn't work now. I can still play with it when I'm not paying attention. I don't have any thoughts of playing around. At the entrance of the magnificent flame sect, a group of people appeared. Madams, this is the magnificent flame sect. Dongyang Emperor floated in the air. Brother, I'm here. Lin Fan was going to have a good chat with Master. However, a voice from the entrance interrupted his thoughts. Lin Fan's expression changed. The owner of the voice seemed familiar. I just talked to him a while ago. Why is he here again so soon? Su Depeo was the disciple guarding the entrance. His eyes widened. Oh my God. How could there be so many beautiful fairies who didn't seem like mortal women appearing? As for the man standing in front, he was an existence that made people envious and jealous. Brother Dong, why are you here again? Lin Fan saw Dongyang Emperor at the entrance. Didn't I just get rid of him? Why did he bring so many people here? They were all women. And very beautiful. Their auras were strong. There were even world-level cultivators and rulers. Could it be that he sensed that something was wrong, or that he wanted to use force? If that's the case, I can't ask for more. If I kill Dongyang Emperor, I can set off fireworks slowly. The sect has been quiet recently. With fireworks to liven things up, my junior brothers and sisters would be happier. Big brother, after I went back, I couldn't sleep well no matter how much I thought about it. In the end, I realized it was because I missed you, so I brought my wives to visit you. Dongyang Di sighed as if it were the truth. What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and greet your brother. It wasn't without reason that Dongyang Emperor could make a name for himself among the rulers. Look at this. Once he had connections, he would immediately climb up. Even if Lin Fan wanted to kill him, he couldn't do it. In the end, he was too kind. Hello, brother, Dongyang Emperor's wife said. The sky was filled with female voices. Their voices were very pleasant. The hearts of the surrounding male disciples softened. They really envied such a man. Lin Fan was dazed for a moment before coming back to his senses. Yes, sisters-in-law, it's really nice. What else could he say? Since you're here, come in, Lin Fan said. Dongyang Emperor came to Lin Fan's side and walked inside with a smile. His wives all looked at Lin Fan curiously, each with their own thoughts. Before becoming Dongyang Thearcha's wives, they were all geniuses of the major powers or geniuses themselves. They were very smart and meticulous. They were talking to each other. This is the native husband knows? He doesn't look like much. Sister, don't judge a book by its cover. Husband has his reasons for accepting this native as his brother. Big sister didn't say anything. She must have heard something from husband. Dongyang Emperor's 100 wives were divided into several factions. Each faction was a group, and they were all communicating with each other. They didn't use their divine senses to communicate. Instead, they used a special method to ensure that no one could intercept them. Big brother, are you excited to see me? Dongyang Di acted as if he was very familiar with Lin Fan. Lin Fan wanted to kick Dongyang Emperor to death. What are you talking about? Who the F***ck missed you? A disciple chased from afar. A pill rolled on the ground until it finally rolled in front of Lin Fan. Lin Fan wanted to pick it up, but Dongyang Emperor beat him to it. He picked it up and was about to return it to the disciple. After all, this was his brother's sect. He had to be friendly. However, when he saw the pill, his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Misfortune pill. Big brother, who refined this pill? Dong Yangdi asked. My sex alchemist made it. Why? Is there a problem? Lin Fan didn't think too much about it. Dongyang Emperor pondered for a moment and then shook his head. No, it just seems familiar. This pill was made by an old friend. I haven't seen it in a long time, but I didn't expect to see it here. Lin Fan smiled. Is that so? I was the one who brought this recipe back. It seems it's your old friends. Greetings, senior brother. The disciple came up to Lin Fan and greeted him respectfully. Lin Fan nodded and took the pill from Dongyang Emperor's hand, handing it to his junior brother. Don't be in such a hurry in the future. Go. Yes, senior brother. The disciple took the pill and quickly left. Dongyang Emperor looked at the departing figure, deep in thought. Brother Dong, what's wrong? Lin Fan asked with a smile. Nothing. Dongyang Emperor smiled. However, there was confusion and shock in his smile. He really wanted to say it. In the main hall, Lin Fan and Emperor Dongyang took their seats, and the women who followed them spread out and took their seats on the left and right. There was a small detail when they took their seats. Dongyang Thearcha's wives frowned at the sight of the ordinary chairs and even wiped them with a cloth towel. They were used to living a luxurious life with Emperor Dongyang. The magnificent flame sect was like a beggar's nest in their eyes. It couldn't be compared to Phoenix Island. This chair is so hard. My butt hurts. Emperor Dongyang brought 100 wives into the main hall. The whole hall was filled with fragrance, and they were chattering on the chairs. Emperor Dongyang was originally smiling, but he felt a little awkward after hearing the voices around him. Cough, cough. He coughed lightly, indicating that they were too much. However, under the chattering of this group of women, it was very dry and had no effect. Emperor Dongyang turned to Lin Fan. Big brother, I'm sorry. I didn't teach you well and spoiled you. I understand. Family is the root of freedom, Lin Fan replied. Be quiet. Sit in your seats, Emperor Dongyang reprimanded them. These women are so disobedient. I'm so angry. They don't know what to do when they go out. He had told them about it before he left, but he had forgotten about it the moment he came out. Emperor Dongyang's wives didn't dare to make a sound. Their voices became softer and softer, like the buzzing of mosquitoes. In the end, they just sat there obediently. Big brother, I'm sorry, Emperor Dongyang said. It's fine. Lin Fan smiled. He looked at Emperor Dongyang's wives. What a domineering man. He has so many wives. He already believed that Emperor Dongyang had 33,000 partners, but the scene of 100 was a little shocking. Big brother, I really miss you, Emperor Dongyang sighed. His ability to build relationships was really strong. Ordinary people couldn't compare to him. His words were a little emotional. But to Lin Fan's ears, it sounded a little weird. You miss me? That's good, Lin Fan said. Lin Fan said, but little brother Dong, you've made me, your big brother, quite speechless. Emperor Dongyang waved his hand. Big brother, you don't need to say anything. Just know that I miss you. He didn't know what was going on with his wives. They had never seen their husband talk to someone like that. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have believed it. The atmosphere at the scene was a little quiet. Lin Fan really didn't know what to say to Dongyang Emperor. Seriously. Our relationship isn't that good yet. But Dongyang the Arch was very friendly. He put his arm around Lin Fan's shoulder and talked about all sorts of things. Big brother, you don't know this, but my days in the higher realms aren't easy either. I have to be responsible for such a large family business, and I'm constantly on tenterhooks. Dongyang the Arch sighed. He was a man of ideas. The native of the outer realm, who was also the big brother he recognized, had a good relationship with the high heavens. To him, it would be extremely beneficial. Oh? Did you have a hard time in the upper realm? How is that possible? Little brother Dong, your cultivation base is at the peak of the sovereign realm. You're definitely someone who can do whatever you want in the upper world. Who could possibly make you suffer? Lin Fan asked. There wasn't much to say to Dong Yongdi, so they could only chat about random gossip. The upper world gave him the feeling that it was too chaotic and scattered. Dong Yongdi sighed. Big brother, you don't know. You think I'm very famous, but that's not the case. I'm just a small wandering cultivator. At this point, Dong Yongdi frowned and made himself look very pitiful. How so? Lin Fan asked. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll always be victorious. Although he didn't really care about the upper world, knowing the situation there wasn't a bad choice. To think that he, Lin Fan, had dominated the outside world, spreading love and peace to every corner of the world. The appearance of the upper world made him realize that he hadn't reached the end of his path. Big brother, there are 4 great powers in the upper world that control the world. The Eastern Divine Court. The Southern Saint Emperor Mountain. The Western Demon Buddha Tower. The Northern Green Hill. The 4 great powers are the strongest in the upper world. They control everything there is. Even I can't compare to them. Emperor Dongyang's words were meant to make himself appear weak. He wanted Big Brother to understand that he was also very miserable and didn't need to be too wary of him. The one in danger wasn't him, but the 4 giants. It's so complicated? Lin Fan felt that he had broadened his horizons. He didn't expect the upper world to be so complicated. Then let me ask you, what is the Holy Flame? Emperor? Lin Fan asked. He was the culprit that wanted to destroy the Magnificent Flame sect. Lin Fan didn't know which category he belonged to. Him? He's nothing. Dong Yongdi was surprised. Big brother, the Holy Flame Emperor is very ordinary, but he seems to be related to the Demon Buddha Tower, but it's definitely not deep. In the upper world, the ruler realm was the peak. Everyone knew this. But the difference in strength among the rulers was also complicated. Behind each of the hegemons were the shadows of the 4 major factions. They weren't slaves or subordinates, but people from the 4 great powers that helped them control a piece of land. Green Hill. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the palace. A tiny frog was squatting there, and the voice came from the frog's mouth. Dong Yongdi stood up abruptly when he saw the frog. It feels so familiar. The frog's hind legs were very strong, and it jumped onto Dong Yongdi's head. What did you say? Dong Yongdi was a little unhappy. Can you get down from my head? The green frog jumped on his head, and Dong Yongdi felt that something was wrong. It was as if his head was green. Xianxia, tell me, what is this thing? The frog grabbed Dong Yongdi's hair with its front paws, and its bean-sized eyes shone with an expression that had never appeared before. Dong Yongdi was a little angry. What kind of attitude is this? It's fine if my big brother is impudent, but how can a green-headed beast be so arrogant? Just when he was about to attack, he heard his big brother's voice, and his attitude changed immediately. Brother, let's talk nicely. Don't be so agitated, okay? Get down from my head first. Your aura is very familiar. We must have met before, Dong Yongdi said. Frog, why are you so agitated? Did you see someone you know? Lin Fan wanted to hide the frog. The frog might be dishonest, but it was still one of his people. Dong Yongdi came from the upper world, and he didn't want the frog to be exposed. But the frog had taken the initiative to come over, so things were a little complicated. The frog jumped down from Dong Yongdi's head and asked impatiently, tell me, what's the situation with Green Hill? He had never told Lin Fan that the Green Hills used to be his territory. As for the upper world factions, he knew a little. The Divine Court was the only faction there. The other 3 factions definitely weren't there. Could it be that they had changed so much in 10,000 years? Green Hill, the Northern Heavenly Court, is managed by Empress Qingshan, Dong Yongdi said. He looked a little scared at the mention of Empress Qingshan. That ruthless woman was really domineering. Of course, even he had only met her a few times. He had only heard some rumors. Empress Qingshan? The frog was dumbfounded. Bullshit, how can there be Empress Qingshan? That used to be my home. How can there be an empress? Tell me, is Empress Xianxia Fairy Wuyan? Yes or no? The frog might be small, but its voice was very loud. Especially when he mentioned Fairy Wuyan, his eyes flickered with radiance. As long as she was his wife, he would immediately go find her. Given their past relationship, she would definitely miss him very much. The frog was a little drunk as it thought about it. It sank into its own imagination and couldn't even pull itself out. Dong Yangdi didn't answer the frog. Instead, he exclaimed, "You're the divine master of Green Hill? I remember you." Yes. The frog was stunned. It hadn't expected that the other party would recognize it. But soon, it realized that it couldn't expose itself at a time like this. You've got the wrong person. Dong Yangdi didn't believe the frog's words. Impossible, there's no way I'm mistaken. You're the divine master of the ninth desolate, the greatest alchemist of the upper world. I was the 136th student when you taught me. Slowly, Dong Yangdi sank into his memories. I still remember back then, I was a nameless kid stuck at the peak of the world god realm. When your 136th class began, the entrance fee was one sky-mending stone. Although it was expensive and hard to come by, I still managed to get it. From then on, I soared into the heavens, broke through the barrier of the world, and became a sovereign expert. During those half a month of lessons, I could never forget the majesty and aura of a priest. Seeing the sincerity of the other party, the frog slowly raised its head proudly with a proud look on its face. So, you were once my student. Not bad, not bad. After tens of thousands of years, you've reached the peak of the sovereign realm. No, I'm very pleased. Lin Fan looked at the two, a little dazed. Especially the frog's expression, it was asking for a beating. At this time, Dong Yangdi's interest in the frog surpassed Lin Fan's. Divine Master, how did you become like this? Also, rumor has it that you fell into the boundless Tao of hell and seriously threatened the safety of the upper world. In the end, you were killed by various experts. Dong Yangdi was curious and puzzled. His wives were also shocked. Although the divine master of the ninth desolate wasn't here, the legend of him had always been passed down in the upper world. Bullshit, only an idiot would believe that, the frog roared, spitting saliva everywhere. Dong Yangdi was a little embarrassed. In fact, he believed those words. That was why he was the idiot divine master called him. Divine Master, to tell you the truth, I really don't know who Fairy Wuyan is. And Empress Xianxia, I've only seen her a few times. Even if I did, I wouldn't be able to see her face clearly, Dong Yangdi said. The frog fell into deep thought again. He believed that Empress Xianxia was his wife. My wife, the frog muttered. The frog murmured. Its heart was aching. As a man and the husband of a woman, he hadn't done enough. He hadn't passed on his care to his wife after leaving for so long. At this moment, he only wanted to recite a poem. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough knowledge. Wife, I'm sorry. Wait. Lin Fan couldn't take it anymore. The situation wasn't right. Do you two know each other? Dong Yangdi said excitedly, I know the divine master of Nine Baron. I'm so excited to see him. How many tens of thousands of years has it been? Dong Yangthiarka's face reddened at the mention of excitement. The frog said bluntly, I don't know him. Divine teacher, how could you not recognize me? I'm a student of the 136th class. Back then, you even praised me for my talent and said that spending a skysnake stone was really a great deal for me, Dong Yang the Arch said excitedly. Even though he was already a sovereign realm expert and had a wife of 33,000, he was still extremely excited to see his former idol. The frog coughed, a little embarrassed. He had already forgotten these words, but since they came out of his mouth, he must have said them to more than one person. Not bad. Looking at your current situation, I know you're not bad. Peak sovereign. You've reached the peak of life, the frog praised. He had been careless. When he heard the name Qingshan Hill, he couldn't help but jump out without considering his own situation. It could be said that he was exposed. But this guy seemed a little stupid and should be easy to fool. He definitely wouldn't tell anyone. Dong Yangdi pretended to be stupid, but his heart was like a bright light. This little frog was definitely a divine master of Nine Baron. There was no mistake. He had engraved that aura in his heart. The divine master of Nine Baron wasn't in the upper worlds, but there were people in the upper worlds looking for him. He didn't know who was looking for him, but it had to be the four great powers. Not at all. It's just a small achievement. It's not worth mentioning compared to a divine master, Dong Yongdi said humbly. Young man, don't belittle yourself. You're not bad. It was as if it had returned to the era of the Ninth Baron Divine Master. It looked at Dong Yongdi as if he were a child. Big brother, I'm so happy to see a god master here, but I suddenly thought of something. I want to go back first, said Dong Yongdi. Lin Fan walked up with a smile and patted Dong Yongthiarka's shoulder. Don't be in such a hurry. Dong Yongthiarch stared blankly at the hand on his shoulder. He felt as if he had been seen through. Frog, what are you thinking about? Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. The frog shuddered. It suddenly realized that this fugitive was warning it. Does he want to die? In the past, he was indeed a Ninth Baron Divine Master, but that was in the past. Things were different now. He was a frog, a very weak frog. Who knew what Emperor Dongyang was thinking about exposing himself in front of a ruler like him? Master, I'm not thinking about anything. The frog stared at Lin Fan for a long time. He was thinking about whether he should be tough and defend the dignity of the Divine Master of the Ninth Baron. But after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. The frog didn't fight with humans, so it was better to be low-key. Dong Yongdi revealed a look of praise and shook his head. Did he hear wrong? What did the Divine Master call this native, Master? That's a little weird. He stared at Lin Fan in disbelief, as if he wanted to confirm it. He does call me Master. Do you know why? Lin Fan saw through Dong Yongdi's confusion and said calmly. Dong Yongdi shook his head. If he knew, why would he ask? It was precisely because he didn't understand that he asked that question. The frog looked at Lin Fan and really wanted to complain. Isn't it because I'm too weak? If I don't obey you, I'll be cooked. I can only endure the humiliation. Because I'm very familiar with heaven, Lin Fan said with a smile. Oh my god. The frog was dumbfounded. How can you brag like this? You're very familiar with heaven? Why don't you just kill yourself? Yes, I know. Dong Yongdi nodded. He believed Lin Fan's words. He was definitely very familiar with heaven. If he wasn't, where would he get the blessing from heaven? Do you feel the changes in my sect? Lin Fan smiled. He wasn't anxious or impatient. He was protecting the frog. Was Dong Yongdi an idiot? No. Not only was he not an idiot, but he was also very smart. Seeing the frog and knowing that he was a divine master of the Ninth Baron, there was obviously a problem. So, he had to make Dong Yongdi stay and even tie him to this ship of light. Dong Yongdi looked outside and sensed carefully. He was a bit confused, but suddenly, the confusion disappeared and was replaced by shock. In the void invisible to the naked eye, there was a strong aura. This. He didn't dare to believe it and even felt a little heartache. Yes, it's exactly as you thought. Unfortunately, you came too far. If you had come a few days earlier, you might have been able to get a bit. Lin Fan sighed. Pa, Dong Yongdi slapped himself. His face was filled with regret and he wanted to smash his head against a pillar. He realized that this sect was different. Every disciple was shrouded in a powerful fate. If he had come earlier, he might have been able to get a bit. Big brother. Dong Yongdi looked at Lin Fan pitifully. These things were too attractive and he really wanted them. Lin Fan patted Dong Yongdi's shoulder. Brother Dong, don't worry. I don't have any for now. I'll leave some for you next time. Just remember one thing. I'm very close to heaven. Do you believe me? I do. Dong Yongdi nodded without hesitation. The frog was stunned. This fugitive was bluffing. How could he be close to heaven? What he didn't expect was that Emperor Dongyang also believed it to be true. Could it be that the ruler had become an idiot? That's good. Do you really think of me as your big brother? Lin Fan asked. Big brother, of course. I definitely think of you as my big brother, Dongyang the Arch said confidently as if he were telling the truth. Lin Fan nodded his head in relief. Don't say that I don't trust you. It's just that things are unpredictable. The frog is also my demonic pet. He told me that he doesn't trust you as a person, but I trust you very much. But no matter what, we have to trust each other. So, make an oath. If you betray your brotherhood, just let the heavens strike you with lightning. Emperor Dongyang was flabbergasted. Not if *king complicated, rulers were most afraid of oaths. Heaven's wrath was unsolvable. No matter how strong you were, it could send you to the next world. Seeing Dongyang Di in a difficult position, Lin Fan pretended to ask, "What's wrong? Is there a problem? Or are you not serious?" How could he be serious? Dongyang Di wanted to roar. Serious my ass. He was just making things up. Since you're so close to heaven, I just want to get some benefits. News of the Divine Master of Ninth Baron wasn't a joke. A mysterious power was offering generous conditions to find the Divine Master. Once he returned, he would be able to spread the news and obtain some good stuff. That would be a piece of cake. Big brother, how can that be? Dongyang Di smiled. Although what he said was the truth, he wouldn't admit it. He was forced into a corner. Either he didn't advance, or he retreated. Big brother, my husband isn't that kind of person, Phoenix Island's harem lady said. Shut up. Big brother and brother Dong have something to talk about. Why are you interrupting? Sit over there. Lin Fan turned around and scolded furiously, causing the harem ladies of Phoenix Island to be stunned. In fact, they were even a little enraged. However, when he thought of something, he forcibly extinguished his anger. Brother Dong, make an oath and tell the frog not to worry. He was hurt before and is timid. Of course, as long as you are sincere, I will definitely leave good things for you in the future, Lin Fan said. The frog even had the heart to die. Who the *CK has been hurt before? Who the *CK is a coward? You're the one who doesn't trust him and wants to drag him into this. That's why you're saying such things, alright? Dongyang Di was hesitant and his thoughts were in a mess. He wanted to get some benefits from Heaven's Sky and also sell the news of the Divine Master of Ninth Baron. He compared them. In the end, he gritted his teeth. Some paths had to be chosen. If he chose well, it would be easy in the future. If he didn't choose well, he might not get anything in the end. Brother Dong, what is it? Lin Fan acted like he was confused, but actually, he had seen through Dongyang Di. It wasn't like he hadn't met a plastic brother before. How could he be tricked with just a few words? Dongyang the Arch seemed to have made a big decision. Big brother, it's nothing. I was just a bit agitated just now. The Divine Master suspects me, and I want to die. I once studied under him and have long since placed him in a very high position. Even if I die, I can't harm him. Lin Fan consoled, it's okay, it's okay. It's good that you understand. Ever since he became like this, he has been a little narrow-minded and doesn't trust anyone. Make an oath and we will be on the same side. The frog wanted to kick Lin Fan to death. Damn, even if he wanted someone to take the blame, he shouldn't have done that. It was too much. But forget it. He wasn't a fool. The outlaws were protecting him. After such a long time, this was the first time he had a good impression of him. It was just that he couldn't understand what was going on. The Frog Master hadn't even said a word, yet he was already blaming him for everything. That was a little too much. Oh? The frog cooperated with the outlaws. Its bean-sized eyes stared at Dongyang Di. Its meaning was very clear. It seemed to be saying, I suspect you. If you don't make an oath, we won't be able to continue our conversation. Dongyang Di understood. If the firmament was compared to a god-tier master, then the firmament was definitely more important. Of course, Dongyang Di's intelligence might not be that high. Until now. He had only seen the providence of heaven, but he didn't see how close Lin Fan was to heaven. He didn't even get a single thing. First impressions were the strongest. He already believed it. You don't need to say anything. For Big Brother and God Master, I have to make this oath. Dong Yangdi waved his hand. He had already made his decision. Dong Yang the Arch didn't back down at all. His words made his blood boil. When he looked back at Lin Fan and God Teacher, he found that the man and frog were staring at him expressionlessly, as if waiting for something. Big brother, God Teacher, what's wrong? Swearing wasn't a small matter. He had to be prepared. He realized that this guy and the priest were staring at him, waiting for him to make the vow. I think swearing isn't a small matter. We should get some roasted chicken, ingots, candles, or something, Dong Yang the Arch said. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. You're not getting cold feet, are you? Or could it be that you were lying to me before? Our friendship is made of plastic? Don't say that, big brother. I'm just doing this to make it grand. Dong Yang the Arch waved his hand. He felt that he wouldn't be able to get off this ship. Let's keep it simple, Lin Fan said. Dong Yang the Arch blinked. He felt that something was wrong, but there was nothing he could do. He gritted his teeth and decided to go all the way. As long as he could get something, it wouldn't be a loss. I swear to the heavens, the void shook. A ruler swearing definitely wasn't simple. The moment the oath was formed, its power was quite fierce. Lin Fan and the frog's faces were cold, but when the other side made the oath, they both smiled brightly. Okay, we're on the same side from now on. Lin Fan patted Dong Yang Fiarka's shoulder. He'd tricked another ruler, and the result was pretty good. There were too many rulers in the upper world, and they couldn't kill them all. If they met someone interesting, they were willing to pull them onto the same boat. Yes, we're on the same side. Dong Yang the Arch smiled, but it was a bit awkward. It was as if he hadn't thought about it properly before they urged him to swear. The frog heaved a sigh of relief. He also felt guilty when he exposed himself. He definitely knew that there were people in the upper world looking for him. The title of Ninth Baron Divine Master wasn't just for show. Even if he'd disappeared for a long time, those peak existences would definitely remember him. As long as he had the guts, he could go to the upper world and shout that he was a Ninth Baron Divine Master. It wouldn't be long before he would be hung up and beaten up. By the way, little brother, what's wrong with you? Brother Dong, you are one of us now. You can rest assured. You don't know, right? He was framed and sneak attacked. Lin Fan said. Emperor Dongyang nodded. Of course. What kind of existence is the Divine Master? How could he do such things? Even though there are rumors that he cultivates a demonic art and has raped and killed countless women, I don't believe it. It's all nonsense. The frog was very happy. The outlaws didn't respect him enough, but there were still people who respected him. There was nothing wrong with the first half, but the second half was a little interesting. What do you mean, F*CK and kill countless women? Am I that kind of person? Dong Yang the Arch saw the look in the Divine Mentor's eyes, but he didn't take it to heart. Don't worry, Divine Mentor. I have absolute faith in you. The frog laughed. Damn it, I might as well not believe it. Little brother Dong, he has a wife. I think she might have betrayed him. Have you heard any rumors in the upper world? Lin Fan asked. The frog is unhappy. What is it saying? Who betrayed him? His wife would never betray him. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't beat this outlaw, he would definitely fight him to the death. You can humiliate me, but you can't humiliate my wife. Then, he turned around angrily, not wanting to talk to Lin Fan. At the same time, he rolled his eyes. Emperor Dongyang pondered. Big brother, to be honest, I don't know Divine Mentor's wife, but if Empress Xianxia is Divine Mentor's wife, then there might really be a problem. What do you mean? Lin Fan asked. The frog didn't want to listen, but it was really good. He didn't leave and listened quietly. He didn't know whether Empress Xianxia was his wife or not, but he was looking forward to seeing her and proving everything. However, there was a voice in his heart telling him not to be impulsive. As far as I know, Qingshan Hill used to be called the Sacred Land of Alchemy, Jiuhuang Hill. Later, it was changed to Qingshan Hill. Rumor has it that the Empress of Qingshan Hill has a good relationship with the Deputy Divine Lord of the Eastern Divine Court. I'll tell you this in secret. Someone once saw the deputy divine lord staying overnight at Empress Xianxia's place, Emperor Dongyang said in a low voice, as if he was afraid others would hear. Gossip could only be whispered. Louder, it would be easier for others to hear. The frog's expression didn't change. It was very green, and he couldn't see any other expression. But he was definitely unhappy. "What's the deputy divine master's name?" the frog asked. He didn't want to ask anything else. He just wanted to know who the deputy divine master was. He was a bit unfamiliar. "I don't know. I've never seen him before." Emperor Dongyang shook his head. He really hadn't seen him before. In the divine court, the deputy divine master was very mysterious. Not many people had seen him before. For some reason, the frog heaved a sigh of relief. He had once held a large number of classes and met many new rulers. He was very familiar with their auras. At the same time, he also knew some of the rulers who had come last time, and they also knew him. The good-for-nothing sovereign, after all this time, he was still as good-for-nothing as ever. After he disappeared, the territory that used to be his territory changed. The name was changed, and the 9 desolation was removed. What did this mean? Frog, think about it. Don't always keep bad things in your heart. You need to know how to let go, Lin Fan said. The frog looked at Lin Fan and was a bit touched. But suddenly, it felt that there was something wrong with Lin Fan's words. "Master, my wife didn't betray me." "What should I let go of?" the frog retorted, but it was weak. Lin Fan didn't say anything else. There was definitely something wrong, but what else could he say? He could see that although the frog was a bit silly, it was definitely serious about its wife. Continuing to tease it would only make the frog sad. As its master, although he would occasionally abuse it. This was love abuse. If he had the chance to see the frog's wife in the future, if nothing happened, he would let the frog and his wife reunite and then come back to be his frog. After all, humans and beasts couldn't be together. This was unreasonable. If the frog's wife really betrayed him, he would kill her with one punch and pretend that nothing had happened. Letting the frog have a good memory was also a good choice. After thinking for a while, he admired himself for being able to think so much. "Yes, you're right. Frog, Master also believes that your wife didn't betray you." Lin Fan nodded, giving the frog some confidence. Emperor Dongyang looked at the frog. God Teacher was lying to himself. Although he didn't know the exact situation, from his point of view, there was already a problem. This woman had made God Teacher wear a bright green hat. That was for sure. Emperor Dongyang's wives saw the two people and the frog chatting and didn't get a word in. They didn't like the environment here. It was too shabby. They just wanted to go back to the beautiful Phoenix Island. They didn't want to stay in this shabby place. Buzz, at this moment, there was a slight fluctuation in the air. Lin Fan looked into the distance, a bit puzzled. "An expert is coming. I have to hide." The frog was a bit scared. It let Emperor Dongyang know its identity because it had no choice. Emperor Dongyang's words reminded it of the past and it definitely wanted to find out. Now, it understood. The outlaws had already started to form relationships with the upper world. He was very dangerous. Who knew what would happen? "Go, you have to hide. Who knows how many enemies you have in the past," Lin Fan said. The frog wasn't happy. It didn't even take a step forward. "Master, that's not right. Ask him. I used to be the life coach of countless prodigies in the upper world. How can I have enemies?" Emperor Dongyang hesitated and then said in a small voice, "God Teacher, that was in the past. But now, rumors say that you're an unpardonable evil person, so you should have a lot of enemies. As far as I know, many things have been thrown at you." The frog was dazed. Then, it started cursing. F***ck, who is so heartless? This frog master is going to dig up his ancestral grave. In the eyes of outsiders, he was already dead. Yet, they still didn't let him off and even tried to smear his name. How despicable. "Let's not talk about this. Let's go out and take a look," Lin Fan said. The frog decisively retreated and didn't say anything. It was better not to get involved in this matter for now. Outside. In the sky above the sect, golden armor shone dazzlingly under the sunlight. Several rows of people in golden armor floated there in an orderly manner. And in front of them, a figure could be seen. The magnificent flame sect disciples might not have seen him before, but they all knew him. He was the founder of the magnificent flame sect, Emperor Yanhua, who was also known as the Holy Flame Emperor. Green Fox stood beside him with a complicated expression. He didn't expect the emperor to come personally and even lead the golden armored army to destroy the magnificent flame sect. His killing intent was too strong. Emperor, this is the magnificent flame sect, the trash that betrayed the emperor. The Qilin's face darkened. He wouldn't forget what happened to him last time. When he returned, he swore that he wouldn't be a man if he didn't take revenge. Now, his chance was here. The emperor was leading the invincible golden armored army. How could the magnificent flame sect defend against him? Ioyo, I was wondering who it was. Lin Fan walked out from the main hall. Seeing the face of the figure in the sky, he laughed. So it's the Holy Flame Emperor. I've seen him before. It's a pity that I'm not seeing him in person. Humph. The Holy Flame Emperor snorted coldly, and a thunderous voice could be heard. The faction that he founded didn't even come out to welcome him when he came in person. It seems like they really want to rebel. The Patriarch's mountain peak. The Patriarch opened his eyes. I have to go, he said expressionlessly. He had no choice but to go. Even if he wanted to comprehend the tranquility, he still had to welcome the emperor in person. As the magnificent flame sect's patriarch, he had to go. Even if the emperor wanted to destroy the magnificent flame sect, he had to go. Not only did the patriarch make a move, but the elders also looked solemn. The Holy Flame Emperor was the legend of their generation and their idol. But it was awkward. End of chapter 1021. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.